Chapter 2149. Does this girl know me? Yang Kai glanced around and saw all four groups of people, then asked the female disciple from Star Soul Palace suspiciously. Because of the two sentences that were shouted just now, one of them was shouted by Xiao Bai, while the other was shouted by this girl. If they didn't know each other, how could she shout out such things? However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that the female disciple from Star Soul Palace smiled slightly, shook her head, and said, "You've got the wrong person." Lan Sun said this because although she remembered Yang Kai's appearance, Yang Kai did not recognize her. That time in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun used the false appearance bead to change her appearance, so what Yang Kai saw was not her current appearance. Yang Kai was speechless and turned to Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, you're here too, it's a small world." The veins on Xiao Bai's forehead throbbed as he shouted, "Do you want to die?" Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and smiled, nodding slightly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Why are you so cold? It's rare for us to meet here, it's fate." Xiao Bai coldly snorted, "Who's fated with you? However, you were able to escape the pursuit of that flame beast alive. It's really a bit surprising." Although he was praising him, his tone was full of ridicule, and no one knew why. At that time, the flame beast from the realm of summer seemed to have gone crazy. So many people had fled in all directions, but it had chosen to target Yang Kai. Many people thought that Yang Kai was doomed, and Xiao Bai also thought so. After all, even Wu Chang was chased away. How could Yang Kai, a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, possibly survive? However, the truth was shocking. Yang Kai appeared in the Two Seasons mountain range unscathed. The man and woman from Star Soul Palace's expressions changed slightly when they heard the two words, Flame Beast. It was obvious that they knew about the existence of the monster beast that was comparable to the one in the Emperor realm. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. He could not understand how such a weak cultivator could escape the pursuit of the flame beast. The previous matter. If it weren't for the Azure Sun Temple's group attracting the flame beast's attention, he would have been in big trouble. "You flatter me," Yang Kai said modestly. "Escaping is my strong suit." Yang Kai's unashamed look made Xiao Bai stare at him for a while. "Let's cut the crap." At that moment, the young man in blue robes, who seemed to be from some unknown sect, suddenly shouted coldly and shouted at Yang Kai, "Hand over your star seal and we'll spare your life." As long as Kai Yang cooperated with him, he would let Kai Yang off the hook. His tone and demeanor were like a matter of fact. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at him. The other party just looked at him coldly, without any intention of avoiding his gaze. The two from Star Soul Palace did not speak. The handsome man just frowned, seemingly a little displeased, while the woman turned her beautiful eyes with interest, as if she was waiting for a good show to begin. Although it's a little redundant, but I still want to ask, how should I address your excellency? Yang Kai looked at the young man in black with a smile. He did not seem angry at all. While speaking, he had already contacted the small sealed world bead with his divine sense and asked Hua Qingxi to help him identify the man and woman from Star Soul Palace. After all, Star Soul Palace was her sect, so she should recognize these two. The young man in black heard this and coldly snorted, "Octagonal door, Luo Yuan." "So it's Brother Luo, it's an honor to meet you." Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, as if he had really heard of Luo Yuan's name. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of the octagonal door. The look of contempt on Xiao Bai's face became even stronger as he snorted, "Fortunately, you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, otherwise, I would have already cleaned up the sect." "Ah." Yang Kai laughed, but suddenly his face changed slightly. At this time, he had already received the answer from Hua Qingxi from the embodiment, but what he did not expect was that the man and woman from Star Soul Palace were both people with great backgrounds. The man was Xiao Yu Yang's son, Xiao Qin. Yang Kai knew about Xiao Yu Yang, a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master and the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace, famous throughout the Southern Territory. It should be said that a tiger father would not beget a dog's son. Xiao Yu Yang was powerful and respected, and his son was not mediocre either. Together with Wu Chang, Xiaoxing, Zhuang Bufan, and others, they were all rising stars in the Southern Territory and had made a name for themselves at a young age. Xiao Chen was one thing, but the woman's background was even more frightening. She was actually the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, Princess Lan Sun. She was the most desired target for young unmarried men in the entire Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. If such a woman could be taken in, it would save them at least a few hundred years of hard work. With a father-in-law like the Bright Moon Great Emperors, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in the entire star boundary? Who would dare to provoke them? However, although Princess Lan Sun's reputation was great, she rarely went out, so basically, outsiders couldn't see her. Yang Kai didn't expect that with her identity and status, she would come to the Four Seasons realm for life experience. Moreover, she came in with the same cultivation as him. Were the Bright Moon Great Emperors not afraid that his precious daughter would have an accident in the Four Seasons realm? Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chen again. With this flower guardian, Lan Sun should not be allowed to take any risks. These thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning. Although everyone saw that his expression was strange, they did not know what he was thinking. They only thought that he was frightened by Xiao Baiyi's words and could not help but despise him. Yang Kai lowered his head, looked at the diamond-shaped brand on the back of his hand, and muttered to himself, "This really is a star seal." Just now, he had a faint guess in his heart that this was most likely a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea, but before he could finish this thought, Wu Chang and the others appeared, giving him no chance to verify it. Luo Yuan's words undoubtedly confirmed his conjecture. The star seal actually appeared on the forehead of a monster beast, and after being killed by Yang Kai, it was transferred to his hand in such an obvious position on the back of his hand. This made it impossible for Yang Kai not to cause trouble. Yang Kai's heart moved, and he turned to Wu Chang and said, "Brother Wu Chang, with a hero like you here, is it really okay to let a guy from a small sect act so arrogant and presumptuous? If word of this spreads out, what will happen to Brother Wu Chang's reputation?" Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai indifferently, unmoved. Although he had a strange temper and a violent personality, since he had cultivated to the level of the third-order Dao Source realm, he was naturally not a fool. How could he easily let Yang Kai cause trouble? He just coldly snorted and said, "Although I don't like this guy's arrogance, what he said does make sense. Hand over the star seal, otherwise, I'll take it myself." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and said awkwardly, "The two of you are saying that you want to take it by force." At this point, he looked up at Lan Sun and Xiao Chen and asked, "Will Star Soul Palace intervene in this matter?" Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I can only promise not to steal it from you." Xiao Chen didn't speak. He just coldly snorted, and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. He couldn't understand why Princess Lan Xuan seemed to care about such a guy. Moreover, the words he blurted out just now made him realize some problems. With Lan Sun's words, Yang Kai sighed helplessly and said, "If possible, I would be happy to hand over this star seal, but I don't know what to do to make the star seal leave the back of my hand. Do you two have any advice?" "Simple." Wu Chang immediately replied, his tone calm, "Just cut off your hand, that's all." "Good." Luo Yuan also nodded and said, "Your hand or your life, choose for yourself." Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright as he stammered, I want both. Is there any other way to do it safely?" Luo Yuan coldly snorted and said, "How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? It seems that you don't want either of them. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Having said so, he pushed his source chi and took a step forward, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving in front of Yang Kai. A golden light condensed on his palm and he slammed it towards Yang Kai's chest. At the same time, Wu Chang also moved. Now that the star seal was on the back of the hand of a nobody like Yang Kai, whoever struck first would get it. With Wu Chang's arrogant temperament, how could he allow Luo Yuan to monopolize the benefits? As such, he also arrived behind Yang Kai at once, his palm suddenly becoming crystal clear, as if it was carved from white jade, and containing an extremely cold power. He slammed it towards Yang Kai's back. The two masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm showed no mercy, each of them filled with murderous intent, only daring to kill Yang Kai in front of the other. After all, the transfer of the star seal would be transferred to the person who killed the carrier. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao Zhao's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she exclaimed, "Dodge!" Xiao Bai frowned, not having expected that Wu Chang and that guy named Luo Yuan would suddenly attack without warning, their ferocity becoming second nature. Although he didn't like Yang Kai and had even threatened to teach him a lesson in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had entered the Four Seasons realm with the people from Azure Sun Temple and occupied one of their spots, so any excess star seals he obtained would have to be handed over to the temple. In any case, Xiao Bai couldn't sit back and watch Yang Kai be killed. Otherwise, he would not be able to get away with it when the matter was investigated. Yang Kai's death was a small matter, but interfering with the interests of the sect was a big matter. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to take action. On the other side, Lan Sun's pretty face also changed slightly, a look of reluctance appearing in her eyes. In her opinion, Yang Kai was definitely dead this time, but it was impossible for her to save Yang Kai as doing so was tantamount to offending Wu Chang. Overconfident. Xiao Chun snorted coldly as he watched coldly. Hong. With a loud explosion, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who were sandwiching Yang Kai from the front and back, were both stunned at this moment. Both of them felt a huge force and energy impact coming from the front at the same time, causing them to involuntarily be knocked back several dozen meters before they could stabilize themselves. Chapter 2150. Somewhere in the Two Seasons mountain range, the atmosphere was tense. Both Luo Yuan and Wu Chang looked stunned as they stared ahead. Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao also widened their eyes, somewhat unable to believe what they were seeing. On the other side, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Xiao Qin even whispered, "What's going on?" Just now, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang attacked Yang Kai at the same time, and everyone thought that Yang Kai would die. Regardless of whether the arrogant and domineering Luo Yuan was an embroidered pillow or really had the capital to be proud of, Wu Chang alone was not an ordinary Dao Source realm master. He was notorious for his cruelty, so how could anyone he targeted have a good end? These two attacked at the same time, one in front and one behind. Without any warning, Yang Kai had no way to avoid them. Everyone could almost imagine the tragic scene of Yang Kai dying in front of them, but the result was that Luo Yuan and Wu Chang, who attacked, were pushed back while Yang Kai showed no signs of injury at all. How did he do it? Looking over again, Yang Kai was still standing in place, motionless, but his face was pale and his expression was flustered, as if he had been scared out of his wits. His body was trembling slightly and his forehead was sweating. Although he cut a sorry figure, he was completely unscathed. This boy, what did he do just now? Xiao Chen was a little confused. It was impossible for Luo Yuan and Wu Chang to be pushed back for no reason, so the only explanation was that Yang Kai had secretly used some amazing means to turn the situation around, but no one saw it clearly. Xiao Chen's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He secretly felt that there was something wrong with Kai Yang. Interesting. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up. She showed an interested look. She looked at Yang Kai with interest. Although she was only at the level of the First Order Dao Source realm, because she was the pearl in the palm of the great emperors and had inherited the special physique of the great emperors, she had been influenced by the great emperors since she was a child. So in terms of knowledge, experience, and vision, she was better than anyone present. Although she did not understand much, she was better than the others. Just now, at the moment when Luo Yuan and Wu Chang's attacks were about to hit him, Lan Sun clearly saw Yang Kai's body turn illusory for a moment. At that moment, he seemed to have disappeared from this world and entered another space. At the same time, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan's attacks arrived. Having lost the target of their attacks, the two men's moves collided with each other. In other words, the one who repelled Luo Yuan was an Anitya Hellguard, and the one who repelled an Anitya Hellguard was Luo Yuan. The two of them had only exchanged one move each. What a strange secret technique. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up. Glancing over at Luo Yuan again, Yang Kai thought to himself, This guy is ridiculously strong, actually being able to fight evenly with Wu Chang. The octagonal door. When did such a monster appear? It seemed like his father, Master, was right. Never underestimate anyone, even if they came from a humble background. He could also have a bright and promising future. This Luo Yuan is the best example. The other guy is definitely not as bad as he appears to be. This show is too fake. Only a smelly man with a brain full of muscles would really believe it. But then again, what's this guy's name? All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Lan Sun's mind as she firmly believed that Yang Kai was playing the pig to eat the tiger. She couldn't help casting a mocking look at Yang Kai, who was shivering midair, as if she had long seen through his disguise. At that moment, Wu Chang finally recovered and looked over at Yang Kai. Staring at Luo Yuan coldly, he asked, "Do you want to die?" Although he did not understand when Yang Kai had repelled him just now, Wu Chang was able to figure out who had struck him. With his arrogant personality, he naturally pointed his spear at Luo Yuan. He thought it was Luo Yuan who had ruined his plan and given Yang Kai the opportunity to use his strange secret technique to resolve the crisis. "Who are you asking?" Yang Kai looked flustered as he pointed at himself. "Are you talking about me? I don't want to die. Please don't kill me." As he spoke, he also called out to Xiao Bai, "Xiao Bai, can you explain to Brother Wu Chang and ask him to let me go?" Xiao Bai glared at him and gritted his teeth. "I really want to rush over and kill you right now." Fortunately, Yang Kai was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, otherwise, Xiao Bai would have really done such a thing. It was really shameful to be in the same sect as such a person. Xiao Bai secretly hated himself for not seeing Yang Kai's true nature before, otherwise, he would not have agreed to give Shui Yi's spot to Yang Kai. Even Murong Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, cast a strange look at Yang Kai. "If you want to fight, then I'll fight." Luo Yuan's eyes also crossed Yang Kai, his sonorous voice and determined expression showing that he was not afraid of the famous Wu Chang at all. In fact, deep down in his heart, he could not wait to fight Wu Chang to prove himself. The two of them ignored Yang Kai together. "You've got guts." Wu Chang grinned, his expression very pleasant. "I haven't met a guy like you in a long time. You're really interesting." As he spoke, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lower lip. He looked like a pervert who had just met a naked beauty. The two's eyes met mid-air and sparks flew, the atmosphere in the air becoming extremely tense. Yang Kai stood between the two of them, and although he was ignored, he had to bear the pressure of the two at the same time, causing his already pale face to become even more unbearable. Hoo. Even the noisy wind was filled with cold, murderous intent, sending chills down one's spine. Enough! Seeing that Luo Yuan and Wu Chang were about to fight, Lan Sun really couldn't stand it anymore. After shouting softly, she took 2 steps forward and said, "Both of you are rising stars of my southern territory, future pillars of the 4 Seasons sect. There is no need to quarrel over such trivial matters." Before coming in, Uncle Xiao also said that he hoped everyone would focus on the overall situation. "Our opponents are not each other, but the people from the other 3 territories. I ask the 2 of you to give us some face and turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk." Hearing this, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan frowned at the same time, seemingly not having expected Princess Lan Sun to come forward to mediate at this time. Although they were a little unhappy in their hearts, the 2 of them really didn't dare not give face to Princess Lan Sun. Offending Lan Sun here was nothing, but once they left the 4 Seasons realm and word of this spread, their sects would no longer dare to shelter them. Since the princesses said so, the 2 of you should stop, otherwise, you will become this Xiao's enemy. Xiao Chen also stood up. As a qualified flower protector, he naturally knew what to say at this time. "Consider yourself lucky." Wu Chang and Luo Yuan said this sentence almost at the same time, restraining their auras, as if their master had magnanimously let the other party off the hook. Wu Chang glanced at Luo Yuan and said to Lan Sun, "Your Highness, this Wu Chang will give you face this time and not bother with him, but if there is a next time, even if the great emperors are here, I will kill this piece of garbage who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." In his eyes, except for a few people, All other cultivators could be classified as garbage. He didn't even put the elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple and Orthodoxy Temple in his eyes, so how could he respect Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door? Being provoked by a piece of garbage like this, if it weren't for Lan Sun's interference, he wouldn't have tolerated it. I have long heard of Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Wuchang's strength, but now it seems that all he has is a big mouth. Luo Yuan was not someone to be trifled with, and his words were laced with sarcasm, almost provoking the peaceful atmosphere again. Enough. Lan Sun also felt a headache coming on. If you really want to fight over some rare treasure, I won't bother to stop you, but if it's just because of a single star seal, it's not worth it. There is more than one star seal in the Four Seasons realm, and there is still plenty of time. Everyone can just go and find one. While speaking, she glanced at the back of Yang Kai's hand and continued, and this is just a single rhombus-shaped star seal, it's even less worth it. What? Star seals are divided into grades? Yang Kai immediately heard a trace of unusual information from Lan Sun's words and asked in surprise. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Xiao Chen glanced at him indifferently and said sarcastically, since you've survived, you should obediently run away with your tail between your legs. Are you still going to stay here and wait for death? Yang Kai's mouth twitched a few times as his expression became awkward. He turned his gaze to Xiao Baiyi, wanting to ask about the specific situation of the star seal, but he didn't expect Xiao Baiyi to look away directly with a look of silence. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. However, looking at Xiao Baiyi's appearance, he should know something, but this information was probably the same as the existence of the Flowing Time Temple, a sect secret, so it was not convenient for him to reveal it. On the side, Murong Xiao showed an apologetic expression to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and no longer asked any more questions. Good, now that this star seal has an owner, there's no need for any more superfluous ideas. Go do what you need to do. Lan Sun's words were like the final nail in the coffin, helping Yang Kai in disguise. After hearing her say this, as long as someone had some dignity, they would no longer try to snatch Yang Kai's star seal. Although Wu Chang and Luo Yuan were belligerent and unruly, they still had some dignity and wouldn't say one thing in public and another behind their backs. As soon as her voice fell, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan glanced at each other, both of their eyes conveying the same message. Don't let me see you again, or I'll teach you a lesson. Immediately, the two of them coldly snorted at the same time, turned their backs to each other, and prepared to leave. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the depths of the Two Seasons mountain range, there was a strange vibration, bringing with it a series of rumbling sounds, like muffled thunder shuttling through the earth, making people unable to stand still. The faces of everyone present changed drastically as they looked around in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Before the sound was over, someone exclaimed, "Look at the sky, something is falling." Chapter 2151. The one who spoke was Murong Xiao. At this moment, she was looking up at the sky while pointing her finger upwards, her mouth slightly open, her expression full of surprise. Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked up and was stunned for a moment. In the sky, streams of light cut through the sky, like meteorites falling from the sky, dragging long gorgeous tails behind them as they fell in a certain direction. At first, there were only a few streams of light, but soon, the number of streams of light increased, making it look like a meteor shower was falling from the sky. Star seals! Lan Sun looked shocked and shouted, "So many star seals?" What? Xiao Chen was taken aback when he heard this. "Princess, are you sure these are all star seals?" Lan Sun stared at the sky, seemingly using some kind of secret technique as her eyes flashed faintly. She nodded lightly and said, "Yes, they are all star seals." As soon as her voice fell, a soft sound came from the side. Everyone looked over and saw that Wu Chang's whole body had turned into a red and white brilliance, quickly chasing in the direction of the falling star seals. Wu Chang reacted quickly, and as soon as he heard that the things falling from the sky were star seals, he immediately acted. Behind him, Luo Yuan's figure flickered and he followed closely. "Let's go." Xiao Baiyi naturally did not neglect and shouted as he and Murong Xiao hurriedly chased after them. They had been in the Four Seasons realm for 2 to 3 days now and had only encountered one star seal in the Two Seasons mountain range. That star seal was a brand that had appeared on the forehead of a giant lizard monster beast. Everyone had attacked and seriously injured it, but after chasing it, Yang Kai had unexpectedly picked up a ready-made star seal. Even Luo Yuan and Wu Chang almost fought over it. At this moment, with so many star seals appearing, even if everyone present divided them equally, each person could get 6 or 7. A star seal meant a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea, which was of great significance to any sect. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao did not dare to neglect. Princess? Seeing that everyone was leaving as fast as lightning, Xiao Chen immediately became anxious. We'll go too. Lan Sun naturally would not miss such a good thing. Lan Sun replied immediately. Xiao Chen nodded, and together with Lan Sun, flew over. However, as soon as the two of them set off, a boat-like flight-type artifact flew alongside them. Lan Sun turned her head and saw Yang Kai standing on the wooden boat as if nothing had happened. His black hair fluttered in the wind as the wind blew his black hair back. Lan Sun couldn't help but sneer. After all, at this moment, Yang Kai's image was completely different from his previous cowardly self. It looked like he was trying to attract her attention. She understood Yang Kai's approach very well. Basically, there were very few men who could maintain their nature in front of her. Those people were always trying to get her attention, as if they could get some satisfaction from it. Humph! Xiao Chen snorted coldly, looking displeased. He had been unhappy with Yang Kai for a long time, and now this guy was shamelessly pretending to be cool. It was simply unbearable. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his attitude. Pretending to be familiar with her, he turned to Lan Sun and asked, "Young lady, why does this friend next to you call you princess? Is this young lady's name or something?" Who would have the word princess in their name? Lan Sun smiled slightly and shook her head. You think too much. I don't understand. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I can see that young lady's temperament is extraordinary and her manners are elegant. Obviously, she is of noble birth and has a good upbringing, but what does this have to do with being a princess? Can young lady clear up my doubts? Lan Sun frowned and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She couldn't tell Yang Kai that she was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, which was why she was called princess. If she said that, she would be blowing her own trumpet, even if it was the truth. She could only ask back, I am from Star Soul Palace, can't you guess? In her opinion, as long as someone had a little common sense, after hearing this sentence, they should be able to connect the dots, so there was no need for her to answer. But to her surprise, after pondering for a while, Kai Yang actually shook his head in a serious manner. Yang Kai's ignorance made Xiao Chen unable to stand it anymore, and he couldn't help but coldly snort. Star Soul Palace is a sect founded by the great emperors of Bright Moon, and the one in front of you is the pearl in the palm of the great emperors. Yang Kai was shocked and stammered, So you are the daughter of the great emperors? He looked extremely shocked. Origin doesn't mean anything. Lan Sun smiled slightly and was quite approachable. On the contrary, Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He hasn't even heard of Her Highness's name, yet he still entered the Four Seasons realm. He is simply a disgrace to all of us. Your Highness, don't bother with this person. Yang Kai said awkwardly, I used to cultivate in the mountains and came out to experience things not long ago, so I don't know much about the outside world. Heh, but I have heard of the name of the great emperors of Bright Moon. Is that so? Lan Sun didn't know whether to believe it or not. Anyway, he couldn't tell from her expression. It seems that you are the kind of cultivator who works hard in seclusion. It is normal that you don't know much about the outside world. Your Highness is overpraising me, I am just ignorant. Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said modestly, At least you have some self-awareness. Xiao Chen said, By the way, what is your name? Lan Sun asked. Xiao Chen said, Princess, why are you asking for this country bumpkin's name? Don't dirty your ears. What's wrong with asking? Lan Sun frowned. Obviously, she didn't like Xiaochen poking his nose into her business. If it weren't for the great emperors of Bright Moon personally instructing her before coming out, she wouldn't have stayed with Xiaochen all the time and would have gone out on her own. For her, nothing was as happy as her own adventure. That kind of excitement and unknown danger made her unable to stop. This humble one is Yang Kai. Lan Sun nodded and suddenly showed a smile. She said, "There is one thing I don't understand. I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to enlighten me?" Yang Kai's eyes flickered and he chuckled, "Your Highness, if you have anything to ask, this Yang will tell you everything." Lan Sun said, "Brother Yang, you can't be so sure. Maybe the question I ask is related to your secret? Playing hard to get. If it were a man who wanted to hook up with you, I'm afraid he would have already patted his chest and asked you to ask as much as you want to win a good impression. Sure enough, this little girl is not to be trifled with." Yang Kai said in his heart. He vaguely guessed what Lan Sun wanted to ask, so he said without fear, "Your Highness is giving me face by asking me something. What can I say?" As soon as this remark came out, Xiaochen secretly felt that something was wrong. Although this country bumpkin named Yang Kai was a wild boy who jumped out of the mountains and forests, he seemed to know a woman's heart well. He had just met the princess and was already chatting so congenially. How could this be tolerated? The most important thing was that Her Highness, who had never spoken to a man, had been dealing with this country bumpkin with a smile. Xiaochen felt a sense of crisis in his heart, so he immediately cast a threatening look at Yang Kai. It was a look that said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will teach you a lesson." Because of the position and angle, Lan Sun couldn't notice his action, and it was smoothly transmitted to Yang Kai's vision. Who would have thought that Yang Kai didn't look at him at all? It was as if he was completely fascinated by Lan Sun, and his whole mind was devoted to the princess. Xiaochen felt a sense of powerlessness as if he had punched cotton. Just now, those two people besieged you one after the other. How did you get out of danger? Lan Sun asked bluntly. It was indeed as she said. This question was definitely related to Yang Kai's secret. A first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could be enscathed under the attack of two third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. He must have used some kind of amazing secret technique. How could such a secret technique be leaked casually? So as soon as Lan Sun said this, Yang Kai immediately showed an embarrassed look. He smiled and stammered, it's fine if you can't say it, just pretend I didn't ask." Lan Sun said. These words sounded understanding, but it was also a move to loosen the reins. A man like Yang Kai who was completely fascinated by Lan Sun at this moment could only think with his body. How could he bear to refuse to answer this question? Under normal circumstances, he would have to say it even if he didn't want to. So he sighed and said, "It's not that I can't say it, but..." At this point, he suddenly put on a solemn expression, and at the same time lowered his voice and said, "Please keep it a secret for me, princess. If this secret technique is spread, it won't work. The next time I encounter this situation, I'm afraid I will definitely die." As he spoke, he deliberately moved closer to Lan Sun and almost put his mouth on her ear. A fragrance immediately lingered at the tip of his nose. The two were too close, and Lan Sun couldn't avoid it. Her delicate ears suddenly turned red. "What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Xiaochen couldn't bear it and shouted. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand and pointed at Yang Kai across Lan Sun. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly pulled away and said innocently, "I didn't do anything. What do you mean by this?" "You just..." Xiaochen said halfway and couldn't continue. After all, although Yang Kai was closer to Lan Sun, he really didn't do anything. If he really pursued this, he would be too stingy. He could only snort and say, "In short, just stand there and talk. If you dare to come closer, I will take your head." Yang Kai said in amazement, "This friend is really strange." "Fine, then I'll stand here and explain. Your Highness, please enlighten me. My secret technique is called the universe-shifting divine art. Once I use it, I can borrow the force of my opponent's attack and defeat the strong." Borrow force to defeat the strong? Lan Sun looked surprised. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, "The two guys before, one in front and one behind, both wanted to take my life, which happened to meet the key points of the Qian shifting divine art, so I—" Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand to draw a semicircle, "Just a little bit and let them fight on their own." Lan Sun said thoughtfully, "So, if only one person attacked you at that time, then I'm dead." Yang Kai spread his hands. Chapter 2152. Is there such a magical secret technique in this world? Lan Sun was surprised after listening to Yang Kai's explanation. She was quite knowledgeable. After all, she was the daughter of the bright moon great emperors. Of course, she could learn all kinds of secret techniques in Star Soul Palace, but she had never heard of anything similar to the universe-shifting divine art. However, the efficacy of this secret technique was obvious to all. Yang Kai, with his first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, remained unscathed under the attacks of two third-order masters. This was simply a shocking feat. How could she know that there was no such thing as the universe-shifting divine art in this world? Yang Kai had just used his nihility secret technique at a critical moment to hide himself in the void. "This secret technique should be kept to your highness. Please don't divulge it to anyone else," Yang Kai solemnly exhorted, almost making Lan Sun swear an oath. And Lan Sun couldn't help nodding. At the same time, she was wondering if she should take this secret technique from Yang Kai. Although the conditions for using the universe-shifting divine art were a bit harsh, it was undeniable that it could save one's life at a critical moment. Suddenly, Yang Kai rubbed his hands again and said with an embarrassed look, "Your Highness, I answered one of your questions. Can you also answer one of mine?" "What do you want to ask, boy?" Before Lan Sun could speak, Xiaoqin immediately became vigilant. "I just want to ask about the star seal." "What do you think I want to ask?" Yang Kai looked at Xiaoqin innocently, as if he was intimidated by his imposing manner. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. "Big brother Xiaoqin, why are you being so fierce to others?" She turned to look at Yang Kai. "You want to ask about the classification and grade of star seals, right?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and flattered. Princess is really intelligent, seeing through this humble one's thoughts at a glance. Lan Sun smiled noncommittally, but she was not stingy. She looked solemn and said, "Star seals are indeed divided into grades. The shape of a star seal is not fixed. However, the more complex a star seal is, the higher its grade. For example, the rhombus-shaped star seal in your hand should be considered a relatively low-grade one. Below it, only the triangular star seal is inferior to it. Above it, there are 5-pointed, 6-pointed, 7-pointed, and even 8-pointed star seals." "Different star seals, what is the difference?" Yang Kai sincerely asked. The reason why he deliberately tried to get close to Lan Sun was because he wanted to. It was all for the sake of obtaining information on star seals. Although he should be able to get an answer by asking Hua Qingxi, Lan Sun was still the daughter of the great emperor, so she might have some information that others didn't. "I can't explain the specific differences." Lan Sun slowly shook her head, but it is said that the higher the grade of the star seal, the more benefits one can obtain in the shattered star sea. "Is that so?" Yang Kai pondered. Not to mention whether Lan Sun told him all the information she knew, she at least answered Yang Kai's doubts. Even if it was not comprehensive, Yang Kai could not ask more. While they were talking, they arrived at their destination. In front of them, cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, standing on the treetops of a forest. They all looked up at the sky, seemingly waiting for something silently. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately jumped to an unoccupied treetop. He looked around. Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and others who set off before him were already here. In addition, there were some other cultivator, obviously attracted by the previous movement. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were at least a dozen people. Moreover, there were constant sounds of breaking wind coming from the depths of the jungle. Obviously, some people were coming this way. High up in the sky, a huge cloud was tumbling about. This cloud had a golden luster, as if it was made of pure gold. It was extremely dazzling, and it was easy to imagine what kind of mysteries it contained. Yang Kai faintly felt a strange energy fluctuation from this golden cloud. Ha! While observing, his eyes suddenly paused and he glanced in a direction not far away. Over there, a man and a woman were looking at him with a smile. Seeing him look over, the woman waved at Yang Kai. Bad luck. Yang Kai cursed, but he could not pretend not to see them. His figure flickered, and he jumped a few dozen meters from his treetop to the opposite side. Why you here? After Yang Kai landed, he asked the two of them. These two people were none other than Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu of Blue Feather Sect. Although Yang Kai had no grievances with these two, they still had Wu Meng Mountain behind them. If possible, Yang Kai really did not want to deal with them. We were originally here, Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. Listening to what she said, it seemed that after they were brought here, they appeared in the Two Seasons mountain range. Oh! Ko Wu's eyes lit up as he stared at the back of Yang Kai's hand and said, Junior brother Yang actually obtained a star seal? That's really worth celebrating. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, If possible, I don't want this thing. Junior brother Yang's words, aren't they insincere? Ko Wu joked. Yang Kai snorted, Look around and see how they react after hearing your words. You'll know what I mean. Ko Wu raised his head and glanced around, his face suddenly sinking. Because he found that all the cultivator gathered here had cast their eyes on the back of Yang Kai's hand, and a few of them even showed greedy and covetous eyes. Although there were dozens of star seals falling in the sky just now, so far, none of the cultivator present had obtained a star seal. Star seals were related to the voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, every sect's elder had repeatedly instructed their disciples to do their best to compete for star seals while ensuring their own safety. Ko Wu did not notice and spoke a little too loudly, causing Yang Kai to become the focus of everyone's attention. He could not help but feel a little guilty and uneasy. Bian Yuqing giggled, her beautiful eyes rolling as she said softly, If you don't want it, how about giving it to me? In your dreams. Yang Kai coldly snorted. So ruthless. Bian Yuqing glared at Yang Kai bitterly, biting her red lips and saying, If I hadn't taken care of you in the past, how could you be where you are today? You still have the nerve to mention the past? Yang Kai squinted at her and coldly snorted, If you hadn't forced me to stay in the Blue Feather Sect back then, I wouldn't have been what? Bian Yuqing asked. Nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand. When he remembered that Wu Mengshan had forcibly taught him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he felt uneasy. Fortunately, he did not cultivate that secret art himself and instead gave it to his embodiment. In this way, even if Wu Mengshan had any tricks up his sleeve, he would not be harmed. Look at this person, sure enough, he has a human face but a beast's heart. Just now, he acted so submissive and naive in front of Her Highness, but now he's messing around with such an enchanting woman. Sure enough, he's not a good thing. Not far away, Xiao Chen, who had finally found an opportunity, approached Lan Sun and looked at Yang Kai contemptuously while trying his best to discredit him. Just say it, why are you getting so close? Lan Sun flashed to the side with a look of disgust. I'm afraid you can't hear me. After his little trick was exposed, Xiao Chen looked embarrassed, and at the same time he hated Yang Kai even more. Just now, Yang Kai had also approached the princess and talked to her like this, but the princess did not hate him so much. Now, it was his turn to be despised. The anger in Xiao Chen's heart surged upwards. I'm not deaf. Lan Sun coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes looking around suspiciously. Compared to this, I'm more interested in, where did those fallen star seals go? Everyone had been chasing in the direction where the star seals fell, but after arriving here, there was no trace of them. Lan Sun could not help but feel a little puzzled. Let me ask, Xiao Chen immediately volunteered. Xiao Chen immediately volunteered. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept his gaze around and finally fixed it on a short man. This person was not alone. Instead, he was together with a man and a woman. Judging from the attire of these three people, they should be from the same sect. Their cultivation was not low, at least at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm, while the other man and woman were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Come here for a moment. Xiaochen pointed at the short man from afar and shouted. The short man heard this, looked around for a while, then pointed at himself suspiciously and said, "Me?" "That's it." Xiaochen shouted impatiently. After confirming that Xiaochen was calling him, the short man's face changed slightly, and the man and woman with him also looked nervous, not knowing what Xiaochen wanted to do. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of the small sects and families had done a comprehensive investigation and had already passed on the names and portraits of the elites and important figures of the major sects to their disciples. This way, the possibility of friction between the disciples and these people could be avoided. Therefore, even if the short man and the other two had never seen Xiaochen in person, they knew his identity. At this moment, seeing that Xiaochen wanted him to go over, the short man's heart was naturally beating like a drum. Although he also had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, which was the same as Xiaochen's, he was self-aware. Although their cultivation was the same, if they really fought, he was afraid that he would be killed by Xiaochen in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea. This was the difference between one's background and one's cultivation. Although he was extremely reluctant, the short man flew over to Xiaochen and Lan Sun, squeezing out an ugly smile on his face, and cupping his fists. Renwu Sect's Jing Li greets Master Xiao. I wonder what orders does Master Xiao have for this one? This guy named Jing Li put himself in a very humble position. Although he was much older than Xiaochen and had the same cultivation as Xiaochen, he kept calling him master, which made Xiaochen feel comfortable. Chapter 2153. Seeing that Jing Li was so tactful, Xiaochen didn't put on an expression and instead asked with a smile, "Let me ask you, how long have you been here?" Jing Li replied, "We arrived a little earlier than Master." "Then have you seen where the things that fell from the sky before went?" "It seems that they all fell into the golden cloud and are nowhere to be found." As Jing Li spoke, he pointed to the rolling golden cloud in the sky. "It landed there?" Xiaochen raised his head to look and frowned. With his cultivation and divine sense, he could naturally perceive that the golden cloud contained unusual energy, but he didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden in it. Xiaochen couldn't help showing an awkward expression as he looked at Lan Sun and said, "Princess, what do you think?" Lan Sun frowned slightly and said after a while, "Let's wait and see." Although the dozens of star seals had all fallen into the golden cloud, if they rashly investigated without knowing the details of the cloud, they might encounter some kind of danger. Even someone like Wu Chang didn't dare to act rashly, so it was obvious that it was not easy to be the first to act. When Xiaochen was asking questions, Yang Kai had been listening attentively, so he naturally heard Jing Li's answer. At this moment, he looked at Ko Wu with an inquiring gaze, and the latter nodded slightly to him, indicating that Jing Li was right. While everyone was delayed, many people had already rushed over from all directions. Most of these people were originally active in the vicinity, but they were all attracted by the phenomenon of the star seal falling down. Originally, there were only a dozen people, but in just a short while, it had increased to more than 20 people. The number of people increased. Naturally, some cultivator became vigilant and looked around vigilantly, making the atmosphere dignified and strange. However, this situation did not last long. After about the time it would take to make a cup of tea, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the rolling golden cloud in the sky. The sound was extremely loud, as if something was being reborn from the inside of the golden cloud, causing the expressions of all the cultivators present to turn solemn. Everyone looked over. Golden light burst out, the golden cloud squirmed, and a vague giant shadow suddenly emerged from the golden light. As soon as the huge shadow appeared, everyone felt a solemn atmosphere. It was as if it was born from the void and slowly revealed its true appearance. With its appearance, the golden cloud in the sky constantly distorted and gradually dissipated. After a while, the outline of the giant shadow was finally revealed. Is this a palace? How can there be a palace here? And it appeared out of thin air. I know what this is. Flowing Time Temple, a bunch of idiots. This is definitely the legendary Flowing Time Temple. Flowing Time Temple? What is that? Of the people present, not everyone knew the secrets of the Flowing Time Temple. Some of them were cultivators from small sects and small families. Some of them had never heard of the Flowing Time Temple. Only those great forces with long inheritances would have records of the Flowing Time Temple in their ancient books. Before the disciples of their sects entered, their elders would also explain this confidential information to them and ask them to pay more attention. Yang Kai even suspected that Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were deliberately active here to find traces of the Flowing Time Temple. Even Wu Chang, Lan Sun, and the others were suspicious. Otherwise, how could they gather together so coincidentally? No one knew whether the outline of the palace that had emerged from the golden cloud was the legendary Flowing Time Temple, but Yang Kai felt that it was. In all likelihood, this was the real Flowing Time Temple. Because the location indicated on the map given to him by Hua Qingxi was probably in this area. It was just that he did not expect that the Flowing Time Temple would be hidden in the void and appear in such a shocking way. There were even dozens of star seals that fell to guide the way. As a result, there were many competitors. Yang Kai's mind flashed with distracting thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was looking at him. He couldn't help but look at Bian Yuqing and ask, "Is there something on my face?" Bian Yuqing coldly snorted and said, "You should know something about the Flowing Time Temple, right?" Yang Kai heard this and curled his lips fiercely. Bian Yuqing said, "Just say it, it's not like you'll lose a piece of meat." "It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat, but why should I tell you this?" Yang Kai looked at her with a sneer. Bian Yuqing pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Boy, you're strong, so your wings have hardened. Then what do you want?" While speaking, she suddenly looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, crossed her arms over her chest, and said, "You're not planning something bad, are you? If you weren't so cheap, we could still have a good chat." Yang Kai squinted at her. Bian Yuqing was so angry that she looked extremely annoyed. Ko Wu smiled and said, "Junior brother Yang, if it's convenient, can you tell us about the Flowing Time Temple? Protector Bian and I really don't know anything about it." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since brother Ko says so, there's no harm in telling you. But let's make it clear first, from now on, we really don't owe each other anything. From now on, we'll mind our own business." "Why are you so wary of us?" Bian Yuqing asked angrily. She could feel that since they met again, Yang Kai had been very vigilant towards her and Ko Wu, as if he wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a solemn expression, "I don't know much about the Flowing Time Temple, I only know that it is the palace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. It can even be said that the Four Seasons realm was born because of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors." Bian Yuqing's expression changed slightly. From her reaction, it was obvious that she had also heard of the Great Emperors. Yang Kai nodded and told her what he knew one by one. In fact, there wasn't much to say, because even if he knew this, he still couldn't tell what was hidden in the Flowing Time Temple. There might be opportunities there, but there might also be fatal traps. It seems that those disappeared star seals should have fallen into the Flowing Time Temple. Bian Yuqing speculated. "That's for sure." Yang Kai grinned. "I don't know if it has anything to do with the fall of the star seals, otherwise, this temple might not have appeared." Junior brother Yang means that the fall of the star seals is an opportunity. If it weren't for this, we would never have been able to find the Flowing Time Temple? Kowit. Yang Kai nodded and said with an excited expression, "But this Flowing Time Temple not only contains the benefits left by the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but also the star seals. I'm afraid no one would ignore it, right?" While they were talking, the golden cloud in the sky had almost completely disappeared, replaced by a magnificent and solemn hall. Even from a long distance, one could feel the simple majesty of this hall. It was like a dormant ancient behemoth that was slowly waking up. At a certain moment, the hall was finally fully revealed, and with a rumbling sound, it completely froze in the void. *Shio, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as two figures rushed forward almost at the same time. They were Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time. These two were bold and daring, so they directly rushed to the forefront. As soon as these two moved, the other cultivator naturally could not hold back and used their movement skills to fly into the sky. Yang Kai was naturally among them. As he said, no one knew whether there were hidden opportunities in the flowing time temple, but there were definitely dozens of star seals inside. This alone was enough to drive anyone crazy. When they were looking at the flowing time temple from the ground, they did not feel that it was very big, but the closer they got, the more they felt the magnificence of this hall. It took everyone a full quarter of an hour to arrive at the front of the hall. The periphery of the hall was wrapped in a layer of golden light, and at the center of it was a horizontal plaque with the words "Flowing Time Great Emperor" written on it. Those two large words were written in a flamboyant style, and they seemed to contain an extremely profound energy. It caused one to feel dizzy and have the misconception that time had flowed by for no reason. After Yang Kai glanced at it, he was shocked and quickly withdrew his gaze. Unfortunately, one of them fell victim to it. Yang Kai didn't know which sect this person came from, but he was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He was fine when he was flying forward, but at a certain moment, his eyes were completely attracted by the two big words on the plaque, unable to move away. At a speed visible to the naked eye, this person's black hair quickly turned white, and then it was blown away by the wind. At the same time, his body, which could be considered strong, was also rapidly aging. In less than 10 breaths of time, this person had become so thin that he was only skin and bones. His face, which was originally around 30 years old, was now full of wrinkles and wrinkles. It was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time Great Emperor had passed by in that short period of time. What was shocking was that this person was not aware of it at all. His eyes were fixed on the two words "Flowing Time Great Emperor" on the plaque, allowing the principles of time to erode his spirit and body, and even had a strange smile on his face. Halfway through, this person's vitality faded away and he fell straight down. After a while, there was a sound of him falling to the ground. Everyone's face changed drastically. With this person as an example, no one dared to look at the two words "Flowing Time Great Emperor," lest they accidentally fall into the trap. This was the supreme power left behind by the great emperors. Once a Dao Source Realm cultivator fell into it, they could not extricate themselves. Hong Hong Hong. At that moment, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who were the first to set off, arrived in front of the hall at the same time, but when their bodies came into contact with the layer of golden light outside the hall, they were blocked by an invisible force, preventing them from entering the hall. The two of them did not believe this and tried several times to test it out, but when they found that it was still the same, they became furious and attacked the golden light. Two loud bangs rang out as the more violent attacks were reflected by the layer of golden light, forcing Wu Chang and Luo Yuan to retreat, their faces filled with shock. The two masters were even slightly injured because of this. So what if you ran fast? Weren't you still blocked? Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen, who had followed closely behind, laughed loudly. Wu Chang looked angry as he glared at Xiao Chen and shouted, "If you have the ability, go in and show me." Xiao Chen smiled lightly and shook his head. Even brother Wu Chang failed, so how can this Xiao enter? I'd rather save my energy. Chapter 2154. Then cut the sarcasm. Wu Chang was not afraid of Xiao Chen at all, even though the other party was from Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. For Wu Chang, there were only two kinds of people in this world: those who were stronger than him, and those who were weaker than him. The strong might win his respect and even his fighting spirit, but as for the weak, he never showed them any respect. It had nothing to do with their background. Being contradicted by Wu Chang like this, Xiao Chen seemed a little embarrassed and said with a gloomy face, "You should be glad that this Xiao has an important task to take care of, otherwise, I would have already taken your dog life." The important task he was talking about was naturally the task of protecting Princess Lan Sun. Wu Chang sneered and was too lazy to pay attention to him. While the two were arguing, many cultivators had already rushed to the front of the hall, each of them finding a place to look up at this huge and magnificent existence, feeling humble and insignificant deep in their hearts. "Everyone, what do you think?" Suddenly, a person stepped out of the crowd and came in front of Wu Chang and the others without fear, glancing at them and asking, "How do we break this golden barrier?" This person had a dignified appearance and a gentle temperament. He looked to be about 30 years old and was dressed in a black robe, looking very capable. The energy fluctuations he exuded all over his body showed that he was also a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm. "Kongqi? You're also here." Xiaochen looked at this person and narrowed his eyes, seemingly recognizing him. The young man named Kongqi smiled slightly and said, "Why can't I be here? Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce should have at least a few spots for the Four Seasons realm, right?" Brother Zhao's question is quite strange. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood. This young man named Kong Qi should be a rising star of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. Although Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce in the Southern Territory, that did not mean that these two forces did not have any powerhouses. On the contrary, the heritage of these two chambers of commerce was no worse than that of any top sect. It was just that the world's understanding and prejudice had led them to believe that they were weaker. In this Kong's opinion, this should be a restriction formation. This should be a kind of spirit array. Shouldn't we find a friend who is proficient in this field to take a look? Kong Qi suggested. In the face of absolute power, any restriction or formation is nothing but an illusion. Just directly smash it. With a cold snort, Luo Yuan was the first to move. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing a battle axe to suddenly appear in his palm. He poured his source qi into it and the power of principles lingered around the axe's blade. The surging tide of spiritual energy and pressure caused everyone present to change their expressions. Even Wu Chang's expression became slightly dignified, seemingly feeling threatened by Luo Yuan's attack. The octagonal door really did produce a freak. A layer of light blue light flickered on the surface of Lan Sun's body, offsetting the impact of the pressure and spirit qi. Before that, she couldn't believe it no matter what. Just a small sect in the Southern Territory that could be considered a medium-sized sect was actually able to cultivate such a genius. Even in the Star Soul Palace, there were only a few such monsters. No wonder he dared to challenge Wu Chang without flinching. With such astonishing strength, he does indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk in front of everyone's eyes, Luo Yuan's arm holding the battle axe seemed to suddenly swell up, his muscles bulging. It was full of violent beauty. He slowly rotated the battle axe, seemingly accumulating strength, and with each rotation, the energy fluctuations coming from the battle axe doubled. After 3 or 5 times, the void trembled due to the terrifying energy fluctuations, and Wu Chang and the others who were close to the front even began to lose their footing. As for those cultivator with lower strength, they fell to the ground, their faces pale as they stared forward with trembling eyes. Everyone was wondering what the result would be if they were hit by such a blow. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, also shocked by Luo Yuan's actions, but he also knew that such an attack could not be displayed in a real battle because the time it took to accumulate strength was too long. No enemy could give Luo Yuan enough time to prepare. Correspondingly, the burden on Luo Yuan's body should not be small. He understood this. Among the people present, Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and even Xiao Baiyi understood this. Lan Sun understood. Ha! Suddenly, Luo Yuan let out a roar and threw the battle axe out of his hand, transforming into a stream of light that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth as it rushed towards the golden light curtain in front of him. At this moment, everyone held their breath and watched quietly. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a burst of light and a burst of energy, the golden light curtain caved in slightly, but it remained impregnable. In the next moment, the golden light returned to normal and the battle axe bounced back at an even faster speed, cutting through Luo Yuan's side and severing a few strands of his black hair. Luo Yuan reached out and touched his cheek, where there was a finger-length wound with warm blood flowing out. "And it seems that brute force can't break this barrier," Kong Qi said lightly. "After all, this is a barrier arranged by a master from the Emperor realm." He did not ridicule Luo Yuan. Although Luo Yuan's behavior was a bit reckless, he proved with his actions that this barrier could not be broken by brute force. Princess! Xiaochen suddenly turned his head to look at Lan Sun and called out inquiringly. Lan Sun shook her head and said, I haven't seen anything yet, so I'm not sure. Xiaochen nodded lightly and said, then Princess should study it further. Lan Sun did not speak, her pair of beautiful eyes still staring forward. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she had also studied the Tao of spirit arrays and was looking for a weakness in this barrier. At this moment, Kong Qi turned around, looked forward, and said, Everyone, is there anyone who is proficient in spirit arrays who can come and take a look? This should be the legendary flowing time temple. If we can crack this barrier, we can enter and take a look. If anyone has the ability to do so, please don't keep it to yourself. The 30 or so people looked at each other, but no one spoke. The Tao of spirit arrays, like the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of artifacts, was broad and profound. It was easy to begin with, but it was not so easy to cultivate to a higher realm. Everyone here was a Tao source realm cultivator and had some understanding of spirit arrays, but who among them had the confidence to crack a barrier left behind by a master from the Emperor realm? Amidst the silence, Kong Qi smiled slightly, turned his head to look at someone in the crowd, and said, Brother Gong, why don't you come and try? Everyone heard this and turned their eyes to the man, only to see him standing in place with a depressed expression, staring at Kong Qi sadly. Gong? That's not a common surname, could it be? It's someone from Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, so that's how it is? Huh, there's hope to crack this barrier. Many cultivators were talking at once as they focused their gazes on the man surnamed Gong. Who is this person? Yang Kai asked in a low voice, why does everyone seem to have so much confidence in him? Bian Yuqing glanced at him and said, You're asking me? She looked like she had finally found an opportunity to extort Yang Kai. Don't tell me if you want to. Yang Kai snorted. Bian Yuqing narrowed her eyes and said, This protector just realized that you are really hateful. That depends on who you're talking to, Ko Zhong said. The Gong family is very famous in the Southern Territory. Although they aren't very strong, each of their cultivator is proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and cannot be underestimated. This is especially true of their Gong family's old ancestor, who entered the Tao of spirit arrays and reached the Emperor realm several decades ago. In terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, he ranks among the top 3 in the entire Southern Territory. As for the person in front of you, if I remember correctly, he should be the current young master of the Gong family, Gong Wenshan. Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Ko was right. The man in the crowd was the Gong family's young master, Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation wasn't too high, it wasn't low either, having reached the second-order Tao source realm, but in terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, even if everyone present added together, they wouldn't be able to match him. The Gong family's spirit arrays were passed down from generation to generation. At this moment, Gong Wenshan's face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd as he walked forward step by step in front of everyone, muttering to himself as he walked, Damn it. I just wanted to walk around and have some fun. How did I end up encountering such a troublesome situation? If I refuse now, I'll definitely provoke everyone's anger. These guys are all eyeing me covetously and will definitely beat the shit out of me. It's really annoying. Kong Qi, that bastard, I'll definitely make him swallow shit and commit suicide some other day. Kong Qi stood there, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, Brother Gong, you don't think that with this one's hearing? I can't hear what you're saying, do you? Gong Wenshan frowned as he glanced up at Kong Qi and snorted, I'm just saying it for you to hear, so what? Kong Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only cup his fists and say, Please forgive me, Brother Gong, but no one here is proficient in spirit arrays, so I can only count on you. Gong Wenshan snorted, You and I have known each other for several dozen years, you know my temper. Kong Qi nodded repeatedly, Yes, you hate trouble the most. I naturally know that. Breaking this spirit array is the most troublesome thing. Gong Wenshan's face was so cold it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it as he walked up to the golden light and stood there, glancing at it a few times before turning around and saying, "It's not impossible for me to break it, but what benefits will I get?" Benefits? Kong Chi's face twitched, wondering if this was the legendary looting a burning house. For a while, he didn't know how to respond. Sparing your life, does that count as a benefit? Wu Chang suddenly interjected. Gong Wenshan immediately turned his head to look at him, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Oh? Are you threatening me?" Wu Chang snorted, "Break this spirit array and you can live, otherwise, I'll make you die here right now." He had a serious look on his face, obviously not joking. No one thought he was joking. After all, these words came from Wu Chang's mouth. Interesting. Even facing Wu Chang, Gong Wenshan didn't show the slightest fear, meeting his gaze head-on without flinching, obviously having a strong temper. Chapter 2155. To the side, Kong Chi was shocked. Yang Kai and Gong Wenshan had known each other for several dozen years and understood his character and temperament. This person was born to be amenable to persuasion but not coercion. If Yang Kai spoke to him nicely, everything would be easy to negotiate, but if Yang Kai tried to threaten him, it would be a grave mistake. Gong Wenshan was undoubtedly being threatened by Wu Chang now. Kong Chi seemed to be able to foresee the scene of Gong Wenshan storming off. In this kind of place, if Gong Wenshan left, no one would be able to open the barrier of the flowing time temple. Considering all this, Kong Chi no longer cared about offending Wu Chang, and his expression sank as he shouted, "Wu Chang, have you become an idiot? Brother Gong didn't say he wouldn't crack this barrier. What is the meaning of your words?" Wu Chang glanced at him coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to tell me what to do?" Kong Chi became angry and shouted, "Don't you think you don't put anyone in your eyes?" Although he was not as famous as Wu Chang and Xiaxia, he was still a rising star cultivated by Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. His aptitude was extraordinary, so how could he not have a temper? "So what?" Wu Chang smiled proudly, "If you want to be put in my eyes, you need to have some strength." Xiaochen seemed to be thinking about something at this time as he continued, "Brother Wu Chang, I'm afraid you don't put anyone in your eyes, tsk tisk." As soon as this remark came out, Luo Yuan couldn't help frowning. He silently stretched out his hand. The battle axe that had been sent flying by the golden light barrier flew back with a whoosh. Although Wu Chang was a little rampant, he wasn't a fool. How could he not understand Xiao Chen's malicious intent? Therefore, he immediately turned to look at Xiao Chen and sneered, "What advice does Brother Xiao have for me?" "I wouldn't dare give advice." Xiao Chen smiled slightly. "Brother Wu Chang is already the strongest person below the emperor. How could this Xiao dare give advice?" These words were even more serious than the previous one. As soon as these words came out, even Xiao Baiyi, who had been standing silently to the side, showed some fighting spirit. "That's enough. Stop arguing. Don't disturb Brother Gong from breaking the barrier," Lan Sun suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and found that the source of this quarrel, Gong Wenshan, had at some point sat cross-legged in front of the golden light, his previous lazy gaze replaced by a focused one. It was as if he wanted to find some clues from it. "At least you know what's good for you." Wu Chang coldly snorted, secretly feeling that Gong Wenshan was afraid of his threat. It wasn't just him. Basically, everyone present had the same thought. After all, Gong Wenshan had just asked about the benefits of breaking the barrier, but after being threatened by Wu Chang with a few words, hadn't he obediently submitted? For a moment, many people revealed looks of disdain. Although everyone still had to rely on Gong Wenshan's strength to enter the flowing time temple, this did not prevent them from despising him. Only one person, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, stared thoughtfully at Gong Wenshan's side and thought to himself, "The situation is not good. Brother Gong has always been stubborn and never allowed himself to be threatened, but this time he is actually cooperating. What kind of trick is he trying to pull? He's even showing that evil grin. It's all over." The more Kong Chi observed, the more he felt that Gong Wenshan's behavior was strange. Instinctively, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, Gong Wenshan, who had been observing the golden light barrier for a while, seemed to have gained something. Stretching out his hand, he took out a delicate spirit array from his space ring. This spirit array was about the size of a palm and was engraved with countless mysterious runes and patterns. The Gong family's armillary sphere plate? Lan Sun's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she stared intently at this spirit array, but soon, a look of disappointment appeared on her face because the one in Gong Wenshan's hand was obviously not the real armillary sphere plate, but an imitation. Gong Wenshan formed a series of seals with his hands and poured them into the spirit array. Immediately after, the spirit array turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the barrier like a flexible fish. Everyone was watching intently, but very few people were able to see what was going on. Yang Kai could only vaguely speculate that this spirit array was an artifact that could be used to help find the weak points of barriers. Things were indeed as he thought. The Gong family's armillary sphere plate claimed to be able to break all spirit arrays and barriers in this world by relying on its strange ability to find weak points or array cores. However, the armillary sphere plate was the Gong family's hallowed artifact, so even if Gong Wenshan's status was not low, he was not qualified to carry it around with him. The spirit array he took out was the Gong family's imitation of the armillary sphere plate, and although there was a big gap between it and the real armillary sphere plate, it was still quite effective. The stream of light continued shuttling through the barrier at an extremely fast speed. At a certain moment, Gong Wenshan's eyes suddenly lit up and he muttered, "Found it? Hehehe, is it really what I thought it was?" Gong Wenshan muttered to himself, but no one knew what he was talking about. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and took back the spirit array. After a short while, he took out some array flags and array cores from his space ring and leapt into the air, waving his hands and summoning a series of array flags and array cores. At this moment, Gong Wenshan's expression became solemn, as if what he was doing was extremely sacred. These array flags and array cores sank into the void and disappeared in an instant. No one knew where they went. Gong Wenshan tossed and turned for a stick of incense worth of time before he slowly descended from the sky, sweating profusely. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and said to the crowd who had been waiting for a long time, "It's done." "It's done?" All the cultivator looked stunned as they looked at him, then at the intact golden barrier, disbelief written all over their faces. Gong Wenshan grinned and said, "I said it's done, so naturally, it's done." His words were full of confidence. Saying so, he put his palms together and clapped them fiercely. Countless rays of light burst out from the void, and as these rays of light bloomed, all of a sudden, a crack appeared in the golden light barrier that enveloped the flowing time temple. "Open for me!" Gong Wenshan shouted loudly. Slowly pushing his hands to the sides, the crack grew bigger and bigger as he moved, as if he had torn the barrier apart with his bare hands. "It's really done!" This time, many cultivators were shocked. This was a barrier left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even after countless years, it was not something an ordinary cultivator could open. But Gong Wenshan had done it. The Gong family's reputation is well-deserved. Even Lan Sun could not help praising. She had to admit that in terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, Gong Wenshan was far ahead of her. Until now, she had not been able to see the weakness of the golden barrier, but Gong Wenshan had already broken it. "Many thanks, Brother Gong. After we return, I'll treat you to a drink." Kong Chi laughed and was the first to rush towards the crack. His figure flickered and disappeared. He instinctively felt that there would be trouble if he continued to stay, so it was better to leave first. With him taking the lead, the others naturally rushed towards the crack. Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, Xiao Chen, Lan Sun, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao all pushed their source chi. On one hand, they were guarding against someone suddenly attacking them. On the other hand, they were vigilant of any dangers they might encounter after entering the flowing time temple. With this group of people rushing to the front, the others naturally did not dare to compete with them. With Wu Chang's explosive temper, if they angered him, they might be directly killed. Xio xio xio. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as one figure after another disappeared into the crack. At that moment, Gong Wenshan glanced at Wu Chang meaningfully and smiled slightly, his smile filled with sarcasm. What the hell? Wu Chang frowned, vaguely having a bad feeling about this. However, he still did not think too much about it, only focusing on entering the flowing time temple and snatching star seals and opportunities. However, what happened next stunned him. When his body passed through the crack that had been torn open, an invisible force attacked him from the front and directly pushed him dozens of feet away. Wu Chang's face changed drastically as he quickly stabilized his body and glared at Gong Wenshan gloomily. Gong Wenshan sneered, pointed his finger at him, and said, "Everyone else can enter, but you can't." Sure enough, it was you who did this. Wu Chang coldly snorted, not understanding that this was Gong Wenshan's revenge. When he threatened his life just now, Gong Wenshan did not react strongly, but now he was waiting for him here. It could be said that this was the best opportunity and the best method. Thinking about it, everyone had entered the flowing time temple, but Wu Chang was blocked outside because of his previous threat. How could he not be annoyed? This guy's heart is completely black. Yang Kai looked at Gong Wenshan, who was smiling happily, and was secretly shocked. Just now, he also thought that Gong Wenshan was afraid of Wu Chang, which was why he had tried to crack the barrier, but who knew he would actually play such a disgusting trick? Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai did not stop moving forward. After all, entering the flowing time temple was the best option. No matter what happened to Wu Chang and Gong Wenshan later, it had nothing to do with him. Do you think you can stop me? Wu Chang looked down coldly and asked. Gong Wenshan smiled and said, "Now that this barrier is completely under my control, I can let whoever I want in. So do you think I can't stop you? Since that's the case, I'll just kill you." Wu Chang coldly snorted as he raised his hands high, condensing two different colored energies from his palms, one fiery red and the other snow white. As soon as these two energies appeared, they gave off completely opposite auras, but surprisingly, these two energies were perfectly combined by Wu Chang, transforming into a red and white ball of light that shot directly towards Gong Wenshan. Gong Wenshan stood in place, not even bothering to dodge, simply sneering. As the ball of light fell, the terrifying power it contained caused everyone who saw it to pale. Yang Kai and the others, who were preparing to rush into the barrier, quickly dodged to the side to avoid being accidentally injured. Seeing that the ball of light was about to engulf Gong Wenshan simply waved his hand and a golden light suddenly separated from the barrier and wrapped around him. The next moment, a loud bang rang out as the power of ice and fire 9-layered heavens burst out. Chapter 2156. After the dust settled, Gong Wenshan stood in place, completely unscathed, and the golden light covering his body showed no signs of damage. He looked at Wu Chang sarcastically and said, "I already said that this barrier is now under my control. Do you still not understand? How foolish." Wu Chang's face changed several times, becoming extremely ugly. The cultivators outside who had not yet entered the flowing time temple were all shocked after seeing this bizarre scene. On the one hand, they admired Gong Wenshan's courage, daring to offend a monster like Wu Chang, but on the other hand, they were shocked by Wu Chang's strength. If such a terrifying blow had fallen on the crowd just now, few would have survived. The confrontation between two powerhouses was bound to bring disaster to the fish in the moat, so after everyone recovered, they used their movement skills and rushed towards the flowing time temple through the crack. "If I can't go in, none of you can." Wu Chang suddenly shouted angrily, and with the idea of harming others without benefiting himself, he suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. He stretched out his hands and seemed to pull out two artifacts from the void. These artifacts were a saber and a sword, both of which were Dao Source grade high rank. The saber was a fiery red while the sword was a flawless white. Pushing his source chi, the saber and sword slashed downwards in a cross-shaped arc. Dodge. Not good. Wu Chang went crazy. What's going on? Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered in all directions. But Wu Chang attacked without warning, coupled with his amazing strength. Even though everyone tried to dodge, there were still some who were unable to dodge in time and were hit by the cross-shaped arc. With a loud bang, a huge crater was formed in the ground in front of the temple, and blood and broken limbs flew everywhere as a large number of people were killed or injured. 5 or 6 people were killed directly, and more than 10 were injured. Yang Kai dodged quickly and was unscathed. Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu, on the other hand, were slightly injured. At this moment, the fear on their faces had disappeared and was replaced with horror. In the face of all this, Gong Wenshan just stood in place calmly, not bothering to use his barrier to protect everyone, nor did he try to block Wu Chang's attack. However, after Wu Chang's attack, he couldn't help grinning, as if his plot had succeeded. "Wu Chang, are you crazy? We didn't do anything to offend you. What is the meaning of this?" "That's right. Wu Chang, you're from a big sect like the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. You should know that every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. It's not like we didn't let you in. Why are you making trouble for us?" "That's right, Wu Chang, don't go too far. You can find trouble with whoever doesn't let you in. What kind of hero are you for attacking us?" Among the group of cultivator survivors, a few of them began to complain, their faces full of indignation. "All right, the 2 of you shouldn't go in either." Gong Wenshan suddenly pointed to the 2 cultivators who had just shouted, "Every debt has its debtor," and said lightly. The 2 men's faces immediately fell, turning as ugly as they could. "Brother Gong, that's not what I meant. Brother Gong, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Yes, Big Brother Gong, Uncle Gong. Let me in." The 2 men immediately admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Gong Wenshan ignored them. "Brother Wu Chang." The cultivator named Jing Li suddenly cupped his fists towards the sky with a solemn expression and said, "My benevolent martial sect is a subsidiary sect of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Others can't enter, but it shouldn't be a problem for me, right?" Wu Chang did not speak. Jing Li nodded and said, "Many thanks." Saying so, he rushed straight towards the flowing time temple. But just as he was about to step into the temple's entrance, Wu Chang attacked again. A sword wave slashed down in front of Jing Li, almost cutting him in half. "Brother Wu Chang, what is the meaning of this?" Jing Li's forehead was dripping with sweat as he couldn't help but raise his head and ask. Before Wu Chang had time to answer, his expression suddenly became cold and he shouted angrily towards the ground below. "I said, since I can't enter, none of you should even think about entering." Saying so, he crossed his sword and saber again, pushed his source chi, and slashed downwards. A shocking wave of energy shot out, cutting through space like a cross-shaped soul-chasing chain, towards the figure below who was rapidly approaching the entrance. After this blow, Wu Chang stood in place calmly and said lightly, "Those who don't listen to advice will only end up dead." Just as he said this in an awe-inspiring manner, his expression suddenly changed as he looked down in astonishment. In front of the entrance below, Yang Kai had to stop because Wu Chang's attack was fast and ruthless. If he didn't stop, he would definitely be hit. Helplessly, he could only turn around, clench his fist, and use his dragon transformation secret technique to wrap his fist with his 5 elements indestructible sword chi before punching out fiercely. Hong long long. The cross-shaped wave of energy released a dazzling light and collided with the powerful fist, splashing the void. Yang Kai took advantage of the recoil and easily jumped into the flowing time temple's entrance, not forgetting to say to Gong Wenshan before leaving, "Many thanks." Gong Wenshan stared at the place where Yang Kai disappeared with a strange look on his face and muttered to himself, "This guy, there's something wrong with him." He clearly felt that Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm, but he was able to take a blow from Wu Chang right under his nose and emerge unscathed. This was not something an ordinary cultivator could accomplish. Wu Chang was obviously stunned. The moment Yang Kai turned around, Wu Chang recognized this person as the one who had obtained the rhombus-shaped star seal. At that time, he had used a strange secret technique to resolve his and Luo Yuan's fatal blow. That secret technique was extremely mysterious and unpredictable, so Wu Chang couldn't see what kind of secret technique it was. But now, this guy had actually taken a blow from him head-on. This boy was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This thought involuntarily appeared in Wu Chang's mind. While he was lost in thought, the cultivator below had already rushed towards the entrance at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. By the time Wu Chang reacted and wanted to stop them again, it was already too late. He could only watch as everyone rushed into the flowing time temple, leaving him and the other two cultivator excluded by Gong Wunshan. Wu Chang. Gong Wunshan chuckled, repeatedly muttering Wu Chang's name, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Now that they've all gone in, what are you going to do? Wu Chang didn't speak, just staring at Gong Wunshan coldly. Threatening me with your eyes? Gong Wunshan grinned. I think you should know what the price for threatening me is. There's nothing wrong with young people being hot-blooded, but being too arrogant. He spoke with the tone of an experienced person, but before he could finish, Wu Chang turned around and disappeared from sight in a few steps. He didn't give me a chance to show off at all. How decisive. He was willing to give up such a great opportunity, but then again, there's no point in staying. Gong Wunshan laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he also turned around and walked towards the flowing time temple. As he said, there was no point in Wu Chang continuing to stay. Gong Wunshan wouldn't let him in no matter what, so Wu Chang didn't want to see Gong Wunshan take revenge and humiliate himself. It was better to just leave. Go look for your own opportunity. Of course, this enmity had already been formed, so if the two met again, Wu Chang probably wouldn't let Gong Wunshan off. Uncle Gong, come back, come back. Brother Gong, don't ignore us. There are still people here. The two cultivator excluded by Gong Wunshan hurriedly shouted, but how could they get any response? After waiting outside the temple for a long time, they could only leave with a belly full of depression. What's going on? Inside the flowing time temple, Yang Kai was stunned by the scene in front of him as soon as he entered. This place was the interior of a huge temple. It covered an area of at least several acres, and in front of him, Xiao Chen, Lan Sun, Luo Yuan, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao, who had entered before him, were surrounded by a group of countless puppets, all of them fighting fiercely. The ground was full of metal fragments and puppet parts, so it was obvious that before Yang Kai came in, these people had already killed a lot of puppets. Yang Kai had seen puppets on Shadowed Star before. There was a family on Shadowed Star that specialized in puppetry and could create lifelike puppets. There was no doubt that the star boundary also had puppets, but Yang Kai had never encountered one. Never would he have thought that there would be so many puppets in the flowing time shrine. These puppets were in different shapes, but they could be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category was humanoid, each of them extremely tall and holding different types of weapons, giving off a majestic aura. The second category was beast-shaped, with tigers, leopards, jackals, wolves, snakes, insects, and butterflies. There were so many of them that it was dazzling to look at. These monster beast puppets could often display monster beast-like attacks with great lethality. As for the third category, it was really difficult to classify them as their appearance was too strange. From their appearance alone, it was impossible to tell what they were based on. This category had the fewest number of puppets, but they seemed to be the strongest. There were at least 100 puppets in the temple, and all of them exuded Dao Source Realm auras. Even though Xiao Chen and the others were all Heaven's Prides, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4. When Yang Kai came in, these people were all on the defensive, none of them had the time to attack. If I had known this would happen, I would have waited outside a little longer. Yang Kai was extremely annoyed. He was originally afraid that some good opportunity in the flowing time temple would be snatched away by others, so he couldn't wait to come in and explore. Who knew that he would encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived? If he had known, he would have waited outside a little longer and waited for these people to kill all the puppets before coming in. Junior brother Yang, be careful, these puppets are not easy to deal with. Murong Xiao Zhao's voice suddenly reached his ear. She must have seen Yang Kai come in and reminded him with concern. Although I want to thank you for your concern, but aren't you exposing my existence? Yang Kai smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Murong Xiao Zhao's words fell, a puppet closest to him suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of strange red eyes. Chapter 2157. This puppet had a strange appearance, looking like a giant lizard that walked upright. Its forelimbs were short while its hind limbs were extremely well developed. It gave off an indescribably ferocious aura. As soon as it looked at Yang Kai, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a dark red light. A casual attack with the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master? These puppets are truly extraordinary. Yang Kai felt the impact of the energy from the light and his face changed slightly as he immediately dodged to the side. The light brushed past Yang Kai's body and hit a cultivator who came in after him. This cultivator was quite lucky because before he came in, he had summoned a defensive artifact that looked like an artifact armor and wore it on his body. His original intention was to prevent Wu Chang from suddenly killing him, but by a freak combination of factors, he had saved his life. With a loud bang, the cultivator could not help but stumble back a few steps as the light from his artifact armor flashed wildly, causing him to cry out in shock, "What the hell is that?" At that moment, a large number of people rushed in from the entrance, and even Gong Wenshan, who was at the rear, revealed himself. It could be said that of the cultivator who had stayed outside the flowing time temple before, except for the few who were killed by Wu Chang, there were only 3 who had been rejected and could not enter. As soon as the auras of living beings increased, the puppets that were besieging Xiao Chen and the others also scattered, greatly reducing the pressure on Xiao Chen and the others. Their stomachs were filled with anger. Killing moves were launched one after another, causing the nearby puppets to be thrown off their feet. From time to time, a puppet would be smashed into pieces by powerful attacks and fall to the ground. Inside each of the shattered puppets, there would always be a fist-sized crystal that exuded rich energy fluctuations. Spirit energy heart. Someone exclaimed as they stared greedily at the crystal. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He instantly realized what this thing was. The heart of spirit energy was the core component of the burly puppet. Without it, no matter how lifelike the puppet was, it was merely a dead object. Only when the heart of spirit energy was placed in the puppet could it truly function. However, the heart of spirit energy was extremely difficult to refine. It required the cooperation of a master refiner and a puppet master in order to have a chance of successfully refining it. Therefore, its price had always been high, especially the high-grade heart of spirit energy. It was something that could only be discovered but not sought. There were over 100 puppets in the hall, each of which was at least Dao Source grade. In other words, there were over 100 spirit energy hearts here. If he could bring out all these spirit energy hearts and find a puppet master to refine them into shells, he would be able to create an army of Dao Source realm level puppets. A cultivator from a top force like Xiao Chen, Kong Qi, and Xiao Bai might not care too much about the value of these heart of spirit. However, the cultivator who came from a small sect or family was different. Among these great forces, it was often extremely difficult to cultivate a Dao Source Realm Master, but a single spirit energy heart was equivalent to a Dao Source Realm Master's combat power. For this reason, how could these cultivator not fight for it? Even if their own sect could not refine a puppet shell, a single heart of spirit energy could be sold for a lot of source crystals. Therefore, after the initial panic, the cultivator who rushed in all became bloodthirsty. They summoned their artifacts and used their killing moves to attack the puppets. Even though the number of puppets was huge, their strength was also not bad, but the puppets could not display their full strength without someone controlling them, so they were quickly forced to retreat. The cultivators who rushed in didn't care about the puppets at all, either attacking them in groups of 3 or 5 or confidently challenging them one-on-one. Almost every moment, a puppet was destroyed, but the price the cultivators had to pay was extremely small. Only a few of them were seriously injured, and not a single one of them died. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to kill a few puppets and harvested a few heart of spirit energy, which he threw into his space ring. As time passed, the number of puppets in the hall became fewer and fewer, while the cultivator became fiercer and fiercer. It was only a matter of time before all the puppets were annihilated. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the crowd. Everyone was slightly surprised and all looked at it intently. In midair, a pentagonal light spun a few times, then with lightning speed, turned into a stream of light and drilled into the arm of a male cultivator. The cultivator did not seem to have figured out what was going on. He only felt a burning pain in his arm, causing him to cry out in shock. Pentagonal star seal. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up and she shouted, "These puppets actually have star seals?" Xiao Chen had a complicated expression on his face. He turned his head and looked at the puppets around him, trying to see if there were any other star seals. He had destroyed at least 6 or 7 puppets, but such a good thing didn't fall into his lap. He couldn't help but feel a little upset in his heart. This is a star seal? After hearing Lan Sun's cry, the male cultivator was stunned for a while before he immediately grinned and laughed. I actually got a star seal? Haha, it seems that the heavens are also looking after me. He was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Even if some of the people around him did not like his publicity, they could only envy him. However, after this scene, the cultivator's interest in killing and fighting over the puppets obviously increased a lot, and there was even a scene of several people fighting over a puppet. Somewhere in the main hall, a man and a woman, who seemed to be brother and sister of the same sect, were nervously and fearfully attacking a leopard-shaped puppet. This puppet looked almost no different from a real cheetah. It was extremely flexible, but fortunately, this puppet seemed to have no other abilities besides pouncing and biting at close range. Therefore, even if the strength of these two people was not too high, it was not a problem for them to take it down. What made the two nervous was not the strength of this cheetah puppet, but the triangular mark on its forehead. The mark was not unusual. If it was before, these two people might not care too much about it, but after experiencing the scene just now, how could they not guess what it was? Was this most likely a star seal? Previously, dozens of star seals had fallen into the flowing time temple. Hidden in every corner of this temple, it was normal for there to be 3 to 5 star seals among the hundreds of puppets. The brother and sister were not of high birth, and their strength was not too strong. They were afraid that after killing this cheetah puppet, the phenomenon of obtaining a star seal would be discovered by others, thus planting a seed of disaster. Don't look at how happy the guy who obtained the 5-pointed star seal was now. He must have been targeted by many people, and they were just waiting to attack him when he was alone. Thinking of this, the brother and sister looked at each other and nodded as if they had a tacit understanding. They did not immediately kill him, but instead fought and retreated, leading the cheetah puppet in front of them into the depths of the temple. They wanted to get out of everyone's sight and then obtain a star seal. The main hall was in chaos. Even if the actions of these two people were a little obvious, no one would care. They just thought that they were not strong enough and were forced to do so. The plan and action of the two people were very successful, but just as they were about to leave the crowd, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. One hand clenched into a fist. The figure smashed down fiercely. The brother and sister's hearts sank, but it was too late for them to act. There was a loud bang. The cheetah puppet was directly smashed to pieces, and at the same time, the triangular star seal on its forehead flew out, blooming with light as it flew towards the figure falling from the sky. Just a triangular star seal? The figure glanced at the back of his hand and seemed to be very dissatisfied before turning around to attack the other puppets. Seeing this, the woman of the brother and sister bit her red lips and opened her mouth to say something. However, the man's complexion changed. Tugging at the woman's clothes, he slowly shook his head and whispered, "This person is called Luo Yun. We can't afford to provoke him." "But that star seal." The woman had an unwilling look on her face. The man smiled bitterly. "Just pretend you didn't notice." "That's clearly ours," the woman said angrily. The woman said angrily. If they had known that Luo Yuan would suddenly appear, they would have dealt with the cheetah puppet earlier, saving them the trouble of making a wedding dress for someone else. The man comforted the woman again, and only then did she stop looking for trouble with Luo Yuan. The man understood that there was no reason to talk to people like Luo Yuan. If you tried to reason with him, he would just use his fists. The killing in the hall lasted for a full hour. Dozens of top Dao Source Realm cultivator from the Southern Territories' various sects and families finally destroyed all the puppets after paying a small price. Not to mention the valuable spirit energy heart, 3 star seals appeared. In addition to the 5-pointed star seal obtained by the man at the beginning and the triangular star seal obtained by Luo Yuan, there was also a rhombus-shaped star seal similar to the one on the back of Yang Kai's hand. This star seal was obtained by Murong Xiao by luck, so Xiao was naturally overjoyed, because now she was qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea and search for her own Emperor's path. It wasn't until now that everyone had time to take a good look at the hall. The hall covered a large area and was now covered in puppet fragments. Looking around, there was an obvious passage in front of them that seemed to be the only exit. There were no puppets guarding the exit, nor were there any traces of spirit arrays, so it seemed very safe. However, everyone was cautious and did not rush towards the exit, instead finding a place to sit cross-legged and restore their strength while waiting for the first person to come forward. Kong Qi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce suddenly came up behind Gong Wenshan again and asked with a flattering expression, "Brother Gong, what do you think of the situation over there?" Gong Wenshan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Brother Kong, I find that you are even more shameless than before. Why do you always ask me about everything? I didn't create this flowing time temple." Kong Qi grinned meaningfully and said, "Capable people do more work. With Brother Gong's understanding of spirit arrays, if there was any danger over there, you would have seen through it immediately. Since you're shamelessly flattering me..." Gong Wenshan snorted, stood up reluctantly and walked over. "Then I'll go take a look." Chapter 2158. Gong Wenshan muttered to himself as he walked towards the exit. Kong Qi couldn't help feeling stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had indeed come here to ask Gong Wenshan to check if there were any spirit arrays at the exit, but he hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily, without any intention of refusing. This was completely inconsistent with Gong Wenshan's usual character. Considering all this, Kong Qi's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly stepped forward to catch up. "How can I let Brother Gong take such risks alone? This Kong is willing to accompany you. As brothers, we should share joys and sorrows." "Are you sure?" Gong Wenshan tilted his head and looked at him with a teasing look. Kong Qi's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts, mainly because the other party's expression was too intriguing, making him feel a little anxious. He didn't know how to answer in a way that would satisfy the other party, but in the end he grit his teeth and said, "I'm sure." "Good." Gong Wenshan shrugged his shoulders and continued walking forward. "Just follow me closely." Hearing this, Kong Qi was overjoyed, knowing that his answer just now was definitely correct, but on the surface, he remained calm and said, "Naturally, Brother Gong should be careful." As the two spoke, they arrived at the only exit in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the cultivator who was meditating in the main hall also paid close attention to Gong Wenshan's movements, fearing they would miss something. Gong Wenshan's ability to break spirit arrays had been witnessed by everyone before. If there was a hidden spirit array at the entrance, Gong Wenshan would definitely be able to see through it. For a time, everyone held their breath, waiting for the results to appear. Gong Wenshan stood in front of the entrance and carefully observed it, his expression constantly changing, causing everyone around him to be on edge. After a long time, he said leisurely, "Sure enough, there is no mistake. This entrance is just an ordinary one. There is no danger." Saying so, he walked directly towards the entrance. Kong Qi hurriedly followed. The two disappeared from the entrance in the blink of an eye. "What a bunch of tricks!" Xianxia snorted discontentedly. When he saw Gong Wenshan's expression change several times before, he thought he had discovered something, but in the end, this result made Xianxia feel like he had been played. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "This Brother Gong is also a proud and arrogant person. Come to think of it, have you noticed?" Xiao Baiyi suddenly came to the two of them, looked around and said solemnly, "Wu Chang is not here." Xiaoqin frowned. "What do you mean? What does his presence have to do with us?" Xiao Baiyi glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to Lan Sun. "What do you mean by that look? Are you looking down on me?" Xiaoqin was immediately unhappy. Lan Sun frowned. He suddenly thought of something. What Brother Xiaobai means is, Gong Wenshan was the one who prevented Wu Chang from entering this place? Xiao Baiyi nodded solemnly. That's exactly what I thought. Gong Wenshan was able to break this barrier, so perhaps he can also control it. Everyone else has basically entered, so there's no reason Wu Chang couldn't. There is only one explanation for this situation. Gong Wenshan didn't let him in. At this point, Xiao Baiyi sighed and looked at Lan Sun sincerely. Your Highness, I am Azure Sun Temple's Xiao Bai. I'm not. Brother Xiao Bai. I know. Lan Sun smiled, but you have the same surname as Big Brother Xiaoqin, so I can't call you that. Didn't that Yang Kai call you Xiao Bai before, so I? Does Brother Xiao Bai care about this? Not at all. Xiao Baiyi denied flatly, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he said coldly, after we get out, I'll tear that guy's mouth. If you delay any longer, everyone else will have left, so let's go first. Xiaoqin couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only change the subject. Lan Sun turned her head and found that almost all the cultivator in the hall had left, leaving only the few of them still standing in place. She nodded and said, then let's go. Xiao Baiyi winked at Murong Xiao Xiao and the two of them immediately used their movement skills to rush towards the entrance. Damn it, we've been tricked. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting as soon as he rushed into the entrance. This was because the world in front of him suddenly twisted and changed, transforming into an empty grassland. This grassland was filled with tall grass, and in his field of vision, there were blue skies, white clouds, and lush green grass. The environment was extremely beautiful, but this was obviously not a scene that should exist in the Flowing Time Temple. An illusion array? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stood still. He wasn't surprised by the scene in front of him, perhaps because he had a faint premonition that something similar would happen before he came in. The reason for this was naturally because of Gong Wenshan. From the way he dealt with Wu Chang before, Yang Kai could tell that Gong Wenshan was definitely not as approachable and calm as he appeared on the surface. On the contrary, this guy seemed to be unable to bear the slightest loss and was full of evil tricks. Wu Chang had only threatened him with a few words, yet he had forced Wu Chang to stop outside the Flowing Time Temple, forcing him to watch helplessly as everyone else entered the temple. From this, it could be seen that this person was a vengeful person. Kong Qi asked him to investigate the only exit, and Gong Wenshan readily agreed, but Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. Gong Wenshan didn't seem like the kind of person who would make sacrifices. His personality was destined to lack a noble and selfless character. Of course, this was human nature. Sure enough, this entrance wasn't like what Gong Wenshan said, but rather a pleasant surprise waiting for everyone. Yang Kai just didn't know if this illusion array was arranged by Gong Wenshan himself or if it was something that existed in the Flowing Time Temple itself. If it was the former, it would be easy to deal with. In such a short time, even if Gong Wenshan was a spirit array grandmaster, it was impossible for him to arrange such a profound illusion array. Perhaps he had just summoned an array plate to hinder the pace of those who came after him. If that was the case, the illusion array in front of them could be broken quickly. After all, Gong Wenshan's strength was obvious. But if it was something that existed in the Flowing Time Temple itself, that would be a bit terrifying. Because even Gong Wenshan hadn't noticed anything wrong before and had rushed in with a confident look on his face. This illusion array was so exquisite that even someone like Gong Wenshan had been deceived, so how could others possibly break it? Perhaps they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the tension in his heart, and comforted himself. I hope it was Gong Wenshan's doing. While speaking, Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes, but when he finished speaking, he suddenly opened them again. A vertical golden light had appeared in his left pupil, giving off a dignified and solemn aura, as if it could pierce through the void and see through all illusions. Yang Kai slowly turned his head and looked around. After a short while, he couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. At this point, he had determined that this illusion array wasn't something that existed in the Flowing Time Temple itself, but something that Gong Wenshan had arranged on the spot because it was under his demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai had quickly found the weakness of this illusion array. He had also seen through the distorted and illusory scene. After thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't try to break the array violently, but instead walked out along the weak point. At the same time, in an almost identical illusion, Lan Sun was holding something that looked like a night pearl in her hand. The night pearl exuded a soft light, dispelling the illusory scene around her, and emitting a clear light in front of her, guiding her on the way forward. Xiaochen followed closely behind her and coldly snorted, "It's just a trivial illusion array. Let me break it directly. Why go through so much trouble, Your Highness?" Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. As a person, one should fulfill the wishes of others. Gong Wenshan didn't hesitate to use an array plate to arrange this illusion array in order to delay the speed of others. "If we break this array, won't all those people come out? I don't want to do such a thing. They won't give me any benefits." "Your Highness..." Xiaochen stared at Lan Sun's back in amazement. He didn't expect that in just a few days, the princess, who had always been pure and kind, would be contaminated by the Great Thousand Worlds. For a moment, Xiaochen felt a sharp pain in his heart. On the other side, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao both had their eyes closed, groping around in this illusion array like blind people. They seemed to be walking casually, but in fact they were slowly moving out, making it impossible to tell how they were doing it. An illusion array? Ridiculous. In the face of absolute strength, everything is trash. Luo Yuan had always adhered to the truth that strength was supreme, so even after falling into this illusion array, he didn't flinch, instead pushing his source qi and using his strongest moves to bombard his surroundings. However, these attacks, which were enough to crush a Dao Source Realm cultivator, didn't even cause a ripple after they hit the surrounding area, like stones sinking into the sea. Although this illusion array was hastily arranged by Gong Wenshan using an array plate in a short period of time, how could it be easily broken by brute force? The Gong family was a master of spirit arrays, so before Gong Wenshan arranged this illusion array, he had already taken into account the combat power of Luo Yuan and the others, making sure that even if they tried to break it by brute force, it would not be completed in a short time. The reactions of these top masters were basically the same as the reactions of other Dao Source Realm cultivators after falling into an illusion array. Those who understood spirit arrays would try to find the array core and crack it. Those who didn't understand spirit arrays would naturally have to resort to brute force. Yang Kai and Lan Sun, on the other hand, could easily find the weak points of the spirit array with the help of a special power. Naturally, they could easily walk out of this illusion array. After spending less than a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai had already reached the outside of the illusion array, and the field of vision in front of him distorted again. The blue sky and white clouds suddenly disappeared and were replaced by a dark and deep passage. Yang Kai immediately withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and with a tap of his foot, rushed to the bottom of the passage. Looking ahead, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Why are there so many forks? In front of him, there were at least a dozen forks in the passage ahead, each of which he couldn't see what was inside. Each of these forks gave him a creepy feeling, as if they were all leading to the same road of no return. Chapter 2159. With so many forks, it was obvious that some were safe and some were dangerous, but Yang Kai didn't know which one to choose for a while, so he could only grit his teeth and choose a path at random. Just as he disappeared, Lan Sun and Xiaochen also escaped from the illusion array, and Yang Kai's back just happened to be printed in Lan Sun's field of vision. Huh! Lan Sun's eyes showed surprise. He was faster than me? What? Xiaochen followed behind Lan Sun and didn't notice the situation ahead, so he couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Lan Sun shook her head and glanced back. She found that the two of them were only 10 steps away from the previous entrance. The surrounding area was empty, and there was no trace of other people. She knew the power of the illusion array and was too lazy to care about the life or death of others. She said to Xiaochen, "Let's keep going." After a while, the two came to the front of the fork. Lan Sun deliberately chose a different path from Yang Kai's and walked in. Although there were many forks here, the light was not dim. There were some strange glowing stones around the forks, emitting a soft light. Yang Kai radiated his divine sense to a distance of 20 feet around him. While being vigilant of possible dangers, he groped forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange expression and listened carefully. The sound of fighting vaguely came from the front, and there seemed to be a trace of bloody smell. Startled, he quickly withdrew his divine sense. He held his breath. He slowly walked forward. After a while, he came to an empty hall. Although the area of this hall was not as big as the place where everyone entered at the beginning, it was not small. The situation in the hall was clear at a glance, and there was not much strange about it. There was only a pool in the middle of the hall. It was more than 45 feet deep, and it was unknown what was originally inside, but at the moment, it was empty. On the left side of the hall, there was a long table with 2 spirit fruits on it. The spirit fruits had been here for who knows how many flowing time Great Emperor, but they still looked as fresh as new and even exuded a strong fragrance. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They looked like 2 ripe peaches, making people salivate. This is the flowing time Great Emperor fruit? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized what this spirit fruit was. He had previously obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong Suanmu, the 3rd disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills, under the Yuan Furnace Mountain. The jade slip recorded the names, appearances, and refining methods of various rare spirit herbs and medicines in the star boundary in detail. Yang Kai had already memorized the contents of the jade slip, so how could he not recognize it? So the Flowing Time Great Emperor is something that only exists in the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although he already knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was a fruit, he knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was not a fruit. However, he had never associated it with the Flowing Time Temple. Now that he had seen the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately understood. The Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit had a very strange effect. It did not have any substantial help to a cultivator's cultivation. But even so, it did not hinder its rarity and preciousness. In the jade slip left behind by Gong Sun Mu, it was recorded that the Flowing Time fruit had 2 diametrically opposite effects. One was that it could rejuvenate a person's youth, allowing an elderly person to regain their youthful appearance for a short period of time, while the other was like a poison of time. It could make a young man age in the blink of an eye. If one did not know how to distinguish between different Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits, no one would dare to take them rashly. Not to mention whether the second effect was useful or not, the first effect would definitely make countless cultivators go crazy, especially female cultivators. Which one of them did not want to be young forever? Which one of them did not want to be young forever? But no matter how high their cultivation was or how exquisite their youth-retaining technique was, the Flowing Time Great Emperor would still leave some marks on their bodies. As time passed, these marks would become more and more obvious. But if there was a Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit that could rejuvenate a person, it would be different. Even an old woman would become peerless in the blink of an eye. Of course, this did not mean that the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit was only useful for women. For those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan but had no hope of breaking through, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit was undoubtedly a good medicine to increase their lifespan. It could make a cultivator return to their physical state decades or even hundreds of years ago, which was equivalent to adding decades or even hundreds of years of lifespan out of thin air. To some extent, the value of this thing was even more precious than an emperor artifact. After Yang Kai recognized the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately became spirited. If this spirit fruit fell into the hands of others, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of effect it would have, but in his hands, it would be incredible. He was an alchemist and could use the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit as the main ingredient to refine a furnace of Flowing Time Great Emperor pills. This was an almost extinct spirit pill that represented a huge amount of capital and wealth. Yang Kai quietly swallowed his saliva and turned his eyes to the center of the hall. There, a man and a monster were fighting. The sounds of fighting that Yang Kai had heard before were also made by them. This man was none other than Kong Chi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the monster, it was blood red in color, as if it was made entirely of blood, and its entire body exuded a nauseating bloody aura. This blood monster had a humanoid upper body, a round head, and 2 arms. Its lower body, however, was in the shape of a flowing top. As it ran around the hall, it waved its fists, which were wrapped in a thick bloody aura, as if it could explode the air. The light of source chi around Kong Chi's body blossomed as his expression became dignified. From time to time, he would display a powerful attack towards the blood monster, seemingly probing for its weakness. A cultivator like Kong Chi was generally a cautious person. After encountering a strong enemy, he would not act unless he was absolutely sure he could win. Before Yang Kai arrived, Kong Chi had been dealing with this blood monster for a while and had basically figured out the other party's routines and moves. He was now looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to this blood monster. How did I end up on the same path as this guy? Yang Kai hid in the dark and frowned. There were more than a dozen forks in the road before. He had just chosen one at random and hadn't expected someone to beat him to it. But fortunately, Kong Chi had walked ahead of him, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been the one dealing with this blood monster at this moment. Looking at the battlefield, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the 2 flowing time great emperor fruits on the long table, and a despicable idea came to his mind uncontrollably. While this guy is attracting the blood monster's attention, I can secretly take away the flowing time great emperor fruits. That wouldn't be too much, right? Before this, Yang Kai had never had any dealings with Kong Chi. There was no gratitude or grievance between them, so when this idea came to him, Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, he immediately displayed his nihility secret technique, restrained all his aura, and then cautiously walked towards the other side. After displaying his nihility secret technique, Yang Kai didn't really exist in the void, but instead completely isolated his aura, making it impossible for others to spy on his existence with their divine sense. Unless the person spying on him had a divine sense strong enough to penetrate the void. The only weakness of this secret technique was that others could see him with the naked eye. The hall wasn't too big, so if Yang Kai acted too fiercely, he would obviously expose his whereabouts. But he was also a cautious person, so he waited until Kong Chi and the blood monster had both entered his blind spot before suddenly taking action. Rushing forward, because he didn't need to worry about being detected by the divine senses of others. As such, Yang Kai's actions could be said to be unscrupulous. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived in front of the long table and reached out to grab the 2 flowing time great emperor fruits, intending to put them into his space ring. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a light curtain-like barrier appeared above the long table, directly blocking Yang Kai's hand. Crap! Yang Kai muttered to himself, knowing that he definitely wouldn't be able to sneak around under the eyes of others. Sure enough, the moment the light curtain flashed, Kong Chi and the blood monster, who were fighting fiercely, both noticed it and cast their gazes towards it. Kong Chi had a stunned expression on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that someone would be able to steal his spoils without him noticing. He couldn't help but tease, "Friend, your cultivation isn't high, but your courage isn't small. It's just so." Yang Kai answered casually, his source chi erupting from his body as he punched the light curtain on the long table. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai might as well openly snatch the fruits. The barrier on this light curtain was indeed extraordinary. Even after experiencing countless flowing time great emperor fruits, it was still able to function, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, it finally shattered. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, grabbing one of the flowing time great emperor fruits and throwing it directly into his space ring. Kong Chi looked angry. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. After he came in, he found the 2 flowing time great emperor fruits, but before he could take them, the blood pool in the hall suddenly roiled and quickly condensed into a huge blood monster. Kong Chi had no choice but to fight with this blood monster, wanting to finish it off as soon as possible so he could collect the spoils. But how could he have known that Yang Kai would appear out of nowhere and snatch what should have been his? Roar. After the flowing time great emperor fruits were taken away by Yang Kai, the blood monster, which was already shrouded in a violent and hostile aura, let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai madly, throwing a huge punch at him. This blow! Kong Qi's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. He had just fought with this blood monster for a long time and thought he had a good grasp of its strength, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Judging from its attack on Yang Kai, it was clear that this blood monster was definitely not as easy to deal with as he had thought. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and sneered, muttering to himself, "First Order Dao Source Realm is going to be killed instantly?" In his opinion, even if he wanted to defend against this blow, it would not be easy, so wouldn't a mere First Order Dao Source Realm be killed in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2160. Kong. A violent explosion, a violent shockwave, and a wave of blood flooded the place where Yang Kai stood. Seeking death. Kong Qi stared ahead and coldly snorted, his eyes carefully searching the chaotic area, trying to find the space ring left behind by Yang Kai after his death. However, there was nothing there. Could it be that even his space ring was destroyed? Kong Qi's face turned slightly pale. He wasn't shocked by the strength of this blood monster, but by the treasures in Yang Kai's space ring. Not to mention what good things Yang Kai had in his possession, the two unusual spirit fruits were absolutely valuable. If Yang Kai's space ring had really been destroyed by this blood monster, everything in it would have been banished to the void, never to be found again. Just as Kong Qi was lost in thought, the blood monster roared again and a blood-red light burst from its body, radiating outwards. What's going on? Kong Qi frowned and hurriedly leapt into the air to avoid the red light. At the same time, the blood-red light spread out and filled the entire hall, forming a red light curtain that sealed all the entrances and exits. The next moment, at the exit, the red light curtain caved in slightly and a figure strangely appeared, as if it had been ejected. There's such a trick? Kai Yang was stunned, while he spoke. While speaking, he threw a punch. He punched towards the light curtain. To his surprise, although this light curtain looked extremely thin, it was actually extremely tough. His punch, which was full of power, actually did not break it, only leaving behind a fist mark. Moreover, this fist mark also recovered in a very short time. Kong Qi, who was floating midair, suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Looking at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You're not dead?" A cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm was actually unscathed under the blood monster's attack and had even managed to escape to the exit without anyone noticing. If it weren't for the blood monster being vigilant and using some unknown method to seal the exit, Kong Qi would have already escaped. At that time, the furious blood monster would definitely vent its anger on Kong Qi. In the end, Kong Qi would not only fail to eat the meat he had eaten, he would also be in trouble. This little brat is too insidious and vicious, he's simply inhuman. After Kong Qi understood this, his anger surged, wishing he could rush down and join forces with the blood monster to beat Yang Kai to a pulp. "Ha! Hello, Brother Kong." Yang Kai greeted Kong Qi a little awkwardly. Originally, he could have feigned death and escaped, leaving Kong Qi to deal with this blood monster alone. Unfortunately, his plan could not keep up with the changes and he was trapped in the end. "Hello, my ass." Kong Qi's face became gloomy as he snorted, "But if you die, I'll be happy." He and Yang Kai had never met before, and seeing how the other party had acted just now, his first impression of Yang Kai was naturally not very good, feeling that this person was both evil and treacherous. Since this person was not someone he could befriend, he naturally would not treat kindly. Yang Kai didn't mind and simply smiled. "Brother Kong is too polite, as the saying goes, at home you rely on your parents, but outside you rely on your friends. Who's your friend?" Kong Qi didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting him, his veins bulging. "Good." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as his figure flickered and he dodged a killing blow from the blood monster. Since he secretly took the two flowing time Great Emperor fruits, this blood monster seemed to regard him as the murderer of its father and attacked him fiercely, completely ignoring Kong Qi. The blood monster's body was huge, and Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so it wasn't difficult for him to avoid it. The only thing that made Yang Kai vigilant was the blood qi emanating from this monster's body. This strange blood qi seemed to have some kind of corrosive power that was constantly corroding his source qi and trying to invade his body. While avoiding the blood monster's attacks, Yang Kai shouted, "Brother Kong, why don't you come down and help me kill this blood monster?" Kong Chi crossed his arms and sneered, "Why should I go down and help? It's looking for you, not me. Your life or death has nothing to do with me." Brother Kong's words are wrong. Yang Kai shook his head, his voice coming out intermittently. While moving at high speed, his voice was somewhat erratic. As you can see, this hall seems to have been sealed by some kind of power. Unless we kill it, we won't be able to leave this place. Brother Kong, are you willing to be trapped here? Kong Chi smiled and said, "I can wait until it kills you." Yang Kai sneered and said, "With all due respect, Brother Kong, although your strength is good, if you want to kill this monster alone, won't it be difficult?" Kong Chi's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Yang Kai said was true. If it were before Yang Kai came here, Kong Chi would have been confident that he could easily take down this blood monster, but judging from the combat power it was displaying at this moment, it was obvious it had been hiding some of its strength. Even if Kong Chi used his trump card, he would have to pay a price to kill this blood monster. What's more, only the heavens knew what dangers awaited them, so unless he had no other choice, Kong Chi was unwilling to use the power he didn't want to use. Thinking so, Kong Chi's expression became serious as he narrowed his eyes towards Yang Kai and said meaningfully, "Your Excellency seems to be an extraordinary person." Only now did he suddenly notice that while dealing with this blood monster, Yang Kai was also casually chatting with him. This was definitely not something a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could do, and combined with his previous strange performance, Kong Chi couldn't help wondering which sect this young man came from and why he possessed such strength. Brother Kong is too polite. This Yang is just a little confident in his movement skill. As Yang Kai spoke, he deliberately paused mid-air, waiting for the blood monster's attack to reach him before suddenly disappearing, as if he was deliberately showing off. Just a movement skill. Kong Chi muttered to himself, not intending to verify this, instead shouting loudly, "It's not impossible for me to take action, but what you took before, I'll give you one." Yang Kai seemed to know what he was going to say. He immediately replied. Just as he finished speaking, something flew over from Yang Kai's side. Kong Chi frowned and reached out to catch it, quickly discovering that it was the spirit fruit that had been placed on the long table before. So straightforward. Yang Kai's action stunned Kong Chi. "Brother Kong, if you and I join forces to kill this enemy, we can split the spoils in half. There shouldn't be any problems, right? You can't monopolize it." Yang Kai's voice came out again. Kong Chi carefully checked the spirit fruit in his hand. After confirming that it had not been tampered with, Kong Chi solemnly put it into his space ring and said lightly, "Although you're a little disagreeable, since you're so sincere, this Kong will cooperate with you." Yang Kai grinned. Brother Kong is really smart. Delay it well. This Kong needs some time to perform this move. Saying so, Kong Chi's source chi shook. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a golden copper coin appeared in his palm, and after a loud shout, he madly poured his source chi into it. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of powerful secret technique Kong Chi was about to use, and it was one he was using with the help of an artifact. The power of this technique was definitely extraordinary. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on Kong Chi's face as he focused on delaying the enemy. Kong Chi did this out of self-confidence. Although he felt that Yang Kai was an extraordinary cultivator from the first-order Dao Source Realm, he didn't think Yang Kai was stronger than him. Yang Kai being able to contend with the blood monster for so long was only because of his outstanding movement skill and speed. If he wanted to cause fatal damage to the blood monster, he would have to take action himself. As such, he took on the role of the main attacker. Sure enough, Yang Kai didn't disappoint him, leading the blood monster around the hall. Not a single hair on the blood monster's body was touched. On the contrary, as the energy fluctuations around Kong Chi continued to rise, the blood monster seemed to faintly feel uneasy and became more and more irritable. At a certain moment, The blood monster finally gave up chasing Yang Kai and instead turned its head to stare at Kong Qi with its scarlet eyes. With a loud roar, its huge body transformed into a blood-red beam of light and rushed straight towards Kong Qi. Kong Qi's eyes narrowed and he almost gave up on condensing his secret technique to escape. At that moment, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of him, waving his 10 fingers as he sent out a series of golden blood threads. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light as the countless golden blood threads entwined with each other and condensed into a golden shield in the blink of an eye. Kong. When the blood monster's body hit the golden blood shield, its huge body was immediately exposed and it was forced back several steps. At the same time, the shield condensed from golden blood threads dissipated and transformed back into countless golden blood threads. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took them all back into his body before quickly asking, "Brother Kong, if you're ready, you should act quickly. I won't be able to stop it a second time." "What a coincidence, I was just about to begin." Kong Qi grinned, his expression becoming solemn in the next moment as he flicked his finger and sent the golden copper coin in his hand flying out. His hands danced in the air, forming a series of hand seals as he muttered, "Coin fall, primordial unity chi." Xio xio xio. Asterisk in midair, the coin suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a sky full of coins appeared. Each coin emitted a buzzing sound as it flew through the air, as if it had a strong ability to shrink, constantly growing larger and smaller. Under the control of Kong Qi's divine sense, these countless coins flew towards the blood monster in unison. The blood monster seemed to feel something and hurriedly retreated, but no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than this strange artifact? In the blink of an eye, the blood monster was caught by one of the coins, which then expanded in size and wrapped around the blood monster's body, binding it tightly and restraining its movements. Immediately afterwards, a second and third coin fell, also wrapping around the blood monster's body, making it even more difficult for it to move. As more and more coins fell, the blood monster was completely trapped in a very short period of time. Looking at it from head to toe, the huge blood monster was tightly bound by countless coins. It was airtight. Chapter 2161. At a glance, the arrogant blood monster was now wrapped like a rice dumpling by the countless golden copper coins. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai vaguely had a premonition of Kong Qi's next move and quickly retreated. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai was about to move, Kong Qi suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as these words fell, a buzzing sound rang out. The countless golden copper coins seemed to have turned into extremely sharp weapons at this moment. They suddenly shrank and cut through the blood monster's body. As the golden light dissipated, the countless copper coins turned back into a single coin and were taken back by Kong Qi. However, the blood monster that stood on the spot suddenly collapsed. When it fell, its body turned into pieces that were as thin as cicadas' wings, turning into pus that flowed all over the ground. The hall was soon filled with a nauseating smell. Unable to withstand a single blow, Kong Qi landed from midair with a confident look and coldly snorted. If it weren't for his slightly pale face, his words would undoubtedly have been more convincing. The move just now had obviously consumed a lot of his strength. Yang Kai smiled faintly, but just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his expression suddenly changed and he looked around with rapt attention. "What's wrong?" Kong Qi saw Yang Kai's startled expression and couldn't help frowning. "Brother Kong, haven't you noticed that the barrier around this room hasn't been removed?" Yang Kai glanced at the entrance and asked. After hearing what he said, Kong Qi's eye looked left and right in hindsight. Wondering, he asked, "It's true, why is that?" "There are two possibilities." Yang Kai's face sank as he looked at Kong Qi solemnly and said, "The first possibility is that this barrier was originally set up in this room and has nothing to do with the blood monster, so even if it died, the barrier around it still remains. Even if it died, the barrier still hasn't disappeared." Then the other possibility. Kong Qi was not a fool, so how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to say? As he spoke, he glanced towards the ground and shouted, "It's not dead." As soon as his voice fell, the pool of blood-red pus on the ground squirmed rapidly and poured into the pool in the center of the room, as if it were alive. "He's really not dead?" Kongqi was shocked. The blood monster had already been cut into countless thin pieces by Yang Kai's secret technique and artifact, but even so, it still hadn't been destroyed. From this, one could see how bizarre it was. This blood pool is the key. Yang Kai seemed to have realized something. As he spoke, the blood in the blood pool kept boiling and bubbling. It looked like another blood monster was about to be born. How troublesome! Kongqi couldn't help retreating a few steps, his face filled with worry as he proposed, "How about you and I join forces? Break the restriction. It's better to leave first." Kongqi really didn't want to fight against this strange and almost unkillable monster. Yang Kai stood where he was and turned a deaf ear to him. "Did you hear what I said?" Kongqi frowned and shouted. "Oh." Yang Kai finally responded and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. I suddenly have a good idea." "What?" Kongqi asked in amazement. But Yang Kai didn't answer him and instead stood in front of the blood pool, assuming a strange posture as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward. At the same time, he raised his chi and called out. Raising his hand, Yang Kai shouted, "Ocean divine art, absorb." "What the hell?" Kongqi's mouth twitched, really not knowing what to say to Yang Kai, because even with his knowledge and experience, he had never heard of a secret art called the Ocean Divine Art. It was obvious that this secret art was either made up by Yang Kai himself or was some kind of garbage secret art. But in the next moment, a scene that made Kongqi's eyes pop out of their sockets appeared. The churning blood in the blood pool was actually sucked up by Yang Kai, and it continuously flowed into his palm, disappearing without a trace. The blood in the blood pool churned even more violently, and vaguely roaring and struggling could be heard, but because the body of the blood monster had not yet been fully formed, it was unable to resist and could only be pulled towards Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai's palm was like a bottomless pit at this moment, sucking in the blood full of evil aura. Kongqi was dumbfounded and could not help feeling a storm in the depths of his heart, constantly rubbing his eyes and telling himself that this was an illusion, but no matter how he looked at it, the scene in front of him was extremely real. At the same time, Yang Kai maintained his strange posture in Kongqi's blind spot, holding the sealed world bead in his hand as he communicated with his embodiment with his divine sense. "Are you sure you can refine this thing?" The embodiment replied, "This blood contains a huge amount of energy and is of great use to me. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art devours everything, so how can this trivial blood be an exception? I've even refined 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators." "Good, since you say so." Yang Kai no longer said anything. If the embodiment had not suddenly sent him a message just now, he would not have used the sealed world bead to suck this pool of blood into his sealed world bead. After a pause, he exhorted, "But you still have to be careful. Don't let those evil thoughts contaminate your soul." "I understand." Inside the hall, Kongqi's expression was one of surprise, shock, amazement, and so on. As time passed, the pool of blood soon disappeared along with the indistinct wails. At the same time, the light screen restriction that sealed the room was broken. After the blood was completely sucked dry, Kai Yang drew a circle in the air with his hands, condensed his qi into his dantian, and assumed a posture of finishing his cultivation. After turning around, he didn't forget to pat his stomach and burp, looking like he was very full. Kongqi's face turned green. "Brother Kong, it was a pleasure working with you. You're truly worthy of being an elite of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. That falling gold coin just now really opened my eyes. You truly live up to your reputation. Brother Kong's name is well-deserved." As he spoke to her, he paused for a moment. Tilting his head, he looked at Kongqi. "Why are you making such an expression?" Kongqi's mouth twitched as he said, "I just want to ask, your body, is there any abnormal reaction?" "I don't." Kai Yang replied, while continuing to walk forward. Kongqi took a few steps back and raised his hand. "Don't come over, just stand there and talk." If Kongqi's attitude towards Yang Kai before was one of disgust and vigilance, but now it was pure disgust. He looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a maggot crawling out of a cesspool, not daring to look directly at him. Brother Kong seems to be a person who loves cleanliness. Yang Kai grinned and said meaningfully. It has nothing to do with cleanliness. Kong Chi endured the discomfort in his abdomen and replied quickly, immediately closing his mouth and nose. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell Brother Kong. You should ask your Chamber of Commerce's elders about this spirit fruit after you go back. Identify the variety and effect before making any plans, but don't eat it easily. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and cautioned. After all, although the two flowing time Great Emperor fruits looked the same, they were very different. The one Yang Kai gave to Kong Chi had a small problem. If Kong Chi suffered because of this, he would not be able to escape responsibility. You don't need to remind me of this kind of thing. Kong Chi frowned. He secretly felt that Yang Kai was being a bit too concerned. That's good. Yang Kai grinned, saying, this matter is over, how about we? But before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Kong Chi cupped his fists and said, farewell. Turning around, Kong Chi rushed out of the hall. He didn't even bother to say anything like, see you again, as if he didn't want to see Yang Kai again. He really ran away fast. Yang Kai looked in the direction Kong Chi disappeared and muttered to himself. After standing in place for a moment, he didn't turn around and instead followed Kong Chi. Although he had accidentally chosen the same fork as Kong Chi, it was already too late. But at this moment, it was probably too late to return. The other cultivators had probably also escaped from the illusory array and rushed into different forks. Even if Yang Kai made a choice, he would still have to follow the same path as the others, so he simply didn't want to waste time. After this hall, there was still a corridor dotted with strange stones. There seemed to be a few small barriers along the way, but they were all broken by Kong Chi. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was safe and sound. After walking for about half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and grinned towards the figure standing in front of him. Brother Kong, why are you waiting for me here? Did you encounter some kind of trouble? Seeing him approaching, Kong Chi felt an inexplicable sense of panic and stepped back a few steps before asking, there is a fork here, which one do you want to take? Yang Kai heard this and glanced around and found that there were indeed 2 forks, but there weren't many of them, only 2. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai immediately understood why Kong Chi had deliberately waited here. This guy obviously didn't want to take the same path as him, so he waited here to confirm, not even hesitating to delay. Which one does Brother Kong want to take? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Kong Chi's mouth twitched as he said, whichever one you take, I'll take the other. Does that so? I still want to follow Brother Kong, don't mention this again. Kong Chi hurriedly stopped him and said coldly, hurry up and choose, don't dawdle. Then let's go this way. Kai Yang pointed to the fork on the right. Saying so, Kong Chi's figure flickered and rushed into the left fork, disappearing soon after. This guy is quite interesting. Yang Kai stared in the direction Kong Chi disappeared and grinned meaningfully before turning around and stepping into the right fork. In fact, even if Kong Chi hadn't deliberately waited for him here, Yang Kai would have chosen a different direction. Although it was good to have someone leading the way, if all the benefits fell into someone else's hands, Yang Kai didn't want to see that happen. The rest of the way was quite peaceful, and although there were a few small barriers, they were all successfully broken by Yang Kai. At a certain moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he looked up and found that there was a door-like existence in front of him, from which the dazzling light was being emitted. Chapter 2162. With the light guiding the way, Yang Kai couldn't help quickening his pace. Not long after he passed through the door. What he saw was a straight white jade staircase, pure and flawless. It was impossible to see the end of it, and it was difficult for his divine sense to see the end of it. At the bottom of this white jade staircase, to the right of Yang Kai, there was a stone tablet with a line of large characters engraved on it. Yang Kai looked down and read, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase?" He frowned with a blank look on his face. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this white jade staircase, But he didn't dare to move forward rashly, lest he encounter any danger. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so after thinking for a while, he directly summoned Hua Qingxi. After all, Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had been preparing for the Four Seasons realm for a long time, so she should know more about the Flowing Time Temple than he did. With a flash of light, Hua Qingxi's figure appeared. She looked around blankly at first, as if she didn't know where she was now. "This is the Flowing Time Temple," Yang Kai said from the side. "Huh." Hua Qingxi responded in surprise, and immediately said with joy, "You really found the Flowing Time Temple? And it was a coincidence." "I don't know why it appeared," Yang Kai said. "Take a look at this first." While speaking, Yang Kai pointed to the white jade staircase in front of him and the stone tablet beside him. Hua Qingxi glanced at the stone tablet and her tender body trembled. "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's staircase? You really know?" Yang Kai observed her expression. He immediately understood that she should have some understanding of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's staircase. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "Tell me, what's the secret behind this?" Hua Qingxi took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "The stairway of the Flowing Time Great Emperor is said to contain the understanding and control of the principles of time of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Those who step on this stairway can be cleansed by the principles of time. It is of great benefit to the cultivator." Her eyes were shining, and she was eager to try it out. "What if it fails?" Yang Kai frowned. Hua Qingxi was startled. She stammered for a while before saying, "I don't know. Probably there will be some terrible consequences." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that Hua Qingxi didn't know much about the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but she was still better than him. Seeing that Yang Kai was pondering, Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and said, "Whether you want to go up or not, I want to go up and try." Yang Kai glanced at her. He smiled and said, "Since it's an opportunity, I naturally can't miss it. Call Ruoxi out too." While speaking, he stretched out his hand again and called Zhang Ruoxi out. After explaining the wonders of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's staircase to Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai looked at her and said, "It's up to you whether you want to go up or not, although I don't know what the consequences will be if you fail. But it shouldn't be too wonderful. But don't worry, if it really comes to that, I will take you into the small sealed world." "I want to go up." To Yang Kai's surprise, Zhang Ruoxi didn't hesitate at all after hearing this. Instead, she expressed her opinion very actively. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. "This little girl is young, but she's quite energetic. In that case, let's go together." Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, "Don't go too far away from me, otherwise, something will happen. I may not be able to take you into the small sealed world in time." Zhang Ruoxi nodded nervously, her face slightly flushed because of excitement. Hua Qingxi smiled charmingly. "Then you have to follow behind elder sister well?" Yang Kai glanced at her, sneered, and stepped up the white jade stairs. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi's expressions became serious and they stepped up side by side. Suddenly, a pure white energy emerged from the white jade stairs and turned into a cloud that shrouded the three of them, giving them the illusion that they were walking on clouds. At the same time, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a strange force pour into his body. Like a catalyst, it cleansed the source qi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea, making his source qi and spiritual energy more vigorous and condensed. This force was indescribable, as if the Flowing Time Great Emperor was passing, and as the Flowing Time Great Emperor passed by, his strength was also increasing step by step. It was clearly just a moment, but the three of them felt like a long time had passed. A wonderful feeling lingered in their hearts. Yang Kai glanced around and found that Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi were both at ease. After confirming that the two of them were fine, he took another step forward. As the feeling grew stronger, Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he opened his mind to accept the baptism of the principles of time on the stairs. His source qi and spiritual energy became more and more vigorous and pure. At the beginning, Yang Kai still had the leisure to observe the situation of Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi, lest the two of them couldn't bear the principles of time and something unexpected happened. But as he climbed up the stairs, Yang Kai gradually became immersed in this seemingly slow but rapid feeling of becoming stronger, and for a while he was unable to extricate himself. Is this the principles of time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly with a look of admiration on his face. What a strange power! It's obviously only a short period of time, but it makes me feel like a long time has passed, as if I've been cultivating for a long time. This strange power is even better than the Tao of space. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an unusual energy fluctuation coming from the front. Yang Kai was shocked. He collected his thoughts and looked up. 7 or 8 steps ahead of him, Zhang Ruo, she was walking forward step by step. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, revealing her beautiful figure. As she took this step, a halo of energy suddenly burst out from her petite body and spread out in all directions. Are you kidding me? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't know when Zhang Ruo she had walked in front of him, and she was so many steps ahead of him. But that wasn't all. The key was that Zhang Ruo she had clearly broken through a minor realm and reached the second-order origin returning realm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it was true. After all, Zhang Ruo she had just broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago. How could she have broken through another minor realm in such a short time? It was simply unbelievable. Although Yang Kai himself had gained a lot on the flowing time Great Emperor steps, it was not to the extent that Zhang Ruo she had. This little girl is really strange. Yang Kai recalled the day she broke through to the origin returning realm. The giant master's shadow that appeared behind her was at a loss. It really didn't know what kind of bloodline power in her body was that allowed her to break through so quickly. Yang Kai opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Zhang Ruo shi so that she wouldn't be too far away from him, but he found that he couldn't call out a single word no matter how hard he tried. Even his divine sense couldn't leave his body and was suppressed as soon as he tried. He looked back again. Seeing that Xianxia was about 6 or 7 steps away from him, she was drenched in sweat and trekking with great difficulty, as if she was struggling to even move. Sure enough, the flowing time Great Emperor's steps weren't a place to test one's cultivation. If it were, Xianxia should be walking at the front. No matter what, Zhang Ruo shi, who had the lowest cultivation, wouldn't have a chance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He stopped in place and waited for Xianxia. In his opinion, Xianxia was probably the first to break down, so he had to take her back to the sealed world bead at the right time. As for Zhang Ruo shi, Yang Kai could easily catch up with her later. The facts were indeed as Yang Kai expected. After climbing more than half of the flowing time Great Emperor's steps, Xianxia finally couldn't bear the baptism of the principles of time. The benefits she could obtain from stepping on the steps suddenly turned into torture. The erosion of the principles of time made her inexplicably feel like her youth was fading away. She panicked and hurriedly looked up at Yang Kai, wanting to call out to him. At the critical moment, she couldn't utter a single word. She was so anxious that she was sweating all over. Fortunately, Yang Kai had been paying attention to her movements. As soon as he noticed this, he quickly reached out and directly took her back into the sealed world bead. At this time, Yang Kai looked up again and could only vaguely see Zhang Ruo shi's back. The little girl had at least thrown Yang Kai dozens of steps away and seemed to be immersed in the various benefits she had obtained, unable to extricate herself. Her steps didn't stop for a moment and she kept going up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and spared no effort to continue climbing, trying to close the distance between him and Zhang Ruo shi. Somewhere in the flowing time temple, in a dark and boundless hall, there was a faint sound of low breathing and a strong heartbeat. An inexplicable pressure filled this hall. If a living creature came here, they would immediately collapse to the ground. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and even the Emperor realm would tremble before it. At a certain moment, 2 long and narrow red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. Accompanied by a heavy exhalation, the 2 long and narrow lights suddenly widened. They were 2 eyes the size of gongs. This was a pair of beastly eyes that were filled with wildness and killing intent. Golden pupils, red pupils, filled with boundless ruthlessness. Oh, have these little insects finally found the flowing time temple? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out in the dark hall. At the same time, a dazzling flame suddenly burst out in the darkness. The flame came from a strange giant beast covered in flames. This beast was about 3 stories tall and looked like a tiger or a cow. It looked as if it was made of flames, with a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered in scales. It looked majestic. It seems that this uncle's mission is about to be completed. How many years has it been? This uncle is finally going to be free. A voice that shook the entire hall came from the belly of this strange beast. It stood up and looked around with its eyes as if they could pierce through the void. While looking, it muttered, "Let this uncle see what's so special about these little insects." As far as its eyes could see, none of the dozens of cultivator in the flowing time temple could escape its observation. It didn't forget to comment while looking, "Well, this guy's aptitude is not bad, but he still can't enter this uncle's eyes. This little girl is quite famous. Her physique is good, and her cultivation isn't high, but she has an emperor artifact. Is she a descendant of some great emperors? Well, although she barely meets the requirements, forget it. The great emperors aren't good people." Chapter 2163. In the flowing time temple, everyone had different opportunities because of the different routes they chose. But at this moment, no matter where they were, everyone inexplicably felt a sense of horror, as if there was a pair of eyes looking down at them from above. This made everyone feel a little creepy and cold. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They couldn't help but think that it was just their imagination. In the dark hall, the strange beast was still observing the surroundings, commenting from time to time. Many elite cultivators were spurned as trash by it, but when it cast its gaze towards the stairs of the flowing time great emperor, it was surprised. "What's with this little insect? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A guy from the First Order Dao Source realm actually has 5 emperor artifacts on him? Where did he come from?" Even though the strange beast had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen many storms, it was still shocked by Yang Kai's background at this moment because it found that Yang Kai alone had 5 emperor artifacts. Even the Emperor realm didn't have so many emperor artifacts, right? The 5 emperor artifacts it was referring to were naturally the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Sealed World Bead, Insect Enslavement Bracelet, Soul-Splitting Saber, and Myriad Sword. In this flowing time temple, nothing could escape its observation. Is his family all great emperors? The strange beast secretly guessed. Otherwise, such a cultivator. How could he have so many emperor artifacts? An emperor artifact was not something that could be found on the streets. One had to know. Even a noble existence like Lan Sun only had 1 emperor artifact, and that was a defensive emperor artifact given to her by the great emperor's bright moon to prevent her from encountering any accidents. Forget it. Although his aptitude and temperament are excellent, this guy looks like trouble. It's better not to have any contact with him, the strange beast nagged for a while. Then, it shifted its gaze from Yang Kai to Zhang Ruoxi. This little girl, why is she only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? The strange beast's eyes flickered with suspicion. How did you enter this place with such a low cultivation? Why are there so many strange things happening when I'm just sleeping? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared in Zhang Ruoxi's direction and exclaimed, "Wait! This little girl, she actually..." At this moment, it seemed to have discovered something, and its originally arrogant tone suddenly became one of fear. Even its 2 terrifying eyes showed a horrified expression, as if it was afraid of Zhang Ruoxi. On that huge head, he was actually dripping with cold sweat at this moment. Zhang Ruoxi also seemed to have reached her limit. The end of the flowing time great emperor's staircase was clearly not far in front of her, but she couldn't lift her foot no matter how hard she tried. She stubbornly looked up and wanted to take a step forward, but she felt weak all over and her legs were as heavy as lead. The principles of time that filled the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase suddenly broke out at this moment and invaded Zhang Ruoxi's body, wanting to engulf her. Behind her, Yang Kai, who had already caught up to her a dozen steps away, clearly saw Zhang Ruoxi's black hair. In a very short period of time, it became as white as snow. Yang Kai was shocked and realized that something was wrong. He pushed the source qi in his body and rushed forward, trying to shorten the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. But at this point of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, every step was extremely difficult. The distance of a dozen steps was not something that Yang Kai could shorten even if he wanted to. He suddenly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The strange beast in the hall was just as anxious as him. As the guardian of the flowing time temple, it naturally saw Zhang Ruoxi's state and changes. At first, it rejoiced, thinking that Zhang Ruoxi was dead for sure, but soon, it realized something was wrong. Because once Zhang Ruoxi was forced into a dead end, the bloodline power lurking in her body was very likely to awaken. Once that thing was awakened, it would be in big trouble. Thinking so, the strange beast stood up and stretched out a claw towards the void. Space shattered under this blow, and the huge claw crossed the barrier of space and grabbed Zhang Ruoxi before immediately retracting. As it did so, it muttered worriedly, Oh, I don't know if this is the right thing to do. As soon as it finished speaking, it slowly opened its claws and placed the dazed Zhang Ruoxi in front of it. Zhang Ruoxi obviously didn't understand what was going on. She just felt endless time passing by her body. In that short moment, she felt like 100 years had passed. Her vitality seemed to be draining away, and the aura of death rushed towards her. She wanted to turn around and call out to Yang Kai, but she couldn't even turn around. And just when she thought she was going to die, a huge claw descended from the sky and pulled her back from the gates of hell, bringing her into this dark hall. She looked up and saw a huge burning monster beast in front of her, staring at her with a pair of beastly eyes. Most people who saw such a behemoth would probably turn pale with fright, scream, and run away. Zhang Ruoxi wasn't a bold person, and her cultivation wasn't high, nor was she knowledgeable. It wouldn't be surprising if she fainted from fright. But for some reason, when she looked up and stared at the monster beast, she didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, she had a feeling that the other party should be afraid of her. This feeling was baseless and absurd, but it was a feeling that came from deep within her bones, as natural as breathing, and made people believe it without a doubt. She pursed her red lips and looked up at the huge monster beast, her small figure forming a sharp contrast. Their eyes met, but the monster beast felt its hair stand on end. Its forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and its eyes were flickering. Why do you seem to be afraid of me? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked. As soon as she opened her mouth, the monster beast couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It looked at her with fear in its eyes. A muffled sound like thunder came from its abdomen, and it laughed dryly. Yes, why should I be afraid of you? Zhang Ruoxi didn't get to the bottom of it, but beckoned to it. Seeing this, the monster beast actually walked over and crawled in front of Zhang Ruoxi. Its violent eyes became extremely docile at this moment. Faintly, there was a trace of panic and fear. Did you save me? Zhang Ruoxi asked. The monster beast thought for a while and said, Yes. Thank you. Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch the monster beast's head, but she hesitated and said, I won't hurt you, right? She didn't know why she asked such a question, but she had a feeling that if she touched the monster beast in front of her, it was very likely that it would be hurt. The current you probably won't. The monster beast replied. Only then did Zhang Ruoxi put her hand on its forehead and gently touched it. The scorching flame burned Zhang Ruoxi's white hand, but miraculously, it didn't hurt her at all. Instead, it accompanied her touch. The monster beast actually made a purring sound. It was like the reaction of a cat when it was petted. So shameful, so shameful. This great lord is actually being touched by a little girl like this. This is simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. The demonic beast muttered unhappily in its heart, but its body gave a very honest reaction. What's your name? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked again. Xianxia. What a strange name. Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly, a confused look in her beautiful eyes, and said, I don't know why, but although this is the first time I've heard this name, it feels very familiar. Do you know why? I don't know. Xianxia shook his head like a rattledrum, thinking in his heart, it's better if you don't understand in your lifetime. Why would this great master take the initiative to tell you this kind of thing? If that's the case, then this great master's doomsday is coming. Zhang Ruoxi said. She withdrew her hand and said sincerely, Thank you for saving my life just now, but can I trouble you to send me back? If I suddenly disappear, Mr. will be very worried. Mr.? Xianxia heard this and asked suspiciously, The man behind you? Yes, you can see him? Zhang Ruoxi nodded quickly. Xianxia said proudly, In this temple, no wind or grass can escape this grate. My observation. Just now, I saw that you were in danger, so I brought you here. After a pause, it shook its head and said, I didn't expect that someone as strong as you would be protected by others. Although it deliberately lowered its voice when it said this, its voice was loud and clear, so Zhang Ruoxi still heard it clearly. Zhang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand and said with embarrassment, What are you talking about? Mr. is the powerful one, how am I strong? She just thought that Xianxia was talking nonsense to make her happy. One day you will be strong. Xianxia said meaningfully. Yes, I will work hard. Zhang Ruoxi was full of enthusiasm. Well, since you and I are fated to meet today, I will give you something. Xianxia suddenly seemed to think of something and said. As it spoke, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at the void. When it retracted its claws, there was a pink rainbow-colored robe on its claws. The robe was dazzling and emperor aura flowed on it, making it look magnificent. Your strength is still low, so I will give you this pink cloud's phoenix robe. After wearing it, ordinary people probably won't be able to hurt you. Xianxia was very strong, so the ordinary people it mentioned could be understood as a cultivator in the emperor realm. How can I accept this? Although Zhang Ruoxi liked this robe, her good upbringing made her unable to accept this gift without any reason, so she quickly waved her hand and refused. Just wear it. This is your opportunity. When a cultivator cultivates, opportunities are also a part of their strength. Xianxia said, but in his heart, he was thinking, if it wasn't for the fact that I was afraid some blind guy would provoke you and cause your bloodline power to awaken in advance, why would this great master go through so much trouble? It's not easy for me to plan ahead. Once I'm out of here, I should go to the Dragon Island and extort those old dragons. Anyway, this isn't my problem alone. Those old dragons definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Chapter 2164. At the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety as he tried his best to climb it. Zhang Ruoxi had suddenly disappeared before his eyes, leaving him at a loss. He didn't know what kind of danger this little girl had encountered, or if anything had happened to her. He secretly blamed himself, feeling that if he hadn't been on a whim and wanted Zhang Ruoxi to climb the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase with him, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just as he was feeling anxious, a flash of light suddenly appeared above him, and a figure appeared. Yang Kai was startled, looked up, and was stunned. Zhang Ruoxi was standing at the top of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, looking at him with a smile. Her hair, which should have turned snow-white, was still as black as ink. Was it an illusion? Yang Kai was a little confused. He had clearly seen Zhang Ruoxi disappear mysteriously just now, and he had clearly seen the flowing time force erode her body, causing her to age rapidly, but now she had appeared in front of him, perfectly fine, and she had reached the top of the 9 peaks. Everything seemed so unreal. Yang Kai quickened his pace, and after an incense stick's worth of time, he finally reached the top, panting. As soon as he set foot here, the principles of time that lingered around him disappeared instantly. Looking back, the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase also became ordinary, as if it no longer had the magical power it once had. What happened just now? Yang Kai gasped for breath and asked quickly. Ruo, she was reckless. Zhang Ruo, she replied in a low voice with a guilty look. I was just immersed in the joy of gaining power. I forgot Sir's instructions. By the time I reacted, it was too late. Then how did you, a powerful monster beast, saved me? Zhang Ruo, she replied timidly, observing Yang Kai's expression as she spoke, lest he get angry. A powerful monster beast? Yang Kai looked stunned. There's a monster beast in the Flowing Time Temple? What kind of monster beast is it? At this moment, Yang Kai was startled. The Flowing Time Temple had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and now it had suddenly appeared. He thought that there were no living creatures here, but he didn't expect to learn from Zhang Ruo that there was a powerful monster beast here. Moreover, it was able to rescue Zhang Ruo from the stares of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, so its strength was obviously extraordinary. This was enough to make him vigilant. I don't know. Zhang Ruo thought for a moment but didn't know how to describe it. Suddenly, she giggled and said, But, it says it's called Xianxia. What? Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Xiong? Yes, that's what he said. Zhang Ruo nodded and replied. After that, she tilted her head and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? You're sweating so much. As she spoke, she took out a silk handkerchief. She stood on tiptoe. She gently wiped Yang Kai's face. Ah! The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He really didn't know what to say. Sir, are you okay? Zhang Ruo asked softly. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Yang Kai replied subconsciously, then immediately looked at Zhang Ruo and asked, Are you sure it said it's called Xianxia? Yes, that's what it said. It didn't do anything to you? Zhang Ruo shook her head blankly, No. While speaking, she said happily, That's right, it also gave me something. What? Zhang Ruo pursed her lips and smiled. The saint qi in her body shook, and a dazzling glow suddenly bloomed from her tender body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, and his heart shook violently. At this moment, a pink close-fitting robe suddenly appeared on Zhang Ruo's body. The treasured robe was dazzling and magnificent. Strands of Emperor's aura flowed around it. The treasured robe emitted a powerful Emperor's aura, an Emperor artifact. And it was a defensive Emperor artifact. What the hell is going on? Zhang Ruo suddenly and strangely disappeared from the Flowing Time Great Emperor's staircase, and when she came back, she told him that she saw a monster beast named Xianxia. Not only did that monster beast not do anything to her, it even gave her a defensive Emperor artifact. Yang Kai was completely at a loss. After Zhang Ruo activated her robe, her whole body was dazzled by the Emperor artifact. She looked at Yang Kai timidly and asked, Is this beautiful? Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, It's beautiful. This is an Emperor artifact. How can it be described as beautiful? Yang Kai howled in his heart. Although he had 5 Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive, which showed how rare defensive Emperor artifacts were. Xianxia said it's called the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. Zhang Ruo explained, I don't like the pink one, but it's fine as long as Sir says it's beautiful. It's a gift from someone else. Yang Kai tried to calm himself down. Next time you see it, you must thank it properly. Ruo will remember. Zhang Ruo nodded respectfully. Put it away first. Don't activate its form unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it's very likely to cause a lot of trouble. While speaking, Zhang Ruo used her divine sense to restrain the light of the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. With a flash of light, the robe disappeared. By the way, did Xianxia say anything else to you? Yang Kai asked cautiously. Zhang Ruo heard this, thought for a while, and said, It told me to tell Sir that if you have the chance to enter the final position, you must choose the most useless thing. Choose the most useless thing? Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. What does that mean? Zhang Ruo shook her head. I don't know. It sent me back after it said that. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai also knew that this little girl's personality was pure and kind, so it was impossible for her to hide anything from him, let alone deceive him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he carefully inquired about the situation after her meeting with Xianxia, but he didn't obtain much information. Yang Kai couldn't believe it. In the end, he could only think that this was Zhang Ruoxi's opportunity. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator not only return safely after meeting a fierce beast like Xianxia, but also receive an emperor artifact like the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe? Later, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to enter the small sealed world bead. He sat alone at the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor and calmed down a little. After a long time. Only then did he stand up. At the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor was a door. Yang Kai had noticed it before. If he wanted to leave this place at this moment, he could only go through this door. He stretched out his hand and slowly pushed the door open. A dazzling light came from the front. Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes and release his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no danger inside, only then did he step in. A feeling of weightlessness immediately came over him, as if this step had brought him to another space. The aura of a living being suddenly appeared, faintly carrying a trace of familiarity and a strong sense of enmity. Yang Kai was startled and raised his eyes to look ahead. After seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. Where he was now, it seemed to be a high platform. This high platform was round and occupied an area of more than 1,000 feet. Around the high platform, there was a dark abyss. There were ghostly cries and howls coming from below, making one's hair stand on end. It was like a demonic abyss purgatory. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to escape. Looking back, he couldn't see where he came from. The previous door was nowhere to be seen. On this high platform, a man stood holding a sword, waiting quietly. The moment Yang Kai appeared, a pair of eagle-like eyes suddenly shot over and fixed on Yang Kai, full of fighting spirit. For eyes met, and both of them were stunned. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to greet the man. "Brother Xiaobai, you're here too, what a coincidence." He found that the person on this high platform was actually Xiaobai of Azure Sun Temple. But for some reason, Murong Xiao, who had been with him all this time, was not by his side. While talking, Yang Kai walked over there, looking around the environment as he walked, but what puzzled him was that this high platform seemed to be an independent space. He couldn't see where he came from, and he couldn't see where he went, as if he was isolated from this world. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what mysteries there were in this place. While he was thinking, he heard a buzzing sound coming from in front of him, and at the same time, a brilliant light flashed. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, allowing the light beam to slash at the tip of his foot, almost injuring him. Yang Kai looked up at Xiaobai and frowned. "Brother Xiaobai, what is the meaning of this? Let's fight." Xiaobai shook his long sword and pointed it at Yang Kai, his fighting spirit surging like boiling water. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, "There's no need. If you want to fight, wait until we get out of the Four Seasons realm, then I'll fight with you." "Forget it." Xiaobai slowly shook his head, his face as cold as ice, and quickly said, "It is precisely because we are here that we must fight." Hearing this, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and his face sank. "What Brother Xiaobai means is, only one of us can leave this place?" Xiaobai said, "It seems that you aren't too stupid." He shouted loudly, "This is a Dao discussion stage, only the winner has the qualifications to move forward." As he spoke, Yang Kai noticed that above this high platform, there were 3 large characters formed of pure energy suspended in midair. These were the words Dao discussion stage. In an instant he understood. Xiaobai was probably waiting here for an opponent to discuss the Dao. It was just a coincidence that he had run into him. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he said, "It seems we really must fight. The winner moves on, the loser, what will happen?" Yang Kai asked. Xiaobai shook his head. I don't know, most likely death. After saying so, he coldly snorted and said, What's wrong, are you afraid? Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's just, I don't want to kill you, brother Xiaobai. You and I have no grievances, and although you seem to have some complaints about me, we still entered the Four Seasons realm together. If I really killed you here, how would I explain it to Elder Gao and the others? Chapter 2165. With just you. Xiaobai's eyes flashed as he sneered, shameless boasting. Brother Xiaobai. Yang Kai said earnestly, why don't we find a place to sit down and carefully search for a way out of this damned place? No, before you came, I had already searched carefully. Between you and me, there is only one way out. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Xiaobai interrupted him and said coldly, to be honest, with your strength, it is really surprising that you can defeat Shui Yi and snatch his spot. You do have the qualifications to enter the Four Seasons realm. However, this Xiao is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and Shui Yi's brother, so I can't just sit back and watch him be humiliated. Today, this Xiao will avenge junior brother Shui's death. But you can rest assured that the difference in cultivation between you and me is huge, so this Xiao will not use all of his strength. 60% of my strength is enough to deal with you. If possible, I won't kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai flicked his long sword and floated above Yang Kai's head. His long sword was like water and ice, exuding a resolute chill, and a dazzling sword light poured down. Yang Kai grinned and said, since this battle is inevitable, if I offend you in any way, I hope brother Xiaobai won't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, the place where he stood was covered by sword light and his body was pierced by sword light. But strangely, no blood flowed out and the smile still hung on his face. Xiaobai's expression changed and his source qi burst forth. His aura was like a rainbow as his body exuded a cold aura like a violent snowstorm. With a backhand swing, his long sword suddenly became extremely huge, as if it was a heavenly sword, and slashed down. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure appeared like a ghost. But his eyes narrowed and he had to escape again. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the giant sword slashed down and the aura surged. Xiaobai put away his sword and stood there, looking sideways at the void. Where his eyes fell, Yang Kai's figure appeared. You are really different. It was not by luck that you defeated Shui. Xiaobai said in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Brother Xiaobai, was that 60% of your strength? If that's the case, I advise you to use your full strength quickly. Otherwise, rest assured it was only 30% just now. Xiaobai said proudly. 30%. Yang Kai murmured, then immediately nodded slightly and praised, as expected of an elite of Azure Sun Temple, you are very different from the Dao Source Realm cultivators I encountered before. It's not too late to admit defeat. Xiaobai shouted, swiping his finger across his sword as he spun around. All of a sudden, he wrapped himself in the sword light and turned into a beam of light, aiming straight for Yang Kai's chest. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The energy of the laws coiled around it, and layers of thin ice appeared on the Dao Exchange platform as it overflowed with icy coldness. The entire environment of the high platform seemed to have suddenly turned into a cold winter. The faint whistling of the wind sounded in their ears, making them feel cold in their hearts. Law of Ice. Yang Kai shouted as he felt the erosion and influence of the world principles on his body, causing the surrounding space to solidify. He could not help but let out a roar as a five-colored light bloomed from his body, dispelling all the discomfort. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword appeared leisurely. Waving his sword, he muttered, "Million swords. One man against the pass." Tens of millions of sword chi streaked through the air like a torrential rain, Xiaobai's attack head-on. Another Emperor artifact. Xiaobai's cold snort came from the sword light, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he urged his sword light to meet it head-on. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk, the shocking sword light cut through the millions of sword chi and arrived in front of Yang Kai without any reduction in power. Asterisk, Xiao Baiyi's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes as sharp as a knife, exuding an astonishing aura as he swung his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and raised his sword to block. Clang. A peerless, imposing aura shook out, and the space above the Dao discussion platform was actually sliced into countless cracks by the fine strands of sword chi that emanated from it, and they flashed before vanishing. Xiao Baiyi's whole body froze slightly, but he quickly got rid of the influence of the Emperor artifact. His whole body turned into an afterimage as the long sword in his hand continued to attack Yang Kai. He still had the strength to taunt. Although the Emperor artifact is strong, with your strength, how much power can you exert? Shui lost to you because he was careless. Yang Kai's body was like a dragon as he held the myriad sword in his hand, constantly blocking the attacks coming from all directions. He smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiao Bai seems to have a problem with this sword." As the two spoke, their hands did not stop moving at all. The clanging sounds continued to ring out, like music, extremely pleasant to the ears. Relying on the power of an artifact is also a skill. Since you say so, I'll change my sword. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the myriad sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by another Dao Source grade mid-rank sword. Xiao Baiyi frowned as he leapt out of the battle and asked, "Changing your weapon in the middle of the battle? What do you mean?" "I mean nothing." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "I just don't want to be accused of relying on the power of an Emperor artifact after I beat you." "Are you looking down on me?" Xiao Baiyi was furious, his white robes fluttering in the wind as he slowly floated up into the air and said coldly, "If you change back now, I'll pretend I didn't see anything, otherwise it'll be too late for regrets." As he spoke, he pointed the long sword in his hand to the sky and a snowstorm suddenly appeared. This snowstorm was not fierce at first, but in the blink of an eye, it rolled out a heaven-destroying momentum that wrapped around Xiao Baiyi. A cold voice came out from the snowstorm as Xiao Baiyi muttered, "This is only 60% of my strength. If you can't withstand it, you'll die. I advise you to avoid it." As soon as these words fell, he shouted, "Human sword, rotating annihilation." The snowstorm suddenly turned into an ice dragon, glaring with gong-sized eyes, and pouncing towards Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Kai finally put away his mischievous expression and looked at the incoming attack with a dignified expression. Feeling the power contained in it, he said in a deep voice, as expected of the second place of Azure Sun Temple's sect martial arts demonstration. Brother Xiao Bai lives up to his name. If only 60% of his strength is this powerful, if he uses his full strength. Although he was praising, his hands were not idle at all. With a shake of his sword, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he muttered, 3,000 sword Dao, Lu Yen Rua Hua. The sword blade turned crimson in an instant, and from it, the figure of a firebird shot out. This figure was exactly the same as Lu Yan's original body. A loud cry rang out as the two attacks collided in the air. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the ice dragon dissipated and the flames were annihilated. Xiao Baiyi was shaken and shouted, "How is this possible?" His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a cold tone, "What is your relationship with Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land?" As an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he naturally had some understanding of Chen Wenhao. The 3,000 sword Dao was clearly comprehended by Chen Wenhao, but at this moment, it was being displayed by Yang Kai. Although it was a little different from the rumors, it seemed to be quite powerful. "It doesn't matter." Yang Kai twirled the long sword in his hand and said casually, "I just fought with him once and saw him display the 3,000 sword Dao. I thought it was good, so I used it casually." Yang Kai was telling the truth. When he was eroded by the demon sense that day, he did fight with Chen Wenhao. Not only did he fight with Chen Wenhao, but he also fought with Gao Xueting and Feng Ming. The three great emperors' venerable realm masters' ultimate moves were still fresh in Yang Kai's memory and he had a little understanding of them. However, the 3,000 sword Dao he displayed at this moment was similar to what Chen Wenhao himself had comprehended. It was completely different. Yang Kai was just urging the fire sword qi of the 5 elements indestructible sword qi to condense Lu Yan's form. How could the ultimate moves of the Emperor Realm's masters be so easy to comprehend? The mysteries of these moves could only be understood and displayed by those from the Emperor Realm. However, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Xiao Baiyi had only heard of the 3,000 sword Dao and had not seen it with his own eyes, so how could he distinguish whether it was true or false? Enough! Xiao Baiyi shouted angrily, looking very angry. There should be a limit to your nonsense. You're just spouting nonsense. Who would believe you? Whether you have a relationship with Master Chen Wenhao or not, today's outcome will not change. His aura suddenly soared, and it seemed that he realized that 60% of his strength was not enough to defeat Yang Kai, so he decided to use more of his strength. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk bolts of lightning suddenly shot out, and on the surface of Xiao Baiyi's body, the entire Dao discussion stage turned into a sea of lightning in an instant, looking extremely terrifying. You comprehended the ice principles, but you can also use thunder attribute secret techniques? Yang Kai was extremely surprised and praised. Brother Xiao Bai is really extraordinary. In time, I'm afraid you will become the overlord of this star boundary. Flattery is useless. But, Xiao Bai, you're so happy to call me that. Take this, Earth Sword. Falling thunder. Wherever he pointed his sword, thunder roared and bolts of lightning fell from the sky, completely submerging Yang Kai. The power of this falling thunder was so sharp and violent that it seemed to be able to completely seal off space. Yang Kai's brow rose as he shouted, "So that's how it is. It's because the name Brother Xiao Bai made you unhappy." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai was wrapped in a sea of lightning, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Xiao Baiyi's eyes flashed as he stared down and frowned. "Remember, my name is Xiao Baiyi. I just feel that the name Brother Xiao Bai is very familiar. Brother Xiao doesn't need to be so angry, right?" Yang Kai's voice came from below, full of vitality, as if he was not injured at all. Xiao Baiyi's eyes instantly bulged as he stared down dumbfoundedly. Inside the sea of lightning, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone a huge change. On the surface of his body, a 5-colored glow bloomed, and the power of the 5 elements formed a strong and powerful defense, resisting the damage of the lightning arcs. If that was all, both of his hands were now covered with a layer of fine scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. On his cheeks, forehead, and even all his exposed skin were scales that exuded an amazing aura. Chapter 2166. Dragon Aura. Xiao Baiyi exclaimed. He felt the aura of a true dragon from where Yang Kai stood. Although this aura was not strong, the terrifying pressure it exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. As soon as his voice fell, a golden true dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This true dragon phantom was extremely large, and as it coiled behind Yang Kai, it slowly opened its eyes and glanced in Xiao Baiyi's direction. Xiao Baiyi's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat and he couldn't help stumbling back a few steps. Brother Xiao Bai's strength is extraordinary, so I have to take this seriously. Be careful. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, his sword shook and in an instant, a 5-colored light burst forth as the 5 elements indestructible sword qi overflowed, dispersing the thunder sea purgatory in a single breath, revealing Yang Kai's majestic figure. The golden dragon phantom behind him roared towards the sky, its roar resounding throughout the heavens and earth as it turned into a stream of light and poured into the sword, accompanied by Yang Kai's slash. At that moment, time seemed to flow for thousands of years, traversing countless spaces. The power of a true dragon was enough to shatter the world. Xiao Baiyi's temples were covered in cold sweat as he was forced back a few steps by the infinite pressure, but soon he grit his teeth and forced himself to stand still, fiercely pushing his source qi to form a solid barrier around his body. At the same time, he summoned a mirror-like defensive artifact that transformed into a light curtain and blocked in front of him. Hong. As the golden light slashed forward, a violent energy overflowed, causing the entire Dao discussion stage to hum, as if the end of the world had arrived. The turbulent world energy fluctuations did not subside for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared forward coldly. A few dozen meters away, Xiao Baiyi's face was pale. Standing in the air, although the light curtain formed by the mirror artifact was still blocking his body, countless cracks had appeared, and in the next breath, it shattered into countless fragments. His eyes trembled violently as the divine artifact in his hand let out a mournful cry. Staring at him from afar, Xiao Baiyi grit his teeth and muttered, "You from the First Order Dao Source Realm? How could you possibly achieve this?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Strength. Don't tell me that Brother Little Bai doesn't understand this principle?" "I don't believe it." Xiao Baiyi roared as a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body. The source qi that should have been dormant suddenly surged at this moment as he raised his sword and roared, "This is my final move. If you can take it, you win. If you can't, then I'll kill you. Only death." Hearing what he said, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become solemn, knowing that Xiao Baiyi was about to use his ultimate move. A desperate move on the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm would not be easy to deal with. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, secretly circulating his origin energy. When Xiao Baiyi's words fell, his expression suddenly became incomparably solemn. With a devout and holy look on his face, he flicked his finger on his sword. As the sword buzzed, he turned into countless streaks of light and descended from the sky. An astonishing pressure suddenly descended, causing the void to tremble, giving people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A low voice slowly sounded, "Heavenly sword, shattering star." As soon as these words fell, countless streaks of light burst out from the sky and smashed down. It was as if countless meteors were falling from the sky, making it impossible to avoid and causing despair to fill everyone's hearts. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as his figure leapt forward, abandoning his sword, and instead of retreating, he formed a seal with both hands as space force and space principles suddenly filled the air. Countless dark moon blades flew up to meet the falling streaks of light. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, one black hole after another appeared in the void, swallowing up the incredible energy shockwaves. The violent energy fluctuations shook everyone's mind, as if the Dao discussion stage was about to collapse. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning as he shuttled through the void, searching for Xiao Baiyi's figure. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he pushed his source qi and sent a palm strike towards a certain location. Pa. At the same time, two muffled groans rang out as Yang Kai retreated a few steps with an ashen face. In a place where no one was present, Xiao Baiyi's figure appeared with a pale face, his aura weak as he fell down with a look of unwillingness on his face. The vision that filled the sky suddenly disappeared at this moment, leaving only the bleak atmosphere of the aftermath of the great battle in the air. Xiao Baiyi fell heavily to the ground, but immediately stood up like a carp, unable to stand still. His figure swayed and he had no choice but to support himself with his sword to prevent himself from falling. His exposed skin was all cracked and blood was flowing out of his body. On his chest, there was a clear palm print. Only this palm was caused by Yang Kai. Everything else was not the work of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood midair and looked down at the hand he used to attack. At this moment, blood was also flowing out of it. His entire palm had been pierced and the pain was unbearable. There seemed to be a trace of principal strength lingering around the wound, hindering its recovery. Shaking off the blood on his hand, Yang Kai urged his strength to dissolve the residual principal strength and said lightly, "Brother Xiao Bai, this heavenly sword seems to be beyond the scope of what you can enslave. Was it necessary to go to this extent?" Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique Xiao Baiyi had learned, this last sword was obviously not something Xiao Baiyi could display at this moment. Forcibly using it would inevitably bring harm to himself. Xiao Baiyi's current state was the best proof of this. Haha. Although Xiao Baiyi looked miserable, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was hearty and joyful, without the slightest regret or unwillingness. He said, "Of course it was necessary. In the face of a strong enemy, one should do their best. Either you die or I die. What harm is a trivial backlash?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Brother Xiao Bai really has the heart of a master. Admirable, admirable." Xiao Baiyi slowly shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, in the end, I still couldn't defeat you. First Order Dao Source Realm." He laughed bitterly, his tone extremely complex and containing many emotions. Before this, he never thought that one day he would lose to an opponent from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He was a proud son of heaven and thought highly of himself. In this world, with the exception of a few people, he did not put anyone in his eyes. But today's battle made him realize many things. It was as if he was standing in a waist-deep river and saying that he had seen the sea was ridiculous. "Yang Kai!" Xiao Baiyi shouted, throwing out his long sword casually and wobbling, "Do it!" He looked like he was about to poke him, and it seemed like he had no intention of fighting back. After all, even his strongest move had been miraculously resolved by Yang Kai, so he no longer had any strength left to fight. "I didn't say I wanted to kill you," Yang Kai grinned. "Are you the only one who wants to fight to the death?" Xiao Baiyi frowned and said, "If you want to move forward, you have to fight, otherwise, you and I may be trapped here forever." "Not necessarily." Yang Kai denied his point of view. Indeed, as he said before, he had no grievances with Xiao Baiyi, so there was no need for him to kill him. Moreover, when he fought with Xiao Baiyi before, the other party did not have any murderous intent, only a high fighting spirit. It was obvious that Xiao Baiyi did not want to kill him, he simply wanted to fight Yang Kai. This was the mentality of a cultivator who pursued the peak of the martial Dao. While speaking, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, trying to find the exit of the Dao discussion stage. However, this place was just a high platform suspended alone in midair, surrounded by a boundless abyss. It was dark and bottomless, and below it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, as if something bad was about to happen. "The exit is down there?" Yang Kai came to the edge of the Dao discussion stage and looked down. Feeling the strange aura coming from below, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb. If he really jumped down, he did not know what the consequences would be. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would not jump unless he had no other choice. In fact, he had another way to pass through this place. According to Xiao Baiyi, the exit of this Dao discussion stage would only appear after one person died. If that was the case, if he put Xiao Baiyi into the sealed world bead, he would probably be able to make the exit appear. However, if he did so, the secret of the sealed world bead would be exposed. So, he urged his space force to try to see if he could teleport away, but in the next moment, he shook his head. He could use his space force, so teleportation was not a problem, but he could only teleport on this Dao discussion stage. This seemed to be an isolated space, so Yang Kai could not teleport to the outside world. "You won't find it." Xiao Baiyi saw him scurrying around and could not help but remind him, "I said before, I have carefully searched this place and there is no exit at all. I have already lost. Do you not even have the courage to give the loser a proper ending?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and was about to say something when the entire Dao discussion stage suddenly buzzed and began to shake. Yang Kai's face became solemn and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Xiao Baiyi was obviously taken aback, not knowing what was going on. But soon, a surprising scene occurred. In the sky, the three characters hanging high above suddenly turned into two rays of light, one big and one small. One of them shot towards Xiao Baiyi, wrapping him up before he could react and disappearing in a flash. Along with it, Xiao Baiyi's entire body disappeared. As for the other ray of light, it connected the heavens and the earth. After a series of distortions, it transformed into a light bridge leading upwards. At the end of this light bridge, there was a closed door leading to an unknown world. Yang Kai could not help being startled, frowning for a moment before muttering to himself while staring at the light bridge, This thing is definitely the way to the exit. Brother Xiaobai seems to have been teleported out, so the key is for him to admit defeat? According to the scene just now, it seemed that after Xiaobai admitted defeat, the Dao discussion stage changed, not only teleporting him away, but also revealing an exit. Looking at it this way, it was naturally clear where the opportunity was at a glance. Chapter 2167. Deep inside the flowing time temple, a group of masters had gathered. This was the deepest part of the temple, and those who were qualified to come here were the top masters of the Southern Territories' Dao Source Realm. Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, Luo Yuan, Kong Qi, Murong Xiao Xiao, Gong Wenshan, and Bian Yuqing were all present. Among these 7, except for Lan Sun who was in the First Order Dao Source Realm and Gong Wenshan who was in the Second Order Dao Source Realm, everyone else was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Needless to say, Lan Sun was the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors and possessed a special constitution. Her strength could not be measured by cultivation alone, so she was absolutely qualified to set foot here. The same was true for Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation was a minor realm lower than most of the people present, as an array grandmaster, his methods were quite profound, so his strength could not be judged by his cultivation alone, so it was not surprising that he was able to come here. At this moment, among the 7, except for Xiao Chen who had been guarding Lan Sun, everyone else was looking for a place to sit cross-legged in meditation, seemingly waiting for something. Murong Xiao Xiao would glance in a certain direction from time to time, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and anticipation. At a certain moment, ripples suddenly appeared in a circular door of light over 100 meters away from where everyone was standing, and then a figure slowly emerged from the door of light. Everyone noticed this and turned their heads to look. Finally, Luo Yuan seemed to have become impatient and could not help snorting coldly. Murong Xiao Xiao stood up with a smile on her face and walked over, seemingly to greet the newcomer. Everyone else also showed a look of interest, wanting to see who this newcomer was. The figure slowly took shape. Finally, walking out of the light gate, his true face was revealed. The smile on Murong Xiao Xiao's face froze as she stared at the newcomer in amazement, her expression extremely complicated, a little disappointed, and a little surprised. She did not expect that the last person to come out of this light gate would be Yang Kai. It turned out to be Yang Kai, not Xiaobai as she had imagined. The others also wore different expressions, Kong Qi's face twitching as he quickly averted his gaze, as if looking at Yang Kai any longer would tarnish his own. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. So many people. After Yang Kai walked out of the door of light, he saw the 7 figures in front of him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you all here? I was waiting for you. Bian Yuqing smiled and said flirtatiously. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He said, don't joke around. How could I be so important as to trouble you all to wait here? He thought that Bian Yuqing was just joking with him. Who knew? I'm not kidding. We are indeed waiting for you. Gong Wenshan also stood up at this time and looked at Yang Kai sternly, but that's not entirely correct. We weren't waiting for you. We were waiting for the last person to come out of here. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head, and looked around before finally fixing his eyes in front of him and saying thoughtfully, it seems that you don't have enough people to break this barrier. Indeed. Gong Wenshan nodded. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? Yang Kai smiled and looked around. Gong Wenshan said with a look of disdain, I don't want to repeat such a troublesome thing twice. After saying so, he ignored Yang Kai. Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her red lips. She said, I'll explain. Junior brother Yang, come over here. She beckoned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and walked over. Murong Xiao Xiao immediately explained to him. After listening to her description, Kai Yang came to know that in front of the main entrance of the hall, there was a spirit array called the 8 points Yuan returning array. This spirit array wasn't very profound, nor was it very useful. It was also very simple to break. As long as 8 people were gathered and stood in a specific position, this spirit array would break on its own, not requiring any effort from the cultivator. Of course, if there was no one here who was proficient in spirit arrays, they would not be able to see through the mysteries of this spirit array, but this spirit array was really not a problem for Gong Wenshan. So, you can only wait here for the last person to arrive? Yang Kai asked after listening. Yes, Murong Xiao nodded gently and smiled. I didn't expect junior brother Yang to be the last person to arrive. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered, Don't worry, brother Xiao is only slightly injured, his life is not in danger. Murong Xiao heard this and her eyes lit up. Junior brother Yang, you saw brother Xiao? Yang Kai nodded. Where is he now? Murong Xiao asked nervously. I don't know, maybe he was teleported out, or maybe he's still somewhere in this temple, Yang Kai shrugged. Murong Xiao seemed to think of something and covered her mouth as she whispered, Junior brother Yang, did you defeat brother Xiao? Yang Kai was stunned. Listening to what you said, you also went to the Dao discussion platform? That's right. Murong Xiao replied, I met an opponent there and defeated him before coming here. It seems that everyone's experiences are similar. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. If everyone had experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase and the Dao discussion platform, then it made sense that there were only 8 people left here at this moment. These 2 checkpoints were not something that just anyone could pass. The rest of them had probably already been eliminated. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned his head to look at the others and was surprised to find that all of them had some star seals on the back of their hands, even Murong Xiao. It seemed that their opportunities in the Flowing Time Temple were quite good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had only obtained a single Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit when he first arrived at the 2 Seasons mountain range and hadn't found any other star seals. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, hurry up and act, I don't have time to waste here. Luo Yuan urged impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that 8 people were required to crack the spirit array, how could Luo Yuan have waited here? He would have already killed everyone and driven out all of them. Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't say anything. He simply nodded to Gong Wenshan and said, Brother Gong, I understand the general situation. I have a general understanding of the situation, so I hope you can advise me on what to do next. Gong Wenshan nodded and said, Since that's the case, everyone will listen to my orders. Stand where I tell you to, but don't move. Although this 8 points yuan returning array is simple to crack, if something goes wrong. Although he didn't finish his words, everyone understood what he meant. Xiaochen smiled and said, Brother Gong, please feel free to instruct us. This matter concerns everyone, so I don't think anyone here will refuse. As he spoke, he glanced over at Luo Yuan. Very good. Gong Wenshan heard this and smiled coldly, forming a series of seals with his hands before pushing them forward. A layer of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. This source chi solidified and formed a universe heaven and earth seal not far in front of everyone. Immediately, Gong Wenshan pointed his finger and said, I'll have to trouble this friend to stand at the Qian position. He was pointing at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was tactful and without saying a word, his figure leapt forward. He landed accurately in the position indicated by Gong Wenshan. Madam, please take the Li position. He then pointed to Bian Yuqing. You're making me sound older. Bian Yuqing pouted. Grumbling, she also landed in the designated position. You take the Qian position. Gong Wenshan pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and flew to Bian Yuqing's side. Next, under Gong Wenshan's guidance, everyone landed in different positions. During this time, Bian Yuqing smiled at Yang Kai and said, I didn't expect a smelly brat like you could actually make it here. What? Are you looking down on me? Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted, This one's strength is something Protector Bian hasn't seen yet. Is that so? Bian Yuqing smiled with interest, her seductive manner overflowing with charm. Hearing you say that, I'd like to see it for myself. You'll have plenty of opportunities. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her before asking, Where's Brother Ko? Isn't he with you? Hearing this, Bian Yuqing's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai said in surprise, It couldn't be, Bian Yuqing sneered. It's not what you think. Ko Wu knows he's not strong enough and stopped at the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs. Oh, that's a pity, Yang Kai sighed. Although the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs were filled with endless dangers, if one could step on them, they could obtain a lot of benefits. Yang Kai was well aware of this. Not only him, but the other 7 people who had come here all looked stronger than before, obviously due to the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs. However, Bian Yuqing's words confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. Everyone's opportunities were basically the same, especially in the later stages. They had all passed the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs and passed the Dao discussion stage before reaching this place. While the two were talking, everyone had already taken their places, leaving only Gong Wenshan. Gong Wenshan stood outside the divinatory seal and carefully checked everyone's positions, confirming that they were not in the wrong place before leaping up and landing in the last position. When his feet touched the ground, he suddenly shouted, "Don't move, no matter what you feel, no matter what you feel, don't use your strength, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." Seeing him speak so seriously, how could anyone not listen to his advice? Everyone held their breaths and entered a kind of ethereal state. Soon, a humming sound rang out. The surrounding world energy seemed to be flowing rapidly, triggering some kind of chain reaction. Along with this movement, the humming sound in the void grew louder and more intense. Finally, along with a strange sound, the sound of something shattering entered everyone's ears. It wasn't until this moment that Gong Wenshan, who had been nervous all this time, breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this 8 points yuan returning array had broken by itself. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a series of cracking sounds, the door in front of everyone suddenly cracked open and a ray of light shot out from it. Immediately afterward, the door slowly moved to the sides and the gap slowly grew larger. When the gap was large enough for one person to pass through, Gong Wenshan suddenly shouted, "Don't move!" Everyone was startled and their originally restless figures came to a halt. But at that moment, Gong Wenshan rushed through the door like an arrow from a bow. "Damn it, we were tricked!" Kong Qi shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. Chapter 2168. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk in front of the main hall, human figures flickered. The remaining 7 people used their own methods and rushed forward in a bid to be the first. Gong Wenshan was the first to rush in, causing the others behind him to feel anxious. In the blink of an eye, everyone had flooded into the hall and stood in their respective positions, squinting their eyes as they stared forward. In front of them, a brilliant light shone as the world energy aura surged, as if some kind of treasure had been buried for tens of thousands of years, waiting for its new owner to arrive. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk just as everyone entered, the door slowly closed with a muffled thunder-like sound. Everyone was slightly surprised, but they quickly calmed down and no longer paid attention to it, instead sweeping their eyes around the hall to investigate the situation. As far as the eye could see, at the rightmost position of the hall, there was a circular light gate. Inside this light gate, there was a dense fog, halos, and illusions. The power of space fluctuated, leading to some unknown place. Just looking at it would cause one's mind to sink. 300 meters in front of everyone, there was a high platform. On this high platform, there were several different things sitting quietly. These are... After seeing the few things on the high platform, everyone showed looks of shock and greed. There weren't many things, only 5 of them. A black oval-shaped shield with dragons and phoenixes carved into its surface and mysterious runes constantly flashed across its surface. A cherry-sized drop of something that looked like a water droplet. It was a strange existence that emitted a 7-colored light and was as soft as water. A spirit pill that wasn't actually a spirit pill, a longan-sized round bead that was a fiery red color, a total of 5 treasures. All of them were placed on top of the high platform. Each treasure was shrouded in a semicircular light curtain visible to the naked eye, like an invisible bowl that had been placed on top of the high platform. Everyone's eyes swept across the 5 treasures one by one before finally fixing on another semicircular light curtain. This one, seemed to have originally been a treasure, but for some reason, it had disappeared. In other words, there were originally 6 treasures on this high platform. But at this moment, there were only 5 left, and the last one had been taken away by someone else. Star. Kong Chi gulped as he stared at the black oval shield and said with difficulty, Is this a pseudo-emperor artifact? I can feel a trace of emperor's might from it. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know that such a treasure would appear in the depths of the flowing time temple. For a time, everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared excitedly at the 5 treasures on the high platform. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Although their hearts were itching, none of them dared to make a move. That was because everyone knew in their hearts that although there were 8 people here, there were only 5 treasures. It was simply not enough for everyone to split. If anyone dared to act blindly without thinking, they would definitely be killed. It was very likely that he would be regarded as a hostile target by others. At that time, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands, and it was very likely that he would be eliminated directly. Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan suppressed the restlessness in his heart and kept observing the changes in the expressions of the others. Princess, you are quite knowledgeable. Do you recognize what these things are? Gong Wenshan suddenly looked at Lan Sun and asked. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she smiled and said, I know a few. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Gong Wenshan said sincerely. Lan Sun nodded lightly and pointed to the pitch-black oval shield. Brother Kong is right, this is probably a pseudo-emperor artifact. What's a pseudo-emperor artifact? Yang Kai asked. As soon as this remark came out, everyone cast strange looks at him, as if they felt it was a bit strange that he didn't even know this kind of common-sense question. Bian Yuqing, on the other hand, understood that Yang Kai was indeed ignorant. After all, he was a cultivator from a low-level star's territory, so she kindly explained to him, Emperor artifacts are not refined, you should know this, right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. The birth of an emperor artifact required a cultivator to refine and nourish it for many years. Only after a cultivator broke through to the emperor realm could they condense their emperor intent into an artifact and infuse their comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao into it. Only then could an emperor artifact be born. Some people from the emperor realm fail to succeed when they attempt to refine their artifacts due to various reasons, but the artifact's power does not decrease and instead increases. The artifacts born under such circumstances are called pseudo-emperor artifacts. They surpass the level of Tao source-grade artifacts but are not emperor artifacts. They can be considered semi-finished products. Bian Yuqing said softly with a solemn expression, a good pseudo-emperor artifact is not worse than an ordinary emperor artifact, but some pseudo-emperor artifacts are only slightly better than Tao source-grade artifacts. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Bian Yuqing continued, but this is a defensive artifact. Even if it is a pseudo-emperor artifact, it is absolutely rare. Its value is far above that of a Tao source-grade high-rank artifact. If one can obtain this shield, I'm afraid no one in the Emperor realm will be able to break through its defense. That's a really good thing. Yang Kai echoed, his eyes burning as he stared at the shield. Although he had a lot of Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive. If he could snatch the shield, he could make up for his shortcomings and at least be able to resist for a while when encountering a strong enemy. Please continue, Your Highness. Kong Chi glared at Yang Kai from the side, seemingly blaming him for his ignorance and interfering with Lan Sun's explanation. Lan Sun didn't care and simply smiled lightly as she pointed to a cherry-sized droplet of water and said, If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary Supreme Divine Water. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, it's Supreme Divine Water. Gong Wenshan's expression flickered, as if he had some guesses but wasn't sure, but after listening to Lan Sun's words, he immediately confirmed it. Murong Xiaoxiao was surprised. Is this the Supreme Divine Water that can allow spirit medicines to grow rapidly with just a drop? Indeed. Lan Sun smiled and nodded. Perhaps because she was taking care of Yang Kai, she slowly explained, with just a single drop of supreme divine water, any spirit medicine can grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 years old in a very short time, and this time is only a month. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and asked, "What princess means is, if this thing is dropped on a spirit grass, it can reach a medicinal age of 10,000 years within a month?" "Exactly." Lan Sun nodded and said indifferently, "Although supreme divine water is not one of the 3 great divine waters, in terms of efficacy, it is sometimes much more precious than the 3 great divine waters. I also saw a few drops of supreme divine water when I was young, so I recognized it. If it were someone else who said they had seen supreme divine water, everyone would likely be skeptical, but when it came from Lan Sun's mouth, it was a different story. With her identity, status, and even background, she would not tell such a lie. If she said she had seen it, then naturally she had seen it. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot. In the medicine garden in his mysterious small world, there was so much heavy earth that it could only increase the growth rate of spirit medicines by 100 times. In other words, it took a year for a spirit medicine to grow to 100 years old. But this supreme divine water only needed a month to make a spirit medicine reach 10,000 years old. The gap between them was simply incomprehensible. If this drop of supreme divine water was absorbed by the gold and silver tree, wouldn't the strange tree named Firmament gain 10,000 years of sealing power? With so much sealing power, he could remove the seal on his abdomen at any time and anywhere, and he would have no worries when fighting powerful enemies. At that time, he would only need to use the power of the firmament tree to reseal the demonic chi and demon spirit. Supreme divine water is the source of all water, but its role is not limited to just that. If it is absorbed by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or a water attribute physique, the benefits are simply immeasurable. Moreover, it can also be used to refine water attribute artifacts. Its uses are infinite. Lan Sun continued to explain. Gong Wenshan slowly exhaled and cupped his fists. "This one understands. Many thanks, Princess." "Princess, Her Highness kindly explained this to you, so don't refuse." Xiao Chen coldly snorted. No one paid him any attention. Lan Sun then pointed to the treasure that was exuding a 7-colored glow and said, "I don't need to explain this, don't you recognize it?" Kong Chi's face twitched as he said bitterly, "Could this be an emperor aura? It is definitely an emperor aura." Gong Wenshan seemed to have also noticed and said in a deep voice. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this is an emperor aura. If you have it, you can fuse it with an artifact that is closely related to you, and in time, it is very likely that an emperor artifact will be born." Emperor aura was the key to the birth of an emperor artifact. It was condensed by a master of the emperor realm and fused with an artifact. If successful, it would become an emperor artifact, but if it failed, the artifact would either be damaged or become a fake emperor artifact. Generally, when the emperor realm condensed an emperor artifact, they would directly pour their own emperor aura into the artifact. This emperor aura contained the essence of a master from the emperor realm, which was extremely rare. However, such a mass of emperor aura could not be condensed by an ordinary master from the emperor realm. Even Xiao Chen's father, Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang, did not have this ability. Only a third-order Emperor Realm Master could accomplish such a feat. Condensing an Emperor aura was a great loss to a master from the Emperor Realm, and it would take at least 100 years of hard work to make up for it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a third-order Emperor Realm Master would not condense an Emperor aura and leave it outside. But this flowing time temple had such an Emperor aura. This thing was fundamentally different from the pitch-black shield. The pitch-black shield had already been formed, so it was a fake Emperor artifact and had no possibility of being promoted to an Emperor artifact. On the other hand, this massive Emperor aura represented infinite possibilities, but it required time and effort. Between the two, it was hard to say which was more valuable. If one liked a ready-made one, they would naturally choose the pitch-black shield. After all, it was a defensive artifact, so its value and rarity were needless to say. If one had the ambition to refine an emperor artifact of their own, they would undoubtedly fall in love with the massive emperor aura. Chapter 2169. This is... Lan Sun's eyes turned to the fourth treasure. This thing looked like a spirit pill, yet not a spirit pill at the same time. Lan Sun's brow furrowed slightly, as if she was at a loss, but soon her expression brightened and she exclaimed, "Emperor Authority Bead." What? Luo Yuan, who had not spoken until now, suddenly exclaimed, "Emperor Authority Bead? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" As soon as this remark came out, Xiao Chen could not help but coldly snort, "Pay attention to your words, the one in front of you is Her Highness the Princess." Luo Yuan turned his head and glanced at him, causing the two's eyes to meet and sparks to fly. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, "This should be the Emperor Authority Bead. If Brother Luo doesn't believe me, you can break the barrier and take it out for a look." "It's not that I don't believe you," Luo Yuan snorted, "it's just, I didn't expect such a treasure to appear here." Lan Sun nodded and said, "I didn't expect it either. This Emperor Authority Bead. I've never seen it before, but I've heard my father mention it a few times, so I didn't recognize it immediately. However, this Emperor Authority Bead is sealed with the full-strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. If we can obtain this thing, it's tantamount to obtaining a trump card." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of mysteries this Emperor Authority Bead contained. This thing turned out to be able to seal the full-strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. Its wonders were somewhat similar to the Star Emperor token he obtained in the territory of the Homeland Star. The Star Emperor token also contained a divine technique of the great emperors of the Star Field. Everyone here was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If they could obtain this Emperor Authority Bead, among those in the same realm, who could be their opponent? Even if they encountered someone from the Emperor realm, they would still be able to put up a fight. As Lan Sun said, this thing could indeed be used as a trump card, the kind that could determine the outcome of a battle. After all, which cultivator had not experienced life or death situations several times? At such a critical moment, this Emperor Authority Bead was undoubtedly the best trump card. Everyone's breathing quickened again. His face was burning. The last thing? Lan Sun frowned again as she stared at the longan-sized fiery red bead for a long time before slowly shaking her head. "Sir, forgive me for my ignorance, but I don't recognize it. Does anyone have any impression of it?" Even a character like Lan Sun did not recognize this fiery red bead, let alone the others, all of them shaking their heads, indicating that they had never seen it before. Lan Sun. Since it was placed together with all the other treasures, it's an extraordinary item. Her words were not without reason. Among the 5 items placed on the high platform, there was a defensive pseudo-emperor artifact, a drop of supreme divine water, and an emperor aura. An Emperor Authority Bead. Treasures, treasures. Extinct, and which treasure was emperor. In terms of value alone, it was hard to say which was higher. There was no reason for the 5th item to be a useless item. This fiery red bead was at least on the same level as the other treasures. It was just that no one knew what it was used for. Actually, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes were blurred, and her gaze was fixed on the center of the high platform. There was an empty light screen restriction, and there was nothing inside. What I'm more concerned about is what originally existed here. "What does Your Highness mean?" "Conchiest," Lan Sun said, "inside this barrier, there is a very strong remnant emperor pressure. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been an emperor artifact here." "An emperor artifact? Really? Impossible." Even though everyone present had experienced great storms, they were still shocked. An emperor artifact was not something one could obtain casually, so many of them couldn't help exclaiming. "I can't be wrong," Lan Sun said confidently. "Not long ago, this emperor artifact was here, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, the remnant emperor pressure would not be so clear." "Someone came here before us?" Gong Wenshan's face sank. Damn it, who got here first? Kong Qi also cursed angrily. Lan Sun shook her head and said, that shouldn't be the case. If someone really got here before us, why would they only take one treasure? The rest of the treasures are also rare treasures, so there's no reason to let them go. What's more, this barrier is still intact. Then what's going on? Kong Qi was confused. I don't know, Lan Sun smiled helplessly. While they were talking, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about the pink cloud's phoenix robe, recalling the emperor pressure Zhang Ruo she exuded when she wore the pink cloud's phoenix robe and feeling the remnant aura on the high platform. Yang Kai immediately coughed dryly and said, whether or not there was an emperor artifact here, since it's gone now, it means we are not fated to obtain it. Let's talk about how to distribute the rest of the treasures. As soon as he said this, the somewhat harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone present secretly pushed their source chi to open up the distance between them and the others, their eyes vigilant and dignified. There were 5 treasures and 8 people, so it was obviously impossible to distribute them evenly. Some people were bound to get nothing. All of them were heaven's prides and powerful cultivators, so no one was willing to return empty-handed. Everyone, this Xiao has a proposal, but I don't know if you are willing to listen. Xiao Chun suddenly said with a smile. Kong Qi didn't know what he was going to do, but since the other party had spoken, it wasn't appropriate to stop him, so he could only follow along. What good idea does Brother Xiao have? Why don't you tell us? Everyone else also looked at him. Seeing this, Xiao Chun smiled heartily and said, in the Southern Territory, my Star Soul Palace is supreme, and just now, Her Highness the Princess generously shared a lot of information with everyone. Her Highness the Princess is so kind and selfless, shouldn't you show some appreciation? When he said this, everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Xiao Chun continued, this Xiao thinks that with the status of Her Highness the Princess, she should take one first. What do you think? Everyone immediately cursed Xiao Chen in their hearts. It was just that in front of Lan Sun, they couldn't vent their anger, so they all wore gloomy faces and didn't answer. Originally, there weren't enough treasures to go around, but now this guy actually proposed to let Lan Sun take one first. This was simply a shameless act. If it were anyone else who said such a thing, they would have drowned in spittle, but since Xiao Chen mentioned Lan Sun, no one dared to act presumptuously. With Lan Sun's status, who dared to have any opinions about her? Did they still want to mingle in the Southern Territory in the future? Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan had a gloomy expression at this moment and didn't say a word. Although he didn't flinch in the face of Wu Chang, he also knew that there were some people in this world who couldn't be offended, and Lan Sun was one of them. What? Do you think this Xiao's proposal is inappropriate? Xiao Qin used a tiger skin as a banner, but seeing no one speak, he coldly snorted and said, or, do you all look down on my Star Soul Palace? With this big accusation, Kong Qi immediately glared at Xiao Chen as if he had just sullied his mother, cursing his 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This Murong Xiao was a kind-hearted person, so seeing the atmosphere become so awkward, she didn't know how to ease it after saying a word, causing her face to turn red with anxiety. Everyone else was silent and didn't say anything. Yang Kai observed Lan Sun's expression and saw her slightly frown, seemingly a little unhappy. He knew that this was not something she had discussed with Xiao Chen, but rather the latter's arbitrary decision. He nodded secretly in his heart. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was still quite good. If Lan Sun really wanted to use the name of the great emperors and Star Soul Palace to take the treasures, no one would be able to do anything about it, but if that happened, Lan Sun's image would suffer a huge blow. Moreover, although the things on the high platform were extremely precious, with Lan Sun's status, she might not really care about them. The pitch-black shield was of little value to her because she already had a defensive emperor artifact given to her by the great emperors. She had no use for the supreme divine water. There were plenty of spirit herbs in the Star Soul Palace, and they had all kinds of ages, so why would she need the supreme divine water to ripen them? As for the emperor aura, she was currently in the First Order Dao Source realm, so it was useless to her. As for the emperor authority bead, if she really wanted one, She only needed to act coquettishly with the great emperors, and the great emperors would definitely refine a few for her. In any case, the great emperors had profound strength and were not afraid of consuming a few hundred years' worth of secret art. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lan Sun suddenly smiled and said, "Since no one has any objections, then Big Brother Xiao Chen and I will take one first." "Hm?" Hearing this, Gong Wenshan raised his brow, seemingly understanding the meaning behind her words. He stared at Lan Sun in amazement, but soon his amazement turned into relief and he smiled lightly. Kong Qi frowned but also understood the meaning behind Lan Sun's words, smiled, and nodded. If the princess wants to take one first, this Kong naturally has no objection. "I have no objection." Bian Yuqing immediately expressed her opinion. Everyone present was a shrewd person. Although the meaning expressed by Lan Sun was similar to Xiao Chen's, the intentions of the two were completely different, so how could they not understand? "What about you?" Lan Sun turned her head to look at Luo Yuan and the others. "Your Highness can do as you please. This Luo may not trust others, but he can trust your Highness." Lan Sun gently nodded. "Many thanks for Brother Luo's consideration." Since Luo Yuan had expressed his opinion, how could Yang Kai and Murong Xiao have any objections? While everyone nodded in agreement, Xiao Chen became anxious and said with reddened eyes, "Your Highness." The smile on Lan Sun's face disappeared as she stared at him coldly and said, "Big Brother Xiao Chen, since no one has any objections, I'll have to trouble you to take our—" At this point, her beautiful eyes flickered as she turned to the high platform and pointed, "Take back the pseudo-emperor artifact." The value of these 5 treasures was really difficult to judge. Because everyone's needs were different, the functions of these 5 treasures were also different, but for Lan Sun, of the 5 treasures, the least valuable was the pseudo-emperor artifact shield. Because this thing was completely useless to her. Even the fiery red bead, whose purpose she didn't know, might be a rare artifact that would be of some use to her. But she still chose the pseudo-emperor artifact. Chapter 2170. Lan Sun's choice undoubtedly released a different kind of signal. Although she did not want to pressure others with her power, she also did not want to return empty-handed. Regardless of whether those things were useful to her or not, she had come this far with her own ability, so she should have her own share of the spoils. With her and Xiao Chen's strength, they were definitely qualified to snatch at least one. However, she did not really want to have any conflicts with the others over something that was not very useful, so she casually chose one of them as a token. This way, she would be able to account for herself and others. "Your Highness!" Xiao Chen shouted in a low voice, as if he still wanted to persuade her. Lan Sun's expression was indifferent as she calmly said, "Big Brother Xiao Chen, do you want me to take it myself?" Meeting her gaze, Xiao Chen's heart sank as he realized that if he continued to pester her, he would really make Lan Sun unhappy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen squeezed out a smile and said, "Then, Your Highness, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." As he spoke, his figure flickered and he leapt onto the high platform. Someone acted as the vanguard, working hard to test whether there was any danger on the high platform while the rest of the people naturally watched with wide eyes. Fortunately, there were no traps or dangers on the high platform except for the barriers that covered the various treasures. Xiao Chen stood in front of the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, and although there was a trace of unwillingness on his face, he could only summon his sword, push his source qi, and slash at the semicircular barrier covering the high platform. Even if he did not use his full strength for this attack, he used at least half of it. Moreover, it was an attack filled with anger. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. With a flash of light, the long sword landed heavily on the light screen. However, the light barrier was extremely sturdy, and after being slightly dented by the huge force and slash, it directly bounced back, unscathed. Oh? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. While lamenting the strength of this barrier, they were also calculating how much power they would need to break it and snatch the treasures. Xiao Chen's failure to break the barrier made him feel a little embarrassed, so he withdrew his sword, shook it, and slowly recited, plum blossoms hide in snow, fragrance comes naturally. As the sword was drawn, plum blossoms bloomed. This killing move was displayed at this moment, and it was poetic and picturesque. A mesmerizing aroma wafted in the air. The plum blossoms that lingered around the tip of everyone's nose suddenly turned into countless fluorescent lights that violently bombarded the light screen. Intense vibrations spread out, and the light screen flickered wildly. Although the color continued to dim, there was still no sign of it being broken. Xianxia was enraged. The sword turned again. Another ultimate move appeared, slanting moon imperial crushing mirror sky. Another sword skill that was pleasing to the eye was displayed, and the violent power continued to bombard the screen of light. Crack. Finally, cracks appeared on the light screen. When Xianxia saw this, he circulated his origin energy and thrust his sword forward. With a loud crash, the barrier was completely destroyed and Xianxia grabbed the pseudo-emperor artifact shield in his hand, leapt up, and landed next to Lan Xun. "Your Highness, I've got it." Lan Xun nodded lightly but did not look at the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, instead turning to the others with a smile and saying, "Then, Lan Xun will take her leave now. Everyone, good luck." Saying so, she turned and walked towards the light gate on the right side of the hall. Although Xianxia was full of unwillingness, he had no choice but to follow closely behind Lan Xun. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at the others as if to say, "Count yourself lucky this time." After a short while, the two from Star Soul Palace disappeared into the light gate together. "Your Highness is quite good." After a moment of silence, Kong Qi suddenly said. Gong Wenshan nodded in agreement. In the end, she is the daughter of great emperors. Her breadth of mind is extraordinary. This Gong is ashamed. You really should be ashamed. Kong Qi looked at him bitterly. At that moment, a burst of giggling rang out as Bian Yuqing looked around with her beautiful eyes and said, "Although your Highness and that attendant have left, the remaining people and treasures don't seem to have enough to share." On the high platform, there were originally 5 treasures, but now that the pseudo-emperor artifact shield had been taken away, only 4 remained, but there were still 6 people. "I want to take one first," Luo Yuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gong Wenshan cast his gaze over and curled his lips. "Why?" Kong Qi also said, "If you want to seize treasures, naturally you have to rely on strength. Your Highness taking one first, I have no objection, but if you want to take one first, I have a big objection." Luo Yuan came from the octagonal door, which could only be regarded as a medium-sized sect in the entire Southern Territory, but Kong Qi was from Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The weight of his backer alone was different, so how could Kong Qi be afraid of him here? Luo Yuan smiled proudly as he swept his eyes over the crowd coldly and said, "If anyone is not convinced, come forward and try." Kong Qi could not help showing a cold look on his face as he slowly nodded and said, "This friend's attitude really makes this Kong feel a little uncomfortable. This Kong would like to ask for some advice from this friend. But, HM? Bastard, what are you doing?" Before Kong Qi could finish his words though, his face suddenly changed and he couldn't help shouting. In the next moment, everyone became angry. Because while these people were arguing, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he appeared directly on top of the high platform, stretched out his hand, and slammed it towards one of the light curtains. "Bold! How dare you!" Luo Yuan shouted as he also pushed off with his feet and flew out. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and all used their movement skills to chase after him, lest they fall behind. However, when Lan Xun asked Xianxia to take the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, everyone had already figured out what kind of treasure to snatch. After all, the remaining 4 treasures had different functions and everyone's preferences were not the same. As such, when the 6 of them jumped onto the high platform, they all chose different targets. Yang Kai's goal was the fiery red bead that even Lan Xun could not recognize. The reason he chose this was not because he recognized it, but because of what Zhang Ruoshi had said before. She had told Yang Kai. Xianxia had said so. If there was a chance to enter the final destination, he had to choose the most useless thing. Among the remaining 4 treasures, Whether it was the Emperor Aura, Emperor Authority Bead, or Supreme Divine Water, they were all very useful treasures. Only this fiery red bead could not be recognized. So it looked the most useless. Xianxia was a divine spirit, and he had even given Zhang Ruoxi the pink cloud's phoenix robe, so there was no reason for him to lie to him. So Yang Kai's goal from beginning to end was this fiery red bead. And this choice of his also intentionally or unintentionally avoided the others. No one was interested in this bead. Although they felt that it was absolutely extraordinary, before they knew its specific effects, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses if they rashly snatched this thing. What if it had no use? So the remaining 5 people. They set their sights on the remaining 3 treasures. Among them, Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were eyeing the Emperor Authority Bead. The two's thoughts were simple. The Emperor Authority Bead sealed the full power of a master from the Emperor realm and was their strongest trump card. With it, they would have the capital to save their lives. As long as they were alive. There was hope in everything. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, they chose the Emperor Aura. This thing could be used to refine an Emperor artifact. Its value was simply immeasurable. Murong Xiaoxiao wanted to snatch the Emperor Authority Bead, but when she saw that Luo Yuan's goal was the same as hers, she could not help gritting her teeth and immediately change direction, rushing to the Supreme Divine Water that no one was paying attention to and directly breaking the barrier. Xiao Baiyi had once told her that when she was alone, she should never have any conflict with Luo Yuan because he was very dangerous. Xiao Baiyi was not sure he could win against him. Murong Xiaoxiao was very obedient and naturally would not disobey Xiao Baiyi's advice. The 6 people immediately divided into several areas of territory, with Yang Kai and Murong Xiaoxiao breaking the barrier on their own while the remaining 4 people fighting in pairs. Among them, the battle between Kong Qi and Luo Yuan was the most intense. Neither of them was willing to back down, and while each of them was using their own methods to break the barrier, they were also constantly exchanging blows, causing the high platform to be filled with world energy aura. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, it should be said that Gong Wenshan was worthy of being called a spirit array master. After landing on the high platform, he directly summoned an array plate. This array plate turned into ripples and spread out, turning into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the place he was standing, including Bian Yuqing. No one could see what was going on inside. However, after falling into the opponent's array plate, Yang Kai estimated that Bian Yuqing was probably powerless to reverse the situation and could only silently feel sorry for her in his heart. The scene of Xiao Chen breaking the barrier was still vivid in everyone's mind, so everyone knew that this barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken at will. At this moment, they naturally spared no effort. Yang Kai directly used his dragon transformation secret technique, urging his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to transform his hand into a dragon claw that smashed towards the barrier. Under the condition that no one was interfering, he tried a total of 5 times before he finally broke the restriction. Once the light barrier shattered, Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead and threw it into his space ring. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were not giving way to each other, one of their hands touching the other as they competed with their source qi. Both of them were also using their other hands to crack the barrier around the Emperor Authority Bead. The light of the barrier was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was about to be broken. Next to the 2 of them, Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan were shrouded in smoke. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. On the outermost edge, Murong Xiaoxiao anxiously urged her artifact, the Heavenly Feather Ring, to continuously bombard the Supreme Divine Water Barrier. Although she was using all her strength, it would still take her at least a few breaths of time to break this barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived directly beside Murong Xiaoxiao. "Junior brother Yang." Murong Xiaoxiao pursed her red lips lightly and called out with a complicated expression. Yang Kai did not answer, instead using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to coordinate with Murong Xiaoxiao's Heavenly Feather Ring and slamming it towards the light barrier. With the combined strength of the 2, the barrier shattered with a bang. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took out a jade bottle, filled it with the drop of supreme divine water, and immediately threw it to Murong Xiao, shouting in a low voice, "Go!" Chapter 2171. Yang Kai was not an insatiable person. At this moment, he had already snatched a treasure and helped Murong Xiao obtain the supreme divine water, so naturally, it was best for him to leave first. Murong Xiao heard this and had no objections, immediately holding the jade bottle in the palm of her hand and putting away her heavenly feather ring before following closely behind Yang Kai. The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed directly into the light gate and disappeared. Just as the two of them left, on the high platform, Luo Yuan let out a shout and a surge of source qi burst forth. Kong Qi's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed, "You!" As soon as his words fell, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. When he landed, his face was filled with shock. He never expected that Luo Yuan's strength would be so high. Both of them were cultivators from the third order Dao source realm, but at the final moment of their source qi competition, Luo Yuan was able to directly injure him. Kong Qi was also a heaven's pride, the #1 rising star of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, but compared to Luo Yuan, the difference between the two was obvious. Overconfident. After Luo Yuan shook off Kong Qi, he had no intention of chasing after him and instead smashing the barrier with his palm, easily taking away the Emperor Authority bead that sealed the full power of the Master from the Emperor realm. Then, he turned his gaze to the place filled with smoke, let out a low roar, and rushed over fiercely. But at that moment, the rolling smoke parted on its own, and when Luo Yuan rushed over, the thick fog burst like a bubble and disappeared. Only Bian Yuqing remained in place, looking around blankly and gnashing her teeth. A figure flashed like a ghost and rushed towards the light gate. Soon entered. Then it disappeared. "Where's the Emperor Aura?" Although he had some guesses, Luo Yuan still shouted at Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing said with a look of grievance, "How should I know? I was trapped in that smoke and couldn't see anything. Waste." Luo Yuan cursed before chasing after the figure and disappearing into the light gate. If he was not mistaken, that figure should be Gong Wenshan, who had definitely snatched the Emperor Aura and escaped. "Why are you yelling at me?" Bian Yuqing felt wronged. In the blink of an eye, only the pale-faced Kong Qi and the dejected Bian Yuqing were left in the hall. The latter glanced at the former and pursed her lips into a smile. "This little brother." Kong Qi glanced at her and smiled bitterly. "Don't call me so intimately, I didn't get anything, it's useless to try and scheme against me." Bian Yuqing bitterly curled her lips and said, "A bunch of bastards. I'm so angry." Aside from Lan Sun and Xiao Chen, who had left at the beginning, Lan Sun and Xiao Chen were the only ones left. Only Bian Yuqing and Kong Qi were left with nothing. The rest of the people divided the rest of the treasures equally, which naturally annoyed Bian Yuqing. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the weakest among them. In terms of strength, she didn't think she was the weakest either. But in the end he returned empty-handed. She was naturally unable to accept such an opportunity. Outside the flowing time temple, somewhere, with a flash of light, Yang Kai and Murong Xiao appeared at the same time. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of anyone else nearby, so he didn't know if they had been teleported somewhere else, but the light gate was indeed a passage out of the flowing time temple. There was no doubt about that. After waiting for a while, there was still no trace of anyone else. Yang Kai immediately understood that unless they all passed through the light gate at the same time, they would appear in different places. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Murong Xiao, who was looking at him gratefully. Yang Kai had helped her obtain the supreme divine water at the last moment, not taking the opportunity to snatch it from her, which was enough to make Murong Xiao very grateful. At that time, Yang Kai could have taken advantage of the opportunity to snatch the supreme divine water. Murong Xiao opened her mouth and was about to say something when a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a buzzing sound like muffled thunder suddenly rang out. This sound was so loud that it spread in all directions, and all the cultivators within 100 kilometers could hear it clearly. At the same time as this sound came out, the flowing time temple suspended in the sky emitted a dazzling divine light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. An amazing pressure spread from there, spreading in all directions, Hong long long, the sound continued. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao called out with a dignified expression. Yang Kai did not answer, but instead narrowed his eyes and observed in that direction. After a while, he sighed. This temple seems to be going into hiding again. I don't know what kind of opportunity it will take the next time it appears, and I don't know when it will appear again. As he said, after the dazzling light dissipated, the flowing time temple in the sky no longer existed, and just like its bizarre appearance, it once again returned to the void. However, in the place where the temple was originally located, there was a black dot standing there. This is... Yang Kai looked over and could not help narrowing his eyes. In the sky, a strange beast appeared out of thin air. This beast was burning with flames and was extremely tall. It looked like a tiger or an ox, as if it was made of flames. There was a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and scales all over its body. It exhaled a flame-like breath from its nostrils, melting the void, and wherever its 4 feet stepped, flames burned and space distorted. Xianxia! Yang Kai exclaimed in horror. Murong Xiao could not help but cover her red lips with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Born in the Azure Sun Temple and an elite disciple in the sect, she had naturally heard of the name Xianxia. These 2 simple words represented extreme evil, endless slaughter, and eternal despair. Even in the ancient times, the Holy Spirit Xianxia was a ferocious beast with a notorious reputation. Countless heroes had died to its flames, and very few experts had the heart to resist it. At this moment, it was just standing quietly in the void, but its cruel and fierce aura was like a deadly poisonous gas, making the creatures within 100 miles unable to breathe and trembling all over. Within 100 kilometers, all the cultivators who felt this ferocious pressure felt their bodies sink, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and a feeling of impending death appeared in their hearts. A roar came out. Xianxia roared to the sky, and there were extremely complex emotions in its voice. It seemed to be happy, excited, and sad. After that, it looked arrogantly at the surroundings, and its eyes that burned like flames were fixed on a certain spot in space. It stretched out a claw, tore through space, and bore its head into it before vanishing. Outside the 4 Seasons realm, in a nameless valley. There was no more world energy here, and it was extremely desolate. Only a huge oval-shaped light gate still existed in midair. The many cultivators who had gathered here had already poured into the 4 Seasons realm a few days ago. At this time, only a few masters from the Emperor realm remained here. Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang of Star Soul Palace, Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple, Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Tsing Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. These masters stayed here to observe the changes at the entrance to the 4 Seasons realm, so as to avoid accidents that could not be remedied, and also to wait for the return of their elite disciples. Since the Dao Source Realm Masters entered the 4 Seasons realm, these masters from the Emperor realm each found a place to sit and rest. For masters like them, waiting for 33 days was nothing. Perhaps they just needed to comprehend the mysteries of their secret arts, or perhaps they just needed to refine their Emperor artifacts a little. 33 days passed quickly, so no one found it boring at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yuyang opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and soon, this confusion turned into shock and horror. In the next moment, all the masters from the Emperor realm stood up and opened their eyes wide, looking in the same direction. There, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the crack appeared, it directly collapsed into a large hole. From that crack, a terrifying pressure that made everyone present tremble in fear came out. Under everyone's gaze, a fiery red exotic beast that burned like flames slowly stepped out from the crack. Ha! This uncle is finally free. As soon as the exotic beast appeared, it suddenly spoke in human language and laughed wildly, like a prisoner who had been imprisoned for countless years and was finally released. Divine Spirit, Xianxia. Xiao Yuyang, after observing the exotic beast for a moment, could not help exclaiming as he pushed his source qi fiercely. The faces of the other masters from the Emperor realm also sank as they all gathered around Xiao Yuyang. The masters from the Emperor realm knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Xianxia was, but none of them had expected that in this nameless mountain valley, a divine spirit would suddenly appear, let alone the notoriously fierce Xianxia. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Tsing Yuan's legs and stomach trembled as his face turned extremely pale. Oh! Xianxia's pair of beastly eyes swept the area below as it said in a low, muffled voice, "I see so many delicious meals as soon as I come out." As it spoke, a string of crystal-clear saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, as if it had been starving for a long time. Gudong, the sound of saliva swallowing rang out, but the source was not Xianxia, but the masters from the Emperor realm who had gathered together. Almost everyone was frightened by Xianxia's words. The words of a divine spirit were not overconfident. Any mature divine spirit was no weaker than the great emperors, so if it really wanted to treat the people from the Emperor realm as food, few would be able to escape. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuyang was the first to recover. He quickly cupped his fists and shouted, "Star Soul Palace's Silver Star Envoy, Xiao Yuyang, greets Master Xianxia. May I ask why Master has appeared here?" Star Soul Palace? Xianxia heard this and a trace of disdain flashed across its beastly eyes. What's that? It had not even heard of the Southern Territory's overlord sect. Xiao Yuyang could not help but feel his heart sink as he realized that the situation was not good. This divine spirit might have been asleep for countless years, so it had not even heard of Star Soul Palace. His plan to use the name of the Bright Moon Great Emperors to deter the other party was not going to work. Chapter 2172. It is your honor to be able to become this young master's food. Who wants to go first? Xianxia looked around fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone from the Emperor realm was pale, their bodies trembling as they felt extremely depressed. Not speaking? Xianxia said sarcastically, if you don't speak, then this young master will choose one at random. You can't escape, it's just a matter of time. Don't be afraid, Master Xiao. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi couldn't help but shout as he looked eagerly at Xiao Yuyang, as if he was pinning his hopes on him. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened as he realized that it was too late to act now. He could only summon a golden mirror-like object. As soon as this object appeared, it suddenly exploded. At the same time that the mirror-like thing exploded, a gentle pressure as deep as the sea descended from the sky, and a stalwart figure slowly emerged from the shattered space. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but turn solemn as they bowed respectfully towards this figure. This person wore a jade crown, and his figure was tall and straight like a mountain. His aura was deep and unfathomable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory, so it was obviously not a physical body. But in the next moment, two solid eyes pierced through the void and fixed directly on Xianxia. Even someone as strong as Xianxia couldn't help restraining his aura and coldly snorted, "The souls of the great emperors have descended?" He could feel the aura that only the great emperors possessed from this illusory figure, so he naturally understood who this person was. This was clearly the soul of the great emperors, the overlords of this world. They were like the two most dazzling balls of light in the darkness. Xianxia focused all of his attention on the great emperor. The great emperors were also paying close attention to the other party. This king didn't know. There is still Xianxia in this world. Mingyu suddenly said. Xianxia didn't back down and said coldly, "When I was free and unfettered, you weren't even born yet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me?" It looked like it didn't put Mingyu in its eyes at all. It said in disdain, "What? You think I'm afraid of a mere soul? One man and one beast. As the words collided, it was as if there was a substantial fluctuation of energy. The collision caused the void to collapse, and pressure filled the sky. Tiny spatial cracks swam in all directions, and in an instant, the world lost all light. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the nameless valley was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly circulating their origin energy to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. Master Xianxia, you must be joking. As one of the few experts in the world, Mingyu did not mind Xianxia's arrogant attitude at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Mingyu just wants to congratulate Master for finally regaining your freedom and breaking free. Xianxia's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, What do you know? Mingyu said, When I was young, I heard that the flowing time Great Emperor Master had a playmate, Divine Spirit Xianxia. Unfortunately, after the flowing time Great Emperor Master passed away, this playmate disappeared without a trace. After tens of thousands of years, I wonder if Master still remembers those happy times? The flowing time Great Emperor. Xianxia seemed to have been awakened by Mingyu's words. His arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and his pair of burning beast eyes were filled with reminiscence. Mingyu stood there quietly, not intending to disturb him. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to move. After a long time, Mingyu said, I wonder if Master Xianxia is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace for a chat. This queen has a relic left by the flowing time Great Emperor Master. Perhaps I can give it to Master. It's useless to flatter me. Xianxia shook his head and snorted, then said, This Master is hungry. Mingyu smiled and said, I will prepare it for Master. That's more like it. Xianxia said in a loud voice, Since you've invited me so sincerely, then I'll give you some face and pay you a visit. Mingyu awaits Master's good news. This is the location of my Star Soul Palace. Saying so, Mingyu stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. From her fingertip, a white light slowly flew out and arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia swallowed it in one gulp, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then turned in a different direction and disappeared in a blaze of fire. After Xianxia left, Xiao Yuyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A cool breeze blew over, and a sticky chill ran down their backs. Mingyu turned around and glanced at everyone, but didn't say anything. With a shake of her body, she turned into countless streaks of white light and disappeared from this world. Farewell, Master. Everyone from the Emperor Realm bowed and said. After a long while, these 6 from the Emperor Realm slowly straightened up and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all masters in this world, but ever since they ascended to the Emperor Realm, there had never been a day like today where they were so close to death. It's all thanks to Master Xiao, otherwise today's matter, Seng Yuan said with a lingering fear. If it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been buried here today. Lu Qi also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. It was the great emperors who saved us. It wasn't this Xiao's credit. However, with Xianxia's appearance, I'm afraid the southern territory will be plagued with disasters again. Everyone's hearts couldn't help sinking when they heard him say this. Xianxia was a ferocious beast, and it represented disaster and war. Its appearance would definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely ferocious tides. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when they returned to the sect, they would definitely report this matter to the sect leader so that they could take precautions early. In the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai moved forward alone, crossing the Two Seasons mountain range and heading towards the winter territory. Not long ago, while he and Murong Xiao were waiting in the Two Seasons mountain range, the latter had contacted Xiao Baiyi through the sect's communication artifact. After meeting each other, Xiao Baiyi naturally didn't give Yang Kai any face. After all, although Yang Kai had defeated Xiao Baiyi on the Dao discussion stage, he had also cut off Xiao Baiyi's path to continue exploring and obtaining opportunities. If not for this, in the final palace where the treasures were snatched, Xiao Bai would have occupied at least one of the spots. Perhaps he would have obtained some incredible gains. Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai had a knot in his heart, so he didn't stay for long. After informing the other two, he set off for the winter territory alone. Halfway there, he took out the fiery red bead to observe, but he couldn't figure out what this bead was used for, no matter how he probed it with his divine sense or poured his source chi into it. This bead didn't respond at all. In desperation, Yang Kai could only put it into his space ring for the time being. At this moment, the Two Seasons mountain range was calm. He didn't know if it was because of the appearance of the flowing time temple not long ago, or because of the appearance of Xianxia, but Yang Kai didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. 2 days later, he successfully crossed the Two Seasons mountain range. In front of him was a completely different world. What entered his eyes was white, wrapped in silver. Heavy snow was falling, and the snow on the ground was more than a dozen feet thick. As soon as he stepped into this place, the omnipresent cold wrapped around his body and poured into his body through his pores, freezing his blood and condensing his soul. Yang Kai braved the wind and snow. They explored this world filled with white. In the Four Seasons realm, the natural environment of each territory was completely different. In the summer territory, the sun was scorching and the temperature was extremely high, but in the winter territory, it was a completely different world from the summer territory. The environment where the tribulation fruit grew was extremely cold, and in the winter territory's environment, it was indeed easy for such a spirit fruit to grow. Yang Kai held a glimmer of hope and didn't feel that this exploration was difficult. He walked all the way through the winter territory, trekking over mountains and rivers. Although he occasionally made some gains, they were all rare spirit flowers and strange fruits, and he didn't see any trace of the tribulation fruit. The omnipresent cold made the source chi in his body drain at least 20% faster than usual. In desperation, he could only summon Lu Yen to travel with him. Lu Yen was a fire attribute artifact spirit and had swallowed all kinds of mysterious flames, so she was naturally not afraid of this trivial cold. Not only that, when she stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't feel much of the cold. Lu Yen also very considerately stayed close to Yang Kai, constantly using her own heat to dispel the cold around Yang Kai. Unlike the other territory, there seemed to be very few traces of people in the winter territory. Even if a cultivator was teleported here when they first entered, they would probably find a way to leave this damned place in the shortest time possible. Unless Yang Kai had a special purpose and had no choice but to come to the winter territory, it was likely that no one would stay in this environment for long. So Yang Kai stayed here for several days, but didn't see a single person. In the entire winter territory, it seemed that he was the only one who existed. 3 days later, somewhere in the winter territory, Yang Kai looked around with a blank expression. He had been completely lost in this silver-white world, and at this moment, he couldn't even figure out his direction. For a powerhouse like him, it was basically impossible for such a situation to occur, but the environment in the winter territory was really too harsh and special. Even Yang Kai couldn't walk freely here and remember the way. When he looked back, he saw that the footprints he had just left had been covered by snow. "What's wrong?" Lu Yen asked with concern. "Well, I seem to be lost," Yang Kai replied calmly. Lu Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "There's such a thing. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just keep flying in one direction and I'll get out of here eventually." Speaking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. "But searching aimlessly like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything." "Unfortunately, I can't help you with anything," Lu Yen replied sadly. Yang Kai grinned. "Staying by my side is the biggest help you can get." The corners of Lu Yan's mouth raised, evoking a smile. The next moment, she suddenly cried out in surprise. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at her. Lu Yen stood there, her beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she said, "Master, I seem to have found something very interesting." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Saying so, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot forward. Not long after, she fell into a snowy peak in front of them and disappeared. Chapter 2173. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited for 3 hours before Lu Yen returned from the ice peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help but be interested and asked, "What did you do there?" Lu Yen didn't answer, but said to the side, "Come out, don't be afraid." Wherever she looked, there was nothing at all. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Lu Yen wouldn't tease him, so he held his breath and carefully observed the place. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Lu Yen said helplessly, "Master, wait a moment, it still seems a little timid. Let me talk to it." After saying that, Lu Yen squatted down and stared at the bottom of the snow with her beautiful eyes. Her divine sense surged, as if she was communicating with someone. After a long time without any response, Lu Yen suddenly became a little annoyed. Her face darkened and she said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'll melt you." As soon as she said that, a piece of flat snow suddenly protruded, as if something was coming out from below. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes to observe, secretly surprised. Not long after, the snow flew out. Something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turned into a streamer, and danced in the air. Although it was fast, Yang Kai still saw it clearly. It was a palm-sized snowflake. However, this snowflake was different from ordinary snowflakes. It seemed to have a certain degree of spirituality, as if it had its own thoughts. Not only that, but there were flame-like lines on the surface of its body, constantly burning. The surrounding air was distorted. "What is this?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He asked in surprise. Lu Yen said, "I don't know, but it should be something similar to my body." As she spoke, she hooked her finger at the snowflake. The flying snowflake immediately settled down and fell in front of her, but it didn't dare to get too close. Yang Kai looked at the snowflake with interest and found that it was right in the center. There were traces of facial features. Although it was not very clear, there was no doubt that they were facial features. "Natural wonder?" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. These snowflakes were probably created by the special environment of the realm of winter over the years. In this world, it was likely that no one knew what kind of existence it was. "Sort of." Lu Yen nodded. "But it's also a kind of ice flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense its existence." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood. Lu Yen himself was the incarnation of a weapon spirit. The essence of this snowflake was probably a kind of heaven and earth unique fire. Therefore, Lu Yen had an inexplicable connection with it. It was just that one was cold and the other was hot, so the little snowflake didn't dare to get close to Lu Yen. Moreover, he was extremely fearful of her. "You brought it here. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked strangely. Logically speaking, Lu Yen could completely devour this kind of ice flame. Although the other party's attribute was ice, it had already given birth to wisdom, which was of great use to Lu Yan's growth. But she didn't mean to devour it. Instead, she deliberately brought it in front of Yang Kai, which showed that Lu Yen didn't want to use it to improve her strength. "It's very familiar with this place. We can ask it to help us find things." Lu Yen smiled slightly. "Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lu Yen frowned and said, "But its wisdom is very limited, and it's very difficult to communicate with it. I don't know if it will work." "It's better than looking for it aimlessly like this." Yang Kai grinned. "As for its effect, we'll know after we try it." While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly and said, "What good things are here? Take me to find them." The little snowflake was indifferent and quietly suspended in the air. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yen and said, "Can't it understand?" Lu Yen pursed her lips and said with a smile, "It has never seen a living person. How can it understand human language? I can only communicate with it by divine thoughts." With that said, Lu Yen suddenly sent her divine thoughts to the little snowflake. This time, the little snowflake obviously understood something. It shook slightly in the air and suddenly shot in one direction. Yang Kai and Lu Yen looked at each other and immediately followed. After a while, under the guidance of the little snowflake, Yang Kai and Lu Yen came to a valley together. On a snowy ground, the little snowflake stopped and kept circling around one place. "There should be something good here," Lu Yen said. "Let's see." Yang Kai had already started to move while speaking. As he activated his source strength, the snow in that place flew out. After an incense stick worth of time, a huge deep pit appeared. Yang Kai buried his head in it and searched. After a while, he jumped out with a happy face, and there was a spirit grass in his hand that looked like it was carved out of ice and jade. "Good, good." Yang Kai smiled and looked at the little snowflake approvingly. "It's really useful. It's much better than me searching blindly." As if it understood Yang Kai's praise, the little snowflake flew around Yang Kai quickly a few times and immediately fell on his shoulder. Its vague facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the little snowflake's mind should be very simple. After all, it was born in this winter territory and had never been in contact with other creatures. Its spiritual world was as pure and flawless as a piece of white paper. Otherwise, how could a casual praise make it so happy? "Do your job well or I will melt you." Lu Yen played the bad guy at the right time. Her pretty face was cold, and her killing intent was obvious. The little snowflake was scared and shivered. It hid behind Yang Kai and clung to his shoulder, revealing a corner and looking at Lu Yen timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at Lu Yen. The latter stuck out her tongue at him. When their eyes met, everything was understood without words. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Let it take me to find the most valuable thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go." Lu Yen nodded and released her divine thoughts to convey Yang Kai's meaning. When the little snowflake received the order, it immediately rushed out and led the way. With this kind of natural treasure leading the way, Yang Kai really saved a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately look for anything. In this snowy land, as long as there was any precious treasure, it couldn't escape the little snowflake's detection. As long as it flew around a certain place a few times, Yang Kai would know that there must be something good under the snow. Along the way, Yang Kai's space ring had many more ice attribute spirit grasses, all of which were Dao Source grade, and there were even some Emperor grade spirit grasses. The special environment of the winter territory had created good growth conditions. Many spirit grasses and medicines had not been discovered since the day they were born until now. Under the guidance of the little snowflake, they were collected by Yang Kai. No matter what kind of spirit grass or medicine it was at least 10,000 years old. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. With the contact along the way, the little snowflake seemed to have gradually become familiar with Yang Kai and was no longer as timid as before. Like a newborn child, it was full of curiosity about Yang Kai and would fly around him from time to time, observing Yang Kai from a special angle. However, because Lu Yen had always played the role of the bad guy along the way, threatening from time to time, the little snowflake naturally respected her and didn't dare to approach within 10 meters of Lu Yen. As a result, Yang Kai and Lu Yen had to be separated for a while. Although his harvest was great, to Yang Kai's disappointment, he did not obtain the tribulation fruit. He had obtained several things rarer than the tribulation fruit, but the thing he wanted the most was still missing. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so he could only go with the flow. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Not far in front of him, there was a sparkling lake, which covered an area of about 10 acres. It was surrounded by mountains, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. What made him extremely surprised was that such a lake actually did not show any signs of freezing. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and as soon as it touched the lake, it melted, as if the lake had some magical power, so that it would never freeze because of the cold. The water was so clear that Yang Kai even saw some strange fish swimming under the water. However, from the big mouths full of fangs, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. At this place, the little snowflake stopped moving forward and kept flying around Yang Kai. From its body, A strange emotion was transmitted. After being in contact with the little snowflake for so long, Yang Kai had learned to figure out its thoughts through its behavior, so when he saw it like this, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Are you trying to say that the most precious thing is at the bottom of the lake?" As soon as the statement came out, the little snowflake immediately floated up and down, as if nodding. Yang Kai was certain and nodded, "I'll go take a look." "Master, you must be careful," Lu Yen exhorted with concern. Yang Kai nodded and leapt forward. After arriving at the top of the lake, he observed his surroundings for a moment before diving straight down into the lake. A cultivator like him didn't need to worry about his clothes getting wet from the lake water at all. He only needed to circulate his source qi to form a protective barrier around his body, and he could move freely underwater. The pressure of a Dao source realm spread out, and the surrounding fish scattered like birds and beasts. Although the fish at the bottom of the lake looked terrifying, in fact, they didn't have much strength, so naturally, they didn't dare to approach. The little snowflake didn't follow him, so Yang Kai didn't know where the so-called most precious thing was, but heading towards the center should be the right choice, so while investigating the surrounding environment, he swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lu Yen watched quietly, her beautiful eyes staring in the direction of Yang Kai, waiting for the slightest situation so she could immediately go to his aid. The little snowflake was floating a few dozen meters away from her, its fuzzy facial features showing a worried expression as it fluttered uneasily from time to time. Chapter 2174. The lake water was cold, but it was still tolerable. Yang Kai went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water. And what Yang Kai saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake, there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face, and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Yang Kai's arrival. However, when Yang Kai's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became even more sluggish, the woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth. The originally small cherry mouth under this grin. It actually turned into a huge ferocious mouth, biting towards Yang Kai fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge ferocious mouth swallowed Yang Kai whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Yang Kai was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yen, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Yang Kai was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. It started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to. A monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks is really rare. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sect's female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Dao Source Realm cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Yang Kai couldn't see through it immediately. After figuring this out, it was naturally easier to deal with it. When the real fatal attack arrived, he could escape with a single teleport. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the exotic beast that was chewing on something in its mouth suddenly stopped, and the dozen pairs of eyes on its ball-like body looked towards Yang Kai. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the lake water in its mouth. Somewhere in front of its body, a mouth-like existence split open, revealing dense fangs and letting out a roar. The sound gathered into a wave that was visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, causing the calm lake surface to ripple in an instant. On the surface of Yang Kai's body, source qi emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the sound wave while emitting a halo of light. Second-order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and understood the level and strength of this monster beast. As for the exotic beast, seeing that its sound attack was ineffective, it seemed to be furious. Its dozen pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and an invisible force rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, "Soul power comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator." His expression was solemn as his knowledge sea tumbled, and a ferocious spiritual energy poured out, turning into an invisible shock wave that rushed forward. Hong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, a sharp pain in his head. The exotic beast didn't fare any better, its round body convulsing and trembling violently as its tentacles danced about, letting out miserable howls from its mouth. A collision between divine senses was the most dangerous and unpredictable. This exotic beast didn't put Yang Kai in its eyes because it was proficient in soul attacks, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't show weakness to his enemy. He had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid of using his spiritual energy to fight head-on with his opponent. In this confrontation, neither man nor beast managed to gain any advantage. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to mitigate the damage to his soul, so it only took a moment for him to calm down. On the other hand, the exotic beast was still unable to control itself and was trembling violently, as if the collision just now had caused it great damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Summoning the myriad sword in his hand, Emperor pressure filled the air as he transformed into a streak of light and slashed forward. Chi. The long sword swept up thousands of sword lights and shot towards the exotic beast like a storm. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. The exotic beast howled in pain as its dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a look of horror. Its 7 or 8 tentacles danced about in the air to intercept the omnipresent sword lights. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's blow failed to kill it. In Yang Kai's opinion, this exotic beast was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but its soul was comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator. With such a powerful soul, its physique couldn't be much stronger. However, the round body was extremely elastic. When the sword light struck, many of the sword chi flew away along the surface of the radiance, causing only a small amount of damage to it. However, the 7 or 8 tentacles were not so lucky and were directly cut into countless pieces, scattering across the lake. This time, the exotic beast looked even uglier. It had completely turned into a round ball with eyes growing all over its body, Seemingly aware of the crisis, the exotic beast didn't intend to fight Yang Kai to the death and instead sank directly to the bottom of the lake, quickly diving downwards. Umph! Yang Kai coldly snorted. Boldly daring, he rushed into the lake and chased after the old man. The lake water was extremely clear and there was blood flowing out along the way, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about losing it. This lake was at least a few dozen meters deep, and the deeper he went, the darker it became, but Yang Kai didn't have to worry about not being able to see it at all. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai followed the tracks to the bottom of the lake and looked forward, raising his brow. He saw the exotic beast sitting quietly at the bottom of the lake, and about a meter or so from the bottom of the lake, there was an altar-like existence with something placed on top of it. It was a bead about the size of a longan, exuding a green glow. The moment Yang Kai saw this bead, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Because apart from a different color, this bead was no different from the treasures he had snatched in the flowing time temple. Even the size seemed to be carved from the same mold. It can't be. Yang Kai suddenly had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't confirm it. At this moment, the strange beast was standing there quietly, the green bead giving off a dense green light that enveloped it. Under the protection of this green light, the wound that had been inflicted by Yang Kai had completely healed and was no longer bleeding. Of course, the tentacles couldn't grow out for the time being. No matter how strong the vitality of this exotic beast was, it was impossible for it to regenerate a severed limb. This should be the most precious thing in the winter territory. Yang Kai looked at the green bead and thought to himself, little snowflake had brought him here, and in this lake, apart from the exotic beast, there was only this bead placed on the altar. It couldn't be said that the exotic beast was the most precious thing in the winter territory. Apart from this green bead, there was no other explanation. The arrival of Yang Kai seemed to have alarmed the exotic beast that was healing itself. It didn't need to turn its head as the dozen pairs of eyes on its body had already discovered Yang Kai's presence. In the next moment, it opened its big mouth and roared threateningly. Unfortunately, having lost its tentacles, it couldn't use any decent killing moves. It could only condense its spiritual energy again and attack Yang Kai through the dozen pairs of eyes. You're courting death. Yang Kai's face sank, and as his left eye opened and closed, the demon eye of annihilation appeared. In the golden pupil, a budding lotus flower slowly took shape, and with a spin, it disappeared from Yang Kai's eye. In the next moment, the exotic beast froze in place, as if it had been paralyzed. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source. Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Yang Kai, and now that it had been hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Yang Kai grasped the myriad sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Yang Kai sent out a palm strike, and Space Force surged as he muttered, "Exile!" A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. Chapter 2175. This was the monster core of a monster beast at the level of a second-order Dao Source Realm monster beast, and one that was proficient in the power of its soul. It was definitely the best raw material to refine a spirit pill that could enhance one's soul. Yang Kai put it into his space ring before strolling over to the altar. On the altar, there were no traces of barriers or spirit arrays, and the green bead was simply placed on it. Yang Kai checked it for a long time before reaching out and picking it up. It went unexpectedly smoothly. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy fluctuations from this bead. He poured his source chi into it, but there was no reaction. Everything was the same as the other fiery red bead. Yang Kai didn't know how the strange beast managed to use the energy in this green bead to heal him. Immediately afterward, he took out the fiery red bead and compared the two, finding that it was exactly as he had observed. These two beads were exactly the same size, only their colors were different. After observing them for a long time, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He couldn't infer the specific purpose of these two beads at all, so he could only helplessly put them away. But just as he put the green bead into his space ring, a sudden change occurred. This lake, which was originally cold but showed no signs of freezing, suddenly began to crackle from all directions, as if an omnipresent cold was attacking from all directions. The lake began to freeze. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly jumped up. When he was completely out of the water and looked down from above, he saw that the entire lake had been frozen, no longer sparkling like before. It seems it's because of the existence of this green bead, this lake has avoided the fate of freezing, Yang Kai secretly speculated. He didn't know what kind of magical power was contained in this green bead that could prevent the invasion of the cold. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew towards the shore. After he returned, Lu Yin just nodded slightly to him and didn't say anything. The little snowflake, on the other hand, looked very happy and flew around Yang Kai. "Continue," Yang Kai said to the little snowflake. The other party seemed to understand Yang Kai's meaning and turned around and flew in a certain direction. For the next few days, Yang Kai kept wandering around the winter territory. With the little snowflake's guidance and search, as long as there were any precious treasures nearby, they couldn't escape its prying eyes. Naturally, they were all put into Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's thoughts were very simple. Since the great emperors of the secular world had instructed Qin Chaoyong to come to the Four Seasons realm to search for the tribulation fruit, they definitely wouldn't be aimless. In other words, there was definitely such a spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm, but he hadn't found it yet. He could not find the tribulation fruit. He would never leave the winter territory. Otherwise, once he left the Four Seasons realm, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to Qin Chaoyong. To Yang Kai's disappointment, although he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, there was no trace of the tribulation fruit. He had also killed a lot of monster beasts, but apart from obtaining some monster cores, he hadn't obtained a single star seal. As time passed, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become anxious. On this day, in an ice field, Yang Kai stood under a layer of ice, looking at a crystal-clear fruit tree in front of him with an ugly expression. This fruit tree was about the height of a person, and its leaves were like ice cubes, exuding a threatening chill. Above the fruit tree, there was nothing, but at a certain position on a branch, there was an obvious mark of being plucked. "I miscalculated, someone got here first." Yang Kai had an annoyed expression on his face. This fruit tree was the fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. Under the leadership of the little snowflake, it took a full 10 days of searching before Yang Kai finally found a fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. However, the tribulation fruit that should have been there had been taken away. Judging from the traces of being plucked, there should have been a spirit fruit on this fruit tree just a few days ago. "Master, you did your best, don't blame yourself." Lu Yen saw that Yang Kai's expression was not very good and quickly comforted him. "I just want to know, who took this spirit fruit?" Yang Kai frowned. Although the tribulation fruit was precious and rare, it didn't have a wide range of uses. Even if it was taken away, it wasn't really useful. If he could find out who took the spirit fruit, Yang Kai could take out a corresponding treasure to exchange for it. As long as the other party wasn't a difficult person to talk to, they should be happy to make this deal. At worst, Yang Kai could just give the other party a little more. But the current situation was that Yang Kai didn't know who took the tribulation fruit. This made it impossible for him to implement this method. "Is there any such fruit tree in the winter territory?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the little snowflake expectantly. The little snowflake's vague facial features appeared and she slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's last hope was shattered. He sighed softly and began to ponder. After the Four Seasons realm opened, the cultivator who entered could stay there for 33 days. When the time limit was up, they must rush to a specific location and leave the Four Seasons realm. Otherwise, once the time limit was up, they would be trapped there. Counting the days, it had been almost 20 days since he entered here, and he spent more than half of this time in the winter territory. From here, it would take a few days to get to the location of the exit, so there wasn't much time left for him. What's more, he had almost run through the entire winter territory, and more than half of the spirit grasses and medicines in the winter territory had been taken by him. Now that the tribulation fruit had been taken by someone else, it was useless to continue to stay here. It was better to rush to the exit first, wait for the disciples of the major sects to return, and find an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly made a decision. He turned to the little snowflake and said, "Send us out of here." "Master, are you leaving?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked. Xianxia nodded. Lu Yan naturally had no objection, but the little snowflake seemed to be a little unwilling. During this period of time, this lonely creature had experienced too much fun. Now that they were going to separate, it was naturally a little reluctant. Xianxia grinned and said in a provocative tone, "If you want, you can come with me." Hearing this, the little snowflake's wrinkled facial features relaxed, as if it was showing a joyful expression, but soon its head drooped down again, and it seemed to be in low spirits. Lu Yan whispered softly, "It can't leave the winter territory. It is different from me. This land is where it was born, its roots are here. If it leaves here, it will soon perish." "How can that be?" Xianxia was stunned. Lu Yan said, "If it leaves here, it is equivalent to me leaving my vessel, a tree without roots, water without a source, it won't survive for long." "Unless what?" Xianxia asked. "Unless there is a similar environment in the small sealed world, it can continue to survive," Lu Yan replied. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately understood that his abduction plan had failed. He thought he had the small sealed world and could place the little snowflake there, but it seemed he had been too naive. Considering all this, Xianxia stretched out his hand, picked up the little snowflake, and placed it on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Don't be so listless. If there is a chance, I will come back to see you. Maybe the next time I come, I will find a way to take you away with me." Having said that, Xianxia also knew that this kind of thing was basically impossible. He did not know how many years it would take for the Four Seasons realm to open again, and even if it did, he might not be able to enter it again. After all, by that time, he might have already become an Emperor realm cultivator. However, the little snowflake didn't think too much about it. It was just a strange creature born from heaven and earth, so its mind was pure and simple. After a few words, it got rid of its sad mood and became happy again. This made Kai Yang feel very guilty. From the ice field, it took 4 days before Xianxia saw the Two Seasons mountain range. Although there were some gains along the way, they were not much. At this point, the little snowflake no longer moved forward. Xianxia and Lu Yan bid farewell to it, and the sadness was not worth mentioning. After crossing the Two Seasons mountain range, Xianxia went straight in the direction of the exit. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of each sect had already told their disciples that they must reach the exit before the deadline. The location of the exit was also clear. It was at the center of the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Xianxia was not worried about going in the wrong direction at all. After 3 days, Xianxia smoothly came to a plain, and from a very far distance, he found the exit of the Four Seasons realm. The exit was the same as the entrance to the Nameless Valley, an oval-shaped light gate, standing quietly in midair. The cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm could leave the Four Seasons realm through this light gate at any time. However, the time limit was not up yet, so obviously no cultivator would leave early. The situation was as Xianxia expected. When he arrived, there was no one here. Counting the days, there were only 5 or 6 days left before the deadline. Xianxia did not intend to explore other places in the Four Seasons realm. He planned to stay here to prevent anyone from leaving early and taking away the tribulation fruit without him knowing. While waiting, Yang Kai was also thinking about what he should use to exchange for the tribulation fruit if he really found it. He had countless precious items on hand, but many of them were things he could not give up, such as the 5 Emperor artifacts. These things definitely could not be exchanged. He still had a few Dao Source pills, which he had not used after refining them last time, but these things were only useful to peak origin King Realm cultivators. A Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be interested in them. Yang Kai's harvest inside the Four Seasons realm was not small, and he might be able to take them out, but others might not be interested in them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai set his mind on the drop of Immortal Source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing was definitely a bargaining chip that no one could refuse. Chapter 2176. Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Immortal Source Liquid, and Life Revitalizing Jade Cream were the 3 great divine waters. Among them, the birth of Soul Cleansing Divine Water was quite coincidental. It required the fall of a master and the spiritual energy of their soul to remain in the place of their death. Only then could Soul Cleansing Divine Water be born. Although it was rare, it was not extinct. The remaining 2 were, without exception, extremely difficult to find treasures. Life Revitalizing Jade Cream was one thing. Perhaps in some hidden corner of the star boundary, such a thing existed, but no one knew about it. As for Immortal Source Liquid, there was no place to find it. Because Immortal Source Liquid was a derivative of the Immortal Tree. It was the life essence of the Immortal Tree. A drop of Immortal Source Liquid was enough to bring flesh and bones back to life, possessing extraordinary heaven-defying effects. In this world, the only Immortal Tree was planted in Yang Kai's small medicine garden, so others naturally had no way to obtain Immortal Source Liquid. The drop in his hand was the leftover from when he obtained the Immortal Tree at the beginning of the year, and he had never been willing to use it. Using such a heaven-defying treasure in exchange for a tribulation fruit, presumably no one would refuse. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the appearance of Immortal Source Liquid would cause other troubles. However, for the sake of the tribulation fruit, Yang Kai didn't care so much. If someone really asked about it, he could just pretend to be ignorant. No one would have thought that a supreme treasure like the Immortal Tree would be in his hands. Making up his mind, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. There were still 5 or 6 days left, so the cultivator who had entered the Four Seasons realm was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, they were probably still looking for opportunities that belonged to them. Therefore, the area around the entrance was extremely quiet. Time passed by slowly, and a day later, on the plain where the entrance was located, there was still only Yang Kai, with no trace of anyone else. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. In that moment just now, he actually felt a strange energy fluctuation, which flashed and disappeared. However, when he looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, he did not notice it at all, causing him to feel a little suspicious, wondering if it was just an illusion. Just as he was pondering, a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at an extremely distant location. The halo seemed to have substance, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Kai Yang suddenly stood up, squinting his eyes as he looked around. Up ahead, about 100 miles away from him, on the top of a tall mountain, a halo of light continuously fluctuated. At first, it was only a halo of a single color, but as time passed, it changed. The color of the halo gradually became multicolored. Not only that, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be surging. Above the mountains, in the sky, multicolored clouds surged endlessly, making the entire sky look extremely strange. A natural phenomenon. Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. The birth of a rare treasure? Although he didn't know what was going on over there, judging from the current situation, it was definitely the birth of a rare treasure. Moreover, it was an extraordinary rare treasure. It was impossible for such an obvious phenomenon to occur. How could it happen at this time? Yang Kai frowned, his face extremely gloomy. There were only 4 or 5 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, and as expected, the disciples of the major sects would begin to rush back. The place where this phenomenon occurred was only 100 miles away from the exit. In other words, the phenomenon of the birth of a rare treasure was very likely to attract a lot of people, and the more time passed, the more people would be attracted. At that time, it was bound to cause a scramble, and blood would flow like a river. At that time, his plan to exchange the immortal source liquid for the tribulation fruit would definitely be disrupted. So when he saw the natural phenomenon, Yang Kai's first thought was not excitement, but annoyance. He felt that the timing was really bad for him. However, even though he was cursing in his heart, the natural phenomenon was so obvious that he naturally had to go and take a look. Thinking of this, Yang Kai directly summoned the flying boat, stepped on it, and pushed his source chi, turning it into a stream of light that shot over. The speed of the wooden boat was very fast, and it took less than a dozen breaths to cross 100 miles. As the distance closed, Yang Kai smelled a strange fragrance from the heavens and earth. When the fragrance entered his nose, it made him feel refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. Is it a rare medicine? Yang Kai silently judged in his heart. Moreover, this was a rare medicine that could help a cultivator's cultivation, because as the fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai faintly felt that the bottleneck of his first-order Dao source realm was showing signs of loosening. Yang Kai had only broken through to the Dao source realm not long ago, and although he had been fighting and cultivating diligently these days, and even obtained an opportunity on the Flowing Time Great Emperor Staircase, he was still some distance away from breaking through to the second-order Dao source realm. But now, this gap had been narrowed significantly, which showed how heaven-defying the effects of this rare medicine were. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. Now, on this plane, he was probably the only one who had arrived ahead of time, so if there were no traces of others, perhaps he could monopolize this rare medicine. This was really an unintentional willow growing into a shade. After all, Yang Kai had rushed to the entrance ahead of time with the intention of inquiring about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. While his thoughts were racing, Yang Kai had already arrived near the top of the mountain, landed on the wooden boat, and looked forward quietly. Somewhere on the top of the mountain, among the strange stones, there was a budding flower that stood quietly. This should be a lotus flower. Its petals were pure white and untainted by even a speck of dust. Dazzling spiritual light flowed endlessly on the petals, and an enchanting fragrance wafted from it. It looked as if it didn't exist in the real world, blurred and enchanting. Not only that, there were some mysterious runes on this flower bud that were the size of rice grains. They were faintly discernible and seemed to contain great mysteries. If one could comprehend them, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as he muttered in a low voice, "This is..." While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Closing his eyes, he immersed his mind and checked the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip was something left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai had already memorized everything recorded on it, but the thing in front of him still made Yang Kai somewhat uncertain. Only by comparing the contents of the jade slip could he confirm his observations. After a while, Yang Kai really found the answer he was looking for in the jade slip. Opening his eyes, a light of excitement and fanaticism flashed across them as he stared at the budding flower bud and shouted, "The extraordinary treasure lotus." Gong Sun Mu's jade slip stated that the extraordinary treasure lotus was born from the world's destiny and is formed from the essence of the sun and moon. On the day it blooms, Emperor intent will fill the surroundings. Those who obtain this extraordinary treasure lotus have a significantly increased chance of reaching the Emperor realm. If it can be refined into a pill, the effects will be even better. In other words, this thing was a heaven-defying treasure that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm was already the pinnacle of the Star Boundaries cultivator realm. Except for a few pills that were almost extinct, there was nothing that could help a cultivator increase their chances of breaking through. The extraordinary treasure lotus was one of those pills. Moreover, it was very different from ordinary spirit grasses and medicines. It fundamentally improved a cultivator's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, and had an incomparable effect on a cultivator's ability to condense their emperor intent. The value of such a spirit flower could be imagined. If Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, or any of the other masters obtained this extraordinary treasure lotus, they would definitely be able to break through to the emperor realm in less than 5 years. There was absolutely no possibility of failure. The emperor realm was the mainstay of every great sect, the absolute backbone of their strength. The birth of every the emperor realm cultivator was enough to significantly improve the strength of a sect. Thinking about it this way, the value of this extraordinary treasure lotus was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot, but soon his expression became extremely gloomy. Because the extraordinary treasure lotus in front of him had not fully bloomed yet and could not be harvested. If he rashly tried to harvest it at this moment, it would greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies. And even if it fully bloomed, it must be taken or refined into a pill in a very short period of time, otherwise its medicinal efficacies would quickly fade away. In this world, there were always gains and losses. The extraordinary treasure lotus's heaven-defying effects were naturally due to its rarity. It was precisely because after it bloomed, it would wither within 3 hours, causing its aura to wither, giving it an almost legendary reputation. As a result, even if an extraordinary treasure lotus appeared somewhere in the star boundary and bloomed, if no one discovered it within 3 hours, it would wither away and cease to exist. I need to find a way to cover up this heavenly manifestation first. From the looks of it, it probably won't be able to bloom for a while, and if this continues, it will only attract more and more people. When that time comes, it'll be difficult to deal with, Yang Kai muttered to himself, but when he looked up at the obvious heavenly manifestation in the sky, he felt powerless. If he was proficient in spirit arrays, he might be able to use the power of spirit arrays to accomplish this, but his understanding of spirit arrays was still at the level of brute force, not enough to provide any help here. It was also impossible to put the extraordinary treasure lotus into his sealed world bead, as it could not be picked before it bloomed, nor could it be moved, otherwise it would wither away directly. As an alchemist, Yang Kai would certainly not allow such a reckless waste of heaven's precious treasures. For a time, he scratched his head anxiously. Just as he was feeling anxious, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, several figures came from different directions and stood not far away from him. The newcomers were 3 men and 1 woman, of which the woman was accompanied by another man while the other 2 were alone. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they all fixed their eyes on the extraordinary treasure lotus, all of them showing looks of surprise and shock. Only the woman dressed like a young woman glanced at Yang Kai casually, but after discovering that he was a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, she no longer paid him any attention. Chapter 2177. These 4 people were obviously also nearby and had been attracted by the extraordinary treasure lotus's appearance. Pinnacle novel. One of them was tall and sturdy, and his expression was dignified without being angry. Surprisingly, he had the cultivation base of the 3rd order Tao Source Realm. The other person was a short-haired young man with a pair of sneaky eyes, as if he was always scheming something. His cultivation was neither high nor low, only 2nd order Tao Source Realm. The remaining man and woman seemed to be companions. The woman was petite and dainty, while the man was handsome and elegant. The 2 of them looked very intimate, and it was obvious that they were brother and sister from the same sect. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship, both of them also having 2nd order Tao Source Realm cultivations. At this moment, all 4 of them showed looks of amazement as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus, greed filling their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been mentally prepared for the heavenly vision caused by the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, which would definitely attract a lot of cultivators, he hadn't expected someone to show up so quickly. And there were 4 of them at once. From the looks of it, there were still quite a few cultivator active on the plains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Brother, what kind of spirit medicine is this? After observing for a moment, the young woman asked the man beside her in a soft voice. She didn't recognize the type of spirit medicine in front of her at all. She only knew that it was an incredible thing. Brother, he slowly shook his head and said, "I don't know either." As he spoke, he licked his dry lips with an eager expression on his face. However, his eyes flickered and he was extremely wary of the burly man. After all, the burly man's cultivation was the highest here. If he wanted to snatch the spirit herbs, he would be the biggest enemy. Brother Chengtai, do you recognize what this spirit herb is? At this moment, the young man with the crew cut suddenly asked the burly man. It was as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. No idea. The man called Chengtai answered in a low, muffled voice. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth with the crew cut and said, "Brother Bao, you can't recognize him either?" Bao Peng smiled and said, "How can this Bao recognize something that even Brother Chengtai doesn't recognize? You think too highly of me." "Mph." Chengtai snorted coldly and turned to look at the man and woman. He asked loudly, "Do you know the two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect?" When Brother He heard this, he frowned and slowly shook his head. The young woman did the same. Chengtai turned his gaze to Yang Kai and shouted, "Kid, you seem to be the first to arrive here? What kind of spirit medicine was this? Tell me about it." "I don't know." Yang Kai looked bewildered and stammered, "I was just attracted by this vision. What a bunch of trash." Chengtai didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish his words and couldn't help but curse. "You can't even recognize a stalk of spirit medicine, yet you still ran over here." His words scolded everyone. Brother He and the young woman from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect frowned in displeasure upon hearing this, but Bao Peng seemed to be well aware of Chengtai's temper and didn't mind. At this time, Chengtai spoke again. "No matter what this spirit medicine is, this Cheng wants it. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Cheng for not showing mercy." Hearing this, Bao Peng raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "Brother Cheng, this is not good? You have a problem?" Chengtai looked at the youth with the crew cut and coldly snorted, "If you have a problem, speak up and bear the consequences." The latter quickly raised his hand. Taking a few steps back, he hurriedly said, "Brother Chengtai misunderstood. If you want this thing, how could this Bao dare to have a problem? It's just that these two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect won't agree so easily. After all, this is a natural spirit medicine. Only the fated can obtain it." Hearing this, Brother He nodded and said, "Yes, spirit medicines of heaven and earth belong to the fated. Friend, if you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability or not." Although Chengtai was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, he and his junior sister were two people. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, with such a rare treasure in front of him, he would not easily give it up. "Do you too want to test this Cheng's ability?" Hearing this, Chengtai grinned ferociously and said, "I've heard that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect's Flowing Shadow Sword art is very mysterious, but I don't know if it's true or not. Since there is such an opportunity today, let this Cheng experience the two of you." As he spoke, the source chi around Chengtai's body surged. His tall and sturdy body suddenly swelled up, and an intimidating pressure spread out from his body. He continued from where he left off, "The two of you better not disappoint me." At this point, he stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear in the air. He was like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged towards the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. He had actually made a move directly. "Be careful!" Brother He shouted and spun around, leaving behind layers of afterimages as he and the young woman flew dozens of meters away. ****. Two soft sounds rang out, followed by two cold flashes of light. Swords were unsheathed, filled with thick murderous intent. Brother He and the young woman held their swords in one hand and formed a series of seals with the other, striking strange postures as a biting cold sword chi suddenly burst forth. There should be a limit to looking down on others. Brother, he shouted angrily. The other party had suddenly attacked him after a few words, causing brother he to burn with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted to the young woman, "Junior sister, there is no need to show mercy. Don't worry, junior sister will let him experience the power of the flowing shadow sword art." The young woman chuckled as she slashed out with her sword towards Cheng Tai. At the same time, senior brother he also used everything he had learned and joined forces with his junior sister. Every move was deadly. Cheng Tai was also a master from the third order Dao source realm, so he did not panic in the face of danger, spreading out his palms as he fought 1 against 2 without falling into a disadvantage. In an instant, the 3 of them were locked in a fierce battle atop the mountain, sword chi flying about, spiritual energy rioting, and the battlefield was filled with flying sand and stones, creating a lively scene. The initiator of all this, Bao Peng, stood quietly in place, not showing the slightest intention to intervene. From time to time, a thoughtful expression would appear on her face, as if she had gained something from watching the battle. Ah! Suddenly, Yang Kai sighed and turned his head to look in a certain direction, saying, "This spirit flower doesn't seem to have matured yet. Rashly harvesting it is not good. What if its medicinal properties are ruined?" The place he was looking at was empty. Hearing this, the 3 people fighting were startled and immediately stopped fighting, retreating from the battle, staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Cheng Tai, on the other hand, frowned as he glanced over at Bao Peng, who was standing not far away. "I already said, don't rashly harvest it. Friend, do you not understand my words?" Yang Kai shouted again as he threw a punch towards a certain spot. As this energy rushed forward, in a certain place where there was no one else, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, a look of shock filling his face. This figure was now less than 100 meters away from the extraordinary treasure lotus, and from the way he was stealthily approaching it, it was obvious he wanted to steal it while no one was paying attention. Bao Peng. After seeing this person's face, Cheng Tai could not help shouting angrily. At that moment, the other Bao Peng, who had been standing in place and watching the battle, suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This was an extremely lifelike afterimage. The real Bao Peng had used some kind of secret technique to sneak away. The Bao Peng, who had been hit by Yang Kai, could not help becoming angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai as he shouted, "Little brat, you court death." In his opinion, if not for Yang Kai's interference, he would have already taken the spirit herb and fled, but because of Yang Kai's existence, his plan had failed. Annoyed, he naturally flew into a rage. "I'm sorry." Yang Kai scratched his head helplessly. "If possible, I didn't want to expose you, but your behavior, it's really intolerable. It's simply too vile." He spat out in disdain. To others, these words had a different meaning, but what Yang Kai really meant was that doing this would destroy the extraordinary treasure lotus. The extraordinary treasure lotus was still far from ripening, so how could Yang Kai allow it to be harvested rashly? He had pretended to be stupid and weak just to buy time. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work. "That's right," Cheng Tai shouted. "After not seeing you for a few years, Bao Peng, you're still so despicable. Although this Cheng has been extremely careful, he still almost fell for your tricks." Although he had been fighting the 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect before, he had not used his full strength and had instead focused part of his attention on Bao Peng. It was only when he saw him, standing in place and not making any moves, that he was able to relax and fight. How could he have thought that the Bao Peng standing in place was just an illusion? The 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also had ugly expressions at this moment, but they were more curious because none of the people present had noticed Bao Peng's trick, yet it had been seen through by Yang Kai. If it weren't for them clearly feeling that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm, everyone would have thought it was an illusion. "Brother Cheng, please calm your anger." Bao Peng hurriedly cast a flattering look at Cheng Tai and said with a smile, "I didn't succeed and was seen through. That's because you're unlucky." Cheng Tai snorted coldly. "If you were lucky enough, wouldn't you have taken the spirit herb and run away by now? It's not a matter of luck." Bao Peng stared deeply at Yang Kai and said coldly, "What this Bao used just now is a secret technique of my 5 essence sect, the cicada shedding carapace. Even a master a level higher would not be able to see through it. It has always been an excellent escape secret technique, so it's the cicada shedding carapace." Cheng Tai whispered, obviously having heard of this secret technique before, his eyes complicated. "I didn't expect Sect Master Qin to be willing to teach you this secret technique." "That's not important." Bao Peng still looked straight at Yang Kai and said coldly, "This Bao is just curious, how did a mere first-order Dao source realm trash like you see through my tracks?" Chapter 2178. Since the moment he entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had been called trash more than once. This was not surprising though. Yang Kai's clothes were extremely ordinary, he didn't have any unique symbols of a great sect, and his cultivation was only at the low level of the first-order Dao source realm. These elite disciples from great sects and families naturally looked down on him. In the Four Seasons realm, a first-order Dao source realm cultivator was at the very bottom. Unless one had a background similar to Lan Sun's, no one would look at them with new eyes. This was a top novel. Bao Peng naturally didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Facing his question, Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, "My luck is good?" "I said it wasn't a matter of luck, you really are courting death." Bao Peng grinned, his expression extremely hostile. His good fortune had been disturbed by Yang Kai, so at this moment he was naturally annoyed and couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. "This is your business, deal with it yourselves. This spirit flower, this Cheng will be taking it first." At that moment, Cheng Tai suddenly shouted and rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were startled when they heard this, but it was already too late to stop him, so they could only grit their teeth and chase after him. Bao Peng obviously had no intention of continuing to entangle himself with Yang Kai at this moment, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. Everyone just wanted to grab this spirit flower as soon as possible. With a flash of brilliance, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the extraordinary treasure lotus, blocking the path of the four people. Looking at everyone helplessly, he said, "Everyone, this spirit flower is not mature yet. Now is not the best time to pick it. If we act rashly at this moment, it may be a waste. Why don't we all sit down and have a good chat while waiting for this spirit flower to mature?" What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of the way." Cheng Tai remained unmoved and quickly shouted, "Please cooperate." Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. "What if I say no?" In just a few words, Cheng Tai had already rushed in front of Yang Kai and swung his fist, which was wrapped in a violent aura, towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai in one blow. He sneered sarcastically, "Ignorant thing, don't blame anyone for your death. There's really no other way." Kai Yang muttered to himself. As these words left his mouth, his originally calm expression suddenly became ferocious. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile, looking extremely terrifying. He said sternly, "Speak properly. Since you don't want to listen, then let's make something you can understand." Saying so, a brilliant light flashed in his palm and an emperor artifact appeared. Emperor's might filled the air. Yang Kai's sword swept out horizontally. He recited, "One sword for 1,000,000, one man against the pass." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk sword chi overflowed in all directions. With Yang Kai as the center, the invincible sword chi formed a terrifying fan shape as it leisurely shot outwards. A shocking pressure suddenly descended. The aura of death rushed towards them. "What?" Cheng Tai's face changed drastically. A moment ago, he had a look of disdain and ridicule, but in the next moment, his eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared straight ahead. "Emperor pressure. This is Emperor pressure. This is an Emperor artifact." Bao Peng also exclaimed. Quickly forming a seal, He once again used the 5 Essence Sects secret technique, Golden Cicada Shell Shedding. A lifelike afterimage appeared on the spot as he dodged in the nick of time. The senior brother and junior sister surnamed He from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also couldn't believe their eyes. The moment the Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword appeared, the Dao Source grade swords in their hands let out uncontrollable cries and clangs, as if they were trying to transmit a fearful aura. When Bao Peng shouted, the two men's faces suddenly turned pale. However, the two of them were from the same sect and had lived together for so many years, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a series of hand seals with one hand while gripping their swords tightly with the other. After blocking for a moment, they desperately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk Xiao 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 Xiao. Asterisk Sword Chi surged as energy surged. After the flash of light, the 4 people who had rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus were now in 3 different positions, each of them pale and filled with lingering fear. Bao Peng didn't show any signs of injury, but the look of shock on his face revealed the shock he felt deep in his heart. The 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were also fine, but the hands holding their swords were trembling slightly. Cheng Tai, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and even though he had desperately resisted at the critical moment, he still couldn't completely neutralize the terrifying blow of the Emperor Artifact. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely, making him look quite miserable. Now, can we talk? Yang Kai twirled his sword as he looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Cheng Tai and the others all wore gloomy expressions as they stared at him with dread. They had all thought that this young man was trash, but he had suddenly taken out an Emperor artifact that everyone coveted and used a terrifying sword skill to seriously injure the person with the highest cultivation here. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Your Excellency, who are you? Cheng Tai endured the pain in his body as he stared at Yang Kai and asked. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai had an extremely powerful background? Otherwise, how could a trivial first-order Dao Source realm possess an Emperor artifact? Thinking of this, Cheng Tai couldn't help feeling apprehensive, not to mention whether he had the ability to defeat Yang Kai now. Even if he did, he would have to worry about retaliation from the great force behind this young man. The Song Tian sect he came from was not a great sect, only comparable to Flying St. Palace, so how could he afford to provoke a great force? Friend, just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it too seriously. Bao Peng suddenly put on a fawning expression and squeezed out a smile. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at him leisurely and said with a faint smile. Bao Peng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists. Many thanks, friend. This Bao still has important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he actually turned around and left the place at an extremely fast speed. Looking at his back, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, secretly thinking that if this person didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great man in the future. Just from this person's decisiveness, it could be seen that he had an instinctive judgment of the situation. He felt that there was no benefit for him to stay any longer. Instead, he might attract danger, so he made a prompt decision to leave. Compared with Bao Peng, Cheng Tai and the other 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed somewhat indecisive. Because even after witnessing Yang Kai's methods, these 3 still didn't show any intention of leaving, as if they were still holding on to an inexplicable hope in their hearts that their luck would defy the heavens and allow them to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. Cheng Tai's attitude was one thing. He was seriously injured, and he was extremely wary of the great force behind Yang Kai, so he was obviously reluctant to leave. Brother He of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, on the other hand, was filled with greed. However, at this moment, his eyes were more focused on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. After all, compared to the extraordinary treasure lotus, which he didn't know how to use, this myriad sword was a genuine Emperor artifact, and a sword-type one at that. Flowing Shadow Sword Sect was a sect famous for its swordsmanship, and most of its disciples cultivated sword skills. If he could obtain this myriad sword, his strength would be greatly improved. This gave birth to many ideas in his mind. Friends, why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai looked at the group with a faint smile. Cheng Tai pursed his dry lips and stood in place without moving, but he didn't show any hostility either. He just silently urged his source qi to prevent his injuries from worsening. On the other hand, after Brother He heard this, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at the young woman, the two of them exchanging glances. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura spread out from the two of them and merged with each other, causing the aura of the two second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators to soar. His black hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. A strong fighting spirit filled the place. Senior Martial Brother He stretched out his hand, and the young woman placed the soft cloth on his hand as if they had a tacit understanding. The moment the two of them met, their already powerful aura soared to a new height, and a halo of energy visible to the naked eye soared into the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have completely merged into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Peerless Spirit Consonance Art. Cheng Tai saw this scene and suddenly shouted, his expression becoming dignified. After listening to him, Yang Kai immediately understood that this peerless spirit consonance art should be a kind of secret technique of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect similar to dual cultivation. After using this secret technique, a man and a woman's auras could be connected and their strength would be greatly improved in a short period of time. After performing this secret technique, Senior Brother He's temperament underwent a great change. He seemed to have become extremely confident and arrogant. Holding his sword in one hand, he slowly drew a circle in front of him before staring coldly at Yang Kai and saying, "Hand over the Emperor artifact in your hand and I'll spare your life." As he spoke, the young woman did the same thing. The tips of the two people's swords moved, creating a visible sword halo. After speaking, the two semicircles suddenly merged together and condensed into a circular sword seal. This sword seal gave off a clanging sound, as if it contained a great amount of power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Kai remained unmoved, simply standing in place and staring at the two of them calmly, his eyes clear and cold. "Enough nonsense!" Brother He shouted impatiently. "What if I don't want to?" "Then you can die." Brother He shouted coldly as he leisurely pointed his sword forward, his movements casual and unrestrained. However, when the sword was pointed out, it caused the world spirit chi to go berserk. The circular sword hummed and suddenly shot forward. Along the way, the sword seal split into two into four into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with these circular sword seals, covering a large area of heaven and earth, giving people the illusion that there was no way to avoid them. Chapter 2179. The overwhelming number of sword seals flew towards Yang Kai, the sharp sword chi emitting a sharp cutting sound that was extremely jarring to the ear. Apex novel Cheng Tai's expression changed slightly. Only now did he realize that the two from Flowing Shadow Sword Sect had not used their full strength when they fought him before. If they had used such a secret technique before, he would not have been able to defend himself. Even at this moment, Cheng Tai still felt extremely uneasy when this attack was not aimed at him. It was as if his will was about to be crushed by the countless sword seals. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how Yang Kai would defend against this killer move. In any case, this guy has an Emperor artifact, so his background shouldn't be low and his knowledge should be extremely profound. Although such a blow is terrifying, it won't be easy to take his life, Cheng Tai thought to himself. However, what he saw in front of him was far beyond his expectations. When the overwhelming number of sword seals arrived, Yang Kai, who was standing in place, seemed to have been struck dumb and did not react for a long time. Only at this critical moment did he assume a defensive posture. But it was already too late. Chi. A strange sound rang out as Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in countless sword seals and cut into countless pieces. What? Cheng Tai exclaimed as he stared ahead in disbelief. He died just like that? This fellow that caused him to be extremely fearful had actually been annihilated so easily with a single strike, and the scene before him was rather difficult for Cheng Tai to accept. But soon, he felt relieved. He secretly felt that the reason why Yang Kai was so strong just now was probably because he had borrowed the power of his Emperor artifact. Yang Kai's strength was only at the level of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Overestimating yourself. Brother He also sneered. Swinging the sword in his hand, Brother He's eyes flashed with an extremely excited light as he fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. At that moment, Yang Kai's body, which had been cut into countless pieces, suddenly twisted and transformed. Yang Kai's figure disappeared into thin air. Brother He's face stiffened as he cried out, "After image." Only now did he suddenly understand why there was a strange feeling in his heart. This strange feeling was indescribable, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The scene in front of him explained the source of the strangeness. The thing that was cut up was obviously not a real body of flesh and blood, but an afterimage. "Brother, be careful." The young woman's beautiful face suddenly changed as she cried out. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed past Brother He's neck and pierced through his back. Senior Brother He's expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn around, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn his head. Not only that, there seemed to be a slight pain coming from his neck. He exerted a little more force. His entire head suddenly fell from his neck, and his vision was completely upside down. "I am dead." A very funny thought flashed through Brother He's mind. His whole body was completely shrouded in darkness, and the last scene reflected in his eyes was Yang Kai holding the myriad sword, quietly standing not far behind him. On the wide blade, a drop of blood flowed down the blade. It was dripping down. The pew. Brother He's death seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction. The young woman, who was connected to him, suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly withered, and her face seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. She seemed to be unable to control her own body. In a panic, she fell down, flailing her arms and legs in the air, but was unable to stabilize her body. Not long after, she fell into the rubble and was smashed to pieces. Backlash. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Although this peerless spirit rhino art was extremely powerful, it seemed to have a lot of drawbacks. He had only killed Brother He, but he didn't expect that this action would also cause the death of this young woman. Two rays of light suddenly flew out from the bodies of Brother He and the young woman, wanting to rush into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and in a flash, he caught the two rays of light in his hands. The back of his hand was slightly hot, and when Yang Kai looked down, he saw that there were two more star seals on the back of his hand. These two star seals originally belonged to the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but after these two people died, the star seals became ownerless and could be easily obtained. The grade of these two star seals wasn't too high. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that one was a triangular star seal, and the other was a rhombus-shaped star seal like the one he had obtained before. In this way, he had obtained as many as 3 star seals in the Four Seasons realm. Star seals were actually very difficult to obtain. He had stayed in this sealed world for more than 20 days, and apart from obtaining one by chance, he hadn't obtained any other star seals, which showed how rare these things were. But now he had obtained 2 more. Just as he was observing the star seals, Cheng Tai, who was quietly watching the development of the situation, felt cold all over. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He didn't even see what Yang Kai had done, but the cultivator surnamed He of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had been beheaded. Cheng Tai immediately understood that he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although this guy's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao Source realm, his real combat strength couldn't be judged by cultivation. He was definitely the kind of elite who regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence. Thinking of this, how could Ching Tai still have the heart to stay? He secretly regretted that he had left earlier. If he left now, he didn't know if the other party would make things difficult for him. But staying here wasn't a solution either, so Ching Tai could only brace himself and cupped his fists. This Ching has offended you before, please forgive this friend. Wait! Yang Kai suddenly glanced at him coldly and shouted. Friend, what else can I do for you? Ching Tai's face twitched, his heart filled with fear. He wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, but he didn't dare act rashly. You wait a moment. Yang Kai had no intention of killing him, instead flying down to the two corpses of the flowing shadow sword sect cultivators, taking their space rings and sweeping them with his divine sense, seemingly searching for something. Even so, Ching Tai still stood in place obediently. He knew that in his current state, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. If he angered the other party, he would end up like the two corpses. There's nothing useful here. Yang Kai muttered with some dissatisfaction after checking the contents of the two space rings. In fact, this was not the case. The He brother and sister were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so naturally, there were many good things in their space rings. Whether it was source crystals, pills, or artifacts, their value was quite good, but for Yang Kai, there was nothing he wanted at the moment. Saying so, he stepped forward and stood in front of Ching Tai, pondering for a moment before asking, if it's convenient, can Brother Ching let me take a look at your space ring? Hearing this, Ching Tai's face paled, but now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head, so he still squeezed out a smile and said, naturally, there's no problem. Saying so, he took off his space ring with a pained expression and tossed it to Yang Kai before eagerly saying, if this friend has nothing else to say, this Cheng will take his leave. Sorry for disturbing you before. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Kai glanced at him. You don't want your space ring? HM? Cheng Tai looked stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai would say such a thing. Do you think I want to rob you? Yang Kai curled his lips. Do you think I would do such a despicable thing? The expression on Cheng Tai's face changed constantly, and he really didn't know what to say. I found something useful. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly laughed, and with a thought, he took something out of Cheng Tai's space ring. Cheng Tai looked over and saw that it was a charcoal black spirit grass. To be honest, Cheng Tai didn't know what this spirit grass was or what it was used for. He just felt that its grade was not low and its value was not low, so he collected it. This thing came from the autumn territory of the Four Seasons realm, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would take it out at this moment. Cheng Tai was completely at a loss. As for what was in his space ring, he was naturally well aware of it. In terms of value, there should be many things more precious than this spirit grass, but this strange little brat in front of him had actually taken out this spirit grass and left everything else untouched. While Cheng Tai was in a daze, Yang Kai directly threw his space ring back to him and played with the spirit grass in his hand, a look of joy filling his face. Friend, do you want anything else? Cheng Tai asked cautiously. I already said I'm not robbing you. Yang Kai glanced at him and shouted, why haven't you scrammed yet? Yes. Hearing this, Cheng Tai felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly grabbed his space ring and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Cheng Tai disappeared, Yang Kai leisurely landed not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus. Looking at the black spirit grass in his hand, he muttered to himself, with this black flood dragon, I only lack 3 raw materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. And I already have most of the materials, but these 3 are a bit difficult to obtain. I wonder if anyone else has them. While muttering to himself, Yang Kai looked around. At this moment, he was actually hoping that someone would be attracted by the appearance of this extraordinary treasure lotus so he could collect the raw materials to refine the pill. If he used the extraordinary treasure lotus as the main material, he could refine a heaven-defying spirit pill called the extraordinary treasure pill. This spirit pill had all the effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus and was even more powerful. An extraordinary treasure pill was enough to increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm by 1/10. If possible, Yang Kai hoped to refine this extraordinary treasure lotus into a pill when it matured. This way, not only would it be preserved for a long time, but it would also be able to fully display the precious functions of the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, such thoughts were just thoughts, and they were not easy to accomplish, especially since he had yet to gather all the necessary materials. Chapter 2180. At the top of the mountain, clouds rose and wind surged as a vision appeared, illuminating half the sky with a multicolored glow. This was the culmination of a novel. The extraordinary treasure lotus slowly bloomed into a pure white and flawless flower bud, its unique aura spreading throughout the world as a strange fragrance filled the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged not far from this spirit flower, his mind empty as he closed his eyes and meditated, like a guardian, not moving an inch. 300 miles away, somewhere, several figures were looking in the direction of the mountain as they rapidly approached. The sight of the heavenly anomaly made everyone extremely surprised. They did not know what was going on over there. However, this group of people seemed to belong to different forces, but at this moment, because of the obvious heavenly vision, they were all attracted to the same place. The strength of this group was also mixed, ranging from the first-order Dao Source realm to the third-order Dao Source realm. While flying, one of them suddenly turned his head and asked, "Brother Jing, can you see what's going on up ahead?" The person he asked was Jing Li, the benevolent martial sect disciple Yang Kai had met outside the Flowing Time Temple before. Although this person's cultivation was in the third-order Dao Source realm, he had behaved very humbly when facing Wu Chang, but at this moment, he had regained his confidence. Hearing this, Jing Li pondered for a moment before saying, "This kind of heavenly vision is either the birth of a rare treasure or the maturation of a spirit flower. Judging from the fragrance coming from this place, it probably belongs to the latter." The person who asked the question lit up and asked happily, "Does Brother Jing also think so?" What he meant was that he had also speculated so and just wanted to find someone to confirm it, so he continued, "I wonder if Brother Jing can see what kind of spirit flower this is?" "How would I know?" Jing Li rolled his eyes. "There are countless natural spirit medicines out there, so anything that can cause such a big commotion must be of extraordinary value." Suddenly, another person next to him laughed softly. Licking his lips, he said, "Perhaps the opportunity I've been waiting for is coming." As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Jing Li quickly said, "Now that this opportunity is here, it all depends on luck. If this opportunity is obtained by this Jing, don't be jealous." Ha! He let out a long laugh, as if he had already obtained the opportunity. "Bah! You think you're worthy of this opportunity?" A disdainful voice came from the crowd. "Brother Zhou Huai seems to have a problem with me?" Jing Li coldly looked in the direction of the person who spoke with a provocative expression. It was true that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Anitya Helgard. After all, Anitya Helgard was notorious for his ferocity. However, he was still a powerhouse of the third-order Dao Source realm. How could he not be a little arrogant? "I don't have any objections to anyone obtaining this opportunity, but not you." Zhou Huai was not willing to be outdone. There seemed to be some kind of grudge between the two of them. Therefore, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Jing Li's expression sank, and just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, someone has arrived first." As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone sank as they looked over. Sure enough, they saw a figure silently sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Not far behind him, there was a pure white flower bud. It was exuding a dense light that pulsed with a strange rhythm, giving off a mysterious aura. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk no one dared to hesitate and quickly sped up, arriving not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus in the blink of an eye. All of them stared greedily at the spirit flower. Jing Li took a moment to glance over at Yang Kai, secretly feeling that this person was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but after noticing the other party's cultivation, he couldn't help curling his lips. A piece of trash from the First Order Dao Source realm. I was wondering who it was. After saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai. The same was probably true for everyone else. Noticing that someone had arrived at the place where the spirit flower was located before them, they were a little flustered, but when they saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was so low, they immediately calmed down. After these people arrived, their eyes swept past Yang Kai and stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement, all of them wearing excited expressions. Although they didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, for it to produce such a heavenly manifestation before it even matured, its preciousness could be imagined. Brother Pang Hai, if this Jing remembers correctly, you're also an alchemist? Jing Li suddenly turned his head and looked at a fat man in the crowd. Hearing this, the fat man smiled slightly and said, "This Pang has indeed studied the alchemic way a little, but his alchemy skills are low, only at the Origin King grade, not worth mentioning." Although he said this, there was an extremely proud expression on his face. That expression seemed to say that this was not something that was not worth mentioning, but was extremely proud of it. He had the capital to be proud. There were very few alchemists, and high-grade alchemists were even rarer. Their status was noble, and as a cultivator, being able to raise his alchemy skills to the Origin King grade while cultivating was a testament to his talent. Generally, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation was secondary. While improving their alchemy skills, they often lost time in cultivation, so the cultivation of alchemists was generally not high. Not surprisingly, most of the Origin King grade alchemists were Origin returning realm masters, with very few Origin Kings among them. But this Pang Hai was a second-order Dao Source realm master. He had made great achievements in both the martial Dao and the alchemic way territory, and was even better than most cultivator and alchemist, so naturally he was very proud. Origin King grade. Jing Li was also a knowledgeable person, and after hearing this, he exclaimed, a look of sincere admiration appearing on his face as he said, "Brother Pang Hai is really amazing, this Jing admires you greatly." Although the others didn't speak, they also showed shocked expressions. Pang Hai was obviously very pleased with this, his fat cheeks filled with smiles as he waved his hand hypocritically and said, "It's nothing. Brother Jing is too serious." In fact, if it weren't for the alchemic way delaying my cultivation, this Pang would have already broken through to the third-order Dao Source realm. In other words, his aptitude in the martial Dao was no worse than anyone else's, he was just distracted by alchemy. If it weren't for this, he would have even competed with Xianxia, Wuxia, and the others. Brother Pang Hai, since you are an Origin King grade alchemist, do you recognize what this spirit flower is? Jing Li changed the topic and asked. Everyone else also looked at Pang Hai, waiting for his answer. Hearing this, Pang Hai's expression became serious as he turned his eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, pondering for a long time before saying, "If this Pang is not mistaken, this should be the legendary." He paused here maliciously, whetting everyone's appetite. Yang Kai also opened his eyes curiously, wanting to hear the opinion of this fellow alchemist. Pang Hai said with certainty, "Profound frost sacred lotus." Pooh! Yang Kai couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. Pang Hai immediately glared at him fiercely. On the contrary, Jing Li and the others' eyes lit up and they shouted, "This is the profound frost sacred lotus? The profound frost sacred lotus that is rumored to cleanse one's knowledge, purify one's soul, and greatly enhance one's spiritual energy?" Jing Li had obviously also heard of the profound frost sacred lotus, and at this moment, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The reactions of the others were similar, almost like the word, greed, was written on their foreheads. Pang Hai nodded heavily. "This is definitely the profound frost sacred lotus. I trust Brother Pang Hai." Jing Li swallowed hard. "It's not that I don't trust Brother Pang Hai. It's just that looking at this little brat's demeanor, he seems to know something." Zhou Huai looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. And he was the first to arrive here, why don't you ask him? Although he said so, he didn't ask for the opinion of the others and instead directly shouted at Yang Kai, "You brat, this show wants to ask you something. If you know, answer obediently, otherwise, Zhou Huai's expression was full of malice. Ask away." Yang Kai nodded at him indifferently. "How long have you been here?" Zhou Huai asked. "About an hour," Yang Kai replied. "So, this heavenly manifestation has been here since an hour ago?" Zhou Huai's complexion changed as he looked around vigilantly, muttering to himself suspiciously, "Then why hasn't anyone else come here?" Although he felt strange, he didn't continue to investigate, thinking that others were too far away and hadn't discovered this heavenly manifestation or were on their way here. He then asked, "When Brother Pang Hai said this was the profound frost sacred lotus, you had a look of disapproval on your face. Could it be, you know what kind of spirit flower this is?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle. "You don't know and yet you still put on such an expression? How ridiculous." Pang Hai coldly snorted and said sarcastically. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what this is, I know that this is definitely not the profound frost sacred lotus." Speaking up to here, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he earnestly explained, "The profound frost sacred lotus grows in an extremely cold place with 7 petals, deep roots and long stems, and a delicate and enchanting fragrance. It doesn't match the spirit flower in front of you at all. Most importantly," his tone suddenly became low as his lips curled into an evil grin, "when the profound frost sacred lotus blooms, no one can approach within a 100-kilometer radius. The fragrance is enough to affect the divine sense of the Emperor Realm's masters, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from the hallucinations and fall into an illusion forever. If no one comes to rescue them, they will likely die from exhaustion." He spread his hands and said, "None of you are affected at all at this moment, nor are you hallucinating, so how could this be the profound frost sacred lotus?" Hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded while Pang Hai's face turned red. In fact, he didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, but he didn't think anyone else would either, so he casually said the words profound frost sacred lotus. In any case, no one could prove it, so he could seize the opportunity for himself. Because of this, he could weave some words to his advantage, making it easier for him to take action later. But in the blink of an eye, he was exposed by Yang Kai, and the other party's words were so convincing that he couldn't refute them, so he couldn't help feeling a bit angry. "This friend, what you say makes sense." Zhou Huai's eyes lit up as he turned to Pang Hai and said, "Brother Pang Hai, what do you think? I think your whole family's 18 generations of ancestors." Pang Hai couldn't help cursing in his heart. Chapter 2181. At this point, Pang Hai would never admit what Yang Kai said, otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. In front of so many people, how could he back down? As such, he could only viciously shout, "Brat, there should be a limit to what you can say. What do you know? This Pang is an Origin King Great Alchemist. If I say this is the profound frost sacred lotus, then it is." As soon as the statement came out, everyone regained some confidence in Pang Hai. After all, they didn't know Yang Kai well, so how could they know whether what he said was true or false? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I'm also a Dao Source grade alchemist." He was telling the truth, but unfortunately, no one believed him. "Everyone, as you can see, this little brat is spouting nonsense and can't be trusted at all." Pang Hai took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone nodded lightly. "Good." At this time, Kai Yang suddenly patted his butt and stood up. Stretching his neck, he crossed his arms and straightened them. As his bones moved, a crackling sound could be heard. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, not knowing what he was trying to do by suddenly assuming such a posture of preparing to do something big. "Enough with the idle chatter," Yang Kai said as he swept his eyes across the crowd, and any cultivator who met his gaze involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. "Since you're here, do me a favor?" Yang Kai grinned and quickly said, "Hand over your space rings." Everyone was startled, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. But soon, several people flew into a rage. "Bastard, what do you want to do? Friend, are you trying to defy the heavens? A trivial first-order Dao source realm dares to rob us? Ha, what a joke. This brat is really crazy. Since you say so, then hand over your space rings. Hand over your space ring and we'll spare your life." Several people began to speak, either angry, sarcastic, or preparing to rob them. In any case, no one cared about what Yang Kai said, nor did they think he had the ability to do so. He only felt that this person had lost his mind and was simply unreasonable. Yang Kai had a grin on his face as he looked at Chao Huai and said, "Earlier, this friend asked why no one came to investigate even though the heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared for such a long time. I'll tell you the answer now. It's not that no one came to investigate, it's just that everyone who came was chased away by me." Zhou Huai couldn't help but sneer. "Are you joking?" Yang Kai shook his head. "There were also people who overestimated themselves and wanted to make a move against me, but the outcome was like that." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed below. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a headless corpse lying among the rocks in the mountains. Fresh blood covered the ground. Another woman seemed to have fallen from a high altitude and was smashed to pieces. "These two are from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." Jing Li observed for a moment. He suddenly cried out in alarm. "Yes, they claim to be from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." Yang Kai nodded. "You actually killed them?" Jing Li looked at Yang Kai in shock. "You actually killed them? No wonder there was always a smell of blood, so that's why." Zhou Huai frowned. The smell of blood was covered by this strange fragrance. Damn it. I didn't even notice it. "So what if you really killed these two people?" Pang Hai suddenly stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in an icy tone, "These two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect aren't too strong and there aren't many of them. Do you want to make a move against the five of us?" As soon as these words came out, everyone felt relieved, thinking that this was right. The other party was just one person, so even if he had some strange means, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. AI. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "If possible, I don't want to make a move against you. I just want to find a few herbs. But if you don't cooperate, then..." As he spoke, his figure suddenly flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. In an instant, the expressions of the five people changed greatly and they all released their divine senses to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. However, wherever their divine senses covered, they found nothing. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared from this world. This strange situation made the faces of the five people turn ashen and a feeling of uneasiness surged from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, a large hand was placed on Jing Li's shoulder. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared behind Jing Li and his ghostly voice came from behind. "I can do it myself, but you must not resist, otherwise, if I am not careful, I may accidentally kill you." Jing Li felt as if he had been struck by lightning, cold sweat dripping down his back as he stood stiffly in place, not daring to move. He could feel that the large hand on his shoulder secretly contained a vigorous power, like an ocean that could engulf him at any time. That power was so strong that he simply couldn't resist. Xio Xio Xio. The other four people's figures flickered almost at the same time as they scattered, distancing themselves from Jing Li, all of them circulating their source qi as they vigilantly stared at Yang Kai. Before Kai Yang opened his mouth to speak, none of them knew how this person had appeared behind Jing Li. All of them were thinking, if he had attacked them, would they have been able to avoid it? The answer was obviously no. Thinking so, everyone began to break out in cold sweat. "Friend?" Jing Li gulped, large drops of sweat sliding down his forehead as he struggled to speak. "There is no grievance between you and me, and this Jing has never..." Enough. Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish before interrupting. "I don't want to take your life. Although it would be easy for me, Since there is no grievance between us, I have no reason to kill you, right? Yes, yes, yes. Jing Li nodded repeatedly, squeezing out a smile. It's good that friend understands. As I said just now, I just want to find a few herbs. As Yang Kai spoke, he reached out and grabbed Jing Li's space ring. Effortlessly, Yang Kai took the other party's space ring, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, he frowned and tossed it back to Jing Li. You can go now. Yang Kai smiled and patted Jing Li on the shoulder. Jing Li's body shrank and he almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately he had a strong will and managed to suppress his fear as he released his divine sense and swept his space ring. The next moment, he let out a cry of surprise and looked up at Yang Kai strangely. Yang Kai frowned and said, "There is nothing in your ring that I want, so that's how it is." Jing Li suddenly understood and cupped his fists ecstatically. "Many thanks." After saying so, he hurriedly used his movement skill and fled into the distance. Although he had been frightened for no reason, he was fine and his things were all intact. This was already a result he could not hope for, so how could Jing Li be dissatisfied? Naturally, it was best to leave first. Next, Yang Kai looked at the remaining 4 people and grinned. "Take the initiative, don't force me to attack you. However, you can rest assured that if you don't have what I want, I won't take it casually, but if you do, then you can only blame your bad luck." The 4 people looked at each other, their faces pale, but none of them dared to leave without permission. Judging from the movement skill Yang Kai displayed just now, none of them had the confidence to escape and would likely be caught if they made the slightest move. "This friend, what are you looking for? If you don't mind, please tell me. If this Zhou has something, I won't hide it." Zhou Huai thought for a while before speaking. The others also nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, if we have something, we will definitely give it to you." Although from Jing Li's reaction just now, Yang Kai did not seem to have taken anything from his space ring. Everyone had their own secrets, and these secrets were often stored in their space rings. No one was willing to hand over their space ring to others for inspection. "Don't bother, I'll look for it myself." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "I'll count to 3, those who don't hand over their space rings will have to bear the consequences." Murderous intent filled his face and he didn't seem to be joking, directly beginning to count. "Ah!" Seeing this, Zhou Huai could only sigh and not make any unnecessary attempts, quickly taking off his space ring and tossing it to Yang Kai with a wry smile. "I hope you can keep your word." Yang Kai didn't say a word, catching the space ring and inspecting it, but after a while, he tossed it back without taking anything. Zhou Huai gladly caught it, not even bothering to say any polite words, and directly fled. Among these 5 people, the 2 strongest had fallen to such a fate, so how could the remaining 3 have the courage to resist? After exchanging a glance with each other, they all took off their space rings and handed them to Yang Kai. After a round of inspection, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Because he didn't see anything he needed. Whether it was the 3 herbs he needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill or the tribulation fruit he needed, if he couldn't collect the required herbs, he wouldn't be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If that was the case, he could only wait until this extraordinary treasure lotus matured and swallow it directly. But doing so would greatly waste the medicinal efficacies of this spirit flower, so Yang Kai wasn't willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. After dispersing the remaining 3, Yang Kai continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for the next person to take the bait. He'd already planned in his heart that he had to gather the things he needed as much as possible before those true experts arrived. Otherwise, a fierce battle would be unavoidable once those people arrived. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai guarded the extraordinary treasure lotus, not leaving it at all. Many cultivators were attracted by this heavenly manifestation, but whether it was by luck or by necessity, none of them were the ones Yang Kai feared, only some of the weaker cultivators. These people's fates were naturally the same as Jing Li and the others, coming in high spirits but leaving in disgrace. Those who were tactful obediently handed over their space rings so that Yang Kai could inspect them and leave safely. Those who didn't, Yang Kai naturally subdued them, snatched their space rings, and inspected them himself. Chapter 2182. Although Yang Kai's approach would offend a lot of people, he didn't take things too far. He didn't rashly kill people, nor did he really rob them, so the situation wasn't too serious. If he really robbed everyone he met, it would be completely over. As soon as he left the Four Seasons realm, he would become the target of all the major sects. At that time, unless he joined Azure Sun Temple or Gao Shui Ting was willing to shelter him, he would inevitably be punished by the masters of other sects. But by doing this, he not only ensured that he wouldn't offend anyone, but also guaranteed a harvest. 2 days later, Kai Yang had already collected 2 of the 3 herbs he was missing. Only the last one was missing. According to his observation, this extraordinary treasure lotus would fully mature in a day at most, and if he couldn't find the last auxiliary herb by then, he would have to swallow it. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed. Yang Kai was quite anxious, because if he guessed correctly, those few true powerhouses should already be rushing towards the exit, and they should be arriving soon. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he looked in a certain direction. After a while, he curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, "They're here already. It seems a bit early." In the sky over there, a dazzling light was rushing over. Inside this light, there were many auras, obviously more than one person. One of them gave Yang Kai an unusual feeling, as if he was much stronger than the others. This person was obviously one of the Dao Source Realm Masters who were strong enough to make Yang Kai take them seriously. But before they could get close, Yang Kai didn't know who they were. Just as he was observing, the light had approached the top of the mountain and soon stopped in front of Yang Kai. The light dissipated, revealing several figures. As soon as these people appeared, a man in his 30s pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brother Zhuang. It was this bastard who robbed me and junior sister Su earlier and stole our space rings." As he spoke, a beautiful, fair-skinned woman in the crowd also nodded. She glared at Yang Kai with a look of deep hatred, as if she had a deep grudge against him. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that the man who spoke and the woman who nodded looked familiar. He had seen them yesterday. However, the fate of these 2 people was the same as the others who came here. They were all subdued by Yang Kai's superb means. He snatched the space ring and inspected it. "Oh, so the 2 of you are from the Orthodoxy Palace? My apologies for not recognizing you." Yang Kai smiled at the man who spoke and cupped his fists. He had not inquired about the origins of these 2 before, but now that he saw them together with Zhuang Bufan, he naturally understood. The Orthodoxy Palace was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As the elite disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace, they were naturally very proud. He was robbed for no reason. How could he swallow such a grievance? Most likely, after they left yesterday, they had tried to contact their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan, hoping that he would help them vent their anger. Of course, the most important thing was the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Zhuang Bufan came here, not only would he be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance, he might even be able to snatch this precious world spirit flower. Bah! The man who spoke heard these words and spat towards Yang Kai's direction, coldly snorting, "Boy, don't try to act like that. It's not too late for you to admit your wrongs. If you obediently kneel down and kowtow a few times and slap yourself a few times, Senior Marshal Brother Zhuang may not necessarily not spare you. Senior Marshal Brother has always been benevolent and righteous, and he has never killed innocent people." However, if you want to stubbornly resist, the meaning of his words was self-evident. Compared to the submissive attitude he had displayed yesterday after being intimidated by Yang Kai, at this moment, he felt like he had someone backing him up, causing him to become extremely arrogant. "Friend, what are you saying?" "I don't understand," Yang Kai responded casually. "Don't pretend to be confused." The man shouted angrily, "You know what you've done." "Ah." Yang Kai chuckled before turning his eyes to Zhuang Bufan and asking, Brother Zhuang, what do you say? Since arriving here, Zhuang Bufan had not spoken, his eyes shifting back and forth between the extraordinary treasure lotus and Yang Kai from time to time, the look of doubt on his face growing stronger and stronger. He had two doubts. The first was about the extraordinary treasure lotus. He was the chief Dao Source Realm Master of Orthodoxy Temple, so his knowledge and experience were extraordinary. He could vaguely tell what kind of extraordinary treasure lotus it was, but he could not be certain, causing him to feel somewhat suspicious. The second was about Yang Kai. No matter how he observed him, the other party seemed to only be a first-order Dao Source Realm Master. With this kind of cultivation, he had easily subdued his junior brother and junior sister. If it were not for his junior brother and junior sister speaking with such certainty, he would not have believed it. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhuang Bufan frowned and cupped his fists. May I ask your excellency's name? Although he had come here to avenge his junior brother and junior sister, he still showed a courteous look and did not rush to attack Yang Kai, showing that his temperament was quite good. Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fists and replied. This Zhuang remembers. Brother Yang came here with the people from Azure Sun Temple, right? The doubt on Zhuang Bufan's face became even stronger. But why did I never know that Azure Sun Temple had a brother Yang? Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and praised, Brother Zhuang has good eyesight and a good memory. I really did come here with the people from Azure Sun Temple. This was the first guy who remembered that he came with the people from Azure Sun Temple. At that time, there were hundreds of people gathered in the Nameless Valley, and it was not easy to remember Yang Kai's whereabouts in the vast sea of people. The reason why Brother Zhuang did not know is because this Yang is not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. It was only because of some reasons that this Yang traveled with Elder Gao. So that's how it is. Zhuang Bufan nodded slightly and did not ask anything more. In his opinion, Yang Kai probably had some relationship with a high-level member of Azure Sun Temple, which was why he could come to the Nameless Valley with Gao Shueting and enter the Four Seasons realm. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, originally, this Zhuang's two junior brother and junior sister suffered a little under Brother Yang's hands, and it was their fault for not being good enough. This Zhuang should not have come here and put on a posture to denounce him. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me for this. He did not have the slightest intention of underestimating Yang Kai because of his low cultivation. Instead, he deliberately explained, and there was a hint of disappointment in his words, which made the man and woman blush and feel quite ashamed. I understand. Yang Kai chuckled and felt that this Zhuang Bufan's character was not bad. But, as a brother, you have to act like a brother. Zhuang Bufan changed the topic and his face became solemn as he said calmly, Junior brother and junior sister have a request, and this Zhuang cannot pretend that he did not hear it. As a brother, you have to protect your junior brother and junior sister. As soon as these words came out, the people gathered around him showed a moved expression and all of them looked at his back, as if they were staring at a mountain that could withstand a storm, making them feel safe. Brother Yang, tell us how to solve this matter. Zhuang Bufan looked at Yang Kai lightly and said, he didn't seem to want to use his strength to bully the weak, so he directly handed the initiative to Kai Yang. His words were filled with incomparable confidence, as if no matter what Kai Yang said, he would be able to resist. Yang Kai grinned and said, the whole story? Brother Zhuang must have heard about it? Zhuang Bufan nodded and said, yes. They said very clearly that Brother Yang subdued them and then robbed them. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, if they say I subdued them, I won't deny it. But if they say I robbed them? I can't agree. What's wrong? Zhuang Bufan frowned and said with some displeasure, Brother Yang did this, but you don't dare admit it. It's not that I don't dare admit it, but how can I admit something I didn't do? Isn't this just throwing a bucket of sh*t on my head? Yang Kai wore an extremely wronged expression as he stared at the man and woman and said, you say I robbed you, so why don't you tell me what you lost? The man heard this and was suddenly at a loss for words. He really hadn't lost anything. Yang Kai had only snatched their space rings at the time and returned them after checking them. He hadn't explained this matter clearly to Zhuang Bufan. Seeing the expression on his face, Yang Kai immediately understood and laughed. Brother Zhuang, you don't seem to understand the whole situation. Zhuang Bufan's face sank slightly as he turned to look at the man and asked, "What happened?" The man nodded submissively, his eyes drifting, not knowing how to explain. Zhuang Bufan then turned to the other woman and asked, "Junior Sister Su, did they steal anything from you?" The woman surnamed Su bit her red lips lightly and shook her head. "No, we didn't, so that's it." Yang Kai directly interrupted her, turning to Zhuang Bufan and saying, "They didn't lose anything, so how could they have robbed them? As for fighting, and how can there be no conflict when a cultivator cultivates? Just because these two are my friends from Orthodoxy Temple doesn't mean I can't touch them." After saying so, Yang Kai's voice sank and his expression became cold. "Besides, there was a reason why I fought with them." "Because of the spirit flower behind you?" Zhuang Bufan was also a smart person and immediately understood the key point. "Yes." Yang Kai sternly said, "With Brother Zhuang's eyesight, you can probably see that this spirit flower has not yet matured, so rashly picking it will only greatly damage its medicinal properties. That's why I've been guarding this place, lest anyone who doesn't know what's good for them takes advantage of this heaven's gift." I've also sent away many people these past few days, and yesterday, when your junior brother and junior sister came here, and you don't need to say anything, I can probably guess what happened next. Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. It was none other than these two from Orthodoxy Temple seeing how precious this spirit flower was and how weak Yang Kai's cultivation was, so they wanted to drive Yang Kai away, but they didn't expect to fail so miserably and fall into Yang Kai's hands. As a result, in a fit of anger, they went to find Zhuang Bufan to vent their anger. Chapter 2183. It's good that Brother Zhuang understands. Yang Kai laughed when he saw Zhuang Bufan being so easygoing. "There's no need to say anything else, Brother Yang, let's fight." Zhuang Bufan's expressions suddenly became serious as he spoke. "Ah!" Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before shouting, "I explained so much just now for nothing. Brother Zhuang, did you not understand?" Zhuang Bufan shook his head and said, "I understand everything from the beginning to the end. This battle is not for my junior brother and junior sister, nor is there any grudge between us. It is simply for that world spirit herb." As he spoke, he pushed his source qi, causing his clothes and black hair to flutter without any wind, causing his aura to rise steadily. He continued, "Although this world spirit herb was discovered by Brother Yang first and has been guarding it all this time, since it has not been harvested, it is without an owner. This Zhuang does not want to miss out on such a precious treasure, so we can only fight." Yang Kai stared at him in a daze, and after a long time he let out a bitter laugh and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, Brother Zhuang really is an open and above-board person. Speaking openly about your intentions is much better than those sanctimonious people who speak righteous words but have a belly full of evil tricks. This is very admirable, but I still want to ask, do we really have to fight? Is there no other way to solve this? Brother Yang, if you feel that you cannot win, you can leave now." This Zhuang does not want to bully the weak. Zhuang Bufan frowned and replied. "But," Yang Kai sighed helplessly, "if that's the case, then I have nothing to say." Saying so, Yang Kai's body trembled as a sea of source qi surged out from his body, creating a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan's eyes shrank. He shouted in a deep voice, "Brother Yang is indeed extraordinary. My two junior brothers and junior sisters didn't die unjustly by your hands. Brother Zhuang, be careful, don't let the same thing happen again." While Yang Kai was laughing, he had already swung his fist forward. Dazzling energy wrapped around his fist, as if he wanted to smash open the heavens and earth, directly landing on Zhuang Bufan's head. It came crashing down like a mountain. "All of you step it. No one is allowed to interfere." At the same time, Zhuang Bufan let out a low shout, and at the same time he turned his palm upwards, and a gust of wind and clouds surged out from his palm, transforming into a torrent of energy that rushed towards Yang Kai to counterattack. At the same time, he chanted, "Flying Cloud Palm, Imperial 4 Extremes." The energy visible to the naked eye burst out from his palm and transformed into a flood dragon. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed into the clouds and directly swallowed Yang Kai. Zhuang Bufan did not have the slightest bit of joy after succeeding. Instead, an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. Because he found that Yang Kai didn't try to dodge his attack, but instead took it head-on. It was falling towards him at an even faster speed. "Brother Zhuang!" Yang Kai's shout came from behind. Amidst the raging energy around him, Yang Kai appeared to be a little unstable. "This Yang wants to end this quickly. After all, I am your only enemy while I have many. This Yang does not have the time or energy to fight with you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhuang Bufan, turned his fist into a palm, and directly pressed it against Zhuang Bufan's palm. Kong. The moment the two palms collided, a huge burst of energy erupted, and a halo visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body suddenly sank down and a huge crater appeared where he was standing, and countless cracks appeared in the ground around him. A competition of source chi? Zhuang Bufan's expression changed greatly as he instantly understood Yang Kai's intentions. This opponent, who only had a cultivation base in the first-order Dao source realm, had given up all opportunities to compete with secret techniques and artifacts and instead chose to fight in such a fierce and direct manner, forcing Zhuang Bufan to compete with him in terms of source chi. It was undeniable that this kind of battle would result in a very short time because no one could dodge or retreat. The side with more source chi would win in the shortest amount of time. Is he really that confident? With a trivial cultivation base in the first-order Dao source realm, he wants to compete with me in source chi. Zhuang Bufan's mind flashed with distracting thoughts as a trace of anger appeared on his face after being underestimated. While his palm was still in contact with Yang Kai's palm, Zhuang Bufan spun around and raised his other hand as he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Reversal." Although Zhuang Bufan was the strongest Dao Source Realm Master in Orthodoxy Temple, he was different from Xianxia and Wuxia in that he had a unique advantage. Although it had never been proven, the disciples and elders of the great sects all knew that Xianxia had a special physique, but as for what this special physique was, no one knew except for the elders of Azure Sun Temple. As for Wuchang, needless to say, his yin and yang dual body allowed him to be much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm from birth. However, as a pillar of his sect's Dao Source Realm Master, Zhuang Bufan did not have such conditions. His physique was extremely ordinary, but he was still able to compete with Xiaosheng and Wuchang. He had even fought Wuchang several times without falling into a disadvantage. What supported him to achieve this was his solid foundation and vigorous source chi. He was the kind of person who worked extremely hard and cultivated diligently, so while he put in more effort, he also made up for the congenital deficiency of Wuchang and Xiaosheng. Orthodoxy Temple's Temple Master Lei Gu once said that if Zhuang Bufan had a physique like Wuchang or Xiaosheng's, his achievements would definitely be far greater than what he currently had. The words of a third-order Emperor Realm Master were highly credible and also reflected Zhuang Bufan's hard work in his cultivation. What Zhuang Bufan was most proud of was his pure and vigorous source chi. His origin energy was just like his entire being. It was as immovable as a mountain, like an abyss. He felt that this was his greatest asset, his foundation that allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaosheng and Wuchang. But now, someone wanted to compete with him in what he was best at, and that person was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if Zhuang Bufan had a good temper, at this moment, he was a little angry. Without hesitation, he directly used his most powerful secret art, the Heaven and Earth Inverting Phantom Secret Art. Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish. Moreover, he was going to face this competition in his strongest state. The moment the second palm reached out, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Because what he saw was not a palm, but a vast ocean, a bottomless abyss, pouncing towards him, wanting to swallow him up and tear him to shreds. With a roar, his entire body seemed to swell up in an instant as popping sounds rang out from his body. Along with the popping sounds, the dozen drops of pure golden blood he had stored in his body instantly burst open, all of them transforming into pure source chi that filled his limbs, causing his entire body to glow with a dazzling golden light. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk a gust of wind, like a sword cutting through the air, howled. The few cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple who had followed Zhuang Bufan here were all dumbfounded. What they saw was Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan's palms facing each other, one hanging upside down while the other stood still, staring at each other, sparks flying as their eyes met. The place where the two of them stood had become the source of the energy frenzy, the golden and white light blooming there, intertwining and clashing constantly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. He can actually compete with Brother Zhuang in Source Chi? Is this person really from the First Order Dao Source Realm? Could it be a Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He's just trying to be brave. Brother Zhuang will soon deal with him. While the cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple were dazzled, they did not forget to mutter a few words. However, things did not develop as they had imagined, and Zhuang Bufan did not manage to repel Yang Kai in a short period of time. Instead, the two of them maintained the same posture, pushing their source chi madly to suppress each other. As time passed, Zhuang Bufan's expression became more and more dignified while Yang Kai's eyes became crazier and more ferocious. It was not until this moment that Zhuang Bufan suddenly realized that the reason Yang Kai had explained so much to him before was not because he was afraid of him, but because he did not want to fight with him. As he said, Zhuang Bufan's only enemy was him, but Yang Kai had many enemies. As long as he wanted to protect the immature spirit herb, he would inevitably become enemies with the masters who came here. These masters included Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and Lan Xing. It was for this reason that Yang Kai chose to use Source Chi to quickly determine the winner. This method was not opportunistic in the slightest. All the secret techniques and artifacts he had cultivated were useless. All he could rely on was his own confidence and the strength he had obtained through cultivation. Looking at the crazed look in Yang Kai's eyes, Zhuang Bufan knew that in a sense, he had already lost. Because this guy who was competing with him in Source Chi had a cultivation 2 minor realms lower than him. If he had suppressed his strength to the same level as Yang Kai's, there would have been no need to fight at all to determine the winner. In this world, there was actually such a freak. Zhuang Bufan was shocked. At a certain moment, the balance was suddenly broken, and the golden and white light that filled the world suddenly showed a difference in strength. Under the watchful eyes of the Orthodoxy Temple disciples, the golden light was actually suppressed. How is this possible? Brother Zhuang is being suppressed. Where the hell did this little brat come from? No way, it must be Brother Zhuang showing mercy. Big Brother is a benevolent and righteous person, yes, that must be it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, none of them could believe that Zhuang Bufan had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a battle of Source Chi. The impact of this scene set off a storm in everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to recover from their shock for a long time. But even so, none of them showed any intention of stepping forward to help and simply watched from afar. Firstly, in such a battle, outsiders would not be able to help at all. If they rashly interfered, it would only result in both sides suffering losses. Secondly, Zhuang Bufan had previously said that they should retreat to the side and not interfere. Big Brother's words had always been dignified, so no one dared to disobey them. Brother Zhuang, please stop. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, and along with his words, the dazzling golden light suddenly grew stronger, suppressing Zhuang Bufan's white light even further. Yang Kai quickly said, "If you don't stop now, you'll be injured." Chapter 2184. Facing Yang Kai's persuasion, Zhuang Bufan turned a deaf ear to it, a trace of madness flashing across his usually calm face as he shouted, "In this Zhuang's world, there is no such thing as retreating." Good. Yang Kai roared as the dazzling golden light around him grew even brighter. At the same time, his body shook violently as the source qi in his body surged outwards. "Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Asterisk Kong. Asterisk accompanied by a loud bang, the golden light completely suppressed the white light and gradually swallowed it whole. A huge crater had appeared where Zhuang Bufan was standing. Above the mountain, sand and pebbles were sent flying, and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! Amidst the dazzling light, a figure suddenly shot out and stood in midair, gasping for breath and covered in blood. The people from Orthodoxy Temple glanced over and were greatly shocked. Although he couldn't see clearly who was standing in the void, inferring from the posture of competing source qi just now, this person should be Yang Kai without a doubt. Turning their gazes towards the giant crater, they saw Zhuang Bufan kneeling on one knee, his clothes tattered and his hair disheveled. His body was also covered in blood, giving him a miserable appearance. "Brother Zhuang!" The people from Orthodoxy Temple shouted. Zhuang Bufan did not seem to have the strength to respond to them and could only maintain his posture, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a long time, he struggled to stand up and looked up in the direction of Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly said. Zhuang Bufan did not answer and instead sat down cross-legged on the ground, reached out from his space ring, took out some healing pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to meditate. Seeing this, the people from Orthodoxy Temple immediately glared at Yang Kai, but in addition to anger, there was also a strong sense of fear and shock. Because just a moment ago, right before their eyes, Yang Kai, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm, had defeated Zhuang Bufan in a competition of source qi. Although the final result seemed to be a lose-lose situation, a victory was still a victory. Was this guy really capable of such a feat? In the territory of origin energy, Brother Zhuang lost to him? Even Xianxia and Wu Chang might not be able to do it. All sorts of distracting thoughts flashed through their hearts like bolts of lightning, and they didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. In their eyes, Yang Kai was shockingly an existence that could be compared to Zhuang Bufan. In fact, he was even more terrifying than his eldest brother, because he was currently only in the First Order Dao Source Realm. If he were to cultivate to the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which Dao Source Realm cultivator in this world would be his opponent? This person was perhaps another bright star in the star boundary. One day in the future, it would definitely blossom with extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky of the star boundary. On the other side, Yang Kai also slowly descended and sat down cross-legged, taking out a large number of pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth. His condition seemed to be much better than Zhuang Bufan, and his recovery ability was also very strong. However, after this battle, his strength was no longer at its peak. He needed to recover in the shortest time possible to cope with the various troubles that might arise next. As for Zhuang Bufan, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't come to compete for anything. This person was very open and above board, so since he had been defeated by Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't covet the extraordinary treasure lotus. Regarding this, Yang Kai was quite relieved. "Yo!" Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere, and a figure suddenly appeared not far behind them, casually glancing around. Smiling casually, he said, "I was wondering who was making such a big noise here. It turns out it was you too." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes again, showed a smile, and said slowly, "The second one to come here is you, Brother Xia." He didn't need to look back to know that the person who had come must be Xianxia. In an instant, Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. He was really afraid that Wu Chang would suddenly come here at this time. After all, he urgently needed to restore himself at this moment. If Wu Chang were to come here, it would be a bit troublesome, but Xianxia was different. He was acquainted with Yang Kai, so he shouldn't act rashly. "That's me," Xianxia smiled lightly. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, seeing that the entrance was about to close, this Xia originally wanted to go over there and wait for my fellow junior brothers and junior sisters so that we could return together. However, I didn't expect to see the heavenly anomaly and the sounds of people fighting here, so I came over to join in the fun. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly said, "It looks like the battle between the two of you was quite intense." His tone was inevitably a little shocked, because he had never expected that Yang Kai's strength could be compared to Zhuang Bufan's. Before this, although he felt that Yang Kai was extraordinary, he still felt that there was a big gap between him and a character like himself. There were only a few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and one of them was Zhuang Bufan. But now, Yang Kai being able to fight Zhuang Bufan to the point where both of them were injured was a big indication of their strength. Although Xiaxing didn't know who had the upper hand in the battle just now, everything he observed now was enough for him to infer Yang Kai's strength. He had clearly underestimated him before. Saying so, his eyes turned to the extraordinary treasure lotus again and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "This is really a good thing. Xiao Bai, do you recognize what this is?" His last sentence was directed to Xiao Bai, who had followed closely behind. He didn't know when the two of them had met up, but Murong Xiao was also with them. "I don't know, I've never seen it before." Xiao Bai stood not far from Xiaxing and said concisely, "I don't know either." Before Xiaxing could ask, Murong Xiao took the initiative to answer. Xiaxing shrugged helplessly as his eyes swept between Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan, suddenly showing a sly grin as he said, "If you don't know, then I'll just swallow it. And I wonder which one of you discovered this thing first?" Yang Kai didn't speak, but Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered a bit of strength at this moment, said, "When this Zhuang came here, Brother Yang was already here and sent away a lot of people." Brother Yang discovered it first? Xiaxing raised his brow and muttered softly, "That's difficult. If Brother Yang discovered it first, he would have just snatched it. But since it was Brother Yang who discovered it first. Although Brother Yang is not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, he still came here with me. If I were to snatch it, wouldn't that be unjust?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Brother Xia, I heard everything you said." Xiaxing was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled, "It's okay, it's okay, it's not something you can't hear anyway. Brother Yang, let's make a deal. Isn't it too much to split heaven and earth treasures in half?" "It's too much," Yang Kai replied solemnly. "Then I'll have to snatch it," Xiaxing replied solemnly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Brother Xia, please." "You." Xiaxing looked at him helplessly and smiled bitterly, "Are you sure I won't do that?" Yang Kai grinned and was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and looked around. Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? In his perception, there were actually many cultivators continuously flying over from all directions. Obviously, they were all attracted by the heavenly phenomenon here. He said with a strange expression, "Isn't there still 2 days before the entrance closes? Why are they all back?" "There's something you don't know." Xiaxing shook his head and explained, "This is an unwritten rule every time the Four Seasons realm opens. All the disciples of the various sects and families will return to the entrance about 2 days in advance, and then everyone will exchange what they don't need for what they need. Counting the days, it's almost time for everyone to return." "Is that so?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "Why else do you think we came here so early?" Xiao Bai glanced at Yang Kai faintly and said, "You're in big trouble now." Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and nodded, "Indeed." He thought that there were still 2 days before the entrance closed, so even if the heavenly vision appeared here, it wouldn't attract many people. When the extraordinary treasure lotus matured tomorrow, the heavenly vision would naturally disappear. But how could he have known that his plan couldn't keep up with the changes? Now that so many people had come, once there was a conflict, the situation would be out of control. Even though Yang Kai was very confident in his strength, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. While the 3 of them were talking, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, one cultivator after another appeared, all of them staring towards the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement and greed. However, at this moment, with Zhuangbu Fan and Xiaxing here, no one dared to act rashly, but each of them seemed to be scheming something, their eyes exuding complex emotions. Seeing this, Xiao Baiyi sneered. Suddenly, Xiaxing put his hand over his eyes and made a sweeping gesture, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he quickly said, "Brother Yang, you'd better be mentally prepared, there's a ruthless—" Before he finished speaking, a familiar roar rang out from the distant horizon, one that Yang Kai was familiar with. "Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you taste all the torture in this world." This voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent, causing many people who heard it to feel a chill run down their spines. "Wu Chang!" Someone cried out in a low voice. Everyone recognized the owner of the voice. When this cry came out, many cultivators revealed fearful expressions, their expressions anxious and uneasy. It was obvious that the heavens chosen of the Southern Territory had left an indelible fear in the hearts of countless people. However, Wu Chang's words were somewhat puzzling. It was unknown who he was chasing, causing him to be so angry, and from what he said, it seemed that he had been chasing for a long time without success. Chapter 2185. Haha, idiot, you'll just eat the dust behind your father's butt. With your garbage skills, you'll never catch up to me. Another voice called out, this one extremely arrogant, not putting Wu Chang in his eyes at all. Not only that, he even called himself father and constantly mocked Wu Chang. The group of people was shocked and turned their heads dumbfounded in the direction of this voice, only to see two streams of light chasing after them from the horizon, arriving in the blink of an eye. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that the guy running away in front of him was none other than Array Master Gong Wenshan. In an instant, Yang Kai had a rough guess about the scene in front of him. Before the flowing time temple, Gong Wenshan and Wu Chang had a grudge, because after Gong Wenshan cracked the barrier at the entrance, he actually used it to prevent Wu Chang from entering, ruining his opportunity. Wu Chang was extremely decisive at that time, realizing that he couldn't enter the flowing time temple, so he left directly. However, Yang Kai didn't know if Wu Chang had been lurking in the Two Seasons mountain range waiting for Gong Wenshan to come out or if he had accidentally encountered him later. In any case, judging from the previous incident, Wu Chang naturally wouldn't let Gong Wenshan off, so the two obviously had a grudge. But for some reason, even someone as strong as Wu Chang couldn't do anything to Gong Wenshan and had chased him all the way here. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Gong Wenshan had already passed over everyone's heads and landed in an open space nearby. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he reached out and took out a few jade tokens from his space ring, muttered some incantations, and pushed his source chi. The jade tablet then turned into streaks of light. They shot out in all directions and then disappeared. At the same time, the place where Gong Wenshan stood seemed to have become somewhat different, and everyone felt a threatening aura emanating from him. Array plate. Someone in the crowd shouted. Although no one knew what array plate Gong Wenshan had just used, he didn't even blink. The fact that he could take out 3 or 4 of them at once showed that he had a lot of resources. It should be said that he was worthy of being a disciple of an aristocratic family that specialized in formations. What others wanted but couldn't get, he had so many that he couldn't use them all. After summoning the array plate, Gong Wenshan didn't move, simply standing in place, gasping for breath as he took out a few pills from his space ring and swallowed them. From the looks of it, he had probably been pursued by a Hellguard for quite some time. He had consumed an enormous amount of energy, and he actually planned to use the protection of the array plate to recover a little. Boom. Wu Chang followed closely behind and landed a few dozen meters in front of Gong Wenshan, his eyes spitting fire as he stared forward. His origin energy was about to go berserk. His entire body was filled with an incomparably ruthless aura, causing others to not dare to approach him. The cultivator with a lower cultivation base was even more frightened when he felt this violent aura, his face turning pale. Come out. Although Wu Chang was furious, he wasn't a fool. Gong Wenshan had summoned so many array plates in front of him and stood in place calmly, so he obviously had full confidence in them, so he didn't dare to rush over. All he could do was shout from a distance. "Come in!" Gong Wenshan had a sloppy look on his face as he beckoned to Wu Chang, like a brothel keeper trying to attract customers. "If you have the guts, come out." Wu Chang shouted. "If you have the guts, come in." Gong Wenshan responded. "Come out. Come in. Everyone, wah." Wu Chang almost went mad with anger and couldn't help roaring. His enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and this was in front of so many people. How could someone as strong as him endure such humiliation? Along with his roar, 2 beams of light, one red and one white, suddenly shot up from his body, like 2 dragons that intertwined with each other, broke through the clouds, and immediately descended like meteors towards where Gong Wenshan stood. Wu Chang had obviously lost the patience to argue with Gong Wenshan, so in a moment of anger, he attacked. Seeing this, Gong Wenshan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he showed a strange smile as he formed a seal with one hand and condensed a thick light curtain 10 meters away from him. Hong long long. The red and white energies slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to cave inwards, but it quickly bounced back. Not only that, but it also bounced back Wu Chang's violent attack. In an instant, the violent energy waves scattered in all directions. "Gong Wenshan, you piece of shit. I'll fuck your mother. Are you crazy?" A group of onlookers shouted one after another as they saw the fierce energy wave hurtling towards them, cursing loudly as they tried to avoid it. They didn't dare to curse Wu Chang, but they didn't hesitate to curse Gong Wenshan. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also became cold. Ignoring his wounds, he stood up and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a dark black hole appeared in the void in front of him, like the maw of a great beast, swallowing all of the scattered energy beams. "Brother Gong, be careful." Yang Kai looked at Gong Wenshan coldly. If he hadn't taken action just now, the energy beams that bounced back would have hit the extraordinary treasure lotus and destroyed it. He didn't know whether Gong Wenshan was doing this intentionally or not, but this approach obviously made Yang Kai very unhappy. "You dare stop me?" Suddenly, Wu Chang shouted, turning his head around coldly before finally fixing his eyes on Yang Kai, a murderous look filling his face. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Wu Chang, are you crazy? Didn't you see what happened just now?" Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Chang was trying to do all of a sudden. Perhaps it was because he couldn't do anything to Gong Wenshan, so he took this opportunity to attack others to regain some face. Or perhaps he just wanted to vent his anger. In any case, after everyone blocked the energy beams that bounced back, Wu Chang's expression became gloomy. "I don't care, whoever dares to resist, I'll take their life." Wu Chang replied overbearingly, "If you don't want to get hurt, scram." As soon as the statement came out, some people really retreated a great distance in fear. "Wu Chang." Xianxia suddenly grinned and looked at him mockingly. "If you want this spirit medicine, just say it. Why do you have to put on such a tiring act? Do you think that if you say that, the others will leave and let you get closer to them?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank, but after carefully observing Wu Chang, he found that although this guy's face was full of anger, his eyes were extremely calm. Perhaps it was just as Xiaxing said, the reason why he was suddenly acting so unreasonable was simply to play hard to get in order to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. This guy's schemes are quite deep. Most likely, when he arrived here, he had already shifted his attention to the extraordinary treasure lotus. After all, he could take revenge at any time, but with such an extremely precious spirit flower in front of him, no one would want to miss it. Wu Chang's furious expression calmed down in an instant as he glanced over at Xiaxing faintly and said, "Do you think you're so smart?" Xiaxing sneered, "It's better than someone pretending to be crazy. Since you've pointed it out, there's no need for me to waste any more effort. This spirit flower is mine." Saying so, Wu Chang's figure flickered as he prepared to rush towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. But at that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded, "Brother Wuchang, please wait, you can't touch that spirit flower." After hearing this voice, Wuchang actually stopped in place and no longer made any movements. Yang Kai, who had been circulating his source qi, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been prepared to fight Wuchang, but there was no other way. Now, with just a few words from this person, Wuchang had temporarily calmed down, something he was quite happy to see. Wuchang was an arrogant and unruly person, and basically no one could make him obedient. In the entire Four Seasons realm, if there was anyone he needed to give face to, it was only one person, the Pearl of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, Princess Lan Sun. So when Lan Sun said this, Wuchang didn't make a move, instead turning his head towards the source of the voice and quickly saying, "Your Highness had best give me a reasonable explanation." The implication was that if the explanation couldn't satisfy him, he wouldn't give the princess any face. Daring to talk to the princess like that? You court death. Wherever Lan Sun appeared, Xiaochen would always follow her like a shadow, and this time was no exception. Accompanied by a low shout, a man and a woman descended from the sky. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her face was stunning while the man had an imposing appearance. Who else could it be but these two from Star Soul Palace? Lan Sun was as bright as the moon. Not to mention her status, her appearance alone was enough to drive any man crazy, so wherever she went, she would be the focus of attention. At this moment, it was the same. Countless cultivators' eyes were fixed on her, flashing with admiration. Lan Sun seemed to have long been accustomed to this and did not show the slightest restraint. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he looked around, using an oppressive aura to force the other cultivator to withdraw their gazes. If Brother Wuchang wants to explain, naturally, Lan Sun first glanced at the extraordinary treasure lotus before turning to Wuchang. "Speak," Wuchang said coldly. Lan Sun didn't care, pursed her lips, and smiled. "Is there anyone here who can recognize this spirit medicine?" Xia Xing shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't." Most people also shook their heads, giving Lan Sun enough face. Zhuangbu Fan, who was recuperating, suddenly spoke. "This Zhuang has some guesses in his heart, but I'm not sure. However, since your Highness has said so, you must have some understanding of this spirit flower. This Zhuang won't show off his slight skill in front of an expert, so I hope your Highness can explain one or two things." Yes, your Highness, if you know something, please tell us." Your Highness is so knowledgeable that it's really admirable. Your Highness is as beautiful as a flower, has a gentle temperament, and is neither arrogant nor impatient. This is a blessing for my southern territory. Before Lan Sun could reveal the answer, a series of flattery rolled over. Chapter 2186. Everyone, you're flattering me too much. I just happen to have some understanding of it. Lan Sun responded modestly, without the slightest arrogance or complacency from being flattered. Her tone was neither fast nor slow as her beautiful eyes fixed on the extraordinary treasure lotus, her expression solemn as she quickly said, "This spirit flower is the extraordinary treasure lotus." Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and could not help secretly praising Lan Sun's extraordinary background and knowledge. If he had not obtained Gong Sun Mu's jade slip, it would have been impossible for him to recognize the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this world, there were not many people who could recognize this spirit flower and its effects. Sure enough, Zhuangbu Fan gently nodded to the side. It seemed that he had guessed the same before, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard Lan Sun's words, he immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Among the onlookers, after hearing the words extraordinary treasure lotus, most of them still wore blank expressions and didn't show much of a change in expression. Only a few of them wore solemn expressions, apparently having some idea of what was going on. "Princess, what is this extraordinary treasure lotus? Can it be eaten?" Xia Sheng suddenly asked with a grin. "You idiot!" To the side, Xiao Baiyi held his forehead and shook his head, looking ashamed to be associated with Xiaxing as he muttered, "If you don't know anything, don't open your mouth. The temple's face has been lost because of you." Murong Xiao also blushed and nodded vigorously, looking at Xiaxing with a look of disgust. The performance of Xiaxing, the temple's first brother, really made the two of them feel a little ashamed. "Xiao Bai, do you know?" Xiaxing immediately turned his head and looked at Xiao Baiyi. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. In the temple, you're the only one who has read so many books. Maybe you really know something. Quickly tell me, this extraordinary treasure lotus, what is its use?" Xiao Baiyi's face became sullen as he glared at him, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. Slowly explaining, the extraordinary treasure lotus is born from the world's luck, formed from the essence of the sun and moon. It is a peerless treasure, a supreme medicine. The environment and conditions it grows in are impossible to predict, and the places it appears are also strange. In this world, regardless of whether there is world energy or not, the extraordinary treasure lotus can be found. However, the extraordinary treasure lotus is unique in this world, and under the premise that there is only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it is impossible for a second one to appear. Hearing this, Xiaxing could not help but whistle. He said in surprise, "This is really too precious." Xiao Baiyi ignored him. He continued, "And its function, to a cultivator like me, is tantamount to a great blessing. It can increase the probability of us ascending to the Emperor realm, and it's an absolute increase. In other words, if you, Wu Chang, or Brother Zhuang were to take this extraordinary treasure lotus, you would be able to reach the Emperor realm in less than 5 years. If it were me, it might take 10 years or even longer. There's still me." Xiao Chen was ignored by Xiao Baiyi and immediately shouted with an unhappy expression. Xiaxing grinned and said, "Even without this thing, I can still break through to the Emperor realm." "In that case, it's not too precious. What do you know?" Xiao Baiyi glanced at him coldly. "Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses like you who thought that breaking through to the Emperor realm was as easy as blowing off dust, but in the end, they were all stuck at the final juncture, unable to take another step forward for the rest of their lives. In this world, no one dares to claim that they can absolutely break through to the Emperor realm, and those who dare to think so often end up failing. There are some who don't have the best aptitude, but who are determined enough to succeed. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a kind of guarantee, a guarantee for those who break through to the Emperor realm." When Xiaxing heard what Xiao Baiyi said, he suddenly fell silent, frowning as he stood in place and pondered. On the contrary, the onlookers, after hearing Xiao Baiyi's explanation, all showed a fiery look as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus. What they saw was not just a spirit flower, but a broad road leading to the Emperor realm. All the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were Dao Source realm cultivators, with many of them being third order. These cultivators were only one or a few steps away from the Emperor realm, so with such a huge opportunity in front of them, how could they not be tempted? If it weren't for the masters from the top sects guarding this place, it was likely that someone would not be able to restrain themselves and try to snatch it. At that time, the summit of this mountain would definitely be filled with blood and swords. In front of such a spirit flower, it was likely that no one would be able to maintain their rationality. Once their eyes went red, even if their brothers and sisters stood in their way, they would kill their way out. I understand the preciousness and uses of the extraordinary treasure lotus, but what does this have to do with your highness obstructing me from taking it? Wu Chang suddenly said coldly. It seemed that he still cared about Lan Sun stopping him from snatching the spirit flower and wanted an explanation from her. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiao Bai has already said a lot, so let this junior sister explain." On the other side, the corners of Xiao Baiyi's mouth twitched as he felt extremely sad in his heart. He felt that he would never be able to erase the title of Xiao Bai for the rest of his life. Even someone like Lan Sun had called him this more than once, causing him to suddenly reveal a sad expression as tears flowed down his cheeks. On the other side, Lan Sun continued, "Although the extraordinary treasure lotus is extremely precious, In the end, it is just a spirit flower and is extremely fragile. Before it matures, its medicinal efficacies are naturally not at their peak. If Brother Wuchang had rashly picked it just now, its medicinal efficacies would have been greatly damaged and it would no longer have such heaven-defying effects. I think Brother Wuchang would not want to see that happen, right? She asked this last sentence while looking at Wuchang with a smile. Hearing this, Wuchang coldly snorted and said, "Since your highness has said so, I will wait a little longer. However, how long will it take for this extraordinary treasure lotus to fully mature?" Lan Sun was silent for a while, observing the extraordinary treasure lotus for a moment before saying, "About a day or so. Just before the exit closes." Wu Chang muttered to himself before immediately shouting, "Good, then I will wait until then. Before then, if anyone dares to have any ideas about this extraordinary treasure lotus, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around, his red and white eyes exuding a strange light that caused those who looked at him to shudder. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Wu Chang acted as if he wanted to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, there would definitely be no waves until the spirit medicine matured. Once it did, everyone would have to compete for it using their own means. Little sister would also like to ask everyone to wait a little longer until this extraordinary treasure lotus matures, Lan Sun said seriously. But there is one thing I must say. After the extraordinary treasure lotus matures, if it is not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours, its medicinal efficacies will fade away. Is there such a thing? Wu Chang frowned. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a heaven-defying treasure after all, so with its heaven-defying effects, the world principles will naturally create some shackles to restrain it. Lan Sun smiled slightly. Then it's simple, when it matures, we'll just eat it. Xia Xing grinned. Xiao Baiyi turned his head and glanced at him coldly. "Why do you only know how to eat it today?" Xia Xing scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lan Sun suddenly sighed again and said, "If possible, it would be best to refine it into an extraordinary treasure pill. There is only one spirit flower, and when the time comes to compete for it, swords have no eyes and fists are ruthless." She was, after all, the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon Realm. Many times, she did not consider things from her own perspective, but from the interests of the entire southern territory, just like how she had only taken the pseudo-emperor artifact from the Flowing Time Temple. At this moment, although she was happy that an extraordinary treasure lotus had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, she was also worried about the possibility of a great battle. Everyone present was an elite of the Southern Territory's Dao Source Realm Masters, so if they suffered heavy casualties because of a single spirit flower, it would definitely be a loss to the Southern Territory. Princess must be joking. If you want to refine this kind of world spirit flower into a pill, I'm afraid only an emperor-grade alchemist can do it. According to Princess, this spirit flower must be taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matures. How can we find an emperor-grade alchemist in such a short time? Wu Chang coldly snorted. Lan Sun shook her head and said, "We don't need an emperor-grade alchemist, just a Dao Source-grade alchemist. It's just that we all focus on the martial Dao, so how can we have time to study alchemy? It's not easy to find a Dao Source-grade alchemist." She shook her head and smiled bitterly, secretly feeling a headache coming on. She felt that there was no way to resolve this crisis and that she had missed a great opportunity. There was only one spirit flower, and if it was taken, only one person could obtain it, but if it was refined into a pill, it would be a different story. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "If your highness trusts me, why don't you let me try?" As soon as the statement came out, everyone looked startled and turned to look in the direction of the source of the voice. Lan Sun also hurriedly looked over, and after seeing who the speaker was, a strange expression appeared on her face as she muttered, "Brother Yang, you?" Xiao Chen also looked at Yang Kai with a very interesting expression, but after a while, he couldn't help but sneer. "Do you know what you're saying? What your highness just said, didn't you hear it clearly?" "Naturally, I heard it clearly. Yang Kai smiled lightly, still wearing a calm expression under everyone's gazes. Zhuang Bufan, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, also looked at Yang Kai at this moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Xianxia suddenly stretched out his hand and tugged at Yang Kai's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Yang, I don't think this is a good idea. If you really want to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, you should think of another way. Pretending to be a Dao source-grade alchemist will soon be exposed." He obviously thought that Yang Kai had some ulterior motive for saying this, so he quietly tried to persuade him so as not to lose face and become the target of public criticism. If that really happened, no one would be able to save him. Chapter 2187. Although Xia Sheng's words were light, everyone present had sharp ears and naturally heard them clearly. For a moment, everyone glared at Yang Kai, feeling that this guy was simply too despicable and shameless, daring to scheme like this. "I'm not pretending." Yang Kai smiled confidently and said proudly, "I am a Dao source-grade alchemist." As soon as the statement came out, everyone stopped talking and just stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions. As the wind blew, the summit of the mountain fell silent. "Haha." After a long time, a burst of laughter rang out as Xiaochen pointed to Yang Kai and said contemptuously, "You think you're a Dao source-grade alchemist? What do you think alchemists are? You think you can just grab a handful of them off the street? Boy, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Disaster comes from the mouth." At the end of his words, he no longer concealed the disdain in his eyes as he spoke viciously. "Does Brother Xiao know me well?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen coldly snorted and said, "If it weren't for this trip to the Four Seasons realm, this Xiao wouldn't have known a nobody like you, so how could I know you?" He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. "That's right." Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Since Brother Xiao doesn't know me, why are you so sure I'm not a Dao source-grade alchemist? Your logic is quite strange." This. Xiaochen frowned, unable to refute, but he still stubbornly said, "In any case, it's impossible for someone like you to be a Dao source-grade alchemist. If you just want to fish in troubled waters, this Xiao advises you to give up on that idea as soon as possible, otherwise..." As soon as his voice fell, Zhuang Bufan suddenly spoke up, "Brother Yang, you've been guarding this place all this time, not letting anyone get close to this extraordinary treasure lotus. Is it because you already knew everything about it?" Just now, he had a great battle with Yang Kai. Although he lost at the last moment, it didn't affect his good impression of Yang Kai. Just like how Yang Kai felt that Zhuang Bufan was a good person, Zhuang Bufan also felt that Yang Kai was a good person. Therefore, at this time, Zhuang Bufan wanted to help him. "Oh," Zhuang Bufan said. Lan Sun raised her brow and looked at him in surprise. "What Brother Zhuang means is that this place has always been guarded by Brother Yang? And when I arrived here, there was only Brother Yang here. When this extraordinary treasure lotus appeared, he was the first to arrive." Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. "Brother Yang, what Brother Zhuang said?" Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded. "When the extraordinary treasure lotus first appeared, I came here. I also knew what it was and what its purpose was, so I decided to guard it. I sent away a lot of people who didn't know what it was and wanted to guard it. I wanted to wait until it matured before picking it. But I didn't expect everyone to return early, and then, the situation became like this." Speaking of this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Are you really an alchemist?" Lan Sun's eyes flashed. If he wasn't an alchemist, how could he accurately identify a world spirit treasure like the extraordinary treasure lotus? Even a character like Zhuang Bufan could only speculate and not be certain. Only a skilled and knowledgeable alchemist would have a great chance of identifying the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Lan Sun still had some doubts about Yang Kai's words before, thinking that he was just pretending to be an alchemist to fish in troubled waters as Xiaosheng said, now she was certain. But now, Lan Sun was more or less confident. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Are you also a Dao source-grade alchemist?" Lan Sun's expression brightened. I said I was, but unfortunately, some people don't believe me. Yang Kai spread his hands as his eyes swept over Xiao Chen intentionally or unintentionally. The latter couldn't help saying with a straight face, "It's just a random rumor, anyone can believe it." This Xiao also said he was an emperor-grade alchemist. Would you believe it? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Whether it's true or not, we can verify it with our own eyes. As long as Brother Yang can refine a furnace of Dao source-grade pills on the spot, this problem can be solved. It's still early, enough time for Brother Yang to refine pills. I wonder if Brother Yang thinks. Before Yang Kai could speak, Xiao Chen cut in. How could he have such courage? If he really did that, wouldn't he be undermining himself? Lan Sun couldn't help glaring at Xiao Chen, stopping him from talking. Yang Kai frowned and said with a look of embarrassment, "Must he do this?" Lan Sun smiled and said, "Does Brother Yang not have confidence in himself? Although I also feel that Brother Yang is unlikely to tell such a lie, but this is a matter of great importance. If Brother Yang doesn't have the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, it would be better not to act rashly, otherwise, it would be a waste of heaven's precious gifts." What Princess says makes sense. Zhuang Bufan also nodded. Although refining pills will give more people a chance, if the spirit herbs are damaged, the gains will not be worth the losses. At worst, when the spirit herbs mature, everyone will compete for them. Brother Yang, you should think about it carefully. He also intended to give Yang Kai a way out, which was why he said this. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before saying, "There's nothing wrong with proving it. After all, no one trusts me. You really are a Dao source-grade alchemist." Xia Xing was shocked and looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a monster. Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan also had dumbfounded expressions, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only the two of them knew how strong Yang Kai was. Of these two, one had fought with Yang Kai on the Dao discussion stage, while the other had just competed with Yang Kai in Source Qi. But Yang Kai had defeated both of them with his first-order Dao Source realm cultivation. Being able to achieve such a feat with such a cultivation was obviously the result of his daily accumulation. It was not hard to imagine how hard Yang Kai usually cultivated. How could such a person have the time to study alchemy? On top of that, he had become a Dao Source-grade alchemist. Even if someone started cultivating in their mother's womb, it was impossible to reach such a level. But Yang Kai's tone and demeanor showed that he was indeed a Dao Source-grade alchemist. This shocked Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan greatly. But, even if I prove that I am a Dao Source-grade alchemist, I still can't refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean? Lan Sun asked in surprise. Alchemy requires materials, right? Yang Kai looked at her and said, "The extraordinary treasure pill recipe requires a total of 19 kinds of herbs. Before this, I deliberately collected the materials needed for alchemy, but unfortunately, I only managed to collect 18 kinds of herbs, one of which is missing." It turns out that he was looking for materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill by checking other people's space rings. Zhuang Bufan's heart flashed as he suddenly understood why Yang Kai had made such a puzzling move before. If it was a robbery, he had only checked the space rings of his junior brother and junior sister but had returned them without taking anything. If it was not a robbery, what did his actions mean? Only at this moment did Zhuang Bufan suddenly understand. Understanding this point, Zhuang Bufan no longer had any doubts about Yang Kai claiming to be a Dao Source-grade alchemist. If he had not been preparing to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, how could Yang Kai have used such a method to collect materials? He had probably been forced into a corner. After all, this was the Four Seasons realm, and the extraordinary treasure lotus was about to mature, so he had no choice but to turn his attention to others. This guy, Zhuang Bufan, was shocked in his heart, but he suppressed it on the surface, not showing the slightest trace of it. I wonder, what other materials does Brother Yang lack? If you don't mind, let's hear it. There are so many people here, perhaps one of them will have it. Lan Sun asked with a smile, but after speaking she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Wait a moment, the materials needed for alchemy are extremely precious. Even if someone has it, they may not be willing to contribute it willingly. And what Princess says is correct. Yang Kai nodded lightly. If anyone doesn't contribute, I'll just rob them, Xiaochen coldly snorted. Wu Chang sneered, idiot, if others don't say they have it, how are you going to rob them? Are you going to check everyone's space rings one by one? Why not? Xiaochen replied. In that case, if I wanted to check your space ring, would you be willing to do so? If I have the materials, I won't hide them, so there's no need for you to check them. Xiaochen replied solemnly. Lan Sun frowned and waved her hand to interrupt him. After pondering for a while, she said seriously, I have a proposal. How about this? If anyone has something that Brother Yang needs and takes the initiative to contribute it, when the extraordinary treasure pill is refined, he can take one directly. Princess's words, are they really allowed? Yang Kai was shocked. The faces of the others also changed, none of them having expected Lan Sun's proposal to be so shocking. After all, even if Yang Kai was really a Dao Source-grade alchemist and successfully refined a furnace, how many pills could he refine? One of the pills had already been divided in advance, so anyone would feel a little reluctant in their heart. Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, in front of opportunity, everyone is equal. Don't you men like to gamble? Why is it that all of you are shrinking back now? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd one by one. Brother Yang hasn't said what kind of spirit herb he needs yet, so what are you all afraid of? Maybe that spirit herb is in your space ring. When the time comes, you just need to contribute it and you can get an extraordinary treasure pill. What a good deal. It's also possible that we won't get anything. Xiao Bai muttered. If Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would indeed get nothing. However, this Zhuang has a question. Zhuang Bufan said. Please ask, Brother Zhuang. Lan Sun looked at him with a smile. If the last material Brother Yang needs is in the possession of 2 or more people at the same time, how can this be resolved? Chapter 2188. That's a possibility. I was careless. Lan Sun heard this and was startled for a moment before smiling. That's easy to handle. If such a situation really occurs, then we'll compare the medicinal age of the herbs. Whoever offers the highest medicinal age will be the one Brother Yang will use. Good idea. Zhuang Bufan nodded. The higher the medicinal age, the more potent the medicinal effect will be. It will also have a chance of improving one's alchemy. If everyone agrees, then... Lan Sun looked at the crowd with a smile, waiting for a reply. I have no objection, it's a matter of luck, everyone's the same. Finally, someone was the first to express their opinion. To everyone's surprise, it was Wu Chang, who seemed to be very interested in this proposal. Well, I like this proposal, I have no objection. Xia Sheng shrugged. Then we'll do as Her Highness says. Zhuang Bufan also spoke. With these 3 saying they had no objection, even if the others had any, they didn't dare to voice it. What's more, this proposal was made by Lan Sun, so refuting it at this time was tantamount to disrespecting Lan Sun. The princess was gentle, but Xiaochen was not so easy to get along with. Suddenly, everyone's opinions were unified and they all expressed their approval of Lan Sun's proposal. Many thanks for giving me face. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lan Sun smiled and turned to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, now you can tell me what the last herb you need is. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent and looked towards Yang Kai, many of them showing looks of anticipation and nervousness. After all, this was an opportunity that depended entirely on luck. Once Yang Kai reported the herbs they had, they would have a great chance of obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill. That was a spirit pill that basically gave one emperor pressure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Dong dong, dong dong dong. Many people even felt their hearts beating fiercely. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and declared, I need a jade blood mushroom that is at least 5,000 years old. Jade blood mushroom, a rare herb. Lan Sun heard this and raised her eyebrows. She raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips into a smile. She looked around and said, I wonder if anyone has something that Brother Yang needs? If you can provide it, it will be the same as obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill, a rare opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. From her words, it seemed that she had great confidence in Yang Kai. She felt that as long as she gathered the herbs, Yang Kai would definitely be able to successfully refine it. He didn't know where her confidence came from. Her voice fell. Many people immediately looked disappointed. Obviously, there was no jade blood mushroom. A few cultivators, on the other hand, were immersed in their minds as they rummaged through their spatial rings. Ha! Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw a man with a second-order Dao source realm cultivation. His face was filled with excitement. Seeing everyone looking at him, he was startled and quickly restrained his smile. The expression on his face became extremely interesting. Has this friend found something? Lan Sun looked at the man with a smile. The man quickly jumped out from where he was standing, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and replied with a serious expression, Thanks to your highness' blessing, this one does have a jade blood mushroom here. Lan Sun raised her brow and said with some joy, Please take it out and let me have a look. The man hesitated slightly, but Lan Sun understood. Lan Sun immediately said, You can rest assured that what I say is true. If you really have the herbs Brother Yang needs, you will definitely be able to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. Many thanks, Your Highness. The man had been waiting for Lan Sun to say this, and after hearing this, he did not hesitate and immediately took out a spirit mushroom about 1/2 meter long from his space ring. This spirit mushroom was completely red in color, as if it was made of blood. It really is a jade blood mushroom. Yang Kai glanced over and knew that the other party was not lying, quickly saying, Let me have a look. The man held the jade blood mushroom with both hands and could not help trembling slightly. It was as if he was not holding a spirit flower, but rather his own great future, for fear that he would accidentally drop it and shatter it. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he carefully handed the jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai before standing there with a nervous look on his face. What dog shit luck? Why didn't such an opportunity fall into my lap? The heavens are jealous. Damned heavens, I refuse to accept this. All around, there was a cacophony of voices, some filled with jealousy, hatred, envy, and so on. And when the man heard these discussions, he could not help feeling a little smug, a smug expression appearing on his face. This is indeed a jade blood mushroom. Suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and said, But it's not mature enough, only about 3,000 years old. When the man heard this, his expression changed greatly as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, shouting incoherently, What did you say? Look at it again. No need to look. As Yang Kai spoke, he returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party and said, Every 1,000 years, a jade blood mushroom's color will change slightly. Although this one you took out is a mature jade blood mushroom, enough to refine most spirit medicines, it cannot be used to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Impossible. The man cried out involuntarily. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had thought that an extraordinary treasure pill would be within his grasp, but now that such a thing had happened at such a critical moment, how could he accept it? Look at it again carefully. He glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, If you don't trust me, you might as well find someone else to take a look at it. I think that among the people here, there should be someone who can also identify its medicinal age. As soon as his voice fell, Zhuangbu Fan shouted, This friend, this one is Orthodoxy Temple's Zhuangbu Fan. Although his understanding of medicine is not as good as Brother Yang's, he has at least dabbled in it. If you trust this Zhuang, why don't you let me take a look? I trust you, I trust you. The man heard this and immediately rushed over to Zhuangbu Fan and handed the jade blood mushroom to him. Compared to Yang Kai, who was a nobody, Zhuang Bufan's name was naturally like thunder to this man's ears. The other party's words were also authoritative, so this man did not hesitate to pin his hopes on Zhuang Bufan, hoping that Zhuang Bufan could overturn Yang Kai's previous views. While he was waiting, Zhuang Bufan had already carefully observed the jade blood mushroom. Not only that, he also took a deep breath of this spirit medicine's medicinal aura while using his fingernail to pick up a little bit of powder and put it into his mouth to taste. His movements were methodical and extremely skillful. At a glance, it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. After a while, Zhuang Bufan slowly shook his head and returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party, saying, "Brother Yang's research on herbs is much more profound than this Zhuang's. Just by looking at it, you can tell its medicinal age. This Zhuang admires you greatly. Friend, this jade blood mushroom of yours is indeed only 3,000 years old." How could this be? The man muttered to himself with a look of disappointment, not to mention how sad he was. When Yang Kai said that this jade blood mushroom was only 3,000 years old, he did not believe it, but since Zhuang Bufan said so, he had no choice but to believe it. Those martial artists who were previously envious and jealous of this person couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude at this moment. There are so many people here, is there no other friend who has a jade blood mushroom? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before shouting loudly. No one responded. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Brother Yang, if you use that 3,000-year-old jade blood mushroom to refine. Lan Sun frowned at him. It would just be a waste. Yang Kai replied, Your Highness should know that the more precious a spirit pill is, the more stringent the requirements of the herbs needed to refine it. Not to mention the 2,000-year-old jade blood mushroom, even if it was a few hundred years old, it still wouldn't be able to be used as a medicine. Lan Sun sighed slightly. How could she not know what Yang Kai was talking about? She was just asking for a fluke. It's all fate. Xianxia suddenly shook his head and said, The jade blood Ganoderma isn't a common spirit medicine. It's already not bad to have one here. How can there be a second one? It looks like we'll have to rely on our own methods to fight for it. Actually, Lan Sun looked embarrassed and said helplessly, I do have a jade blood mushroom that should meet Brother Yang's requirements. Xiao Chen was surprised when he heard this and asked, Then why didn't your highness take it out? Yang Kai also looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face, but soon he grinned and cupped his fists. This Yang admires your highness' righteousness. At this moment, Yang Kai understood why Lan Sun had not taken out her jade blood mushroom for so long. It wasn't that Lan Sun was reluctant. She was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Even if a spirit medicine was precious, why would she be reluctant to part with it? She probably didn't take it out because she wanted to give the opportunity to others, so she repeatedly confirmed it with others. But in the end, she had no choice but to stand up. Probably when she made the proposal before, she didn't expect that what Yang Kai needed would be in her possession. The people present were not fools. After listening to Yang Kai's words, they only needed a little thought to understand the whole story. For a time, they couldn't help casting admiring glances towards Lan Sun. Lan Sun's cheeks were slightly red, making her look even more stunning. How about this? I can take out the jade blood mushroom, but as for the extraordinary treasure pill, I don't want it. Lan Sun pursed her red lips and said, How can that be? Xiao Chen was the first to jump out and object. You shut up. Lan Sun frowned and scolded him. I have the right to deal with my own things. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, but he really did not dare to say anything. His face turned ashen as he felt depressed. Your Highness is mistaken, Xia Sheng smiled and said. Xia Sheng smiled faintly and said, Since we've already agreed on this matter, then what should be obtained by your Highness should naturally be given to you. If you insist on not accepting it, then wouldn't that be equivalent to making everyone who obtains the spirit medicine owe you a favor? After all, no one knows if the spirit medicine they obtain originally belonged to you or not. This is a very bad deal. This Xia won't do it. Chapter 2189. Xiaxing, although your words sound like you're trying to act innocent, it's exactly what I wanted to say. I, Wu Chang, do not owe anything to the heavens or the earth, nor do I want to owe anyone a favor. Wu Chang also said. Zhuang Bufan smiled and said, Your Highness, what's yours is yours, there's no need to refuse. Lan Sun couldn't help feeling dumbfounded for a moment. Yang Kai wiped his cold sweat from the side and said, Listening to what you're saying, it seems my furnace of extraordinary treasure pills must be refined successfully, otherwise, wouldn't I be letting down your Highness' painstaking efforts? What's wrong? Are you not confident? Lan Sun raised her brow and asked. It's not that I'm not confident. Yang Kai smiled slightly, it's just, no alchemist can guarantee that they will succeed when refining a pill. Just in case, I'd like to ask, if the refinement fails, what will you do? I'll kill you. Wu Chang looked at him coldly. The pressure is so great. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Lan Sun smiled and said, Just work hard. As she spoke, she handed over her jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and after inspecting it, nodded and said, Your Highness, this one is correct. Its medicinal age is at least 8,000 years, enough to be used for refining. And, judging from its color and traces of plucking, it doesn't seem to have been obtained from the Four Seasons realm. Yes, I brought it with me. It was in my space ring a few years ago, Lan Sun replied. Good, now that the materials have been gathered, Yang Kai stuffed the jade blood mushroom into his space ring before looking around. Shouting loudly, he said, Do you still want me to refine another furnace of Dao Source grade spirit pills? Do you want me to prove my ability? He paused for a moment before continuing, Let me say this first, I can prove myself, but as you all know, alchemy is very energy consuming. If the extraordinary treasure pill refinement fails because of this, I won't be responsible. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately frowned, because what Yang Kai said was indeed correct. If everyone wanted him to prove his ability, he would have to refine a furnace of Dao Source grade spirit pills. However, doing so was extremely taxing on his energy, and after a day the extraordinary treasure lotus should mature. At that time, Yang Kai would have to refine another batch of spirit pills. In other words, he would have to refine 2 batches of spirit pills in 2 days. Any Dao Source grade alchemist wouldn't be able to handle it. Not being in peak condition definitely had an impact on refining the extraordinary treasure pill. In my opinion, there's no need for that. Lan Sun smiled slightly. The reason why I made that proposal before was because I wasn't sure if Brother Yang was a real alchemist or not. I think all of you should be able to confirm it now. If Brother Yang is not an alchemist, how could he know the pill recipe for the extraordinary treasure pill? And how could he identify the medicinal age of the jade blood mushroom in such a short time? What the princess says makes sense. Zhuang Bufan nodded. Just from the fact that Brother Yang had already started preparing the alchemy materials before we arrived, there is no doubt that he is a Dao Source grade alchemist. Brother Yang, you should rest well and wait until the extraordinary treasure lotus matures tomorrow before you begin refining. Since you say so, I'll take a good rest. Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the situation and said. Without any explanation, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Although there were still some people who were suspicious, with Lan Sun and Zhuang Bufan's words before them, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't dare to voice them and could only wait until the next day when everything would become clear. The scene suddenly quieted down. The cultivator who came here also found a good place to sit cross-legged and meditate, trying to restore themselves to their peak condition. Because no matter who it was, everyone knew that if Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would have to bear everyone's disappointment and anger, but if he succeeded, apart from the extraordinary treasure pill that had to be given to Lan Sun first, the rest of the spirit pills would be up for grabs. In front of such a huge opportunity, even if Wu Chang, Xiaxing, Zhuang Bufan, Xiao Chen, and the others stood in their way, no one would shrink back. If they missed this opportunity, many people would never be able to break through to the Emperor realm in their lifetime. However, if they could obtain this opportunity, many people would be able to break through ahead of time. The place where everyone rested seemed to be quite carefully chosen, invisibly surrounding the place where Yang Kai and the extraordinary treasure lotus were, seemingly preventing him from escaping. In particular, Wu Chang had no intention of resting at all, simply sitting cross-legged while staring at Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai made any strange movements, he would be able to react immediately. This was also the most important reason why everyone agreed to let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill instead of trying to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus. No one had the confidence to snatch it, not even the arrogant Wu Chang. Instead of fighting for it without any confidence, it was better to let Yang Kai refine the pill, which would greatly increase their chances of success. Yang Kai was just a trivial cultivator from the first-order Dao source realm, so with so many people eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for him to escape after refining the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this regard, everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror, so they could only wait for the arrival of tomorrow and let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill. "Brother, the situation isn't good." While resting, Xiao Bai suddenly leaned over to Xia Sheng and sent him a divine sense message. "I know." Xia Sheng responded calmly, "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. After Brother Yang refine the extraordinary treasure lotus tomorrow, we can cooperate with him to open a bloody path and escape to the exit. Junior brother and junior sister are all waiting there to meet us." No wonder I didn't see anyone else coming, so they were all waiting at the exit? Xiao Bai asked with a look of realization. Xia Sheng grinned and replied, "How can a treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill fall into the hands of other sects? When the time comes, you can just ask Brother Yang to cooperate." "What if he doesn't cooperate?" Xiao Bai asked. "Beat him. Knock him out and take him away," Xia Sheng replied. Xiao Bai's mouth twitched as he said embarrassedly, "I'm not his opponent." "What?" Xia Sheng turned his head and stared at Xiao Bai in amazement. "Xiao Bai, when did you become so unconfident? Brother Yang did beat Shui, which is amazing. If you and I were at his cultivation, we might not be able to do this, but after all, the gap between us is too big." "There's one thing I'm ashamed to say." Xiao Bai suddenly looked solemn. "What?" "In the Flowing Time Temple, I fought with him," Xiao Bai said, "and I lost." "Are you kidding me?" Xia Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "How could I joke about such a shameful thing?" Xiao Bai said with a solemn expression, "Moreover, in my opinion, not only was I not his opponent, even Zhuang Bu Fan was not." What do you mean?" After Xia Sheng asked, he immediately glanced towards the place where Zhuang Bu Fan was standing thoughtfully and asked in amazement, "You mean, before we arrived here, the result of the battle between these two was Zhuang Bu Fan?" "In all likelihood." "How is that possible?" Xiao Bai sneered, "Nothing is impossible. Why do you think Zhuang Bu Fan was speaking up for Yang Kai just now?" Xia Sheng frowned and said, "You mean Yang Kai showed mercy before, so Zhuang Bu Fan. Is there any other reason?" Xiao Bai looked at him and asked. "See." Xia Sheng finally couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air and muttered, "I know these two fought before, but I thought it was Yang Kai. He's only in the first-order Dao source realm. How could he have done such a thing?" "Who knows, he's a Dao source grade alchemist. Do you believe that?" Xia Sheng's mouth twitched and he no longer spoke. After a long time, his expression became serious and he said, "Fine, I will negotiate with Brother Yang when the time comes. I believe he will cooperate. If he wants to live, he can only cooperate with us." "I hope so." Xiao Bai responded with uncertainty. While the two from Azure Sun Temple were secretly communicating, most of the other cultivator were also having similar conversations. Those who were familiar with each other had secretly formed an offensive and defensive alliance to fight against these powerful enemies. As for what to do with the extraordinary treasure pills when the time came, that was not a problem they needed to consider at the moment. For most cultivator, What they needed to consider right now was how to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills from the hands of these powerful Dao Source Realm masters. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai raced against time to restore his strength. Refining the extraordinary treasure pills was also a test for him, so he had to face this matter in his peak state. If he made even the slightest mistake, he might really fail. Once the refinement failed, he would become the target of everyone's anger. At that time, even if he had great ability, he would not be able to face them head-on. The strange movements around him, the occasional divine sense communication, and even Wu Chang's constant gaze were not enough to affect him. His state of mind gradually calmed down and became ethereal. Under this great pressure, he entered a mysterious state. A medicinal fragrance filled the air and a halo of light flickered. The heavenly manifestation became more and more obvious, and the 5 colored clouds in the sky began to fade. The pure white flowers of the extraordinary treasure lotus also gradually bloomed. At a certain moment, the world began to tremble and the surrounding world energy began to tremble. All the heavenly manifestations converged into an extremely terrifying energy that poured down from the sky and into the extraordinary treasure lotus like a funnel. The fragile spirit flower, after withstanding such an influx of energy, remained unscathed and instead became even more mysterious. Runes the size of grains of rice suddenly appeared around the extraordinary treasure lotus, each of them containing a great deal of mystery. Between the heavens and earth, a faint heavenly music rang out, like the sound of morning bells and evening drums, shaking the spirits of those who heard it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the petals of the extraordinary treasure lotus finally bloomed completely. An even stronger fragrance wafted out, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed. The seductive fragrance made everyone feel like they could not wait to rush up and swallow the extraordinary treasure lotus into their stomachs to taste its beauty. As if being driven by an invisible string, many cultivators showed greedy eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, a few of them even showing eager expressions. Chapter 2190. Whoever dares to move will die. Wu Chang suddenly roared as he swept his eyes around with a ferocious expression. Murderous intent filled the air, so thick that it was almost tangible. Those who were about to make a move instantly quieted down. They clearly felt that if they acted rashly, they would be killed in the next moment. The aura of death was so strong that it was suffocating, causing their lips to go dry and their bodies to go cold. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened as he shouted in a low voice, "Open the furnace." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, causing the black jade furnace to appear. The black jade furnace was a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemy furnace. It was originally bought by Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, at the auction in Maplewood City, but in the end, Han Lung died unexpectedly and it fell into Yang Kai's hands. Such an alchemy furnace was a rare treasure, especially for an alchemist. After all, only an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was better than it. But how could an emperor-grade alchemy furnace be so easy to obtain? Under normal circumstances, an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was more precious than an emperor artifact. When the black jade furnace opened, a fragrance different from that of the extraordinary treasure lotus instantly filled the air. Smelling this fragrance and seeing this alchemy furnace, many people were shocked and their confidence in Yang Kai immediately increased greatly. Because such an alchemy furnace was not something an ordinary alchemist was worthy of owning, only a Dao Source grade alchemist was qualified to use it. The medicinal fragrance wafting from this alchemy furnace was enough to prove that this alchemy furnace had refined many spirit medicines in the past. All of this indirectly confirmed the fact that Yang Kai was a Dao Source grade alchemist. The alchemy furnace opened. Yang Kai's divine sense surged. A scorching hot and invisible conflagrated spiritual energy poured into the furnace in an instant, causing the black jade furnace to hum loudly in the blink of an eye. Lu Yen. Yang Kai shouted again as he flicked his hand, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his palm. A loud and clear cry spread out in all directions. Under everyone's gaze, a strange-looking fiery bird phantom suddenly appeared and dove into the pill furnace. Artifact spirit! Lan Sun's eyes lit up. He could not help but exclaim softly. At that moment, although she did not see the true face of Lu Yen, she instinctively sensed that the stream of light was no small matter. Combined with the scene in front of her, she immediately deduced that it was definitely a fire attribute artifact spirit. A Dao Source grade high-rank alchemy furnace and a fire attribute artifact spirit. The combination of the two was already the dream of most alchemists in this world. With the help of these two, it would be much easier to refine any spirit pill. Lan Sun couldn't help smiling. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Yang can really refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Everyone just wait and see. Hearing her say this, many people's spirits were lifted, and an extremely expectant expression appeared on their faces. On the other side, Yang Kai had taken out the herbs needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill one by one with a solemn expression. He methodically threw various rare herbs into the pill furnace one by one, his hands forming seals from time to time as his conflagrated knowledge sea-surged. He began to inscribe spirit arrays inside the pill furnace. And as he did so, the heat inside the pill furnace seemed to fluctuate from time to time, making it difficult to grasp. Concocting pills required a calm mind, and the most important thing to avoid was to be too hasty. The most important thing was the control of the fire and the control of the timing of putting in the medicinal ingredients. This was not something that could be mastered overnight. It took a long time to accumulate experience and the advice of one's master. Yang Kai had never had anyone to guide him on the alchemic Tao. However, he seemed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent for this territory. In his early years, he had only relied on the true alchemic way left behind by great demon god to explore this path himself. Later, he obtained the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in Yang Yan's Emperor Garden, and after coming to the star boundary he obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai's alchemy technique was a combination of the strengths of these three forces, as well as his own insights and innovations. Yang Kai did not have a special constitution like Xia Ningchang, who could perform alchemy as easily as eating and breathing, but he had his own unique intuition. When to throw in what herbs, when to control what kind of heat, these things had been engraved in his mind since birth and had become an instinct. If one had to investigate, it would undoubtedly be due to the grand alchemic Tao tone he triggered while refining the spirit pill. The grand alchemic Tao tone was the voice of the heavenly way. The heavenly way had taught him this knowledge and sublimated his alchemy skills. But even so, Yang Kai was going all out this time, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, so if he failed to refine it, he would have nothing left. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of everyone present. Yang Kai was not afraid of these cultivators, he was only afraid of wasting these herbs. Under great pressure, his condition was unprecedentedly good. Gu lu lu. As time passed, the sound of boiling water bubbling came from inside the pill furnace. This was obviously a sign that the medicinal liquid was boiling, and a complex but pleasant aroma filled the air, giving everyone a refreshing feeling. Looking around, although Yang Kai's movements were not fast, there was a sense of calmness in his every movement, which gave everyone a lot of confidence in his alchemy. In particular, the way he manipulated his source qi with one hand to control the heat while forming a series of hand seals with the other to inscribe the spirit array inside the pill furnace made many people gasp in amazement. Laymen could only enjoy the show, but only insiders could see the knack for it. Although almost 90% of the cultivators here had never refined a spirit pill before, if they had never eaten pork, how could they not have seen a pig run? Yang Kai's repeated use of the illusionary spirit array confused everyone present, but at the same time, they couldn't help admiring him. This kind of perfect control was not something an ordinary person could achieve, so it must be a result of his usual accumulation of merits. Brother, do you think junior brother Yang will succeed in refining? Murong Xiao asked Xiao Bai softly. Before the results come out, no one dares to say, Xiao Bai replied. After speaking, he glanced at her again and said, Why, are you worried that he will be beaten up if he fails? Murong Xiao nodded and said, In this situation, if junior brother Yang really fails, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Although he is not a disciple of my temple, he came here with us. Brother, you don't want anything to happen to him. He asked for it, Xiao Bai coldly snorted. I still don't understand why he is looking for trouble for himself. Indeed, if Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to stand up and say that he was a Dao Source grade alchemist, no one would have tried to stop him. But he had stood up and publicly admitted that he was a Dao Source grade alchemist, taking on the task of refining the extraordinary treasure pill. If this matter was done well and the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, he wouldn't necessarily gain many benefits, because according to the current situation, once the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, it would inevitably be the result of everyone fighting over it. At that time, who would care if he, the alchemist, dared not hand over the spirit pills? They would beat him to death, but if this matter wasn't done well, there would only be one result. Yang Kai would be hunted down and killed by everyone. This kind of self-inflicted trouble was wrong no matter how one thought about it. Only a fool would do such a thing. That was why Xiao Bai had never understood why Yang Kai would do such a thing. Was it just because of an alchemist's love for rare spirit herbs? It was said that alchemists were a group of extremely eccentric people. Usually, when others asked them to perform alchemy, they would usually ignore them, but if there was a spirit herb they were interested in, they would deliver it to you and pester you to refine it for them without any compensation. The extraordinary treasure lotus was undoubtedly one of the most precious spirit herbs in the world because it was unparalleled. Under the premise that there was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it was impossible for a second one to appear in this world. If Yang Kai insisted on refining the extraordinary treasure pill for this reason, it would make sense. But, no matter how Xiao Bai looked at it, he didn't feel that Yang Kai was a pedantic person. There was no reason for him to put himself in danger just because of a momentary interest. Or, did he have the capital to escape from the eyes of so many masters? Thinking of this, Xiao Bai couldn't help sneering, secretly feeling that he was overthinking things. It was undeniable that Yang Kai was indeed strong, but he was just one person. So how could he escape from under the noses of so many people? Wu Chang alone would be enough to pin him down. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai had already begun taking action. A total of 19 auxiliary herbs had been thrown into the black jade furnace and turned into medicinal liquid. At that moment though, Yang Kai suddenly stood up, rushed over to the extraordinary treasure lotus in a few steps, and used his finger like a knife to directly cut down the extraordinary treasure lotus's flower. This mature spirit herb was instantly picked by Yang Kai. In its place, a stem about half a meter long was left. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards this stem, a look of greed flashing across their faces. Although they didn't know why Yang Kai didn't pick the entire extraordinary treasure lotus, this stem was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Even if it wasn't refined into a pill, swallowing it would still have miraculous effects. In front of everyone's eyes, a milky white liquid oozed out from the top of this stem, one that was as white and flawless as milk, causing everyone's appetite to soar. It wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were staring at this stalk, even Wu Chang, Xiaxia, and the others were doing the same, but none of them acted rashly and instead turned inquisitive looks towards Yang Kai, wondering why he was doing this. On the other side, Yang Kai rushed back to the pill furnace and carefully continued to control the flame, waiting until it was about time to throw the extraordinary treasure lotus he had just collected into the pill furnace. It was just a few simple actions, but Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he was facing a great enemy. The moment the extraordinary treasure lotus entered the pill furnace, Yang Kai immediately changed his hand seals to stabilize the situation inside. With a constant whirring sound, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not hesitated to expose Lu Yan's existence to summon her before this alchemy. The difficulty of refining the extraordinary treasure pill was beyond his imagination. At this moment, If not for Lu Yan's assistance, he might not have been able to persist until the end. Chapter 2191. At this moment, even with Lu Yan's help, whether or not this furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could be refined was still uncertain. However, if it could really be refined, it would definitely greatly improve his alchemic Tao. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, all the herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace, so all that was left was for him to control the flame and adjust the spirit array so he could condense the pills. It was only at this moment that he took the time to quickly say, "I advise everyone not to have any ideas about that root." Although he had been busy performing alchemy just now, he had not given up on observing his surroundings. He clearly saw that many people showed interest in the root, but because he didn't know if he still needed it, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Oh, why is that?" Zhuang Bufan heard this and asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he explained, "This root is the origin of the extraordinary treasure lotus. If this root is left behind, perhaps within 100 years, another extraordinary treasure lotus will appear in the star boundary and be obtained by a fated person, but if it is picked, within 10,000 years, this spirit flower will no longer exist, and who knows when it will be born again." Is there such a thing? Lan Sun's eyes flashed brilliantly. Even with her knowledge and experience, she had never heard of such a rumor. "Just trust me," Yang Kai quickly said. "It has nothing to do with me." Wu Chang suddenly shouted, 10,000 years from now. Let the people 10,000 years from now deal with it. Since you don't need this root anymore, I'll take it away." "You dare?" Yang Kai shouted, turning his head and glaring at Wu Chang before stretching out his hand and placing it on top of the black jade furnace. When he did this, all the cultivators' complexions changed greatly as they stared at him nervously. They didn't know what he wanted to do. "If you dare to touch it, I will destroy this cauldron of pills right now." Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, his face extremely calm. Hey. Xia Sheng's mouth twitched as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "Brother Yang, do you really need to? It's just a root. If Brother Wu Chang wants to take it, just let him. There's no need to threaten us with these extraordinary treasure pills." He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Why would he do something like this? Threatening Wu Chang with the extraordinary treasure pill. After all, his actions were not only a threat to Wu Chang, but also to everyone else present. The slightest mistake would incur the wrath of the masses. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and said, "Who dares to come within 10 meters of that root? I destroyed the solution at once. I'm not joking." As soon as he said this, Wu Chang didn't dare to move anymore. Although this root also looked extraordinary, it was definitely not as good as the extraordinary treasure pill. If he angered Yang Kai because of this, the gains would not make up for the losses. "Wu Chang, calm down." Xiao Chen was also taken aback and quickly shouted to Wu Chang. Wu Chang paused in place, stared coldly at Yang Kai, and spat out, You dare threaten me? I'm not threatening you." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said leisurely, "I just want to leave some hope for future generations." To the side, Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. "I heard that when most alchemists collect rare spirit herbs, they don't kill them all. Instead, they leave a glimmer of hope for those spirit herbs. They never collect those spirit herbs that are not mature. I had some doubts about this at first, but now it seems that this is true." Yang Kai nodded. Predecessors plant trees while future generations enjoy the shade. For us to be able to encounter this extraordinary treasure lotus today, who knows if it was not an opportunity left behind by some powerful master 100 years ago. Others have left us hope, so we can't be too ruthless, otherwise, it will damage the cycle of the heavenly way. As soon as this statement came out, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up as a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Besides, Yang Kai continued, this root doesn't have the magical effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus, It only has the ability to temper one's source qi and spiritual energy. All the essence of the extraordinary treasure lotus is now in the pill furnace. Brother Wu Chang, are you sure you want this root and not the extraordinary treasure pill? Wu Chang's face went pale. In fact, when he heard Yang Kai say that this root was not of much use, he had no intention of picking it up, but in front of everyone's eyes, he had no way to back down, so he could only stand there with a sullen expression on his face. Just as they were talking, the root suddenly trembled and turned into a colorful light. It disappeared from everyone's sight as if it had never appeared in the first place. This. Xiao Qin was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Good, now that this root is gone, let's see who can find it." After a pause, he added, "Right, if this root was picked before the spirit flower matured, the extraordinary treasure lotus would also end up like this." Hearing this, many people suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, secretly rejoicing that there was someone here who knew what was good for them. Otherwise, if they had tried to pick it before it matured, it would have been like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Turning his head, Yang Kai continued to focus on controlling the flame and inscribing the spirit array. Wu Chang stood in place awkwardly for a while before coldly snorting, a fierce look appearing on his face, as if he was thinking of something. Goyil. The black jade furnace continued to rumble. As time passed, more and more people became anxious. As their gazes drifted and intersected with each other, a strange and complicated atmosphere gradually spread out on the peak of the mountain. It seemed that everyone was waiting for the moment when the extraordinary treasure pill matured, and once that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. Yang Kai was also well aware of this, but he still remained calm and focused on alchemy. At a certain moment, his expression turned solemn as he poured all of his source qi into the black jade cauldron. At the same time, he stood up and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Energy visible to the naked eye turned into clear runes and disappeared into the black jade cauldron. "It's time to collect the pills." It was unknown who called out in a low voice, but the scene suddenly became dignified as everyone's breathing became louder and more excited. This was the final step of alchemy. If it was handled well, this furnace of spirit pills would be considered a success, but if it wasn't, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Yang Kai's hands danced like butterflies, his expression solemn as large drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. It was as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes completely soaked and his face slightly pale, as if he had consumed a great deal of energy. But even so, his movements were orderly and steady to the extreme. This pill condensing technique is actually so amazing. Lan Sun's eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai's movements. Although this was the first time she had seen the Nine Heavens profound pill method, it still did not prevent her from prying into a different kind of information from this pill condensing technique. This set of techniques seemed to be used to condense pills, but every movement and seal contained a profound mystery that coincided with the heavenly way, dazzling everyone who saw it. With Yang Kai's movements, a faint aura of the heavenly way spread out, making everyone feel heavy. The Nine Heavens profound pill method was, after all, a technique that the grand alchemic Tao Tone poured into Yang Kai's mind. It was born from the heavens and earth itself, so it was natural for Lan Sun to find it mysterious. If Lan Sun, with her cultivation in the first order Tao source realm, could see this, it was only natural that so many cultivators from the third order Tao source realm present could do the same. For some reason, as Yang Kai displayed the pill condensing technique, many cultivators could not help but be immersed in the mysteries of this technique, and the tension and anticipation that had surged up before had unknowingly dissipated. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly roared, "Condense!" As if he had exhausted all his strength, he slammed his palms together and his body swayed slightly. Along with his movements, a soft tinkling sound suddenly rang out from inside the pill furnace. At the same time, a light burst out from the black jade furnace. The pills were complete. At this moment, everyone realized that the extraordinary treasure pills had been refined. At this moment, everyone urged their source qi, wanting to rush towards Yang Kai and snatch the unparalleled pills that could lead them directly to the emperor's realm. It was also at this moment that the heavens and earth began to hum as a muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out from above everyone's heads. An astonishing pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and their bodies stiffen. Everyone looked up and saw that the sky above them had at some point been covered by dark clouds while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The vast heavenly might made everyone feel small and insignificant. "Pill tribulation," Lan Sun exclaimed, a look of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes for the first time. "They really came," Yang Kai muttered in a low voice. Before the extraordinary treasure pills were refined, Yang Kai had already faintly guessed that this refinement would trigger a pill tribulation. The effects of the extraordinary treasure pills were simply too heaven-defying and could not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Once they were born, the omnipresent world principles would naturally find a way to destroy them. And judging from the ferocity of this pill tribulation, it was likely even more ferocious than when a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm ascended to the Emperor realm. How could a few trivial spirit pills resist it? A single blow would be enough to reduce them to ashes. Even with Yang Kai's full protection, whether or not he could block this pill tribulation was uncertain. When the time came, all of Yang Kai's efforts and expectations would turn into bubbles. At the critical moment though, Yang Kai patted the pill furnace and sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot out of the black jade furnace before being directly taken into Yang Kai's sealed world bead. Without anyone noticing, Lu Yen took away all the extraordinary treasure pills in the pill furnace. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, so who would notice Lu Yan's actions? Even if they saw Yang Kai's artifact spirit return, no one would have thought that she had taken away all the extraordinary treasure pills. Very soon, something that shocked everyone happened. In the sky, the pill tribulation that was gradually forming gradually dissipated for some reason. The rolling dark clouds dispersed in all directions, and the frightening thunder and lightning also slowly disappeared. After 10 breaths of time, everything returned to normal, leaving behind a group of cultivators looking at each other with lingering fear. Chapter 2192. What's going on? Wu Chang frowned, a blank look on his face. He couldn't understand why this pill tribulation gave off a feeling of being all bark and no bite. A moment ago, it had been filled with heavenly might, but in the next moment, it had calmed down and all the thunderclouds had disappeared. No one could understand. Scram! Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly let out an angry roar. Accompanied by this roar, a surge of source chi surged out and an astonishing pressure spread out. Asterisk prng 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 peng. Asterisk he was actually fighting someone. Hearing this noise, everyone's expression changed and they quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. What they saw was Yang Kai standing in place, one hand on top of the alchemy furnace while the other hand condensed into countless afterimages that shot out in all directions. Beside him, a figure was moving at high speed, constantly drifting away from Yang Kai, seemingly trying to break through his attacks and grab the freshly refined spirit pills. But no matter how hard this person tried, he couldn't get within 3 meters of Yang Kai. Every time he tried, Yang Kai would stop him. Luo Yuan. Lan Sun frowned and called out softly. She naturally recognized that the person who was fighting with Yang Kai was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Lan Sun didn't know where he had been hiding before, but when everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, he had suddenly attacked and tried to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he had been blocked by Yang Kai. He had underestimated Yang Kai too much, thinking that the other party was just a first-order Dao Source realm cultivator. After another arduous refinement, Luo Yuan had to go through another arduous refinement. He wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. But it wasn't until they started fighting that Luo Yuan realized how wrong he was. Yang Kai stood in place and seemed to be in a passive position, but in reality he was waiting for an exhausted enemy. On top of that, his source chi was extremely dense and pure, and his defenses were watertight, making it impossible for Luo Yuan to break through in a short time. I miscalculated. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, knowing that he had missed a good opportunity. His original intention had been to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills and leave. But now, not only had he failed, but he had also been pinned down by Yang Kai. Everyone else had already recovered. If he didn't withdraw now, he would likely be besieged by everyone's face. Realizing this, Luo Yuan made a feint and retreated several dozen meters before glaring at Yang Kai gloomily, seemingly blaming him for ruining his good fortune's plans. Although Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, he still grinned at him and joked, "Brother Luo Yuan's calculation is quite good. You've been here for a long time, right?" Luo Yuan coldly snorted but did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, instead saying, "You're a bit strange." What he meant to say was, Kai Yang's true strength did not match his cultivation at all. Yang Kai, however, Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai saw everyone staring at his black jade furnace with fiery eyes, eager to take action. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he shouted, "Everyone, please wait." As soon as the statement came out, everyone stood in place, not moving. Even Wu Chang didn't rush to attack Yang Kai. When Yang Kai and Luo Yuan fought just now, although it had only been a short while, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with, and no one present had the ability to take him down in an instant. Once they couldn't subdue him in an instant, others would arrive and the situation would become chaotic and out of control. This was a result no one wanted to see. As you can see, this Yang did not disappoint. The extraordinary treasure pills have been refined, Yang Kai said as he took out a handful of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Everyone could clearly see that these spirit pills were clearly used to restore one's source chi. Since they've been refined, there's nothing else for you to do. Hand over the spirit pills, Wu Chang said in a matter-of-fact tone. This Yang was just about to talk about this. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly, paused for a few breaths, and then continued, "Although the spirit pills have been refined, I will not hand them over." "What did you say?" Wu Chang's face suddenly became cold. "Boy, you court death. You want to take this heaven-defying spirit pill for yourself? You're overestimating yourself. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Obediently hand over the spirit pill. Otherwise, everyone will attack together and tear you to shreds. You're alone, and you won't be able to withstand the attack of so many people." As soon as Kai Yang's words left his mouth, the crowd instantly exploded into a cacophony of curses, threats, and persuasion, all of which drifted into Kai Yang's ears from all directions. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this and his expression became cold as he swept his eyes around. "What nonsense are you all spouting? This extraordinary treasure lotus was first discovered by this Yang, and this extraordinary treasure pill was refined by this Yang alone. Even the herbs needed to refine this spirit pill were basically all made by this Yang. You all just stood here and watched the show, yet you want to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill for free? In your dreams. Boy, you've got guts. Haha, this little brat probably hasn't woken up yet, daring to boast so shamelessly. I don't think he'll live past today. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him together and snatch that spirit pill." Although Yang Kai had just shown a little bit of his strength, making many people feel that he wasn't easy to deal with, at this moment, there were so many people around them that they naturally didn't put Yang Kai in their eyes. In everyone's opinion, Yang Kai's approach was tantamount to seeking his own death. As everyone clamored, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent as they stared at Yang Kai. "Looks like this was your plan from the very beginning?" Wu Chang stared at Yang Kai coldly and said sarcastically. Yang Kai turned to look at him. "From the very beginning, I never intended to give this extraordinary treasure pill to you people, otherwise, when I found the extraordinary treasure lotus, I could have swallowed it directly. Although that would have wasted its medicinal efficacies, it would still have some effect. It's better than letting others benefit from it. You've got guts. Wu Chang was so angry that he let out an angry laugh, his aura suddenly rising as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step. With every step he took, his aura soared, making him seem like a great demon who had just emerged from the abyss of purgatory, causing those who saw him to shudder. Although your idea is good, it requires the corresponding strength to implement. Do you think you have such ability? If I didn't, Yang Kai grinned at him and said, I wouldn't have thought so. If he didn't have this confidence, how could he have brought trouble to himself? Not only did he admit that he was a Dao Source-grade alchemist in front of everyone, but he also went to great lengths to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a stupid thing to make someone else's wedding dress for him. Not hesitating to expose his identity as a Dao Source-grade alchemist to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. As he spoke, he stretched his hand forward and shouted, "Break!" Accompanied by this shout, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. At the same time, with Yang Kai as the center, the space within a 300-meter radius cracked like a mirror that had been smashed to the ground. These cracks were long, narrow, and erratic, but they gave off a deadly sense of threat. Strange energy fluctuations, unfathomable power of laws, leisurely filled the air. Wu Chang suddenly stopped and stared at the space in front of him, seemingly feeling something as his expression changed several times. Void cracks. Space principles. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell one after another. Their faces were covered in shock and disbelief, and their eyes were filled with despair and astonishment. Space principles. The scene in front of them and the strange principle strength all around them were undoubtedly space principles, otherwise it would be impossible to cause such a big change in space. The space within a 300-meter radius had been shattered, and anyone who entered would have to be mentally prepared to be torn apart by the void cracks. You actually comprehended this kind of principle strength. Wu Chang grit his teeth and roared, his expression filled with unwillingness and anger, as if Yang Kai had insulted him. Space principles could be said to be one of the most mysterious and elusive principles in the world, yet Yang Kai had actually comprehended them. Wu Chang was naturally filled with unwillingness. In this world, there is actually someone who can use space principles to such an extent with such a low cultivation. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Because of the interference of space principles, the fluctuations of space principles made it seem as if Yang Kai's distance from her was constantly fluctuating, sometimes close and sometimes far. Under the interference of this kind of power, it was impossible for others to attack him. Maybe he just used some kind of artifact. Xiao Chun said with a look of dissatisfaction, right? Doesn't he have an emperor artifact in his hand? This guy has some kind of background, so he should have some kind of space artifact. Lan Sun frowned, too lazy to respond to him. Although it was indeed possible for a space artifact to achieve this level, Yang Kai had not shown any signs of using an artifact before he attacked just now. Lan Sun had clearly seen him raise his hand and let the space principles envelop the surrounding space. This was definitely his own power. This little brat. On the other side, Xianxia, who had been on edge all this time, could only smile bitterly. After Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pills, Xianxia began to send him secret divine sense transmissions, asking him to cooperate with him. How could he have known that Yang Kai would completely ignore him and act like this in the blink of an eye? It looks like he doesn't need our help. Xiao Baiyi said thoughtfully. Xianxia frowned. Since he is proficient in the Tao of space, he can definitely do that. With this kind of skill, he really doesn't need to fear others, but what? Xiao Baiyi looked at Xianxia in amazement. But what does he want to do? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Can't he just take the extraordinary treasure pills and run away? Instead, he stayed behind to ridicule everyone around him. Is he tired of living too freely? Hearing what he said, Xiao Baiyi was also at a loss. having no idea what Yang Kai was trying to do. On the other side, Wu Chang's face was extremely pale as he silently observed Yang Kai for a moment before asking, "Do you think you'll be safe just by hiding there?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Does Brother Wu Chang want to try?" "That's exactly what I was thinking," Wu Chang shouted. Chapter 2193. Accompanied by Wu Chang's roar, a figure shot out leisurely. It was not Wu Chang who moved, but Luo Yuan. He took an extremely profound step, and in the blink of an eye he approached the area affected by the spatial laws. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. After that, he raised his hands up high, clenched them into fists, and then clasped them together before smashing them down fiercely. Violent energy began to surge. Behind Luo Yuan, a figure several dozen meters tall suddenly appeared. This figure had a humanoid form, but it was extremely shocking, like a giant god, raising its two giant hands and mimicking Luo Yuan's actions. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk after a breath, a loud bang rang out as the huge fist shadow smashed into the territory affected by the space principles. Yang Kai's face changed suddenly. The surrounding spatial cracks instantly collapsed, and the spatial domain that he had created was violently broken apart at this moment. Before he could react though, Wu Chang suddenly jumped out from behind Luo Yuan, out of Yang Kai's blind spot, holding a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. The saber was a fiery red while the sword was a flawless white. As the saber and sword met, a dazzling brilliance filled the air. Wu Chang just crossed his saber and sword and a layer of dense light suddenly burst out. At the same time he shouted, "Saber and sword prison, seal the four extremes." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the light from the swords and sabers could be seen with the naked eye. They filled the vast space and formed an invisible force that completely sealed off the space. Everyone gasped in amazement and was flabbergasted. Wu Chang and Luo Yuan had not seen eye to eye with each other before. There had even been a little friction between the elites of the Southern Territory. But at this moment, their cooperation was flawless. First, Luo Yuan broke Yang Kai's space blockade with a single blow, and then Wu Chang used a secret technique to block Yang Kai's movements. As a result, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he was bound to become a turtle in a jar. The timing of these two's attacks was simply perfect. Even brother and sister from the same sect might not be able to achieve this level of cooperation. However, the two cultivators with different backgrounds had done it, relying only on their own judgment and combat instincts. "It's bad." Xia Sheng's expression changed as he shouted. On the other side, Wu Chang sneered, "Let's see how you die now." As he spoke, the sword and saber in his hands stirred again. A storm of red and white, filled with saber light and sword light, suddenly attacked Yang Kai. He did not show any mercy. Obviously, he had already planned to kill Yang Kai. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the storm directly swallowed Yang Kai and shredded his body into pieces. Even the black jade cauldron beside him was shredded into pieces. Many people couldn't help but make a fuss when they saw this, and an extremely pained expression appeared on their faces. Although Yang Kai's death had nothing to do with them, they didn't care either. But if the extraordinary treasure pills were destroyed, that would be unacceptable to everyone. At that time, Wu Chang would become a sinner who would take the blame for Yang Kai. Over on the other side, Wu Chang did not show the slightest joy after his attack and instead frowned solemnly. The same was true for Luo Yuan. He looked around, seemingly searching for something, the huge phantom behind him gradually disappearing. "My patience is limited." A voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, unscathed. Holding the alchemy furnace in his hand, Yang Kai swept his eyes around with a gloomy expression and declared loudly, "Just now, I can consider it a test to see if I have the qualifications to talk to you." Now that the result is out, if there is still someone who doesn't know what's good for them and attacks me, then I'll eat all the extraordinary treasure pills in this furnace. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy is a lunatic. Brother, please don't. Eating so many pills isn't good for you. How about you share one with me? Wu Chang frowned and whispered, sure enough, he can teleport. Wu Chang had speculated before that since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could certainly use a secret technique similar to teleportation, so Wu Chang had wanted to seal off the area around Yang Kai in order to catch him like a turtle in a jar. Wu Chang was confident that his cooperation with Luo Yuan was perfect, but he still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He didn't even notice when Yang Kai teleported away. Based on this point alone, Wu Chang knew that he and the others couldn't do anything to Yang Kai at all. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space had a unique advantage in escaping and tracking. This rumor was not false. If one wanted to kill or capture a character like Yang Kai, there were only a few ways to do so. One was to invite a cultivator whose strength was far inferior to his and crush him with absolute strength, giving him no chance to use his Tao of space. It was either to lure him into a small independent space where he could not escape, or to create something similar to a barrier to trap him. In the Four Seasons realm, no one could do such a thing. In this place, Kai Yang was simply lawless. Brother Yang, you mean you want to negotiate with us? Lan Sun raised her brow and asked. She had heard a different message from Yang Kai's words just now. Your Highness is right. Yang Kai grinned, but the princess is only half right. I'd like to hear the details. Lan Sun smiled. I want to negotiate with them, not with you, princess. As Yang Kai spoke, he reached into his alchemy furnace and took out a rolling longan-sized, pearl-like spirit pill. A refreshing aroma immediately filled the air. An extraordinary treasure pill. In the crowd, exclamations rang out as everyone stared at this spirit pill with fiery eyes. Everyone knew that this was the legendary pills that could lead one directly to the Emperor realm. One of the herbs required to refine the extraordinary treasure pill was provided by Your Highness, so this Yang will present this spirit pill to the princess according to our previous agreement. I hope Your Highness will kindly accept it. Yang Kai pinched the spirit pill and gestured to Lan Sun. Brother Yang is willing to fulfill the agreement? Lan Sun looked at him with some surprise. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't do this again, but things were a little different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai sternly said, naturally, the extraordinary treasure pill was successfully refined thanks to the jade blood mushroom provided by Your Highness. Without that jade blood mushroom, there would be no extraordinary treasure pill at this moment, so Your Highness will naturally receive one. As for the others, they didn't contribute anything, just stood by and watched. Do they think they can get a pill? He spat mercilessly, in their dreams. Brother Yang's actions are fair. Lan Sun nodded lightly and said, since that's the case, this little sister won't be polite. Saying so, she walked over to Yang Kai. Not long after, she arrived at Yang Kai's side, took the spirit pill he handed over and whispered, thank you. Princess is too polite. Yang Kai responded with a smile. If possible, Your Highness can take this spirit pill now. The extraordinary treasure pill is different from other spirit pills in that it does not need to be taken at the critical juncture of one's breakthrough. On the contrary, the earlier one takes it, the better its effects will be and the more complete the medicinal efficacies will be. On the day Your Highness ascends to the Emperor realm, the extraordinary treasure pill's effects will be maximized. I'll take it now. Lan Sun said, stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk the sound did not come from Lan Sun, but from the onlookers below. Watching Lan Sun swallow this spirit pill, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Your Highness' talent is peerless, and with this spirit pill, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. This Yang wishes Your Highness here the best of luck and hopes Your Highness will soon reach the Emperor realm. Thank you for your auspicious words, Lan Sun smiled lightly. Are you done with your flattery? Wu Chang suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two with a disgruntled look and stared coldly at Yang Kai. I think I understand what you want to do. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at Wu Chang. If Brother Wu Chang has guessed it, why don't you tell me? Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, the extraordinary treasure pill has been refined, and you are proficient in the Tao of space, so you can leave this place at any time, but instead of leaving, you stay here and talk endlessly, deliberately taking out the extraordinary treasure pill to tempt everyone. What you want is nothing more than to use the extraordinary treasure pill to exchange for something from the people here. After a pause, he continued, you are a smart person. You know that even if you leave the Four Seasons realm with the extraordinary treasure pill, you may not be able to protect yourself. Because as long as the cultivator here brings the news out, the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit will not let you leave easily. They won't go as far as to bully the weak and rob you, but they will definitely ask you to hand over the extraordinary treasure pill and then give you some compensation. However, instead of passively accepting compensation from others, it is better to take the initiative and try to obtain the greatest benefits. He finally concluded. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at Wu Chang in amazement, seemingly dumbfounded. After a while, he clapped his hands and praised, I really didn't expect Brother Wu Chang to be such a clever person. His words undoubtedly confirmed what Wu Chang had said. In fact, Yang Kai really did think so. The extraordinary treasure pill was indeed extremely precious. If possible, Yang Kai really wanted to take it away and find an opportunity to exchange it for some other precious items that would be useful to him in the future. He believed that no one, no sect, would be willing to refuse the extraordinary treasure pill, not even Star Soul Palace. However, as Wu Chang said, even if he took the extraordinary treasure pill out of the Four Seasons realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to take it away. How could the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit allow him to do so? The most ideal ending was nothing more than for the people from the Emperor realm to divide up his extraordinary treasure pills and then compensate him with some benefits. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. His own things should be his own. Even if he suffered a loss, he could not let others interfere. Chapter 2194. So that's what he was planning. Xianxia showed a look of sudden realization. Before this, he had been puzzled by Yang Kai's self-seeking approach, but now it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't looking for trouble at all. He had clearly planned this all along, so he stood up to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and then took it all for himself, using it as a bargaining chip to exchange for something with everyone else. All of this was part of his plan. And the implementation of this plan required extremely harsh conditions. First, one needed to have great confidence in their own alchemy skills and be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If one didn't have this confidence and failed, how could there be any future developments? Second, one needed to have great confidence in one's own strength. One didn't need to be able to defeat everyone here, as long as one had the ability to escape and survive. And now, it seemed that Yang Kai had obviously fulfilled both requirements, proving that his plan was flawless. He had the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and the ability to escape under the watchful eyes of so many masters. All the initiative was in his hands. On the contrary, those who originally had unrealistic fantasies about the extraordinary treasure pill had been toyed with by Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was concentrating on alchemy, no one would have thought that things would turn out like this, right? If they could predict the future, no one would have waited for Yang Kai to continue with his alchemy and would have already rushed to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. This fellow, the things he did were simply infuriating to both man and God. However, it made people admire his courage and boldness. This kind of action. It was the same as making an enemy of everyone. If one wasn't careful, the result would be eternal damnation. Without courage and boldness, who would do something like this? Considering all this, Xiaosheng's face changed again as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so cunning. After he refined the extraordinary treasure pill, he first gave one to Lan Sun, ostensibly because Lan Sun had provided him with a jade blood mushroom. They had an agreement before, But in reality, he probably didn't want to be enemies with Lan Sun, right? After all, Lan Sun's identity was very special, and no one wanted to have any conflict with her. At that time, even if there was no jade blood mushroom, Yang Kai would have thought of another way to get Lan Sun to accept the spirit pill, such as testing the quality and effects of this extraordinary treasure pill. Once Lan Sun took the extraordinary treasure pill, it was impossible for her to embarrass him again. She had to put in a few good words for him if it was within her power. This was equivalent to giving himself a layer of protection. In an instant, the words "cunning old fox" flashed across Xia Sheng's mind. Enough idle chatter. Wu Chang spoke again, his tone cold. What do you want in exchange? Just state it. What do I want to exchange for? Pat. Yang Kai laughed but didn't say anything. That despicable expression and tone made people want to go up and beat him up to vent the anger in their hearts. I'm very curious about another thing. Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered from the aftermath of competing with Yang Kai in Source Qi, stood up with a ruddy complexion, looked at Yang Kai and asked, Brother Yang, that extraordinary treasure pill, how many are left? As soon as this question came out, Xiao Chen couldn't help shouting, N. This Xiao was also asking, how many extraordinary treasure pills are left? There was a limit to the total number of spirit pills a furnace could produce, even with the star boundaries alchemy techniques. Even if an emperor-grade alchemist refined a spirit pill, there would only be a maximum of 9 spirit pills. Because 9 was the limit, any more than that was impossible. In other words, that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could only produce a maximum of 9, and this was the ideal situation. In fact, depending on the grade of an alchemist, the state they were in when refining, the pill condensing technique, and the age of the herbs, it was basically impossible for an alchemist to produce 9 spirit pills in a single furnace. No matter how good an alchemist was, it was rare for them to achieve such a perfect state. The grade of extraordinary treasure pills was not low, and Yang Kai's alchemist level was not high, so in any case, it was impossible for there to be 9 extraordinary treasure pills in a single furnace. It was very likely that there would only be 4, 3, or even 2 before exchanging with Yang Kai. At the very least, one should inquire about the number of items to be exchanged. This was the most basic principle. But when Yang Kai heard this, he grinned and said, How many are there? Ta. Zhuang Bufan's face darkened as he stammered, Brother Yang, don't make trouble. I'm asking you a serious question. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, Then I'll count. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Zhuang Bufan nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai really opened the alchemy furnace and looked down. The moment he opened the pill furnace, countless divine senses shrouded him from all directions, wanting to see what was inside. But before these people could see clearly, Yang Kai closed the alchemy furnace, glanced around with a displeased expression, and coldly snorted. Originally, telling you how many spirit pills there are isn't a big deal. But your sneaky attempts to peep really disgust this Yang. So this Yang has decided. Yang Kai paused for a moment, whetting everyone's appetite. I won't tell you. Yang Kai declared loudly. Bastard. Little brat, you're playing with us. I didn't go peeping. Brother Yang, can you tell me quietly? Yang Kai's pair of cold eyes swept around as he pointed in several directions and said, Those who scolded me just now can scram. No matter how generous your conditions are, I won't exchange the extraordinary treasure pills with you. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several cultivators turned ugly as they hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. Kai Yang snorted from his nostrils, and under everyone's gaze, he did something that made everyone turn pale with fright. Yang Kai reached into the alchemy furnace, grabbed it, and pulled it out, revealing an extraordinary treasure pill in his hand. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one he had given to Lan Sun before, seemingly indistinguishable. Yang Kai opened his mouth and threw the extraordinary treasure pill directly into it. Asterisk crunch crunch. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Yang Kai chewed on the extraordinary treasure pill like he was eating candy. At the same time, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he shook his head from side to side. The beauty of this scene was not something that could be described to outsiders. Everyone was shocked, and they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Gudong. After a while, accompanied by the sound of swallowing, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief, patted his belly, and said with a satisfied look, "Comfortable." Only then did he look at the crowd again, the corners of his mouth rising into a subtle arc as he said, "No matter how many extraordinary treasure pills there were before, now that one is gone, there aren't many left. If any of you want an extraordinary treasure pill, please come forward and exchange with this Yang. First come, first served, last come, last come." Yang Kai's demeanor and tone were like that of a street vendor, his tone full of strong provocation and bewitchment. At the end, he added, "As for the exchange, and let's use what you obtained in the Four Seasons realm. If this Yang takes a fancy to it, he will exchange with you. If not, it's useless to force it. This trade is voluntary, so please do as you please." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his alchemy furnace, slowly descending from mid-air and pushing his space principles, forming a special broken world 300 meters around him. Void cracks loomed and lingered around, causing the power of the void to fluctuate erratically. Any cultivator who tried to break into this broken world would inevitably be strangled by the space principles. Of course, one could also forcibly break through like Luo Yuan, but in that case, Yang Kai would definitely escape. With this lesson in mind, no one was interested in attacking Yang Kai again. I'll do it. Damn, let me go first. If any of you dare snatch from me, this father will kill your entire family. This old lady is a woman, you want to squeeze? Who touched my butt? If you have the guts to stand up, this old lady promises not to beat you to death. In an instant, the scene became chaotic as everyone swarmed over, pushing and shoving each other, creating a lively scene. On the contrary, those masters who had been famous for a long time and were confident in their status all stood quietly in place, not joining in the fun. It wasn't that they didn't want to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with Yang Kai, but mainly because rushing forward at this time would damage their image too much. However, looking at their expressions, all of them were clearly anxious. After all, they didn't know how many extraordinary treasure pills Yang Kai still had in his hands, let alone what Yang Kai wanted to exchange for. If they were too late, they would be left with nothing. Come one by one, if anyone dares to break in, don't blame me for showing no mercy, Yang Kai coldly snorted as he sat in the middle of the broken world. As soon as these words fell, a clear gap appeared in the world filled with space principles, allowing one person to pass through at a time. When the cultivator standing at the front saw the situation, his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He took the lead and rushed in. After he entered, the gap immediately closed again, blocking the others outside. The hubbub suddenly stopped as everyone stared at the cultivator who was the first to enter, their faces filled with uneasiness. After this person entered the broken world, he looked around and determined that the drifting void cracks around him would not cause him any harm before straightening his clothes and striding towards Yang Kai. When he arrived, he squeezed out a smile on his face, cupped his fists, and introduced himself. "This one is from the Qi province's Chang family. I'm not interested in where you're from or what your name is." Yang Kai rudely interrupted him and said with a blank expression, "Take out your harvest in the Four Seasons realm and let me see if there's anything that will make my eyes light up." Yes. The man surnamed Chang nodded repeatedly, not caring about Yang Kai's rudeness. While speaking, he quickly took out a few items from his space ring and presented them to Yang Kai, then waited nervously without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at them for a moment before looking up at him and asking, "Is this all you got this time?" Chapter 2195. The man surnamed Chang heard this and said, "That's right, it's all here. Okay, you can pack up your things and go out." Yang Kai waved at him. The man surnamed Chang's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, can you be more careful? Get out." Yang Kai waved his hand again without any explanation, sending out a surge of space force. He directly teleported this person outside and shouted, "Next!" After that person came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing far away from Yang Kai and could not help but feel annoyed. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, secretly hating himself for not taking advantage of this great opportunity and hating Yang Kai for being so heartless. On the contrary, the others all showed a gloating look at him, not to mention the reactions of these people. Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and the others had extremely solemn expressions. Because they could tell from the move Yang Kai just showed that Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of Space had reached an incredible level. Not only could he teleport himself, but he could also teleport others away. Of course, the premise was that the other person had to be in the special world he created, but even so, it was enough to shock everyone. Just how did someone from the First Order Tao Source realm cultivate to be able to grasp the mysteries of space to such an extent? With such a divine technique, who in the Tao Source realm could kill him? Just as everyone's expressions changed, another person passed through the crack and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai. This person was a woman, and it was unknown which sect she came from. She was enchanting and charming. She was also dressed very generously, with large patches of snow-white skin exposed. Her chest rose and fell fiercely, making people dizzy. She walked in front of Yang Kai and smiled charmingly, not in a hurry to take out something to exchange with Yang Kai. Instead, she said sweetly, "Little brother, I didn't have much to gain here. What should I do?" Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at her, a pair of lustful eyes staring at her chest as he grinned meaningfully. "Then what do you want to do?" "I don't know, that's why I asked you." She responded in a coquettish voice as she slowly squatted down, exposing the scenery of her chest even more thoroughly. "Girl, you're trying to seduce me." Yang Kai gulped as he reached out and touched the woman's soft little hand. Hateful. The woman glared at Yang Kai coquettishly. She was not in a hurry to retract her hand. Instead, she revealed a bashful expression, which made people's hearts flutter and their appetites whet. At the same time, a faint fragrance was emitted from this woman's delicate body. It was very faint, but it seemed to have a magical effect. It was able to make a man's blood boil and cause traces of ripples and endless thoughts to surge out from the depths of his heart. Shameless. Lan Sun spat in disdain from far away. Shameless. Murong Xiao also spat. What a disgrace. Xia Sheng gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, simply enviable. Little brother. The woman seemed to want to display some of her unique skills, but as soon as these words left her mouth, her expression changed drastically. She stood up and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly and angrily. What she saw was Yang Kai holding a space ring in his hand. He was releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents. When the woman lowered her head, her pretty face became even uglier because she found that the space ring she was wearing on her hand had disappeared at some point. She didn't know how Yang Kai had taken it off without her noticing. Sure enough, there's nothing good here. Yang Kai muttered before throwing the space ring to the woman. The woman caught it, her breasts heaving up and down in a spectacular display as she ground her teeth. But that set of underwear is quite unique. It seems there's something mysterious about it. Everyone should find some time to sit down and study it. Yang Kai looked at the woman with a lecherous expression and said with a smile, "Who wants to study it with you? You rogue scum." The woman's face turned red with anger as she stomped her foot, turned around and rushed out. Under everyone's mocking gazes, she didn't want to stay here a moment longer and flew directly towards the exit. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "If you don't want to study it, then forget it. Why are you scolding me?" Yang Kai put on an innocent expression, but soon his expression became serious again and he shouted, "Next!" Immediately, another person rushed in. Time flew by, and soon half an hour passed. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, there were already more than 30 cultivators who wanted to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with him, but until now, no one had achieved what they wanted. Originally, Everyone was worried that they would be disappointed if they arrived too late, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry about this at all because what Yang Kai needed was definitely extremely rare. Otherwise, at least one of the 30 or so cultivators would have been able to meet his requirements. After realizing this, the remaining cultivators were no longer in a hurry. Instead, they were secretly calculating what they should take out to satisfy Yang Kai's appetite in exchange for extraordinary treasure pills. Although Yang Kai had said before that he wanted everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm, everyone present was a Dao Source realm cultivator, so which one of them didn't have good things in their space rings? As for where those things came from, Yang Kai couldn't tell. As such, the later cultivators not only took out all their gains from the Four Seasons realm, but also selectively took out precious items from their space rings, hoping to catch Yang Kai's eye. The value of these items was not low, and some of them even made Yang Kai's eyes light up, but he still resisted the urge to exchange for them. Because there were not many extraordinary treasure pills, he had to exchange them for what he needed the most. The tribulation fruit. What he needed the most was this. Since he made up his mind to take the extraordinary treasure pills for himself, Yang Kai was ready to exchange them for the tribulation fruit. Otherwise, he would not have made such a strange request, asking everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm with him. Previously, in the Winter Territory, although he had found the tribulation fruit tree, someone had already taken the spirit fruit. Now, all the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were basically gathered here, so if there were no accidents, the tribulation fruit must be in the hands of someone here. In order to exchange for the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, it was absolutely impossible for that person to keep it for themselves. In other words, the tribulation fruit would appear in front of Yang Kai sooner or later, so all he needed to do was wait patiently. Big brother, take a look at these things and see if there's anything you want. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating, a woman walked up to him, stood in front of him, and then took out some things from her space ring and placed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, his eyes moving over these things. He had done this kind of thing many times before, and it had always ended in disappointment, but this time, Ichem? Yang Kai raised his brow and stared straight at one of the things, his heart throbbing. This thing was not the tribulation fruit, but something else that he cared about very much. After seeing this thing, one of his previous speculations seemed to have come true. Yang Kai was surprised in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, quickly turning his eyes away and beginning to examine the other things the woman took out. There were more than a dozen spirit herbs. Although rare, they weren't too rare. There were 7 or 8 monster cores, all of good quality, but not very high grade. There was also a red stone that had an ordinary surface, but if one used their divine sense to examine it, they would be able to feel the heat it contained. Yang Kai immediately had an idea, looked at the red stone and exclaimed, "Fire Spirit Stone." The woman was startled and involuntarily stepped back a few steps before stabilizing herself and looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Do you need this thing?" She had originally come here with a tentative mentality to exchange with Yang Kai and didn't have high expectations. After all, before her, more than 30 people had come here in high spirits only to return in disappointment. Before she knew what Yang Kai needed, the initiative of this exchange was completely in Yang Kai's hands. Whether others could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill or not would depend on their luck. But what she hadn't expected was that Yang Kai would show great interest in the stone she took out, giving her a glimmer of hope for an exchange. If that was the case, she had a chance to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill. On the other side, the onlooker's cultivator couldn't help looking shocked. After all, it was only now that Yang Kai showed such an expression. The people who had gone into exchange with him before had only seen disappointment and impatience in front of him. For a time, everyone was curious, wanting to see what this woman had taken out that could arouse Yang Kai's interest. But they couldn't see. Under the influence of space principles, the shattered world was filled with a large number of void cracks, and anyone who tried to pour their divine sense into it would be swallowed up by these void cracks and disappear. Yang Kai looked up at the woman and found that she was sweet and cute, with a round face and a petite figure. She was quite attractive, But her cultivation wasn't high, only a second-order Dao source realm, so Yang Kai didn't know which sect she came from. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had done very bad things to another woman before, making lewd remarks, so when this round-faced woman saw Yang Kai looking at her at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous and wary. She hurriedly said, "I accidentally picked this up in the territory of the Summer family. This is a good thing." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I am indeed interested." "Really?" The round-faced woman showed a look of surprise. "Then can we—" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. The round-faced woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. "Yang Kai, enough is enough." For some reason, Luo Yuan suddenly shouted from outside, seemingly very dissatisfied with Yang Kai. "What are you shouting for?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "It's none of your business." Chapter 2196. After scolding Luo Yuan, Yang Kai turned back to the round-faced woman and asked seriously, "You know what an extraordinary treasure pill does, right?" The woman nodded and said, "I know." "Then I think you understand how precious it is." The woman nodded again. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then do you think a trivial piece of fire spirit stone can be exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill?" An awkward expression appeared on the woman's face as she pursed her red lips and whispered honestly, "I can't." "That's right. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. Although I am somewhat interested in your fire spirit stone, this is obviously a losing trade." Yang Kai chattered for a while before finally shrugging. "Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing, right?" "Then do you want anything else?" "I can give you something else," the round-faced woman hurriedly said. She wasn't an idiot and naturally understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai had only said that such an exchange would be a loss, but he didn't say it was impossible. She immediately understood that Yang Kai wanted to exchange for more items, so she grit her teeth and said, "I can give you all of these things." Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a hesitant look, as if he was considering something. In all fairness, the value of the things this round-faced woman took out was not low, but it was still a bit difficult to exchange them for an extraordinary treasure pill. However, if the thing Yang Kai was interested in had the effect he guessed, that thing alone was enough to exchange for an extraordinary treasure pill. Is this still not enough? The woman seemed to be very eager to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, but seeing Yang Kai show a hesitant look, she couldn't help asking. Seeing this, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. "If Miss can compensate me with some source crystals, then this transaction." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the round-faced woman reached out and touched her space ring. The next moment, a large pile of source crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai, piling up into a small hill. Roughly counting, there were at least a few 100,000 source crystals. "These are all the source crystals I have. I didn't leave a single piece behind," the woman said. "All right." Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately smiled and said, "Since young lady is so sincere, I'll exchange it for an extraordinary treasure pill." "Really?" The woman's voice trembled, and she almost cried tears of joy. She looked at Yang Kai with gratitude and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that happiness had come so suddenly. After all, so many people had failed before her, but she had succeeded in making the deal. Moreover, she did not have much hope before. This was truly an unexpected surprise. She was simply unable to control herself, and she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand. Yang Kai had already reached into his alchemy furnace, took out an extraordinary treasure pill, and handed it to the woman. "If I say we'll exchange, naturally we'll exchange. Why would I lie to you?" Only then did the woman stretch out her small hands. Trembling, she took the round white spirit pill and held it in her palm, as if she was afraid it would melt, carefully examining it in front of her eyes. Yang Kai began to tidy up the various things and source crystals the woman had taken out, stuffing them all into his space ring. When he picked up a yellow bead, he quietly poured his source chi and divine sense into it but found that it did not respond at all. Immediately, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quietly put away the bead. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the round-faced woman's back. Although they did not see what this woman had taken out to make a deal with Yang Kai, everyone saw that she had obtained an extraordinary treasure pill. They did not dare to have any ideas about the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, but this woman was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally became a target for those with ulterior motives. At this time, Yang Kai had also finished tidying up. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivator before glancing at the round-faced woman and suddenly sighing, "Young lady. And does this big brother have any other instructions?" The round-faced woman seemed to have just recovered from her joy and asked in amazement. "I just want to tell you one thing." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "What is it?" "An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin," Yang Kai said sternly. The woman was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Many thanks for the reminder." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since you understand, I advise you to take this extraordinary treasure pill now. As I said before, this extraordinary treasure pill has a wonderful effect and does not need to be taken at a critical moment to break through. On the contrary, the earlier you take it, the better its effect. You are only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator now, so this is the best time to take it. If young lady is not worried, this Yang can stand guard for you for a while. It won't delay anything." "No need, no need." The round-faced woman quickly waved her hand and muttered, "This extraordinary treasure pill. I have other uses for it." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he nodded lightly. "Then please, young lady. Thank you for being willing to exchange this spirit pill with me. And you are a good man." The round-faced woman smiled sweetly at Yang Kai before turning around and walking out. Looking at her back, Yang Kai wore a helpless expression. He had already said what he needed to say, but the other party did not appreciate his kindness and instead insisted on taking the extraordinary treasure pill away, which would obviously cause some trouble. In fact, the best way was to directly take the extraordinary treasure pill after exchanging for it so that others wouldn't try to snatch it away. Or, if one had the ability of Wuchang, Shaoqin, then no one would dare to have any ideas about them. Yang Kai seemed to have a premonition that this round-faced woman's future was bleak. Just as he had expected, before this woman had even walked out of the shattered world he had created, some cultivators had already set their eyes on her with ill intentions. Although it was disgraceful to bully the weak in front of so many people, this matter was related to the extraordinary treasure pill and the hope of ascending to the emperor realm in the future, so these heavens prides from the various great sects and families temporarily put aside their pride and were prepared to attack this round-faced woman as soon as she came out. The round-faced woman also seemed to realize something, and her petite body suddenly filled with a kind of courage that seemed to be unafraid of death. With a flick of her hand, a ribbon-like artifact wrapped around her arm as she walked forward and shouted, "Brother, senior sister, little sister doesn't want to fight with you. If it's convenient, please make way, many thanks." Her words were sincere and her demeanor was awe-inspiring. There were indeed a few people who felt moved and showed sympathetic expressions, but most of them remained indifferent and continued to stare at her coldly. In the time it took for her to say these words, she had already walked out of the area covered by Yang Kai's space principles. In an instant, loud shouts rang out one after another. "Hand over the extraordinary treasure pill. Hand over the spirit pill and we'll spare your life. Little girl, cooperate with me obediently and you'll suffer less, otherwise don't blame me for showing no mercy." Accompanied by these voices, at least a dozen cultivators rushed towards the round-faced woman in an instant. The moment these people moved, they summoned their artifacts and secret techniques and blasted them in all directions. intending to stop the others from advancing while they themselves approached the round-faced woman at an extremely fast speed. A trace of panic flashed across the round-faced woman's pretty face, but at the critical moment, she pushed her source chi fiercely and the ribbons on her arm shook, condensing a 5-colored halo that wrapped around her body and transformed into a streak of light that shot out. She obviously didn't intend to fight with these people and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the best course of action. But she was obviously too naive. With so many people attacking her, how could she resist? Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after a series of muffled bangs, the round-faced woman's figure was directly revealed, and with a short groan, her petite body fell to the ground like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen streams of light chased after her, all of them showing greedy and excited looks on their faces. The round-faced woman suddenly showed a look of despair. A moment later, she fell to the ground, and although she wasn't seriously injured, she obviously wasn't in a good condition. After struggling a few times, she finally stood up, but it was already too late. A few guys with fast movements had already closed in on her. The fastest one among them was holding a sharp sword, which he ruthlessly slashed towards her right hand. This person's attack was extremely ruthless, without the slightest bit of mercy, as if he wanted to directly cut off the round-faced woman's hand that was holding the spirit pill. At the critical moment, the woman screamed as her face turned pale. With her second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to avoid this killer move, so losing an arm was inevitable. On the other hand, the person who attacked just now had a cruel grin on his face, as if he could already see the scene of him obtaining the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as he could obtain the extraordinary treasure pill, he would eat it immediately, cutting off any hope of others snatching it away. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he secretly pushed his space force, preparing to help the woman at the critical moment. But right at this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost before the round-faced woman. That figure was extremely heroic, and it was like a tall mountain that withstood all the violent storms that assaulted it, causing the round-faced woman who was hiding behind it to feel an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. It was like a harbor that protected her. Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at this figure with a look of surprise. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment, this person would actually take action. Could it be he was also eyeing the extraordinary treasure pill? Just as this thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, this person suddenly stretched out his hand. His movements were not fast, but they gave off a very strange feeling. The face of the cultivator holding the sword that was slashing towards the round-faced woman changed greatly, giving birth to the illusion that he was shrouded in death. He wanted to avoid this big hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. From the perspective of others, it was as if he was the one slamming into this big hand. Chapter 2197. After a short while, the big hand directly grabbed the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator, and under this man's horrified gaze, the owner of the big hand grinned fiercely as he exerted force with his fingers, causing a tsunami-like source chi fluctuation to surge out, rolling up a tide of death. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a crisp sound, the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator was directly crushed and his head drooped softly. Asterisk C. Asterisk a series of gasps rang out as all the cultivators who were rushing towards the round-faced woman stopped in their tracks, staring at the owner of the giant hand in horror, their faces filled with shock. All of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators, but the owner of this big hand had just stretched out his hand and squeezed, ending the life of one of them. This kind of brutal and violent method of killing, coupled with absolute strength, was naturally shocking. Luo Yuan. Someone shouted loudly. If Luo Yuan from the octagonal door was not famous before, then after this experience in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation and prestige were enough to stand side by side with the heavens' prides of other top sects. And he indeed had the strength and capital to back it up. To a certain extent, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang were the same kind of people, both cruel and violent, both of whom no one wanted to provoke. At this moment, seeing that it was Luo Yuan who stood in front of the round-faced woman and killed one of them as an example to others, how could the remaining cultivators dare to act rashly? The extraordinary treasure pill was precious, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Luo Yuan, you also want to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill? This was the question that almost everyone had in their hearts. If that was really the case, then, if this was true, then Luo Yuan would be the biggest enemy of these people. If they couldn't deal with Luo Yuan, they wouldn't be able to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill. This was also very likely. The extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that anyone would covet it, so it was reasonable for Luo Yuan to try to snatch it. Xiao Chen, Wu Chang, Xiaxia, and the others did not make a move because they were concerned about the face of their sects and also because they disdained to do so. But Luo Yuan was different. The octagonal door he came from was not a great sect, so he did not have such scruples. He himself was not famous before, so it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. For a moment, everyone's expression turned gloomy as they cursed inwardly. However, the development of the situation shocked everyone. Luo, Brother Luo. A weak voice sounded from behind Luo Yuan, belonging to the round-faced woman who was still in shock. Brother? Could it be? No way. At this moment, the cultivator who had attacked the round-faced woman earlier were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and a few of the more timid ones were even trembling. From the way the round-faced woman addressed Luo Yuan, everyone vaguely realized that these two seemed to be from the same sect. In other words, the round-faced woman was also a disciple of the octagonal door, bullying his junior sister in front of Luo Yuan. How could this matter be left at that? But in this way, everyone suddenly understood why Luo Yuan had taken action at the critical moment. Not only had he taken action, but he had also ruthlessly killed one of them. For a time, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator turned ugly as they looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Brother Luo, this one did not know that this girl was from the same sect as you. If this one has offended you, please forgive us. One of them squeezed out a smile. He cupped his fists and said to Luo Yuan, Brother Luo, this is a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. Yes, if we had known that this girl was related to Brother Luo, we would not have dared to attack her. The group of people began to clamor, fearing that Luo Yuan would settle accounts with them later. Luo Yuan's eyes swept across the crowd coldly as he shouted, "Scram! A bunch of trash." Although these words were not pleasing, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly fled in dejection. Brother Luo. On the contrary, the round-faced woman did not show the slightest joy after being rescued. Instead, she stared at Luo Yuan's back uneasily and called out softly, "Didn't I say so?" Luo Yuan turned around and looked at her coldly. After entering the Four Seasons realm, I am me and you are you. Don't make trouble for me, did you forget? No. The round-faced woman waved her hand quickly as if she wanted to explain something, but when she met Luo Yuan's emotionless eyes, she could not help lowering her head and biting her red lips. "I'm sorry. If there's a next time, you're on your own." Luo Yuan coldly snorted. "I know." The round-faced woman still lowered her head, her small hands wringing the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. "If you're on your own." Luo Yuan coldly snorted and turned to leave. "Wait." The round-faced woman quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Yuan's clothes. "What else do you want?" Luo Yuan frowned and shouted impatiently. "This is for you." The round-faced woman raised her head, squeezed out a smile on her face, and handed the extraordinary treasure pill she had exchanged with Yang Kai to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's expression froze in an instant as he stared blankly at the round-faced woman. As a gentle breeze blew, the crowd on the top of the mountain fell silent. "So it's a gift." Yang Kai looked at this scene and muttered in his heart, "And it's a gift to Luo Yuan." When the woman exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill from him earlier, she said that she had other uses for it. Yang Kai did not know what she wanted to do at that time, but now it seemed that everything was clear. She had not exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill for herself, but for Luo Yuan. Moreover, from beginning to end, she had never expressed such an intention. Even when she was besieged by many people, she did not ask Luo Yuan for help, but after she was safe, she was willing to hand over the spirit pill, which all Dao Source Realm Masters coveted, directly to Luo Yuan without any reluctance or attachment. She looked at Luo Yuan with a soft gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with deep and clear love and worship. Her expression and demeanor told everyone that for Luo Yuan, she was willing to give up everything. What was an extraordinary treasure pill worth? At this moment, this round-faced woman seemed to burst into a dazzling light, one so dazzling that Luo Yuan could not open his eyes, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch constantly, making it impossible for him to look straight ahead. Another lost woman who is unable to extricate herself from the web of love. Who can save her? Xianxia lamented. Murong Xiao, who was standing next to him, was already moved, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. There is nothing to worry about in this world. Xiao Bai muttered coldly. Big brother. Murong Xiao glared at him. Ha! On the other side, Lan Sun also seemed to feel something and pursed her lips into a smile. I really didn't expect someone like Luo Yuan would have so many admirers. She must have used some kind of disgraceful means. Xiao Chen said sourly as he looked at the round-faced woman regretfully. It's a pity that she fell in love with someone like Luo Yuan. This woman must be blind. What's wrong? Lan Sun turned her head and glanced at him. According to what you're saying, it's good that she fell in love with you. That's not what I meant, Your Highness. Don't you understand? Xiao Chen quickly looked at Lan Sun tenderly and solemnly said, if I can get the extraordinary treasure pill, I will definitely. I've already taken one. Lan Sun didn't wait for him to finish his cheap talk and interrupted him impatiently. Xiao Chen said awkwardly, I just wanted to express that. What do you mean? Under everyone's gaze, after a long silence, Luo Yuan shouted coldly. No, nothing. The round-faced woman didn't know why Luo Yuan looked angry and couldn't help panicking as she tried to explain, I just want to give this extraordinary treasure pill. Give it to me? Luo Yuan sneered. The round-faced woman nodded heavily. Ridiculous. Luo Yuan didn't show any gratitude at all and instead laughed. What? Do you think that by giving me an extraordinary treasure pill here, you can restrain me? Saying so, his face suddenly became stern as he shouted, remember, Luo Yuan will not be restrained by anything or anyone. Not you, not the octagonal door, not anyone. I, Luo Yuan, will stand at the peak of this world, rule the world, and show disdain for all heroes. That's not what I think. The round-faced woman was so anxious that tears began to well up in her eyes as she hurriedly said, there's no need to explain anything, I won't accept this extraordinary treasure pill. Even without this spirit pill, with my aptitude, I am more than enough to break through to the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan coldly snorted, you'd better not have any crooked ideas, otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our friendship. Hearing this, the round-faced woman finally burst into tears. Although she was silent, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace, her beautiful eyes filled with innocence and heartache. Bastard! Xiaxia saw this and couldn't help cursing. The approach of this round-faced woman was simply tragic. After all, as a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the extraordinary treasure pill had a huge effect on her. If she took it here, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would definitely be greatly increased. This was a major event related to her future. However, she didn't think about taking it herself and instead wanted to give it to Luo Yuan directly after exchanging for the extraordinary treasure pill. Even before this, in order not to cause trouble for Luo Yuan, even if she was in danger, she didn't call for help. Putting herself in the other party's shoes like this woman's love for Luo Yuan was obvious. If it were an ordinary man, they would have already been moved to tears at this moment. Even if they were a block of wood, they would still be moved. However, Luo Yuan only had a fierce and nasty attitude, which naturally made Xiaxia extremely dissatisfied. Even if Luo Yuan didn't want the extraordinary treasure pill, there was no need for him to speak so decisively. Scum! Murong Xiaoxiao cast a contemptuous look at Luo Yuan without hesitation. This plot is really full of ups and downs. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, seemingly taking pleasure in Luo Yuan's misfortune. Chapter 2198. Luo Yuan said again, "In order to prevent you from causing me any more trouble, this spirit pill, you eat it first." Saying so, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of the round-faced woman, reached out his hand, pinched her chin, took out the extraordinary treasure pill with his other hand, and threw it into her mouth. Cuckoo! The round-faced woman swallowed the spirit pill and could not help taking a few steps back, constantly coughing and pounding her chest, seemingly trying to spit it out. But it was too late now. After the spirit pill entered her mouth, it directly turned into a sweet liquid that flowed into her stomach. She tried hard for a while, but to no avail. She raised her head in despair. In front of her, Luo Yuan was nowhere to be seen. "He's gone." Lan Sun looked at the round-faced woman and sighed slightly. "He's heading towards the exit." The round-faced woman heard this and turned her head to look, only to see a stream of light rushing towards the exit. Luo Yuan didn't even bother to make a deal with Yang Kai, as if to prove what he had said before, that with his aptitude, even without the extraordinary treasure pill, he could still ascend to the Emperor realm. "Brother Luo!" The round-faced woman shouted, grit her teeth, stomped her foot, and chased after Luo Yuan. At this time, no one tried to embarrass her anymore. First of all, she was a disciple of the octagonal door and had a brother and sister relationship with Luo Yuan. The guy who had died at Luo Yuan's hands before was a good example. Second, the extraordinary treasure pill had already been taken, so what was the point of embarrassing this woman? Was she supposed to spit out the spirit pill? A small episode came to an end just like that. Is it like he said? Does he not want to be bound by others' favor? Or does he not want to snatch an opportunity that belongs to someone else? Yang Kai sat in place, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Of all the people present, perhaps everyone only saw Luo Yuan's ruthlessness and ferocity, but Yang Kai saw something else. Previously, when he was making a deal with the round-faced woman, Luo Yuan had shouted at him from a distance, telling him to stop. Yang Kai didn't understand why Luo Yuan did this at the time, but now he thought about it. It was obvious that he was helping the round-faced woman as a fellow disciple. If Luo Yuan was really that heartless, then there was no need for him to say those words. He could have just let the round-faced woman make a deal with Yang Kai and just watched from the sidelines. However, how could someone like Luo Yuan, who had a transcendent cultivation and an arrogant temperament, accept gifts from others? Especially when this person was his junior sister from the same sect, a junior sister who loved and worshipped him. Yang Kai felt that if he were in Luo Yuan's shoes, it would have been impossible for him to accept this extraordinary treasure pill. A real man should be like this. Putting aside Luo Yuan's bad attitude towards his junior sister, Yang Kai actually quite appreciated his decisive approach. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head and thought to himself, "Why do I have to worry about other people's business?" Thinking of this, he shouted, "Next!" Perhaps it was because the deal with the round-faced woman had given the remaining cultivators some hope. As soon as Yang Kai said those words, the other cultivators started to have hope. Hearing this, the other cultivators swarmed forward. All of them wanted to be the first to rush to Yang Kai. However, under the influence of the space principles, only one person could achieve what they wanted. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed this person. After Yang Kai checked the things he took out, he waved his hand and told him to scram. The next dozen or so people did the same. Yang Kai also took a moment to look around and found that there weren't many people left. This made him secretly anxious because he hadn't seen the tribulation fruit he wanted so far. He didn't know if it was because someone else had a great use for it and hadn't taken it out, or if the person who took the tribulation fruit hadn't come here yet. If he couldn't obtain the tribulation fruit on this trip to the Four Seasons realm, he really didn't know how to explain it to Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Yu was still waiting for the tribulation fruit to save her life. Without this spirit fruit, the little girl would only live for a few more months at most. Should I directly ask to exchange the tribulation fruit for an extraordinary treasure pill? Yang Kai hesitated in his heart. If he really made such a request and the person who took the tribulation fruit was here, he probably wouldn't refuse. However, if no one was here and the news spread, it would be disadvantageous to him. At that time, someone would definitely make a big deal out of it and plot against him. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suppressed this idea and continued to trade with others calmly. After an hour, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Because all the cultivator who came here had already made a deal with him, but he still hadn't seen the shadow of the tribulation fruit, the ominous premonition had come true. The only ones who hadn't made a deal with him were the few people from Azure Sun Temple and the few famous masters who had been watching for a long time. They had been watching and didn't compete with others. At this time, Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer and shouted, "Who wants to go first? I won't hide it from you, there are only 4 extraordinary treasure pills in total. In other words, this Yang only has 1 left." Among them, he took 1 for himself, gave 1 to Lan Sun, and traded 1 to the round-faced woman. If there were really only 4 pills, there would only be 1 left. While speaking, Yang Kai picked up his black jade furnace and shook it slightly. In an instant, a crisp tinkling sound came from the black jade furnace. Inferring from the sound, there was indeed only 1 pill inside. After the pill was formed, all of Yang Kai's actions were under the eyes of everyone, so he had no opportunity or time to hide the spirit pill, so everyone believed his statement. Since there is only 1 left, this Xiao won't be polite. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this for a long time. Xiao Chen had been holding back for a long time, but now that it was finally his turn, he couldn't wait to jump out and strode towards Yang Kai. As he walked, a confident smile hung on his face, as if he was determined to obtain the last spirit pill. Not long after, he arrived in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother Xiao, please." Xiao Chen sneered as he took out something from his space ring and whispered, "Boy, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Obediently take out whatever you want and then hand over the extraordinary treasure pills to this Xiao." That way, everyone will be happy. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him. Xiao Chen put on a fake smile and continued, "The things this Xiao has taken out are not things that just anyone can see. There should be something you want." He had the capital to say such things. After all, not only did he come from Star Soul Palace, the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, but he was also an elite disciple and the son of Silver Star envoy Xiao Yuyang. How could he not have good things on hand? The things he took out were indeed rare treasures. Whether it was artifacts or pills, they were all rare treasures. There were even secret arts and secret books. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Yang Kai didn't even look at these things and simply looked at him and asked, "Brother Xiao, have you been to the Winter Territory since you came to the Four Seasons realm?" Xiao Chen was puzzled by this question and didn't know why Yang Kai was asking this, so he replied impatiently, "No, this Xiao has been accompanying Her Highness the entire time. The princess said that the environment in the Winter Territory was very harsh. If you haven't, you can pack up your things and leave." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and waved his hand. "What did you say?" Xiao Chen's face suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely, the threat in his voice self-evident. "Didn't you hear me clearly?" Yang Kai grinned, then stretched his neck, leaned in front of Xiao Chen and shouted, "Brother Xiao, you can scram now." After saying that, he shrank back and smiled slightly, "If you still can't hear me clearly, then I can't do anything about it." Xiao Chen's expression changed in an instant, his face alternating between red and white as he shouted in a low voice, "Boy, have you thought about it clearly?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was yelled at by Yang Kai. Naturally, he lost a lot of face. The most important thing was that everyone knew that he didn't have what Yang Kai wanted. If he continued to pester him, everyone would know that he was bullying others. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any face at all. Scram. Yang Kai curled his lips unceremoniously and pushed his space principles toward Xiao Chen, trying to squeeze him out of this broken world. Yang Kai had used this move to directly teleport a Dao Source Realm cultivator out, but when it came to Xiao Chen, it was obstructed. An inexplicable principle strength lingered around Xiao Chen, colliding with the space principles, causing Xiao Chen's figure to flicker inexplicably. This situation lasted for 10 breaths of time before Xiao Chen had to take the initiative to withdraw. If he continued to stay, he would really have to fight with Yang Kai. In that strange world, Xiao Chen also felt a fatal threat, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Jumping 300 meters away, Xiao Chen stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, gnashing his teeth for a while. Seeing this scene, Lan Sun only felt ashamed and sighed before turning around and walking towards the exit. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's face changed and he turned to Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Boy, I'll remember you, you better pray you don't fall into my hands." Leaving behind these words, he chased after Lan Sun. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and instead looked at Xia Sheng and the others with a smile and said, "Brother Xia, there really is only one spirit pill left. Don't you want to come and take a look?" If possible, he wanted to trade this spirit pill to Xia Sheng. In any case, he wouldn't take it out no matter what. The only result of taking it out was that it would be snatched away by those from the Emperor realm and given some random compensation. As for giving it away for free, Yang Kai hadn't thought about it. Firstly, he and Xiaxing weren't that close, and secondly, an extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that even if he gave it to Xiaxing wouldn't accept it, let alone dare accept it. If he really accepted this extraordinary treasure pill, he would owe Xiaxing a huge favor. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.